Chapter 1. Dunking to accumulate experience. The host has been identified. The most formidable NBA system is now officially activated. The host's physical talents are being calibrated. Calibration complete. The host has reached the pinnacle of NBA star potential and can adapt to any star template. A series of unfamiliar voices resonated within Chu Feng's mind, stirring him from a haze as he opened his eyes. Before him lay an expansive basketball court, inundated with a flood of information that surged into his consciousness. After a brief moment, Chu Feng shook his head in disbelief. I can't believe I've actually crossed over. Having immersed himself in the literary works of his homeland for years, Chu Feng swiftly reconciled with the reality of his transmigration. After all, in his previous life, he had no parents or ties to hold him back. Yet the identity he had assumed upon crossing was rather unique. Bearing the same name, this Chu Feng harbored a dream of basketball and had journeyed alone to the United States, investing all his savings to rent a private basketball gym in Chicago, preparing for the upcoming Chicago Combine a week later. The Chicago Combine served as the NBA's rookie camp, a gathering of countless young aspirants eager to realize their dreams of entering the NBA. Here, they would register for the draft, undergo physical assessments, and showcase their skills in hopes of being scouted and selected by NBA teams. Of course, only a select few would be chosen by NBA franchises, and despite Chu Feng's dreams, his future appeared bleak. The reason was simple. While Chu Feng possessed commendable physical attributes in his homeland, amongst this assembly of basketball prodigies in the United States, he felt somewhat inadequate. According to my memories, my physical condition should be rather average. After organizing all his transmigratory memories, Chu Feng examined his physique with surprise. He possessed an impeccable wingspan, robust arms, and legs brimming with energy. This physique seemed markedly different from what he recalled. Could it be that I look impressive but lack substance? Chu Feng pondered this possibility, then picked up a basketball, dribbled a few steps towards the hoop, and leaped into the air within the 3-second zone. Initially, his plan was merely to execute a layup, but as he took off, his astonishing vertical leap propelled him to an apex that allowed his gaze to surpass the rim. He was now looking down from a height greater than what was deemed level with the hoop. Bang! What began as a layup transformed into a thunderous dunk, and as Chu Feng landed, the earlier series of unfamiliar voices echoed once more in his mind. Congratulations, host, on adapting to your physical talents. The most formidable NBA system has successfully initiated. The system is fully operational. The host has been awarded a novice function. Double experience points. The double experience point feature is now activated. Please initiate training mode as soon as possible. A cascade of notifications brought a burgeoning smile to Chu Feng's face. Isn't this precisely the standard system for a transmigrator? The most formidable NBA system? What is the purpose of the experience points? In response to the host, experience points can be exchanged for attribute points, which may then be utilized to enhance various basketball attributes. Elevating these values will unlock corresponding exclusive skills. Before reaching level 75, the host requires 100 experience points to exchange for attribute points. After level 75, each exchange for attribute points necessitates 1,000 experience points. Every successful shot will earn 5 experience points, while a 2-pointer will grant an additional 5 experience points, and a 3-pointer will bestow an extra 15 experience points. A layup will yield 5 experience points, and a dunk will award 10 experience points. Assists will provide 10 experience points. Defensive rebounds will grant 5 experience points, and offensive rebounds will offer 10 experience points. The system's introduction to experience points continued, and Chu Feng began to grasp the overall concept. The most powerful NBA system transforms various data from the game into system experience, which accumulates to enhance one's basketball attributes. Moreover, this experience can be accumulated not only during games, but also during training. Not limited to training and game data, once the host successfully enters the NBA, the system will activate the mission function. Completing missions will reward the host with corresponding experience points. The system's initial introduction is complete, rewarding the host with 20 experience points due to the experience point doubling feature. The host receives 40 experience points. What? The experience point doubling feature is already in place? What about that dunk I just made? Detected that the host completed a dunk. The doubling feature is activated, and the host gains 20 experience points. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng had accumulated 60 experience points. He was merely 40 experience points away from his first attribute point exchange. It seems I need to shoot more to earn experience points. With that thought, Chu Feng picked up the basketball, retreated to the free throw line, and took a mid-range shot. The basketball flew with a flat arc, and with a resounding dunk, it bounced off the rim. The host's mid-range shooting attribute is too low. Please acquire experience points through other means. The system's prompt quickly sounded. leaving Chu Feng somewhat embarrassed. If shooting was unreliable, did that mean he could only rely on layups to gain experience points? A layup only nets 5 experience points, and with the doubling, it amounts to a mere 10 points, which is far less rewarding than a dunk. Thus, it seems he must resort to dunking to farm for experience. Chapter 2. Shall I attempt the free throw line? Bang! With a powerful slam dunk, Chu Feng landed and glanced at his system panel. Host has accumulated 100 experience points. Would you like to exchange for attribute points? Exchange. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for 1 attribute point. Would you like to allocate it now? Not allocating. What can 1 attribute point accomplish? The answer is nothing at all. Thus, Chu Feng resolved to accumulate more attribute points before allocating any. This meant that for the foreseeable future, he must exhaust all his efforts in dunking. Smith, is that kid from the Celestial Empire still dunking? A few days later, within a private basketball court in Chicago, a black man clutching a basketball in preparation for training inquired of the court's manager. Indeed, Wes, Chu has executed at least several hundred dunks. Each time he departs the court, I ensure that professionals recalibrate the hoop, replied Smith, the court manager, raising his hands in exasperation. I must guarantee that he does not distort my rim. The truth is, Chu is the most remarkable dunker I have ever encountered from the Middle Kingdom, Wes remarked, directing his gaze towards the corner of the court where Chu Feng, with the ball in hand, took 3 steps and leapt from just inside the free throw line, executing a one-handed slam. After several days of dunking, Chu Feng had noticed his vertical leap extending significantly. He realized that his athletic prowess was indeed astonishing. From at least a step inside the free throw line, he could achieve an explosive dunk, and he still had energy to spare. In other words, a dunk from the free throw line was no longer a mere fantasy. How about we give it a try today? He suggested, glancing at the attributes stored in his system panel. There remained a gap of 20 experience points until his next attribute upgrade just the effort of a single dunk. Completing this dunk would allow Chu Feng to pause and allocate his attribute points, so he decided to conclude with a dunk from the free throw line. Without hesitation, he picked up the basketball and retreated to the midcourt line, taking a deep breath. Hey, what does he intend to do? Wes, who had been discussing Chu Feng, was startled by his actions. Is Chu preparing for a rune-up? I have a bold notion regarding this rune-up, Smith said, a chill running down his spine as he pulled out his phone to activate the camera function. This rune-up distance felt significant, and Smith sensed that something monumental was about to unfold. As the recording commenced, Chu Feng positioned himself at midcourt and sprung into action. Dribbling the ball once, he cradled it and charged into the three-point arc, landing on the free throw line, leaping into the air with fiery determination. Boom! Just like the hundreds of dunks before, this one was executed with effortless grace. The only distinction this time was the distance from the free throw line. Oh my God, I knew something monumental would happen. Before Chu Feng could regain his composure, Smith, who was recording, dropped his phone and rushed to his side. Chu, do you have springs in your shoes? Man, that was no ordinary dunk. Wes, a moment behind in his reaction, joined in with excitement. You soared from the free throw line. Could it be that you possess skills from the Middle Kingdom? Certainly not martial arts. Chu Feng, surprised to find observers during his dunk training, replied nonchalantly, I was merely having a bit of fun with the dunk. Come on, buddy, that dunk is more than enough to brag about for a lifetime. Smith laughed heartily. I recorded your dunk from the free throw line. May I share it online? A flying player from the Celestial Empire would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the basketball circles of the M Nation. Indeed, the reality matched Smith's expectations perfectly. When a video of Chu Feng soaring from the free throw line for a dunk was uploaded to the forum dedicated to basketball in the M Nation, the entire basketball community erupted in excitement. I have serious doubts regarding the authenticity of this video. A player from a Celestial Empire took off from the free throw line. Is he using cheats? Or is the video fabricated? The ease with which he executed that dunk is astonishing. Who is this kid in the video? I've never heard of such a player from the Celestial Empire. With the NBA Finals freshly concluded, this post emerged amidst the flurry of discussions surrounding the championship, igniting fervent debates among fans. Moreover, this was a dunk from the free throw line, executed by none other than a player from the Celestial Empire. The level of attention is, without a doubt, immense. As the post gained traction, Smith promptly replied, I can vouch for the authenticity of this video. Furthermore, this young man will be participating in the Chicago Combine in a few days. He will enter the NBA draft, so you can look forward to his performance in the dunk contest. Chapter 3. Activate exclusive skills. Discussions regarding Chu Feng flourished vigorously across the M Nation's online platforms. Meanwhile, the subject of these discussions, Chu Feng, lay in his rented room in Chicago, having just finished a shower. He reclined on his bed and accessed his basic stats panel. Host, Chu Feng. Height, 1.98 meters. Weight, 97 kg. Position, dual guard small forward. Cumulative attribute points, 100 points. While he selectively disregarded the preceding statistics, the last entry captured his full attention, a total of 100 attribute points. It is vital to recognize that 100 attribute points equate to 10,000 experience points. Each dunk merely awards 20 experience points, and although he had accrued some additional points through layups, they were hard-earned through sheer effort and sweat. I've dunked so much that my hands are numb. With a sense of accomplishment, he grumbled lightly before activating the system's attribute panel. Close-range shooting, level 55. Mid-range shooting, level 55, three-point and long-range shooting. Level 55, layup. Level 55, dunk. Level 75, jump shot after dribbling. Level 55, contested shooting. Level 55, dribbling. Level 55, offensive stability. Level 55, defensive capability. Level 60, stealing. Level 45, blocking. Level 75, defensive rebounding. Level 60, offensive rebounding. Level 55, passing ability. Level 55, speed. Level 75, ball handling speed. Level 55, physical fitness. Level 75, strength. Level 99, physical talent. Level 99, jumping ability. Level 99, injury resistance. Level 99, overall strength. Level 65, a series of attributes laid bare, and apart from the superior physical qualities initially enhanced by the system, most of Chu Feng's basketball attributes languished at a mere level of 55. It seems that 100 attribute points might not suffice. Chu Feng found himself in a quandary. Yet, with the Chicago joint tryouts imminent, he could afford no further hesitation and resolved to allocate his points without delay. Due to the overall player evaluation failing to breach level 75, the maximum peak for his current attributes was limited to merely level 75. After contemplating for a moment, he first allocated 40 attribute points to enhance his mid-range shooting, three-point shooting, and long-distance shooting. With my historically exceptional physical prowess, coupled with a level 75 shooting ability, establishing myself in the NBA should pose no challenge. The NBA has never lacked for physically explosive young talent, however. What these youngsters often lack is the foundational skill of shooting. Ding! The system detects that the host has elevated mid-range and three-point shooting capabilities to level 75, thereby activating an exclusive skill. Exclusive skill? As Chu Feng pondered the allocation of his remaining 60 attribute points, the system's notification filled him with elation. Exclusive skill, Sharpshooter. Skill description. When a host consecutively sinks 3 three-pointers, mid-range and long-distance shooting abilities are temporarily boosted by 5 levels. Skill duration. Entire match. Skill requirement. During the activation period of Sharpshooter, if the host misses any shot, be it close range, mid-range, long range, or free throw, the skill enters a suspended state until the host meets the activation criteria once more. Skill enhancement. The effects of this skill do not stack. Consecutively sinking 3 three-pointers, followed by a 5-point increase in shooting attributes for the entirety of the match. This was quite frankly astonishingly overpowered. Chu Feng quickly grasped the formidable nature of this skill. If he maintained his rhythm, it was conceivable that he could remain accurate from the start of the match to its conclusion. The title of Sharpshooter was indeed well-deserved. Given the existence of this exclusive skill, I should first maximize my shooting-related attributes. With that thought in mind, Chu Feng further enhanced his dribbling and shooting under duress to 75. This time the system did not prompt him regarding the activation of the exclusive skill, but Chu Feng understood if such an exclusive skill could be activated so casually, could it still be deemed exclusive? Nonetheless, a pressing concern loomed before Chu Feng. With 100 attribute points, he found himself with merely 20 remaining. After re-examining his attribute panel, Chu Feng gritted his teeth and decisively allocated the final 20 points to offensive stability, all in the name of safeguarding his shooting prowess. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at his updated attribute panel. His projection ability had reached its zenith for his current level, allowing him to stand as a formidable shooter within the NBA. Coupled with his elite physical prowess, carving out a successful career in the NBA was no longer a mere fantasy. Detection indicates the host has completed the allocation of all attribute points, activating the system task function. Soon, the system's prompt echoed once more. First task, please have the host participate in the NBA regular season. Completion reward, 500 experience points. 500 experience points equated to 5 attribute points. Indeed, the task was far more rewarding than a mere dunk. However, The requirements set forth by the system are quite explicit. One must take to the court during the regular season. In other words, Chu Feng's aspirations to gain experience during the Summer League and preseason have been dashed. Regardless, there is no point in dwelling on it. My singular objective now is to enter the NBA. The most straightforward path to achieving this goal lies in captivating the attention of scouts during the Chicago Combine, which is merely 2 days away. Chapter 4. Focus on Chicago. In the United States, at the United Center in Chicago, a multitude of rookies from the basketball realm have gathered. Today marks the commencement of the 2013 Draft Combine. Along the sidelines, numerous media reporters have already begun to broadcast the proceedings live. Newcomers from around the globe will showcase their talents here. Observe the bustling scouts on the sidelines. If these rookies aspire to enter the NBA, they must exert every ounce of effort. As the reporters noted, a multitude of newcomers, after completing their registrations, began to train on the court while awaiting their measurements. Though termed training, these individuals are pouring their hearts into it. The sharpshooters are positioned beyond the three-point line, taking shot after shot. Those with physical prowess are executing various dunks, flaunting their athleticism. Recently, a young talent from the Celestial Empire has gained considerable attention online. As the global newcomers display their skills, they also find moments to exchange a few words. Indeed, I am familiar with that individual. He can leap from the free throw line for a dunk. Yes, that's the one. I've seen the video too. It bears unmistakable signs of digital enhancement. This is a common tactic employed by individuals from the Celestial Empire. It is their method of promotion. Evidently, the newcomer from the Celestial Empire being discussed is none other than Chu Feng, and the consensus among them is that his dunk from the free throw line is fabricated. Not only are these rookies scrutinizing Chu Feng, but many scouts present today have come specifically to evaluate him. In recent years, the NBA has taken to a more opportunistic approach, particularly in the case of players like Chu Feng from the Celestial Empire, who typically attract moderate interest during the draft. If he can genuinely dunk from the free throw line, acquiring him with a second-round pick would be akin to winning a lottery ticket, certainly worth the gamble. Soon enough, Chu Feng, regarded by the scouts as a potential lottery ticket, made his appearance at the United Center. After completing his draft registration, he followed the staff to the measurement area, preparing to test his vertical leap. Hey, buddy, I've heard that your free throw line dunk video was doctored. I heard it had special effects. You guys are being ridiculous. I've only heard that his dunk from the free throw line was closer than the regulation distance, and the hoop was lower. Exactly, that's the version I've heard too. Before Chu Feng could warm up for his measurements, a group of rookies who had just completed their tests approached him. Their words conveyed a singular sentiment. They looked down upon Chu Feng. Chu Feng, prepare for the physical examination. Meanwhile, the staff in charge of the examination announced Chu Feng's name. Hold on a moment, I have yet to warm up. Chu Feng signaled to the staff to hold on for a moment, casually picked up a basketball, and leisurely retreated beyond the three-point line, dribbling the ball twice. Look, that kid from the Celestial Empire is about to make a fool of himself. Surely he wouldn't attempt a three-step layup, would he? Ha ha ha, I think it's quite possible. If he doesn't step back further, he won't even manage a three-step layup. The rookies who had gathered around Chu Feng erupted into laughter. Amidst their mirth, Chu Feng suddenly surged forward, striding confidently into the three-point arc. As if showcasing his skills in a private court, he planted his feet on the free throw line, leaped into the air, spread his arms, and executed a thunderous dunk. The rim reverberated with a resonant buzz as Chu Feng sauntered back to the staff, under the astonished gazes of the rookies, and declared, I'm done warming up. We can commence the vertical jump test. Just a moment. The staff, regaining their composure, hurriedly removed the previous vertical jump apparatus and replaced it with a version several centimeters taller than the one before. This was no mere trick of special effects. Unlike the astonished rookies, the previously languid scouts on the sidelines were instantaneously invigorated. The current NBA not only relishes talent but hoards it, particularly when it comes to tangible physical prowess. In the face of undeniable athletic ability, fundamental skills seemed utterly inconsequential. In other words, if Chu Feng could execute a dunk from the free throw line with such ease, then his physical attributes warranted at least a second-round draft pick. However, many scouts, exercising caution, refrained from expressing interest in Chu Feng. After all, his complete vertical jump data had yet to be revealed, and making a hasty judgment based solely on a free throw line dunk would be imprudent. Yet, half an hour later, these scouts altered their perspectives, as Chu Feng's vertical jump report was made public. Chapter 5. Declining individual workouts. Player name, Chu Feng age, 19 height, 1. 98 meters weight, 97 kilograms. He possessed the quintessential physique of a shooting guard and could even fill in as a small forward. As the scouts scrutinized Chu Feng's vertical jump report, they exchanged opinions with one another. With merely his height, Chu Feng is already capable of surpassing his opponents. And should his weight align with his strength, he could adeptly transition to the small forward position. Furthermore, if his dribbling skills are exceptional, he might even serve as the team's point guard, orchestrating the offense. After scrutinizing the fundamental metrics, the scouts turned their attention to the subsequent details of the physical assessment report. Vertical leap, 102 centimeters. Running jump, 116 centimeters. Upon the first scout reciting these figures, the entire scouting team was enveloped in a momentary silence. Then, a scout from the Milwaukee Bucks swallowed hard and questioned, "Did we perhaps misplace the documents? Is this truly Chu Feng's physical data report?" This scout's sentiment echoed the thoughts of many present. It is worth noting that achieving a vertical jump of 85 centimeters is already above the average NBA talent level. Reaching 95 centimeters places one in the elite tier. Yet now, Chu Feng's vertical leap has soared to an astonishing 102 centimeters. Such a remarkable vertical leap is among the finest in the current league. Moreover, the running jump of 116 centimeters left the scouts utterly astounded. If this physical report is indeed accurate and unembellished, then Chu Feng undoubtedly stands as the most remarkable jumper among this year's rookies. Naturally, as professional NBA scouts, mere jumping prowess is insufficient to sway their decision. In addition to leaping ability, scouts must evaluate Chu Feng's strength through bench press metrics and assess his speed and agility via a 50-meter shuttle run. As they reviewed these figures, the scouts fell into silence once more. The question before them was no longer whether to select Chu Feng, but rather whether they could secure him with a second-round pick. "I need to contact the team owner. We have a guaranteed first-round pick. We possess 2 first-round picks. Perhaps we could use one to select Chu Feng." The scouts sprang into action, for the results of Chu Feng's physical assessment were simply explosive. Indeed, if Chu Feng were not a player from the Celestial Empire, many scouts would recommend to their team owners to utilize a lottery pick to acquire him. "Hey Chu, I'm a scout from the Minnesota Timberwolves. Perhaps you could come to Minnesota for a workout?" In addition to reporting back to the owner, the Timberwolves scout took the initiative, extending an olive branch to Chu Feng. "As you know, we are a young team, and if your workout results impress us, we wouldn't hesitate to select you with a first-round pick. Come on, Minnesota is far too cold. It's not suited for newcomers." Another scout chimed in, "The South Coast is where you belong, Chu. We have our big 3, and we just clinched the championship. If you're willing to come to Miami for a workout, next season's championship ring is beckoning you." No one wishes to play a subordinate role. After the Miami Heat scout finished speaking, another scout rushed forward, proclaiming, "Chu is a born starter. If he joins the Heat, he can only serve as a backup to Dwayne Wade, which is hardly suitable for him. Come to Sacramento. We are in dire need of a starting shooting guard, and it would be the perfect fit for you." Not only these 3 scouts, but also several others who were still hesitant, upon witnessing 3 teams directly extending tryout invitations, quickly gathered around Chu Feng, extolling the merits of their respective teams and even assuring him of a guaranteed position and playing time. Apologies. Observing the throng of scouts surrounding him, each weaving elaborate compliments, Chu Feng casually waved his hand and stated, "I decline to participate in any individual tryouts with any team." "Are you suggesting that today in Chicago is your final tryout?" "Indeed, that is the case." Chu Feng nodded slightly, remarking that only those lacking self-confidence would seek a second trial. For him, a single attempt sufficed. After speaking, he courteously waved farewell to the numerous scouts before turning to leave the arena. To engage in a solo trial without gaining any experience points was merely a waste of time. Chu Feng is determined not to squander his youth. He has turned down all team trials and made his debut in Chicago. With unwavering confidence, the physical assessment report for Chu Feng has been released, showcasing extraordinary physical talents. Is he the dark horse of the 2013 rookie class? The astonishing physical metrics of this Chinese newcomer have left Chicago in awe. As Chu Feng concluded his training camp and returned home to rest, a fervor erupted online in the United States regarding his persona. If the video of his dunk from the free throw line was deemed fabricated, could this physique report be a mere fabrication as well? Yet, the NBA is not lacking in explosively talented rookies. Chu Feng's arrogance may hinder his prospects, and even if he enters the league, his development may be stunted. Indeed, I harbor a disdain for such an audacious young man. Even the esteemed Victor Oladipo, recognized as one of the best guards in the nation, attended a tryout in Orlando. While Chu audaciously declined to audition for any team individually, his character may instill doubt in many franchises, and I foresee him being selected towards the end of the second round. The formidable physical prowess of Chu Feng has led many fans in the M Nation to believe that he will be selected. Yet his personality has left numerous supporters feeling discontented. In the M Nation, how can a player from the Celestial Empire exhibit such audacity? Amidst the fervent discussions online, the NBA draft lottery has officially commenced. The 13 teams in the lottery each possess different probabilities of securing the coveted first overall pick. The Orlando Magic, who ranked last in the league last season, had a 25% chance of obtaining the top pick, yet ultimately, they only secured the second overall selection. The Cleveland Cavaliers, with a 15% probability, snatched away the first pick that should have belonged to the Magic. The Washington Wizards, boasting the dynamic duo of Beal and Wall, claimed the third pick. I am thrilled to once again possess the first overall pick, as it signifies that we are one step closer to resurgence, remarked Cavaliers general manager David Griffin, beaming during a media interview. We already have Kyrie Irving and Waiters. It is time to select a promising talent to make an impact in the Eastern Conference. So, have you considered using the first pick to draft the recently popular dark horse rookie, Chu Feng? Chapter 6, The Trade. Selecting Chu Feng with the first overall pick? David Griffin paused for a moment and smiled, stating, Chu is an exceptionally talented young man with remarkable physical attributes. He will certainly be on our list for the first pick, but whether we select him remains a mystery known only to God. After discussing Chu Feng, David Griffin took the opportunity to boast to representatives from other teams involved in the lottery. After all, in the NBA, acquiring the first overall pick signifies imminent team resurgence. We endured a dismal season, yet we failed to secure the first overall pick. On the other side, Rob, the general manager of the Magic, returned to Orlando post-lottery feeling quite displeased. Cleveland should have fallen out of the top 3. We should be the rightful owners of the first overall pick. Unfortunately, sir, luck seems to always favor Cleveland. Not only Rob, but the other executives of the Magic also wore expressions of frustration. This is unjust. We should have had the opportunity to rise, yet now we can only watch as the Cavaliers select the best player of this draft class. And it appears they're leaning towards selecting Chu Feng. Even though the odds are slim if Chu is chosen, we will be left with no option but to select Victor Oladipo. The faces of several Magic executives turned grim. Although Oladipo garnered numerous collegiate accolades in the NCAA, his recent performance during private workouts was rather lackluster. Coupled with physical assessments, Oladipo appears to be a diminished version of Chu Feng in terms of athletic potential. Thus, prior to the draft lottery, the goal of the Magic's executives had been to secure the first overall pick and select Chu Feng. However, now, while the difference between the first and second picks is merely positional, the ultimate outcomes are worlds apart. Rob, it's a call from the boss. As a wave of frustration enveloped the Magic's front office, a phone call arrived to uplift Rob's spirits. On the other end was Richard DeVos, the owner of the Magic, who was vacationing on the South Coast. DeVos had already learned of the draft lottery results, and the conversation revolved around this very topic. In the span of a few minutes, DeVos uttered only 2 sentences. The first, we must select Chu Feng. He embodies the hope of Orlando's resurgence. The second, a call for a trade. Just 2 days after the draft lottery results were announced, a trade between 2 teams sparked widespread debate within the realm of basketball in America. The parties involved were the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Orlando Magic. The Magic traded promising forward Andrew Nicholson along with the second overall pick from 2013 in exchange for the Cavaliers' first overall pick from 2013 and the signing rights to Australian guard Matthew Dellavedova. It seemed the Magic were concerned that the Cavaliers would seize Victor Oladipo before them. However, this trade appeared heavily unfavorable for the Magic. Nicholson, with limited playing time last season, managed to average 7.8 points and 3.4 rebounds, showcasing immense potential. In contrast, their acquired guard, an Australian who had yet to set foot on the NBA court, possessed average physical attributes and lacked any remarkable qualities. To relinquish a budding talent for merely a first overall pick seemed a grave miscalculation by the Magic, while the Cavaliers appeared to have struck gold. Online fans expressed their views on the trade, praising the Cavaliers' management for their shrewdness. Firstly, 2013 was widely regarded as a weak draft year. The discussions ignited by the Chinese rookie Chu Feng underscored the overall lack of talent in this draft class. Secondly, The gap between the first and second picks in this draft was minimal, whereas the disparity between the exchanged players was substantial. Some even speculated that Dellavedova would not be signed by the Magic, as the Australian statistics were decidedly unremarkable. The renowned American media outlet ESPN graded this trade, awarding the Cavaliers an A and the Magic a mere B. I find myself perplexed by the thought process of the Orlando Magic's upper management. In Brooklyn, at the Barclays Center, the NBA 2013 draft was on the verge of commencing. On the sidelines, TNT's esteemed commentator and NBA legend, Charles Barkley, threw up his hands in disbelief. They actually traded away a potential asset to ensure they could select Victor Oladipo. Indeed, the Cavaliers already had a formidable backcourt duo, leaving no compelling reason to select Oladipo. Yet, the Magic proceeded with the trade. Beside Barkley, Kenny Smith wore a similarly bemused expression. Perhaps this is why online fans are so critical of the Magic's management. They often make decisions that diverge from conventional wisdom. Having concluded the discussion on the trade involving the Magic and the Knights, Charles proposed a shift in focus towards the promising newcomer, Chu Feng. Kenny Smith interjected, noting, "It has been quite some time since we witnessed a player from the Celestial Empire entering the NBA draft. Might there be a team inclined to select this remarkably athletic young guard?" Chu's exceptional physical prowess, coupled with the vast market potential of his homeland, certainly merits consideration for either a first-round or second-round pick. However, that may be the extent of it. Chapter 7. Orlando Goes Wild. Indeed, Chu's athletic attributes are impressive, as evidenced by various videos and his disclosed physical measurements. Yet, on another note, Chu Feng appears to be a rookie ensnared by statistics and metrics, Charles Barkley asserted emphatically. In contrast, this year's presumptive number 1 pick, Victor Oladipo, has genuinely honed his skills through real NCAA competition, showcasing outstanding performance as a rookie guard. Admittedly, comparing a number 1 pick to a late first-round selection may seem disparate, yet the principle remains valid. In the eyes of Feiju, while Chu Feng's physical metrics are commendable, the NBA is not solely an arena defined by physicality. Rookies with immediate impact are far more suited to the contemporary NBA. Congratulations, Oladipo. You shall be the first rookie to grace the stage. Meanwhile, within the Barclays Center, numerous rookies extended their congratulations to Oladipo, who had already been designated as the number 1 pick. He merely smiled modestly. Having amassed numerous accolades during his collegiate career, he held a certain aspiration for this esteemed title, despite the overwhelming consensus among national media that he would undoubtedly secure the top position as the moment approached. Oladipo found himself momentarily entranced. A moment later, the 2013 NBA draft officially commenced. The then NBA commissioner, David Stern, ascended the stage and slowly unveiled the first envelope. In the 2013 NBA draft, first round, first overall pick, the Orlando Magic select Chu Feng, hailing from the Celestial Empire. After reading the contents of the envelope, David Stern retreated backstage. Chu Feng did not attend the draft conference. Thus, there was no necessity for him to await the newcomers donning their caps on stage. In stark contrast to Stern's composed retreat backstage, Victor Oladipo, poised to ascend the stage with his cap, was taken aback. What? Did I hear incorrectly? The Orlando Magic selected Chu Feng with their first overall pick? A player from the Celestial Empire? Not only was Oladipo rooted in disbelief, but the entire audience was also stunned. The Magic traded away a promising prospect to acquire an Australian guard, and they astonishingly opted for a rookie from the East. This incredulous choice is a testament to the Orlando management's madness. Analyst Charles Barkley leaped to his feet, exclaiming, "They have forsaken Victor Oladipo, given up on Porter, and passed on Trey Burke, only to select Chu Feng. I simply cannot fathom the reasoning of the Magic's upper management. This is an outright squandering of resources." The only plausible explanation is that the Magic have chosen to continue their lackluster performance, setting their sights on the 2014 draft. Kenny Smith calmed himself for a moment. Rationally analyzing, this year is widely regarded as a weak draft class, and next year boasts a plethora of promising rookies. If they can secure Canadian prospect Andrew Wiggins with the top pick, then today's choice could be justified. This remains the sole explanation. Yet I still believe that the upper echelons of the Orlando Magic must have lost their minds. Charles Barkley also took a moment to gather his thoughts, thus. We can congratulate the Cleveland Cavaliers, as they will select Oladipo, a guard of first overall caliber, with the second pick. However, contrary to expectations, after a brief pause, David Stern approached the podium. With the second pick of the first round of the 2013 NBA draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers selected Anthony Bennett from the University of Nevada. Oh dear. The announcement of the second pick sent the venue into another uproar. The universally acknowledged first overall talent, Oladipo, was astonishingly passed over by two teams in succession. Perhaps the Wizards could rejoice, having struck a remarkable deal. Charles Barkley, ever the persistent commentator, noted that the Wizards, with Wall and Beal on their roster, opted to forego Oladipo in favor of the potential forward Otto Porter. The atmosphere grew lively behind the scenes as the Bobcats prepared for their fourth pick. Owner Michael Jordan favored the sharpshooting big man Cody Zeller, yet the rest of the Bobcats management unanimously supported the selection of Oladipo. Regrettably, the Bobcats ultimately belonged to Jordan, and the basketball gods resolutely chose to pass on Oladipo, opting instead for Cody Zeller. The Phoenix Suns, with a congested backcourt, also refrained from selecting the guard Oladipo, opting instead for forward Alex Len. The 76ers, in need of a guard, would undoubtedly choose Oladipo. FASU continues to uphold its steadfast resolve. This represents its final act of defiance. However, the Philadelphia 76ers, selecting 6th overall, decisively acquired the injury-affected Nerlens Noel. In the eyes of Philadelphia's executives, Noel is regarded as the true first overall pick among this year's rookies. It was not until the 7th pick that the Sacramento Kings unhesitatingly chose Victor Oladipo, who was anticipated to be the top selection. The NBA draft concluded swiftly, and on that day, major media outlets in America were dominated by two significant headlines. The first, which elicited laughter from fans, concerned Charles Barkley's infamous jinx. Some even speculated that Oladipo's slide in the draft was linked to Barkley's incessant chatter. Had it not been for Charles Barkley's incessant commentary, Oladipo would have reported to Orlando long ago. The other headline captured the front pages of numerous media outlets after a hiatus of 11 years. A player from China once again claimed the title of NBA first overall pick. Chapter 8. In less than 2 years, the Orlando Magic exceeded the expectations of basketball fans worldwide by selecting the Chinese rookie Chu Feng with their top pick. This marked the first time in 11 years, following Yao Ming, that a Chinese rookie was chosen as the first overall pick in the NBA draft. Furthermore, since the era of Yao, this is the first time in 8 years that a Chinese rookie has entered the NBA through the draft. Chu Feng has etched his name in history, achieving a significant milestone by increasing the number of Chinese first overall picks from 1 to 2. Major media outlets across America heralded the recently concluded NBA draft with banner headlines. Chu Feng's unexpected rise to the status of the number 1 draft pick has undeniably become a sensational topic in the United States today. I never imagined that this year's top selection would be a player from the Celestial Empire. Unlike the towering Yao Ming, Chu Feng is merely a guard, and I can readily identify countless other guards in the United States akin to him. Indeed, if Chu is deemed worthy of being the number 1 pick, then the true stars of the NBA draft could be found in our local basketball courts. It is not that I harbor any disdain for Chu Feng, rather, I wish to express that he does not merit such an esteemed position. Despite his connection to the vast market of the Celestial Empire, he is not deserving of the title of number 1 pick. Fans in the United States have collectively initiated a campaign against Chu Feng. Although this decision stems from the Orlando Magic's management, the target of their ire remains the selected player, Chu Feng. I feel compelled to clarify that selecting Chu Feng was ultimately the decision of our team's higher-ups. Later on, under pressure, the Orlando Magic's officials acquiesced to a media interview, stating that Chu's physical metrics are exceptionally impressive. Had he been an American, I believe no one would have questioned his status as the top pick. To simplify this topic further, the Magic's representatives explicitly stated, based on the data, Chu is undoubtedly the standout player of this draft class. Choosing the most outstanding rookie with the number 1 pick is entirely justified. The Orlando Magic's support for Chu Feng only serves to affirm their stance. Yet it is clear that the fans in the United States remain unconvinced. Even the originally anticipated number 1 pick, Victor Oladipo, openly stated in an interview, "I will compel those who underestimate me to reassess their own hearts. Together with DeMarcus Cousins, I will lead the Sacramento Kings to resurgence." As for the Orlando Magic, they are merely a team with a history of underperformance, destined to continue down that path, while I will secure a championship before they do. Oladipo's remarks have also garnered enthusiastic support from fans in the United States. Some fans have even declared their newfound allegiance to Oladipo, vowing to follow the Kings' games closely in the future. Chu, you need not concern yourself with the external criticisms. The fans have never truly understood the game. In Orlando's Amway Center, Orlando Magic general manager Rob and Chu Feng entered the executive office in succession. Selecting you is a decision that Orlando will never regret. Indeed, Chu. Those who have criticized you will come to regret their disparagement of a league's rising star. In the office of the Orlando Magic's higher-ups, team owner Richard DeVos rose from his swivel chair. Welcome to Orlando, Chu. We should finalize the contract before discussing future endeavors. Absolutely. Chu Feng nodded slightly. To be frank, when the NBA draft commenced, he was blissfully slumbering on his grand bed in Chicago. Upon awakening, his phone was inundated with an avalanche of notifications. Subsequently, a deluge of news articles and derisive remarks flooded his vision. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Chu Feng embraced his identity as the #1 draft pick, dismissing the vitriol and mockery as if he had not heard a word. The most effective response to the scornful fans was to retaliate with tangible actions. After all, mere verbal sparring would not resolve any issues. As the first overall pick, Chu Feng's contract differed from that of an ordinary rookie, for years for $20 million. With the latter 2 years being team options, Richard DeVos smiled, stating, Chu, from this moment forth, Orlando is your team. If you can lead us back to the playoffs within 2 years, I shall reward you with a substantial contract in the 3rd year. Although Richard DeVos harbored great faith in Chu Feng, he believed that the Magic would primarily focus on rebuilding during his inaugural year. It would be in the 2nd or even 3rd year that Chu Feng and the Magic would truly unleash their potential. Yet, without hesitation, as he signed the contract, Chu Feng calmly asserted, next season, we shall return to the playoffs. Chapter 9, Avoiding Conflict? Returning to the playoffs next season? Observing Chu Feng signing the contract, Richard DeVos felt somewhat astonished. As the owner of the team, he was acutely aware of the Magic's roster depth. While he held great confidence in Chu Feng, he was far less optimistic about the team's composition. Trust me, Chu Feng smiled, remarking that the team could commence the sale of playoff tickets. Confidence is indeed a positive attribute. The Summer League is merely a month away, and I hope you can exhibit the qualities I wish to see. After the contract was finalized, Magic's general manager Rob spoke up, expressing that everyone is eager to witness your capabilities. I will not participate in the Summer League or the preseason. Chu Feng shrugged and said, let everyone wait. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Rob and DeVos, he was the first to depart from the Amway Center. Boss, can Chu really skip the Summer League in preseason? Watching Chu Feng leave, Rob furrowed his brow, pondering whether he was truly confident or simply concerned about revealing his shortcomings. After all, the Summer League and preseason have always been platforms for many rookies to showcase their abilities. Failing to perform at a satisfactory level in these events could essentially mark a rookie as unworthy. Now, with Chu Feng outright declining to participate in these preliminary competitions, Rob felt a wave of unease. I prefer to believe it is a manifestation of his confidence, DeVos remarked impassively. Moreover, if he can indeed lead the team back to the playoffs in the upcoming season, we must utilize next season's draft pick wisely. The external consensus suggested that the Magic's selection of Chu Feng would mean they would continue down the path of futility in the new season. Thus, the value of the Magic's first-round pick for the next season was priceless. It could very well end up being a top 3 pick or even the coveted first overall selection. Numerous media outlets in the United States asserted that among all NBA teams, the most tradable draft pick undoubtedly belonged to the Magic for the next season. However, despite its immense trading value, the media unanimously believed that the Magic would regard this pick as more precious than life itself. Yet, less than 2 days after the draft concluded, the NBA's official website announced a trade between the two parties. The Minnesota Timberwolves acquired the 14th overall pick from their 2014 draft, along with some cash, in exchange for the Magic's 14th overall pick from the same year. The upper management of the Orlando Magic had completely lost their sanity. The Magic traded away the first overall pick for a lottery pick. And it was hard to believe this was real. Did the Timberwolves executives somehow enchant the Magic's leadership? This trade was a significant win for the Timberwolves. The Magic had reached a point of no return, and after selecting the top pick from the Celestial Empire, they began to operate recklessly in trades. The news of the trade sent shockwaves through the entire basketball community in the United States. Everyone was astonished that the draft pick the Magic regarded as their treasure had been traded away so casually. Was it true that the Magic's executives had lost their minds from the moment they selected Chu Feng? I am beginning to anticipate Chu Feng's performance. Will our first overall pick deliver a stunning blow to the Magic's upper management in the Summer League? I find it highly probable that Chu may supplant Kwame Brown as the least impressive first overall pick in NBA history. The Magic's suffocating maneuvers have ignited fans' excitement for the upcoming Orlando Summer League and Chu Feng's performance therein. Should Chu underperform, The Magic's executives will undoubtedly become the target of scorn and derision from fans across the nation. However, much to the fans' astonishment, the highly anticipated first overall pick, who they eagerly awaited to mock, was conspicuously absent from the Magic's Summer League roster. Left with no choice, the fans could only suppress their restless hearts until the preseason. During the preseason, the Titans of the NBA would take to the court, and Chu Feng would finally face opponents of NBA caliber, significantly reducing the likelihood of a lackluster performance. The potential for mockery would be even more impactful. Yet, to the fans' surprise, Chu Feng did not participate in any of the 8 preseason games. Everyone believed that our top draft pick was evading confrontation. On October 29, 2013, in the United States, the inaugural game of the NBA 2013-14 season commenced. In Indiana, at the Bankers Life Fieldhouse, an ESPN commentator was introducing the upcoming match. The Chinese prodigy, Chu Feng, has consecutively missed the Summer League and preseason, which is somewhat unexpected. Indeed, especially after the stellar performance of Victor Oladipo, who, despite being selected 7th overall, shone brightly in the Summer League, leading the Sacramento Kings to victory in the Las Vegas Summer League Championship. Discussions surrounding Chu Feng intensified. Unfortunately, today marks the debut of our first overall pick, who must face the formidable Indiana Pacers on their home turf. Will he continue to evade battle, or will he choose to face his fate head-on? Chapter 10, the first quarter suppression. That cowardly kid from China lacks the courage to take the court. What reason does Chu have to step into this game? He would be up against a team that reached last season's Eastern Conference Finals. I foresee him spending the entire season seated on the bench as a mere mascot. Chu Feng becoming the first overall pick would indeed be a disgrace in the history of the Orlando Magic. Not only the commentator on the sidelines, but even the Pacers fans present were hurling taunts at the visiting team's warm-up area. As the fans pointed out, the Indiana Pacers, who were playing at home today, had reached the Eastern Conference Finals last season and even pushed the eventual champions, the Heat, to a decisive Game 7. If not for Paul George's faltering performance in that game and LeBron James withstanding the pressure, one could only speculate which team would have advanced to the finals. In the new season, the Pacers are poised for a comeback, particularly Paul George, whose body language during the season's warm-ups clearly reflects his determination. A Pacers team fueled by such ambition is evidently not a foe that the Magic can contend with, let alone the timid Chu Feng, who wouldn't even dare to take the court during the Summer League. In the eyes of the Pacers fans, Chu Feng's absence was undoubtedly the most prudent decision. I eagerly anticipate the encounter with the first overall pick. Prior to the match, the Pacers star player, Paul George, smiled during a media interview, stating, "Chu will prove he is not a bust, but it certainly won't be today. Today, George shall lead his team to commence the new season's journey with a resounding victory." Soon, after the pregame warm-up, the starting players from both teams will take to the court. For the Pacers, the starting lineup features point guard George Hill, shooting guard Lance Stevenson, power forward David West, center Roy Hibbert, and small forward Paul George. As George steps onto the court, the atmosphere within the Bankers Life Fieldhouse reaches its zenith. In contrast, the Magic's starting lineup consists of Nelson, Aflalo, Harkless, Maxiel, and Nikola Vucevic. Chu Feng found himself benched by the Magic's head coach, Jacques Vaughn. Given that he had not reported to the team during either the Summer League or the preseason, Vaughn hesitated to allow Chu Feng to start. Unsurprisingly, Chu Feng opted to withdraw from the contest. The starting lineup of the Magic elicited analysis from the commentators on the sidelines, with one stating, "I believe he may not even get a chance to play today." Meanwhile, the arena reverberated with a chorus of boos directed at the stoic Chu Feng seated on the bench. As the jeers echoed, the two centers from both teams took their positions at midcourt, and the referee tossed the ball high into the air to commence the game. Pacers center Roy Hibbert seized the ball before Nikola Vucevic could, granting the home team the first offensive possession. George Hill skillfully maneuvered past half court. Observing Paul George utilize a screen from David West to shake off his defender, Hill promptly delivered a bounce past him. Without hesitation, George launched the ball, securing the first 2 points of the game. As the teams transitioned from offense to defense, on the Magic's side, Jameer Nelson settled in and diligently passed the ball to Vucevic in the post. However, in a flash, George executed a steal and, without hesitation, delivered a long pass to George Hill. The Pacers quickly countered, culminating in a score by Lance Stevenson. The Pacers began the game with overwhelming dominance, leaving the Orlando team utterly defenseless. The Pacers' aggressive start prompted relentless excitement from the ESPN commentators, who remarked, from the outset, It is clear that the Pacers are aiming for the ultimate championship, while the Magic seem intent on tanking. It is noteworthy that prior to the season, the Magic traded their first-round pick to the Timberwolves. Another commentator added, "It is hard to believe this is a decision made by an NBA team's management. The Magic's front office should collectively resign." As the commentators spoke, the Pacers executed another defensive stop, launching a fast break that resulted in another 2 points. Throughout the first quarter, the Pacers, playing on home turf, maintained a commanding advantage. By the end of the first quarter, Paul George had already contributed 13 points, along with 3 assists and 2 steals, leading the Pacers to a 26-17 lead over the Magic. If we sustain this momentum, victory will surely be ours. During the intermission, Pacers coach Frank Vogel outlined strategies while reminding his players, "Do not let your guard down. Our aspirations extend beyond today's victory to the championship of the future. Your performance has been subpar." On the other side, the Magic's bench witnessed their head coach, Jacques Vaughn, in frustration, casting aside the tactical board. His team had been thoroughly dominated in the first quarter, rendered powerless against their adversaries. After much contemplation, Coach Jacques Vaughn decisively turned his gaze towards the bench, where the promising newcomer from the Celestial Empire awaited. "Chu, you will take the court as a starter in the second quarter." Chapter 11. You have struck gold. The intermission concluded swiftly, and both teams' second units took to the floor. As the Orlando Magic's reserves made their entrance, the ESPN commentators erupted with excitement. "Oh my, who do we have here?" The celestial newcomer Chu Feng has finally graced the NBA stage. This is undoubtedly a historic moment, as it marks the debut of the 2013 first overall pick. We have waited so long for this moment, and we hope Chu will not disappoint the eager fans. Of course, whether the fans anticipated a stellar performance or a dismal one remains to be seen. I thought he might shy away from playing. Not only were the commentators taken aback, but the Pacers fans on the sidelines were also stirred into a frenzy. He has to step onto the court. Even if it means facing our wrath, he must play. Indeed, even if his performance falters, taking the court is preferable to hiding away. The boos that had been silenced for a quarter erupted once again, as one of the reasons these fans came to the game today was to jeer at Chu Feng. "Young man, perhaps you should remain seated on the sidelines." Meanwhile, the Pacers' backup shooting guard, Orlando Johnson, brushed past Chu Feng, murmuring, "Rather than embarrass yourself out there." Nevertheless, Chu Feng paid no heed to the comment, as the sound of the system's prompt resonated in his mind. Host successfully entered the NBA regular season. System task completed. Reward, 500 experience points. Redeemable for attribute points. All allocated to ball handling. Upon receiving the system notification, Chu Feng promptly distributed the attribute points and cast a glance at the next task announced by the system. Score 20 points in a single game. Reward, 500 experience points. Boom. As Chu Feng completed the allocation of his attribute points, the second quarter of the match officially commenced. The Magic initiated their offensive play. Substitute point guard Ronnie Price advanced the ball across half court, glanced at the gestures of the team's head coach, Jacques Vaughn, and decisively passed the ball to Chu Feng, positioned on the right. Oh, to everyone's astonishment, the first offensive possession of the Magic in the second quarter was entrusted to Chu Feng. Price's choice of pass left the commentators on the sidelines utterly astonished. "I thought they brought in the top draft pick merely to run laps." Perhaps Chu Feng was merely a transitional figure in this offensive sequence for the Magic. Another commentator interjected, expressing skepticism, "I hardly believe our number 1 draft pick would dare to take matters into his own hands. A rookie who wouldn't even step onto the court during the Summer League, now bold enough to go solo in his NBA debut?" The commentators remained unconvinced. "You should swiftly pass the ball out." Not only the commentators, but Orlando Johnson, who was closely defending Chu Feng, continued with his trash talk. "Otherwise, I'll seize the moment to snatch it away, bam." However, before Orlando Johnson could finish his taunt, Chu Feng, ball in hand, lowered his shoulder and barreled into his opponent. This maneuver caused Orlando Johnson to lose his balance entirely and tumble to the floor. The bustling Indiana Bankers Life Fieldhouse fell into a brief moment of silence as thousands of eyes fixated on Chu Feng, who effortlessly toppled his defender, took a dribble, and soared for a one-handed slam dunk. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly until the score adjusted to 19-26, at which point the fans in attendance finally reacted. That was clearly an offensive foul, an unmistakable case of charging. Why did the referee refrain from blowing the whistle? A blatant display of bias, without a doubt. Chu Feng effortlessly toppled his defender. To the spectators, this was clearly not an offensive foul. What else could it be? However, the three referees remained oblivious to the crowd's outcries. They perceived the situation distinctly, recognizing that Chu Feng's actions were devoid of any excessive movement. It was merely a straightforward display of strength. As for why Orlando Johnson had fallen to the ground, it was simply a matter of being overpowered. Of course, the referees were acutely aware of this, but Orlando Johnson, who had been knocked down, held a different perspective. Your skin color has given you an unfair advantage with the whistle. Returning to the offensive end, Orlando Johnson approached Chu Feng, incessantly chattering. If you weren't from the Celestial Empire, that last play would surely have been called an offensive foul. As soon as he finished speaking, Johnson demanded the ball from his team's guard, backing down Chu Feng with the intent to score. With a forceful shoulder and a graceful pivot, he launched a jump shot. In a flash, Chu Feng soared into the air, arms outstretched, as if playing volleyball, swatting Johnson's shot away into the stands. Your skin color has afforded you significant advantages. Upon landing, Chu Feng looked at the bewildered Johnson and remarked, if you weren't from the United States, you wouldn't even make it into the NBA. Chapter 12. The Actors We Invite. WTF. Hearing Chu Feng's words, the humiliated Orlando Johnson seethed with anger. Kid, do you even realize what you're saying? Not being from the United States means you can't enter the NBA? That is an utter affront to my entire career. Nevertheless, Chu Feng merely shrugged in response, conveying a simple message. I stand by my opinion. Feel free to think otherwise. Shit. Chu Feng's actions ignited Orlando Johnson's fury. As the Pacers prepared to inbound the ball, Johnson demanded it from a teammate, positioning himself at the top of the three-point arc, ready to take Chu Feng one-on-one. Johnson, undeterred by previous encounters, was determined to reclaim his pride against Chu Feng. The ESPN commentators on the sidelines nodded in approval, recognizing the attitude that a rookie should face when up against a #1 draft pick. Indeed, as an NBA player, it was imperative to impart a lesson to the newly crowned #1 pick. Another commentator concurred, noting that Johnson felt compelled to retaliate, especially after Chu Feng's previous offensive play had hinted at a possible offensive foul. As the commentators spoke, Johnson, holding the ball and facing the basket, launched into action, attempting to forcefully breach Chu Feng's defense with sheer strength. However, in a pure contest of power, Chu Feng held his ground without faltering. The Pacers fans were left watching as Johnson repeatedly tried to penetrate the paint, yet he made no progress. Frustrated, Johnson resorted to a contested jump shot. The ball slipped through Chu Feng's fingers, grazed the rim, and was subsequently secured by the Magic's backup center. Ronnie Price took possession and advanced the ball up the court. Before the Pacers' defense could properly position itself, Price passed the ball back to Chu Feng. Johnson, still unyielding in his defensive stance, faced him once more. The whistle would not always favor him. After 2 unsuccessful offensive attempts in the humiliation of being outplayed by Chu Feng, Johnson's trash talk escalated. If you have what it takes, come at me. Johnson had already devised a plan. The moment Chu Feng showed any sign of force, he would theatrically fall to the ground. Confident that the referee would call an offensive foul on Chu Feng, the script seemed to unfold precisely as he envisioned. With the ball beyond the three-point line, Chu Feng charged toward Johnson's chest. Quick to react, Johnson fell dramatically to the floor, waiting for the referee's whistle. However, contrary to his expectations, as Johnson hit the ground, Chu Feng deftly dribbled and pivoted, gliding past him and into the paint, where he executed a 2-step, thunderous slam dunk. Oh my. As Chu Feng executed a slam dunk and descended to the ground, the entire Banker Life Arena erupted once more. Why has Orlando Johnson fallen once again? I am at a loss, my friend. Chu Feng made no physical contact with him. Could it be that Johnson was merely deceived by Chu's feint? Indeed. He was toppled by Chu Feng's swift pivot. Someone should hurry to fetch him a drink. If he cannot contribute offensively, at least he should stand firm defensively. The home crowd is exceedingly discontented with Orlando Johnson's performance. In total, Chu Feng executed merely 2 offensive plays, resulting in Orlando Johnson collapsing twice. Does such defense truly reflect Chu Feng's prowess? It is high time for him to exit the court. Not only the spectators on the sidelines, but also Chu Feng's. Having completed a dunk, cast a slight smile towards the fallen defender. Otherwise, the fans might assume you are merely my hired actor. Am I merely an actor? Orlando Johnson was utterly incensed. He never anticipated being humiliated repeatedly by a rookie. Yet, the disparity in their abilities allowed Johnson to once again be thwarted by Chu Feng's defense. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, Chu Feng deliberately waited for Orlando Johnson to position himself, then executed a powerful back-to-basket move, swiftly pivoting to evade the defense and soaring effortlessly for another dunk. With the score at 23-26, the Magic narrowed the 9-point deficit to merely 3 within the first 2 minutes of the second quarter. Chu Feng single-handedly led the Pacers on a 6-0 run. With 3 consecutive dunks, Orlando Johnson found himself utterly incapable of countering Chu's offensive prowess. The gap was too vast. Johnson could only suffer rejection on offense while helplessly witnessing Chu Feng complete dunks or fall to the ground. Chapter 13. You are striving to fall. Merely 2 minutes into the second quarter, Chu Feng amassed 6 points, all through dunks. This only highlights the inadequacy of Orlando Johnson's defense. Whenever Chu Feng received the ball, it was essentially a showcase of dunks. At the Indiana Bankers Life Fieldhouse in the United States, 2 ESPN commentators belittled the defensive efforts of the Pacers' backup shooting guard. In truth, their language was rather mild. Meanwhile, fans in the stands had already begun to hurl insults at Orlando Johnson. They purchased tickets not only to witness the Pacers secure their first victory of the season, but also to see the newly crowned #1 draft pick, Chu Feng, stumble. Yet, the one stumbling turned out to be the Pacers player, while Chu Feng basked in the spotlight. As the Pacers' next offensive attempt resulted in a missed shot, Chu Feng assisted a teammate in executing a fast-break layup, closing the gap to a single point. On the sidelines, Pacers head coach Frank Vogel could no longer remain seated. He immediately stood up and called for a timeout. Johnson, take a look at your defense. You cannot even manage a rookie. Upon returning to the bench, Frank Vogel directed his ire towards Orlando Johnson. You've allowed Chu Feng to play as if in a dunk contest. Coach, I am genuinely striving to defend. Orlando Johnson, already disheartened from being outplayed by Chu Feng, protested. That guy has the referee's favoritism. The referee won't allow you to fall at will. Frank Vogel shot a fierce glare at Johnson. All I can see is your effort to fall, rather than to defend. Reflect on your actions while seated on the bench. After reprimanding the underperforming members of the team's second unit, Frank Vogel shifted his focus to another starting player. Stevenson, I leave him to you, he declared. As he meticulously devised strategies on the tactical board, do not allow him to penetrate the paint. The timeout swiftly concluded, and the players returned to the court. The Magic maintained their lineup, having only played a little over 2 minutes in the second quarter. In contrast, the Pacers substituted Orlando Johnson, who had been thoroughly outmatched on both ends, replacing him with the aptly nicknamed Lance Stevenson. Clearly, Coach Frank Vogel was not inclined to permit a rookie to run rampant on his home court. This substitution energized the ESPN commentators. Stevenson's defense could certainly give our Rookie of the Year a run for his money. Indeed, during last season's Eastern Conference Finals against the Heat, he had successfully defended both Dwayne Wade and LeBron James. Another commentator added, without deploying Paul George, Stevenson stands as the Pacers' premier perimeter defender. Let him show some flair, Stevenson. That one-dimensional dunker will be put in his place. They urged. Do not let that kid continue scoring. He should be benched to watch the water cooler. The entrance of Stevenson also exhilarated the home crowd. To them, it seemed as if the rookie was already feeling the pressure of being contained by his seasoned counterpart. The impact of Stevenson's presence was immediate. He executed a pick-and-roll with the bench center, Ian Mahinmi, effortlessly creating shooting space, and with a smooth mid-range shot, he secured 2 points, 28-25. The Pacers ended their scoring drought. As the Magic initiated their offense, backup guard Ronnie Price advanced the ball into the frontcourt, assessing his teammates' positions. He first passed the ball to Kyle O'Quinn in the low post. O'Quinn struggled against his defender, unable to find a shooting opportunity, and reluctantly returned the ball to Prince on the perimeter to reset the offense. Noticing the poor opportunities for his teammates, Prince gritted his teeth and once again passed the ball to Chu Feng. Bang! As Chu Feng caught the ball, a pair of dark arms suddenly shot out towards the basketball. Lance Stevenson unexpectedly lunged for a steal. The scene prompted an exclamation of surprise from the commentators. Chu Feng barely had time to react. This ball was about to be stolen by Stevenson. Bang! However, before the commentator could finish his sentence, Chu Feng swiftly switched the ball from behind his back. Evading Stevenson's predatory launch, he executed a deft change of direction, effortlessly slipping past his defender, accelerating towards the paint with determination. In the paint, the Pacers center, Miles Turner, decisively surged to provide defensive support, only to witness Chu Feng gently toss the ball towards the right side of the hoop. Whoosh! The unguarded O'Quinn leaped high, receiving Chu Feng's pass, and executed a stunning alley-oop dunk. Chapter 14, Third Quarter. The starters are on the court. In a breathtaking aerial display, Chu Feng assisted O'Quinn in completing an electrifying alley-oop dunk. Chu's vision was remarkably expansive. The moment he committed to defense, he had already discerned his unmarked teammate beneath the basket. Perhaps this play was meticulously orchestrated in his mind. The ESPN commentator calmly analyzed. From the instant he maneuvered past Stevenson to the final alley-oop, everything unfolded as per Chu Feng's design. If this holds true, one must concede that Chu Feng possesses an exceptionally high basketball IQ. The ability to devise a strategic offensive maneuver the moment he catches the ball is indeed worthy of a first-round draft pick. However, another commentator poured cold water on this notion. Anyone capable of competing in the NBA possesses considerable skill. Even I noticed the vast open space under the basket. Making the assist far from a remarkable feat indeed, such a pass does not amount to much. It was simply that Stevenson underestimated Chu Feng. Otherwise, his defense would not have been so lackadaisical. Yes, precisely. Stevenson was far too casual, utterly disregarding Chu Feng. Not only this commentator, but also the Pacers fans on the sidelines expressed that the entire play was merely a result of the younger player's overly nonchalant steal attempt. Moreover, even with such a careless steal, he nearly intercepted Chu Feng's ball handling. Had Stevenson focused, Chu Feng would undoubtedly have struggled to execute such a relaxed offensive move. The Pacers regained possession. The younger player and Turner executed a flawless pick-and-roll. However, this time, Chu Feng switched defensively in a timely manner, intercepting Stevenson's trajectory of attack at the very first opportunity. Nevertheless, despite his seemingly careless demeanor and being irregular in the 5 biggest blunders, the younger player maintained a broad perspective. Faced with obstructed offensive space, he decisively passed the ball to Turner, who was cutting towards the basket. Turner powered through O'Quinn, scoring 2 points while also drawing a defensive foul from the opponent. Swish. The additional free throw was successful, bringing the Pacers to 31-27, maintaining a 4-point lead. While the Magic's offense showed signs of improvement, their defense still required enhancement. Indeed, while Chu's defensive support was commendable, O'Quinn was at a height disadvantage, unable to contend with Turner. If the Magic aspire to secure victory in today's match, they must swiftly deploy their starters and allow Chu Feng to replicate the efficiency he displayed at the start of the second quarter. As the discussion unfolded, the two commentators exchanged a knowing glance. Clearly, when the Magic introduced their starting lineup, the Pacers would likewise present their own starters. It would not be an easy task for Chu Feng to replicate the formidable performance he exhibited against Orlando Johnson. As the second quarter swiftly progressed to its midpoint, the Pacers maintained a slight lead of 42-40 over the Magic. Although Chu Feng held his own offensively against his junior, consistently showcasing impressive dunks and astute passes, the rest of the Magic's second unit proved to be lacking in prowess. After all, the Pacers' objective this season was the championship, making a robust second unit just as vital as their starting 5. Following a brief official timeout, both starting lineups returned to the court. In an effort to safeguard Chu Feng, Coach Jacques Vaughn opted to rest him temporarily. "Chu, take a good rest," the Magic's head coach said, patting Chu Feng on the shoulder. "In the third quarter, I will have you join the starting lineup." In a mere 6.5 minutes on the court, Chu Feng showcased his prowess by contributing 14 points and 3 assists, single-handedly keeping the deficit precariously close. Such a performance undoubtedly warrants a starting position. To overlook him would be a gross misallocation of talent. Regrettably, the narrow margin that Chu Feng diligently maintained was swiftly dismantled by the Pacers starters within half a quarter. Paul George led the charge, scoring 7 points and dishing out 2 assists in that brief span, propelling the Pacers to a halftime lead of 55-47. An 8-point advantage over the Magic. During the intermission, the two ESPN commentators meticulously dissected the first half of the game, frequently highlighting Paul George's explosive performance and pondering whether the rookie, Chu Feng, truly deserved his status as the first overall pick. Based solely on his half-quarter display, it is clear that Chu Feng is indeed worthy of a first-round selection. His ball-handling skills, physical attributes, and court vision distinguish him as one of the premier talents among this year's rookies. However, he faces a fundamental challenge. All of his points have come from within the painted area, indicating that he is yet to exhibit his shooting prowess. It remains unclear whether this is a result of the Magic's tactical approach, which did not incorporate shooting plays for Chu, or if he simply lacks the ability to shoot from distance. Not only the commentators, but Pacers head coach Frank Vogel also ventured a bold hypothesis in the locker room. suggesting that Chu Feng would be the starting player for the Magic in the third quarter. Marking the number 7, Chu Feng's jersey, on the tactical board, Vogel emphasized, "We can confidently afford to disregard his shooting, tighten our defense in the paint, and contain his drives." Chapter 15. Retreating Defense. Based on our first-half data analysis. Although Chu Feng recorded a perfect 7-4-7, all his attempts were from within the 3-second area. Vogel placed the statistical data on the tactical board. Aside from a few layups and dunks, his shot attempts in other zones amounted to 0. This suggests that Chu resembles a rookie LeBron James, albeit with even less shooting capability. Paul George quickly summarized, "If this is the case, we can emulate the Spurs' defensive strategy against James in 2007. Indeed, I concur. Chu's driving threat far exceeds his shooting ability." Vogel tucked away the statistics, reminding the team, "Remember, we must restrict his initiation. His speed is truly remarkable." Unbeknownst to Vogel, however, was the fact that Chu Feng's acceleration could even surpass that of Paul George. The halftime break concluded swiftly, and the players returned to the court. The Pacers fielded their starting 5: Hibbert, David West, George Hill, Lance Stevenson, and Paul George. The Magic have made alterations to their roster. Sitting on the bench is Aflalo, replaced in the starting lineup by the first overall pick, Chu Feng, who had an outstanding performance in the second quarter. This anticipated adjustment in the lineup is crucial for the Magic if they wish to make a significant impact on the scoreboard against the Pacers. The change in the Magic's roster has garnered approval from the commentators, affirming that Chu Feng will undoubtedly be a member of the starting lineup moving forward. If Chu Feng's absence from the Summer League and preseason had previously deterred coach Jacques Vaughn from starting him, his impressive display in the second quarter has undoubtedly secured his place in the starting rotation. As the third quarter commences, the Magic initiate the offense. Nelson advances methodically across half-court, surveying the defensive setup before coming to a halt. The reasoning is simple. The Pacers' defense has tightened significantly, leaving Nelson with no space to penetrate. Meanwhile, on the far side beyond the three-point line, Chu Feng finds himself completely unmarked, prompting Nelson to unhesitatingly deliver the ball into Chu Feng's hands. As Chu Feng dribbled the ball, he faced his younger disciple, who instinctively stepped closer, seemingly contemplating something, only to suddenly retreat a step. This backward step was a defensive maneuver. Stevenson appeared wary of Chu Feng's breakthrough potential, opting for a strategy of allowing open shots instead. This decision was remarkably astute, for Chu Feng had yet to attempt a single shot from beyond the 3-second area. We might boldly speculate that Chu Feng lacks the ability to shoot from long range. Although the younger disciple's defensive antics were somewhat comical, the commentators still expressed their approval, as they analyzed during halftime. Since Chu Feng had not taken a single shot from outside the 3-second zone, why not adopt a defensive strategy that prioritizes allowing shots over drives? Go ahead. Take the shot. On the other side, the retreating disciple taunted Chu Feng, saying, "I won't guard your shot. Feel free to shoot at will." With that, he even gestured to Chu Feng as if inviting him to take a shot. Ha ha ha. Look at Stevenson's actions. He is mocking our #1 draft pick. But what if he is mocked? Chu Feng is too timid to shoot. He lacks shooting ability altogether. The Pacers fans along the sidelines erupted in jeers, the arena resonating with boos. Amidst the cacophony of disapproval, Chu Feng remained expressionless, and then, to the astonishment of the crowd, he too stepped back. Positioned just beyond the three-point line, he rose up and launched a three-pointer. Whoosh! At the moment the ball left his hands, Stevenson turned and sprinted toward the basket. Just as he prepared to shout for the rebound, the ball swished through the net, producing a delightful sound. The step-back three-pointer was successful. This astounding shot left the commentators on the sidelines utterly astonished. When I saw Chu Feng take a step back, I thought he would pass. I never expected such a decisive long-range three-pointer, and he actually made it. It is noteworthy that this was merely the 2013 to 2014 season. Curry had yet to emerge, and the three-pointer was not yet the trend in the league, let alone a three-pointer taken a step beyond the arc. A shot that was hardly a conventional weapon for NBA players. Incredibly, Chu Feng managed to calmly sink a three-pointer of such caliber during the first attack upon returning from halftime, leaving the commentator utterly astonished. The score now stands at 50-55, with the gap between the two teams narrowed to just 5 points. As the offense transitioned to defense, George from the Pacers executed a one-on-one against Harkless, successfully making a turnaround jump shot. With the Magic regaining possession, Nelson advanced the ball across half-court, opting once again to place it in Chu Feng's capable hands. As Chu Feng executed his move, his defender, Lance Stephenson, cast a glance toward the team's coach on the sidelines and opted to take a step back. He chose to allow a shot rather than risk a drive. Today marks the third update, with 3 more to come shortly. Chapter 16. Leave that kid to me. Lance Stephenson's defensive strategy was resolute. In the Indiana Bankers Life Fieldhouse, the ESPN commentator furrowed his brow. Chu Feng had already landed a long-range three-pointer, yet Stephenson still allowed him to attempt shots beyond the arc? Perhaps Stephenson believed that the previous three-pointer was merely a stroke of luck for Chu Feng. Another commentator elaborated. After all, prior intelligence only indicated that Chu Feng's strengths lay in his physical prowess. In other words, while Chu Feng might possess some shooting ability, it had not yet reached a level warranting stringent defense. Naturally, faced with such a glaring defensive lapse, Chu Feng seized the opportunity, launching another three-pointer that swished through the net. 53-57. The Magic had narrowed the gap to 4 points, and Chu Feng had already amassed his 20th point of the game. Ding! The system detected that the host had scored 20 points in a single game, thus completing the system task. The moment the three-pointer hit, a notification chimed in Chu Feng's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task, rewarding him with 500 experience points. Would you like to exchange for attribute points now? The system's inquiry arose, and without hesitation, Chu Feng replied, exchange. Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging for 5 attribute points. Would you like to allocate them now? Allocate now, and continue to enhance dribbling. The prior 5-point boost to dribbling had allowed Chu Feng to hold his ground against his junior's defense, but to completely shake off his junior, this level of dribbling skill was evidently insufficient. With an additional 5 points, a dribbling ability of 65 would be more than adequate to handle his junior's defense. Once the attribute points were allocated, the system announced the next task. Achieve victory in the first NBA regular season game. Task reward, 500 experience points. The 2013 draft pick, Chu Feng, had already scored 20 points in his inaugural professional game. Meanwhile, the ESPN commentator reviewed the technical statistics at hand. So far, he had made 9 out of 9 attempts, maintaining a perfect shooting percentage. This was closely tied to the Pacers' defense against him, as Chu Feng's three-point threat was evidently significant. No sooner had the commentator finished speaking than the Pacers executed a high play with David West facilitating, passing to Paul George, who then penetrated the lane, assisting Roy Hibbert for a thunderous dunk. The Magic's defense was thoroughly disrupted by the Pacers' flawless tactics, bringing the score to 59-53, with the deficit now at 6 points. In a display of magical offense, Nelson advanced the ball across half-court, instinctively passing it to Chu Feng. This time, Stephenson finally closed in on the ball handler, reaching out to disrupt Chu Feng's possession, poised to attempt a steal at any moment. Yet, with the advantage of 5 points in ball handling skills, Chu Feng, under pressure, swiftly executed a behind-the-back dribble, followed by a half-turn to create space between himself and his defender. He then feigned a drive, completely unsettling his opponent's rhythm, before retreating a step beyond the three-point line. From beyond the arc, he released another shot. Whoosh! The basketball soared through the air like an arrow, smoothly piercing the net. The once boisterous atmosphere of the Banker Life Fieldhouse gradually hushed as the third quarter commenced. Chu Feng's consecutive three-point shots left the spectators who had come to witness his downfall quite disheartened. Ding! The system detected that the host had successfully made 3 consecutive three-pointers, fulfilling the skill requirement. Exclusive skill, Sharpshooter activated. The host's mid-range, three-point, and long-distance shooting abilities have been elevated to level 80. The away fans grew increasingly despondent, while Chu Feng, buoyed by the system's announcement in his mind, felt an overwhelming joy. He had not anticipated that his exclusive skill would be activated during his very first game. With only a 3-point deficit remaining and his sharpshooter skill now unlocked, perhaps securing victory in this match and earning 500 experience points was not merely a dream. Why didn't that kid shoot in the second quarter when his three-pointers are so accurate? On the other side, Stephenson was beginning to feel the pressure from Chu Feng's three-point barrage and his ball handling. It seems more refined and quicker. It's almost uncanny. Calm down, mate. Stephenson's teammate, the Pacers star Paul George, approached and patted him on the shoulder. This isn't your fault. There is no need for self-reproach. Leave that kid to me. Chapter 17. Pass me the ball. With the score at 56-59, the Magic had narrowed the gap to just 3 points. As the Pacers initiated their offense, Paul George called for the ball, taking on Harkless one-on-one. After penetrating the paint, he passed the ball to the open George Hill on the perimeter. George Hill took a moment to adjust, confidently shooting from beyond the arc, only to have the basketball cruelly rejected by the rim. The rebound was snatched by Vucevic, the Magic center, who promptly delivered the ball to Nelson for a swift counterattack. Nelson scanned the court and executed a bounce pass, sending the ball directly into the hands of the fast-breaking Chu Feng. As Chu Feng held the ball, poised to penetrate the 3-second zone, a pair of unfamiliar arms surged towards him from the opposing side, reaching for the basketball in his possession. In a split second, Chu Feng cradled the ball with both hands, halting his advance. Although he avoided a steal, the Magic's fast break opportunity was abruptly extinguished. It was Paul George. Seizing the moment of pause in the game, the commentator remarked, the Pacers' star player executed a remarkable defensive recovery. His speed was astonishing. What should have been a certain fast break for the Magic was successfully thwarted by Paul George. Moreover, this defensive maneuver resulted in a dead ball for Chu Feng, compelling him to pass to Nelson to reorganize the offense. More critically, even after Chu Feng returned the ball to Nelson, Paul George remained closely tethered to him, never allowing him respite. The Pacers appeared to have altered their defensive strategy, assigning Paul George to guard Chu Feng. The ESPN commentator astutely noted the shift in formation. This posed a significant dilemma for the Magic. Paul George was undoubtedly the finest defender on the court, and having him square off against Chu Feng was tantamount to stifling the basketball aspirations of our newly crowned #1 draft pick. Another commentator shook his head in resignation. Chu Feng was riding high on momentum, and Paul George was like a bucket of cold water dousing his fervor. Nelson, observing Chu Feng entangled with George, instinctively abandoned the idea of passing to him and opted to deliver the ball to Vucevic in the paint. However, just as Nelson made the pass, Stevenson, lying in wait, launched an assault, intercepting the ball and initiating a counterattack for the Pacers. George Hill and Paul George executed a dual fast break, culminating in George Hill bouncing the ball to Paul George, completing the swift counteroffensive. The score was now 61-56, narrowing the gap to 5 points. As the Magic resumed their offense, Nelson immediately sought to find Chu Feng, but George's defense gradually diverted Nelson's focus away from him. "Give me the ball." At that moment, Chu Feng, tightly guarded by George, shouted at the team as point guard. Nelson, startled by the outburst, nearly lost his grip on the ball, almost allowing George Hill to intercept it, but he managed to make a desperate pass to Chu Feng. Thud. Upon receiving the basketball, Chu Feng swiftly elevated it, surveying his dribbling space, and without hesitation, launched into a full-speed drive, attempting to forcibly breach the defense. Paul George, undeterred, took a step back, positioning himself to intercept Chu Feng's path. He believed his speed alone could contain Chu Feng, but it was unnecessary. His ample combat experience enabled him to predict Chu Feng's driving route, allowing for an efficient interception. Yet, as Chu Feng initiated his first step into the air, he abruptly halted, landing and unleashing a powerful jump shot. The spicy pepper was completely deceived by Chu Feng's feint, leaving him to make only a token effort to defend as he watched Chu Feng's clean jump shot swish through the net. 58-61. The deficit returned to 3 points. "Just pass me the ball, and that will suffice." Although it was a long two-pointer that grazed the line, it was of little consequence. Empowered by the prowess of a sharpshooter, Chu Feng confidently waved at Nelson. "He cannot guard me." Chapter 18. I thought I was living in a dream. What the heck? The voice of Chu Feng was neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to Paul George. His audacity in claiming that Paul George could not defend against him left George utterly bewildered. Anyone familiar with the NBA understands that while George's offensive prowess has significantly escalated in recent years, he remains a quintessential defender rather than an offensive juggernaut. In terms of perimeter defense, George undoubtedly ranks among the top 5 forwards in the league. It is no exaggeration to say that he can hold his own against a rookie guard, or even face off against LeBron James in the playoffs without hesitation. One cannot help but notice that Chu Feng's bold assertion ignited a flicker of frustration within George. Transitioning to the offensive end, George utilized a screen from his teammate to elude his defender, driving into the paint and finishing with a layup over Nikola Vucevic. Following the basket, George refrained from celebrating, merely gesturing towards Chu Feng, signifying that it was now his turn. Was Paul George truly matching up against Chu Feng? The commentators keenly observed George's actions. This game has become intriguing. Paul George is taking this seriously. When George intensifies his defensive efforts, he indeed poses a formidable challenge. Yet the Magic's strategy remained dynamically adaptable. On the sidelines, Magic head coach Jacques Vaughn signaled to his players, prompting Vucevic to set a screen for Chu Feng at the free throw line. Subsequently, Hakeem and Nelson executed a cross screen, with Hakeem quickly returning to set another screen for Chu Feng. Nelson, recognizing the opportunity, delivered the ball to Vucevic, who deftly passed it to the corner where Chu Feng had successfully maneuvered into an open position. With a swift motion, Chu Feng unleashed a three-pointer with remarkable precision. Swoosh. The game was now within a mere 2-point margin at 61-63. With this successful three-pointer, Chu Feng had amassed an impressive 28 points in the game thus far, maintaining an immaculate shooting percentage from beyond the arc. No, not just from three-point range. His overall shooting accuracy remained at an astonishing 100. Were it not for the statistics, the two commentators would struggle to believe such a feat. A rookie making his debut in the professional arena had managed to maintain a flawless shooting record in just 12 minutes of play, scoring an astounding 28 points while leading a lottery-level team to fiercely contest against a playoff-caliber Eastern Conference team. Following an unproductive possession from the Pacers, Chu Feng decisively initiated a fast break, drawing the perimeter defense before delivering the ball to Hakeem, who soared for a powerful two-handed dunk. The score was now tied at 63-63, marking the first time the Magic had leveled the game. The sound of the whistle echoed as Pacers head coach Frank Vogel immediately called for a timeout. The third quarter had unfolded in a manner entirely contrary to his expectations during halftime. The projection ability of Chu Feng, along with his capability to shoot while dribbling, completely disrupted the defensive strategies of the Pacers. If left unchecked, the game could very well spiral out of control. Remarkably, we managed to level the score. Meanwhile, on the opposing team's bench, the Magic players were filled with joy. Particularly, Harkless, who had just executed a thunderous dunk, rushed over to Chu Feng and exclaimed, "Chu, your passing is incredibly timely, and that three-pointer of yours, simply divine." Although he himself had not scored, Vucevic was equally thrilled, stating, "I'm beginning to feel grateful that the team management had the foresight to select you with the first overall pick. Chu, your three-point shooting isn't merely luck, is it?" Even Nelson, the seasoned point guard of the Magic, found himself somewhat dazed, remarking, "You haven't missed a single shot so far. I almost feel as if I'm dreaming." Chapter 19, The Fiery Apprentice. "All right, everyone, return to your seats," instructed Jacques Vaughn, intercepting the substitutes eager to rush over and high-five Chu Feng. Everyone wished to celebrate with him, but this timeout could not be squandered. The Pacers' timeout would surely lead to some tactical adjustments aimed at Chu Feng, and Vaughn needed to be prepared. "Chu, do you have confidence in your three-point shooting?" As the players settled back onto the bench, Vaughn immediately sought out Chu Feng. "I'm planning to design several plays centered around your three-point shooting." "No problem, coach," came the response. Chu Feng wiped away the sweat from his brow, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. With the Sharpshooter bonus activated, he felt emboldened to declare such a sentiment. "All right, everyone, listen closely." At that moment, Jacques Vaughn was invigorated. Since Chu Feng had faith in his three-point shooting, the Magic's head coach was determined to devise every possible means to create opportunities for him to shoot from beyond the arc. It is worth noting that Jacques Vaughn was renowned for his eclectic array of screen-and-roll strategies. Before long, the timeout concluded, and both teams returned to the court. The Pacers initiated the offense, with Stevenson assisting David West for a mid-range jumper to stabilize the situation, 65-63. Turning back, on the Magic's side, Nelson swiftly advanced the ball, seizing the moment as the Pacers' defense was in disarray, and passed it to Harkless on the sideline. The rapidly returning Paul George decisively moved to intercept Harkless, yet the Magic forward had no intention of passing. Harkless drew George's defense, while Vucevic set a screen for Chu Feng to evade the help defender. Harkless's pass effortlessly found its way into Chu Feng's hands. "Shit," exclaimed the young player blocked by Vucevic, yet this did not deter Chu Feng from releasing his three-point shot. Swish. The basketball sailed through the hoop, sending the net soaring, akin to the rise of a wave. 66-65. Astonishingly, the Orlando Magic had overcome the deficit while playing away. In an unbelievable display, the rising star Chu Feng had already amassed 31 points in a single game. He was the first rookie from the 2013 draft class to score over 30 points. And most impressively, his shooting percentage remained a flawless 100% thus far. Once again, Chu Feng's three-point shot hit its mark, prompting the ESPN commentator to rise from his seat. The Orlando Magic's execution of their strategy is nothing short of perfect. The Pacers' defensive rotations were commendable, yet the Magic still managed to create a three-point opportunity for Chu Feng. This exemplifies the team's collective execution, and the momentum has entirely shifted in favor of the Magic. As the commentator noted, when a team consistently holds the lead, its players may adopt a more relaxed mindset, potentially leading to an increasingly fluid performance. Conversely, when the trailing team clings tightly to the score, the leading team often experiences anxiety. When the underdogs manage to flip the score, the once dominant team may find their composure faltering, as exemplified by the recent pick and roll that left them watching Chu Feng sink a three-pointer to reclaim the lead. Returning to the offensive end, Lance Stephenson barreled into the paint like a dynamite stick, only to be thwarted by Nelson, who cleverly drew an offensive foul. This should have been ruled a blocking foul against him. Frustrated by the call, Stephenson approached the referee, brandishing his mouthguard. "Your whistles shouldn't always favor the Orlando team. This is Indiana. Beep, beep, beep." Naturally, amid his protests, the referee blew the whistle, signaling a technical foul. Stephenson incurred a technical foul. Upon seeing the referee's gesture, the commentator gasped. "Stephenson has become a bit too agitated. This technical foul could significantly impact the situation. The Pacers need to remain composed, despite the Magic's recent comeback." The Pacers still hold the upper hand in terms of skill. Before the commentator could finish, the atmosphere on the court shifted dramatically, unmollified by the technical foul. Stephenson took a seat at the scorer's table and began to argue incessantly with the three referees. His actions incited an uproar among the crowd, and the referees were unwavering. Blowing the whistle again. Another technical foul. Lance Stephenson, having accumulated 2 technical fouls, was ejected from the game. The predicament facing the Pacers had escalated. Glancing at the roster, the ESPN commentator felt a wave of concern for the Pacers. If Stephenson cannot continue, they will have to rely on C.J. Watson or Orlando Johnson for the last 3 minutes of the third quarter and the entirety of the fourth. Chapter 20, the 2013 number 1 pick, a battle for redemption. Regardless of who is substituted in, it represents a trial for the Pacers. The ESPN commentator expressed a hint of resignation. C.J. Watson's age precludes him from effectively guarding Chu Feng. Even if he can keep up, his height will put him at a significant disadvantage defensively. As for Orlando Johnson, there is little more to be said. Reflecting on the terrifying performance of Chu Feng under the defense of Orlando Johnson, the two commentators exchanged knowing glances and shook their heads in unison. In truth, it was the Pacers head coach, Frank Vogel, who bore the brunt of the frustration. In a moment of desperation, he activated Rasul Butler from the bench. Strategically, Paul George remained the primary defender against Chu Feng, while Butler's task was merely to monitor Harkries. However, upon witnessing the Pacers' substitution, the Magic promptly adjusted their tactics. Whenever George attempted to single-handedly defend Chu Feng, Vucevic and Harkries would swiftly come forward to set screens, compelling the Pacers to switch their defense. The newly assigned defender, Hibbert, struggled to keep pace with Chu Feng's speed, helplessly watching as his opponent penetrated the defense and executed a thunderous dunk within the 3-second zone. Butler, the other player brought in to switch defenses, fared no better. After trailing Chu Feng for just a couple of plays, he was left gasping for breath, completely outmatched. Despite the Pacers maintaining a high offensive output, their defensive efforts felt like 4 against 5, leaving the players somewhat fatigued, particularly at the conclusion of the third quarter, with the Pacers trailing the Magic by 4 points. Vogel sent his starting 4 to aggressively chase down points alongside Orlando Johnson. After all, at the onset of the fourth quarter, the Magic had their starting 5 on the bench, with even Chu Feng resting, allowing the Pacers to naturally take the lead. However, when the Pacers starters exited the game and Chu Feng returned with 4 teammates of comparable caliber, the dynamics shifted dramatically, veering towards an irreversible outcome. With a score of 95-80, the Orlando Magic extended their lead to 15 points on the road. Chu Feng had already registered his 7th assist, his passing simplifying the Magic's offensive maneuvers. Although Chu Feng's passing prowess was not particularly elevated against the Pacers' bench defense, he merely dribbled to draw attention, effortlessly distributing the ball to open teammates, thereby accumulating assists with ease. This robust offensive display invigorated the entire team's defensive efforts. The Pacers' second unit found themselves grappling with a scoring drought, even with Vogel's timely timeout and the reintroduction of the starting lineup. The inherent disadvantages of their shooting guard position kept the deficit firmly in double digits. Ultimately, with just a minute and a half remaining in the fourth quarter, Vogel called the final timeout of the game and withdrew his starters, conceding the match. Similarly, Magic head coach Jacques Vaughn, in perfect harmony, replaced his starting 4 in Chu Feng's, signaling the conclusion of the contest. As the home crowd began to exit in the final minute and a half of the game, The Orlando Magic triumphed on the road with a score of 107-97, securing a 10-point victory over last season's Eastern Conference Finals opponent and claiming their first win of the season. We underestimated our opponents. Whether before the game or during the match, we consistently placed ourselves on a pedestal. As the game concluded, Paul George, during a media interview, spoke in a subdued tone. It has become evident that there are no weak teams in the NBA. We must approach every game with seriousness and not underestimate our adversaries. Despite contributing 32 points, along with 7 rebounds and 7 assists, George promptly took responsibility for the defeat upon himself. I failed to effectively contain Chu Feng's performance, which is one of the reasons for our loss. He tilted his head slightly, admitting, I do not know enough about him, but that is no excuse. When we meet again, I will handle him properly. Everyone claims that Chu Feng is merely a bust of a first-round pick, but today, those individuals ought to open their eyes and take a good look. Meanwhile, Vucevic, also interviewed, could hardly contain his glee. The so-called bust of a first-round pick nearly scored 40 points. Indeed, I believe all fans who have made related comments online should publicly apologize to Chu Feng. Hakri squeezed beside Vucevic, seizing the microphone. He is undoubtedly the top pick among this year's rookies. Chu Feng, who played for 24 minutes, shot 16 out of 19. Including 7 out of 10 from three-point range, amassing 39 points along with 8 assists and 4 rebounds. Undeniably emerged as the pivotal player in the eyes of the Magic team. They possess a keen awareness of what kind of team the Magic truly is. And as members of the team, they know better than anyone else. However, this team, seemingly destined for a top draft pick, astonishingly triumphed in their season opener, defeating last season's Eastern Conference finalists by a double-digit margin. Such a storyline can only be fully appreciated when it unfolds in reality, leaving one in utter disbelief. ESPN, which broadcasted the game in its entirety, promptly featured a news banner on its homepage after the game concluded. The 2013 first overall pick redemption battle. Chapter 21. Chu Feng's template with 39 points from 19 shots. The 2013 first overall pick delivered an epic debut performance. An unprecedented debut display. Chu Feng shattered doubts, demonstrating to all that he is worthy of being the first selection in the draft. This is the caliber of a top pick. Chu Feng's single-game 39 points nearly broke the NBA rookie debut scoring record. ESPN continuously released multiple headlines on its homepage, all centered around Chu Feng. After all, the Orlando Magic were merely a lottery-level team, having ranked last in the league last season. Yet today, they faced the Pacers, who had just gone to Game 7 against the eventual champions last season. However, in this initial encounter of the season, the lottery team astonishingly defeated a finals-caliber team, marking a significant shock to the league. As the most significant contributor to the Magic's victory, Chu Feng undoubtedly became the focal point of ESPN's praise. I was present at the game, and Chu's three-point shooting was nothing short of terrifying. I had never witnessed such precision from a rookie. Soon, fans who saw the news began to comment and discuss in the comments section. Are those statistics genuine? Chu Feng, who was hesitant to participate in the Summer League, scored 39 points in his first game. Hey, my friend up there, I recommend you watch the entire game replay. That kid's talent does not necessitate the Summer League. Indeed, I wholeheartedly concur with your sentiment. Chu Feng's abilities surpassed that of the Summer League by a considerable margin. I believe his absence from the Summer League was simply unnecessary. To be honest, after watching the video replay, I still find it hard to believe Chu was overly confident in his three-point shooting. The vast majority of fans were both surprised and astonished by Chu Feng's performance, with some even posting inquiries. Who is Chu Feng's prototype? With his undeniably confident three-point ability, could Chu Feng be compared to Reggie Miller? Reggie Miller, the legendary sharpshooter, holds the record for the most three-pointers made in NBA history. As a fellow shooting guard with remarkable accuracy from beyond the arc, many fans agree that he serves as a suitable prototype for Chu Feng. However, Chu is nothing like me. That night, after the Magic's game against the Pacers, Reggie Miller, now a full-time commentator after retirement, shook his head. That kid took 10 three-point attempts in one game, which constituted half of his total shots. In contrast, my career average for three-point attempts per game was only half of that. Most of my scoring came from mid-range, not from beyond the arc. As a historical figure, Reggie Miller possesses a clear understanding of his own style, even though his approach was somewhat unconventional in the league at that time. There remains a fundamental distinction between him and Chu Feng. I believe Chu Feng resembles Ray Allen more closely. Reggie Miller continued his analysis. Ray Allen once had a season where he averaged over 8 3-point attempts per game. I think Chu's style aligns more with his. However, Chu tends to take 3-point shots more often while dribbling or in motion, whereas Ray Allen was more known for his catch-and-shoot after running. They bear similarities, yet they are also quite distinct. Reggie Miller paused for a moment. Of course, an essential point is that they are both remarkably accurate, and that is sufficient. It must be said that TNT's special program that evening garnered significant attention. After all, prior to Chu Feng's career debut, the NBA had not even provided a draft prototype for him. The reason is simple. The NBA officials did not believe that Chu Feng would be selected by any team during the draft. The absence of a comparable template, coupled with Chu Feng's formidable debut, naturally led fans to seek a player who could serve as a model for him. Reggie Miller explicitly denied the comparison, while Ray Allen differed from Chu Feng in notable ways. So, who exactly could be considered Chu Feng's template? However, discussions surrounding this notion lasted merely a day, before being overshadowed by another explosive piece of news that seized the spotlight. The 2013 rookie class erupted. As Philadelphia 76ers lottery pick Michael Carter-Williams achieved an almost quadruple-double in his debut, leading his team to triumph over the Miami Heat's formidable trio. Chapter 22. A Star is Born. All eyes were initially fixated on the number 1 draft pick of the 2013 class, Chu Feng. But it is now time to redirect attention to other rookies. In a familiar turn of events, ESPN's homepage underwent a dramatic transformation. The grand headline that once showcased Chu Feng, the Magic's number 7, has now been replaced by a feature on the 76ers rookie, Michael Carter-Williams. The poster highlights Carter-Williams' debut statistics: 22 points, 12 assists, 9 steals, and 7 rebounds. He fell just 1 steal short of a triple-double and was merely a step away from the rare achievement of a quadruple-double. What is even more remarkable is that Carter-Williams accomplished this near quadruple-double against not just any team, but the reigning NBA champions, the Miami Heat, who boast a trio of superstars. Although the Heat were missing Dwayne Wade due to back-to-back game fatigue, LeBron James and Chris Bosh remained steadfast in their starting roles. The fact that a team led by James succumbed to a lottery-level squad is enough to send shockwaves throughout the entire basketball community. Perhaps we were mistaken. The 2013 draft class truly is a historic one. Fans following the news quickly took to the comments section, noting, the teams that faced off in last season's Eastern Conference Finals have now both fallen to lottery teams led by 2013 rookies, showcasing their undeniable talent. In fact, I believe Carter-Williams has proven to be even more astonishing than Chu Feng. He faced not Paul George, but rather LeBron James, having just led his team to back-to-back championships. James is widely regarded as the best in the league, and yet, Carter-Williams delivered historic numbers against him, leading his team to victory. Even as Chu Feng's debut performance of 39 points and 8 assists seemed to pale in comparison. However, as one of the focal points of public opinion, Chu Feng was hardly fazed by the news that shocked the entire nation. He had long anticipated that Kawhi would achieve a near quadruple-double in his debut, leading his team to victory over LeBron. Furthermore, Kawhi exemplified the phenomenon of starting at the pinnacle. After this match, he would only occasionally display flashes of brilliance, ultimately becoming a mere ordinary rotation player in the NBA. To put it succinctly, this guard who overshadowed him was hardly worth mentioning. On the other hand, the following day's NBA schedule featured numerous games, yet Chu Feng's primary focus was not on the Heat but rather on the matchup between the Warriors and the Lakers. Under the mentorship of Steve Kerr in the upcoming season, this Warriors team had merely begun to reveal its formidable potential during the 2013 to 2014 season. At that time, Curry, who would soon earn the nickname Jingdezhen, was still affectionately referred to as the baby-faced assassin. His performance in the season opener was rather unremarkable, managing a meager 10 points. While the yet-to-shine Klay Thompson dazzled with an impressive debut, scoring 38 points and leading the Warriors to a resounding victory over the Los Angeles Lakers, who were bereft of Kobe, Howard, and Nash. Next season would mark the Warriors' ascendance, and Chu Feng knew he must devise a strategy to compete with them. Although the current iteration of the Warriors was far from their ultimate form, the mere thought of facing that sweeping team and the player known as Kahao next season gave Chu Feng a headache. Concepts like Kawhi and the Heat's Big Three were but fleeting distractions. It was Curry and the Warriors who would emerge as the superpowers of the NBA in the years to come. Contemplating this, Chu Feng cast a casual glance at his system panel. The 500 experience points rewarded for completing the first victory task were promptly converted into attribute points. Adhering to the principle of maximizing a single attribute, He allocated all points to his dribbling skill. Consequently, he was now only 5 levels away from the current ceiling of 75 in that category. Upon detecting the host's completion of the attribute point allocation, the system initiated a new task: achieve a 3-game winning streak. Task reward: 500 experience points. Chapter 23, the template most suitable for you. On October 31st, in the United States, the final game of October in the NBA was about to commence. In the chilly Target Center in Minnesota, the attendance of fans was disappointingly low, a reflection of the Timberwolves' lackluster performance. Despite the newly crowned Wolf King Kevin Love consistently posting impressive double-doubles, these statistics failed to translate into victories for the team. With several years of missing the playoffs, this frigid city faced a market as bleak as its winter climate. "We will return to the playoffs this season," stated Kevin Love, the team's star player, with a stoic expression during an interview with reporters prior to the season opener. "We have welcomed new teammates, and the overall strength of the team has significantly improved. The playoffs will not be a challenge." As Kevin Love remarked, the Minnesota Timberwolves' frailty in the previous season compelled them to make decisive changes during the summer. The acquisition of sharpshooter Kevin Martin, along with the additions of Corey Brewer and Josh Beria, has elevated the Timberwolves' perimeter game to a new echelon. The burgeoning talent of the Spanish prodigy Ricky Rubio, coupled with Love's own maturation, augurs a promising future for the Timberwolves. However, today's adversaries are formidable, having recently triumphed over one of the teams that reached last season's Eastern Conference Finals. The reporters present for the interview were evidently well prepared, particularly regarding their top draft pick, Chu Feng, who scored an impressive 39 points in the last game. "Did you devise any special tactical arrangements to counter Chu Feng?" "Special tactical arrangements? Certainly not." Upon hearing this question, Love chuckled, stating, "Everyone keeps telling me how exceptional this guy is. I am weary of it. Let us meet on the court." With that, he concluded his pre-game interview and immersed himself in warm-up training. Soon, the warm-ups concluded, and both teams' starters took to the court. For the Timberwolves, the starting lineup consisted of center Pekovic, power forward Kevin Love, small forward Corey Brewer, shooting guard Kevin Martin, and point guard Ricky Rubio. The Magic, on the other hand, made changes to their starting lineup. The remaining 4 players, Vucevic, Harkless, Maxiel, and Nelson, remained intact, but the shooting guard position was no longer held by Aflalo. Instead, it was occupied by the promising rookie, Chu Feng. In his second career game, our newly minted top draft pick was granted the opportunity to start. On the sidelines, the commentators from ABC were visibly excited. Regrettably, starting today, Chu Feng will forever bid farewell to the 6th Man of the Year award consideration, for he deserves a starting position on any team. They argued that he should have appeared in the starting lineup much earlier. He was undoubtedly deserving of that role in the last game. Another commentator was even more forthright. Chu Feng could very well be regarded as the strongest player on this Magic team. He should have been a starter long ago. "It's not too late now, my friend. Perhaps today we will witness a thrilling 3-point duel between Chu Feng and Kevin Martin." In his inaugural match, Chu Feng exhibited an impressive performance, prompting nearly all commentators from M-Country to diligently prepare their analyses. The newly crowned top draft pick is characterized by his reliance on 3-point shooting, and today, his adversary, Kevin Martin, the Minnesota Timberwolves' most significant summer acquisition, is likewise a player whose primary scoring method hinges on 3-point shots. The two commentators eagerly anticipated the direct confrontation between these two sharpshooters. "It has come to my attention that many have been assisting you in the search for an appropriate template." Meanwhile, Kevin Martin, brimming with confidence, approached Chu Feng and remarked, "Do you know, young man, the most suitable template for you is right beside you." Chapter 24. Is this what you intend to teach me? Are you suggesting that you are my template? Chu Feng glanced at Kevin Martin beside him and inquired, "Of course, you are nearly emulating my style of play." Kevin Martin confidently replied, "As your template, today I shall impart a lesson to you. Seize this opportunity and learn well." However, Chu Feng could only respond with a cold smirk to Martin's remarks. It is true that Martin places great emphasis on 3-point shooting, boasting a career-high season with a remarkable 42.3 shooting accuracy from beyond the arc. Yet, his shortcomings are equally apparent. His somewhat slender physique diminishes his shooting capability after physical confrontations, since his intent is to showcase himself in the role of a template. Chu Feng was more than willing to display his own version of this so-called template, as both centers positioned themselves at midcourt. The referee tossed the ball high into the air. The imposing Pekovic outmaneuvered Vucevic to tap the ball into the hands of Ricky Rubio, the Spanish prodigy. Upon crossing half-court, swiftly passed the ball to the descending Kevin Love. Love, backing against his defender Markieff, made a slight flick of his wrist to transition the ball to the corner. Meanwhile, Kevin Martin adeptly maneuvered to an open spot in the corner, received the pass, adjusted momentarily, and launched a three-pointer. It appeared that the new Timberwolves recruit, Kevin Martin, was on the verge of scoring his first points in a Timberwolves uniform. The Timberwolves executed their strategy flawlessly, leaving the commentators in awe. His three-point shooting is exceptional. Last season, he achieved a 41% success rate. However, before the commentators could finish praising Martin's consistent performance from the previous season, a pair of long arms suddenly emerged from the side, swatting Martin's shot out of bounds. Oh no, it was Chu Feng, the Magic's #1 pick, making a timely defensive play, thwarting Kevin Martin's seemingly certain three-pointer. His speed and recovery was astounding. I believe the entire Timberwolves team thought they would lead 3-0 right from the start. To be honest, this play caught me somewhat off guard. Perhaps I underestimated Chu's explosive speed. The two commentators were taken aback by Chu Feng's block. After all, from Rubio's pass to Love's assist and Martin's eventual shot, the Timberwolves' offense was operating with remarkable swiftness. The Magic's other players were unable to react in time. However, Chu Feng maintained firm control of the situation at the final moment. Continuing with the three-point strategy, the opposing defense was unable to keep up. After executing an inbound play, Kevin Love set a screen for Rubio, whispering a brief instruction. Rubio, with a quick glance, noticed Pekovic on the other end of the court helping Kevin Martin shake off Chu Feng's defense, creating yet another open opportunity. In an instant, the Spanish prodigy executed a bounce pass that pierced through the Magic's defense, perfectly finding the open Martin. This pass was simply exquisite. In the once sparsely populated Target Center arena, the atmosphere erupted with fervor due to Rubio's pinpoint precision. Particularly, Martin's open shot was even more exquisite than the previous play, igniting immense excitement among the Timberwolves fans present. A top 5 play, undoubtedly a top 5 play. The beauty of that pass was mesmerizing. I am utterly enamored with Rubio. This three-pointer may very well compensate for the earlier miss. Who would have anticipated we could execute such a strategy? Many Timberwolves fans felt a sense of solace. As in just the opening 2 possessions, the Timberwolves showcased 2 distinct three-point strategies. Compared to last season, it is evident that this team's strength has markedly increased. At this rate, the playoffs truly do not seem like a mere dream. Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, Kevin Martin held the ball and quickly released his shot. Both the angle of his release and the timing were nothing short of perfect. Whoosh. However, in the very next moment after Kevin Martin confidently took his shot, the player who should have been stymied by the imposing Pekovic, Chu Feng, skillfully maneuvered around the screen and launched into a full-speed takeoff. With his right arm extended straight and an astonishing vertical leap, Chu Feng, just before the basketball reached its apex, barely grazed the ball with his fingertips, once again interfering with its trajectory. Under the astonished gaze of the entire arena, the basketball's progress was thwarted, and it began to descend slowly. With a graceful descent, Chu Feng skillfully retrieves the ball. Is this truly the lesson you wish to impart? Disrupting the shot and claiming the rebound, as Chu Feng lands. He cannot help but cast a bewildered glance at the stunned Kevin Martin. Are you truly attempting to teach me the art of being blocked? Chapter 25. Perhaps you should learn from me instead. What on earth? The words of Chu Feng stirred the once confident Kevin Martin. Not only that, but his tactical movement for that shot was nearly perfect. The feel and timing of the release were an exquisite delight. To put it simply, that shot was destined to succeed without a doubt. Yet, astonishingly, this certain basket was once again disrupted by Chu Feng, who even managed to snatch the ball from midair. More importantly, Chu Feng audaciously claimed that he intended to teach him how to get blocked. How could one possibly endure such insolence? However, before Kevin Martin could voice his indignation, Chu Feng, having secured the basketball, swiftly passed it to Nelson, initiating a fast break. Up front, Nelson returned the ball to Harkless, who then soared into the air for a thunderous dunk. 2-0, the Magic took the lead. This unexpected turn of events had me believing that the Minnesota Timberwolves would score first. On the sidelines, the ABC television commentator shook his head, stating, "They executed 2 perfect plays, but ultimately fell short. I believe their strategy was indeed effective. Kevin Martin's three-pointer wouldn't stray far off the mark." Another commentator then shifted his focus to the defending Magic player number 7, noting, however, this outcome diverged from the Timberwolves' expectations, as Chu Feng's physical prowess enabled him to defend Kevin Martin under nearly extreme conditions. The defensive prowess of Chu Feng against Kevin Martin transcends mere shot blocking. Pekovic once again facilitated a pick-and-roll for Martin, yet the lumbering movements of the bear allowed Chu Feng to deftly navigate around the screen, closing in on Martin to disrupt his shot. The slender frame of Kevin Martin, juxtaposed with the imposing presence of Chu Feng, left the spectators with a profound sense of domination. In terms of height, wingspan, and sheer physicality, Chu Feng utterly overpowered the ball handler Martin. Despite the formidable pride compelling Martin to attempt a three-point shot, reality struck hard as the ball clanged off the rim. The rebound was effortlessly secured by Vucevic, prompting the Magic to launch another counterattack. This time, the Timberwolves swiftly retreated, but Harkless's fast break was thwarted by Rubio, forcing Nelson to slow down and reorganize the offense. Meanwhile, Marks Hill signaled to Chu Feng, indicating a straightforward pick-and-roll strategy. "I do not require a screen," Chu Feng responded, instead creating space for Marks Hill while demanding the ball from Nelson. He was set to isolate Kevin Martin beyond the three-point arc. Without hesitation, Nelson delivered the ball into Chu Feng's hands, and as Marks Hill cleared the area, Chu Feng assessed the crouched Martin prepared to defend. With a single step beyond the three-point line, he rose up for a clean shot. Martin, already on high alert, was firmly positioned at the three-point line, yet he could not have anticipated that Chu Feng would release the ball from such a distance. How could that possibly go in? Swish. Yet, reality delivered a staggering blow to Kevin Martin. With unwavering confidence, Chu Feng skillfully took a shot from a distance, successfully sinking a three-pointer. After making this remarkable basket, he uttered nothing, appearing as if the moment was inconsequential, leisurely retreating to defend as he returned to the half-court. On the subsequent possession, the Timberwolves' interior attack faltered, allowing Marks Hill to secure the rebound, prompting the Magic to mount another counterattack. Nelson, in motion, distributed the ball to Harkless, who, with an elegant reverse maneuver, passed it back to the awaiting Chu Feng positioned on the perimeter. With the ball in hand, Chu Feng took a moment to adjust until Kevin Martin, returning on defense, caught up. Facing his opponent, he took a step and unleashed another three-pointer. Whoosh! The basketball arced gracefully before Martin's widened eyes, striking the back rim before cascading into the net. "Hey, buddy." As the ball swished through, Chu Feng, having made consecutive three-pointers, casually remarked, "You should still learn from me." Chapter 26. Martin should learn from him, you should still learn from me. The words of Chu Feng struck directly at the heart of Kevin Martin. Reflecting on the moments before the game commenced, Martin had confidently proclaimed himself to be Chu Feng's template, eager to impart wisdom to the newly crowned Rookie of the Year. However, as the game unfolded, Chu Feng astonishingly mirrored that very statement back to him. More crucially, during this span, Kevin Martin had missed 3 consecutive three-point attempts, each time being impeccably thwarted by Chu Feng's defense. In stark contrast, Chu Feng's three-pointers seemed almost divinely inspired, propelling the Magic to a commanding 8-0 lead. Chu Feng's accuracy from beyond the arc rendered Martin's defensive efforts utterly ineffective. Meanwhile, the commentators on the sidelines analyzed, before the game, "I was inclined to mention that Kevin Martin shares some stylistic similarities with Chu Feng, as he too is renowned for his three-point shooting. Yet, it is evident that Chu Feng has clearly surpassed Martin by a significant margin. Indeed, in terms of the stability of their three-point shooting, accuracy, and overall performance on the court, Chu Feng undeniably emerged as the superior player." A fellow commentator chuckled, stating, "I even feel that Chu Feng resembles a seasoned NBA star, while Kevin Martin appears to be a rookie in need of his guidance." Such remarks from the commentators dampened the spirits of many fans in attendance. Those who braved the weak moments of the Timberwolves to witness the game were undoubtedly die-hard supporters of the team. Particularly after hearing about the team's bold maneuvers in the player market over the summer, these Timberwolves fans arrived filled with hope, eager to see the new acquisitions secure the season's first victory. Not to mention, today's opponents were the Magic, featuring the sensational rookie Chu Feng. Naturally, Timberwolves fans yearned for their team to deliver an outstanding performance. Yet, contrary to their desires, it was the visiting Magic that showcased brilliance, with Chu Feng outshining even the Timberwolves' summer signings. Even when Kevin Love secured an offensive rebound and scored, the Timberwolves fans remained disheartened, for the issues on the defensive end far outweighed those on offense. A powerful dunk, Chu Feng utilized Vucevic's screen to shed his defender, breaking through the Timberwolves' defense for a one-handed slam. This marked his 11th point of the first quarter, and the Timberwolves were utterly unable to contain their rookie sensation. The commentators consistently sided with the Magic, as it was clear from the gameplay that Chu Feng was leading his team in thoroughly dominating the Timberwolves. Despite veteran coach Rick Adelman allowing Kevin Love to play the entire first quarter, achieving a modest 12 points and 5 rebounds, the Timberwolves found themselves trailing 27-38 at home. A daunting 11-point deficit against the Magic. It seems the Timberwolves are in dire need of a change. As the first quarter concluded, the commentators from ABC television stepped beyond the confines of the game itself to analyze the situation. They had made significant acquisitions during the summer, yet in their season opener, they failed to triumph even against a team widely regarded as a lottery contender. Indeed, they now faced two distinct pathways. One was to pursue a trade to acquire a player of all-star caliber, to revive the team alongside Kevin Love. The other was to embrace a complete rebuild through strategic losses, relying on draft picks to foster renewal. Throughout history, NBA teams have risen through various means. But the most straightforward approach remains the art of tanking to enhance the value of their draft selections. One need only look at the San Antonio Spurs, who secured Tim Duncan through such a strategy, reaping the benefits for 2 decades. Thus, in the eyes of the commentators, leveraging the draft to turn their fortunes around appeared to be the optimal choice for the Timberwolves. However, at this juncture, an epiphany struck the ABC commentators. As one suddenly exclaimed, regrettably, it seems that their first-round pick for this season has been traded to the Orlando Magic. They had initially presumed that the Magic's pick would be among the top 5 in the lottery, yet it now appeared that their own selection might hold greater value. Chapter 27. Necessary comments. Since the two ABC commentators exchanged a glance, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation. Prior to the season's commencement, it had been widely believed that the Magic's first-round pick would be the most coveted of the year. Yet, the Magic's front office had directly traded their draft rights to the Timberwolves in exchange for the latter's first-round selection. At the time, everyone assumed the Timberwolves had made a significant gain while the Magic's management had lost their senses. However, just 3 days into the new season, it appeared that the tides had dramatically shifted. The Magic, initially expected to plummet towards the bottom of the draft order, were now gaining momentum under the leadership of Chu Feng, rendering their pick less and less valuable. In stark contrast, the Timberwolves, who had believed they had struck gold, found themselves stifled by the Orlando Magic in the first quarter of their season opener. It became evident whose draft position was more valuable. Perhaps the Timberwolves had exhausted certain avenues. One commentator sighed, if they opt to tank this season, that pick held by the Orlando Magic will only appreciate in value. Indeed, the only choice before them was to strive for victories and seek a trade. The other commentator expressed a sense of resignation. Among the Timberwolves roster, the players with the most trade value were few and far between. Kevin Martin was undoubtedly off the trading block. His debut performance with the Timberwolves had been thoroughly overshadowed by Chu Feng, leading to a significant decrease in his trade value. Ricky Rubio presented a probable candidate for trade. Yet his lack of offensive prowess severely diminished his worth in the player market. Upon reviewing the entire team, only Kevin Love retained any meaningful trade value. However, Love was the Timberwolves' sole safeguard against embarrassment. Should he be traded away, who could the team rely upon thereafter? Meanwhile, within the inner sanctum of the Timberwolves front office, the team's general manager, alongside several others, expressed profound disappointment regarding the team's performance this season. Why did we agree to trade our draft picks? He lamented, particularly considering that the team could not afford to tank this year. The general manager was further incensed. Our draft position is more valuable than that of the Magic. Boss, we never anticipated that the Magic would not be pursuing a tanking strategy this season. One executive interjected. Indeed, when they selected Chu Feng with the first overall pick, you believe they were aiming for a tank, viewing the first-round pick as invaluable. Yes, another one chimed in, when they proactively reached out to negotiate the draft position. You were toasting with champagne in celebration. The expressions of the Timberwolves executives were filled with resignation. Reflecting on the excitement that enveloped the team at the beginning of the season when the trade was finalized, they were now at a loss for words. It appeared that seeking a trade was imperative. Next year promised to be a significant draft year, and if they wished to rise from the ashes of reconstruction, they could only rely on the incoming rookies. The Timberwolves' predicament had taken a sharp downturn, primarily due to the Magic's selection of the undeniably talented Chu Feng. In a moment of painful reflection, the general manager turned his attention to next year's draft prospects. He was particularly fond of the frontrunner, Andrew Wiggins. After all, rumors had long circulated that Wiggins could be the next LeBron James. For the prospect of acquiring the next James, the Timberwolves would not hesitate to part with Kevin Love. If Wiggins could replicate Chu Feng's performance, their resurgence would not be far off. With newfound determination, the Timberwolves executives redirected their focus back to the ongoing game at Target Center. However, upon witnessing the match, the older executives nearly spewed forth in shock. With just 2.5 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Chu Feng had already amassed 22 points in the game. Meanwhile, the ABC commentators could hardly contain their astonishment. He is leading his Magic team to a 17-point advantage over the Minnesota Timberwolves. If this trend continued, the gap would only widen, and the game had lost all suspense. As the commentator noted, by halftime, the Magic had secured 65 points while the Timberwolves managed a mere 47. An 18-point deficit compounded by the unfavorable circumstances prompted the few Timberwolves fans present to leave in dismay after a chorus of boos. They worried that watching any further would rob them of a good night's sleep. The third quarter unfolded in a manner nearly identical to the previous two, with the Timberwolves utterly devoid of resistance. By the conclusion of the third quarter, they trailed the Magic by 23 points. Orlando Magic's head coach, Jacques Vaughn, allowed Chu Feng and the starting lineup to play for a mere 3.5 minutes in the fourth quarter before substituting them for the second unit. The Timberwolves, in a show of cooperation, also rang the bell to conclude the match, conceding the game. Ultimately, amidst the jeers of the remaining fans on the sidelines, the Orlando Magic triumphed over their opponents with a score of 112-96, securing a 16-point victory. This win not only delivered the opponent's first defeat of the season, but also marked a consecutive victory for the Magic. Prior to the game, Kevin Martin expressed his desire to impart some essential knowledge through this match. At the conclusion of the game, during a post-match interview, Chu Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and mused, "I believe he intended to convey that I am superior to him." Chapter 28. Curry versus Paul. Did you exchange words before the game? The remarks made by Chu Feng took the reporters responsible for the interview by surprise. "Chu, are you speaking the truth?" "Certainly. Kevin Martin is exceedingly amiable. It is evident to me that he genuinely wishes to offer me some meaningful advice." Chu Feng nodded at the camera, perhaps believing that as a top scholar, he bore an immense burden of pressure and wished to convey to me that I was far superior to him, rendering any anxiety unnecessary. In response, I contemplated expressing my gratitude to Kevin, yet such an acknowledgement seemed unwarranted, for I have never wavered in my self-assurance. After articulating this sentiment, Chu Feng responded to a few trivial inquiries before turning to return to the visiting team's locker room. His remarks rendered the post-match interview for the Timberwolves rather awkward. I remained oblivious to any exchanges that might have occurred before or during the game, as my focus was solely on the match itself. Kevin Love, the first to be interviewed, paused momentarily before stating, "I believe you should interview Kevin instead of me." Indeed, Love was unaware of the intriguing narrative that had unfolded between the team's new addition and the opposing rookie sensation. Could the team's defeat be attributed to this pre-game dialogue? I would never utter such words. I have never considered myself inferior to anyone. Naturally, Kevin Martin, one of the parties involved, exhibited a more vehement attitude during his interview. Chu Feng is entirely fabricating the truth. Perhaps my performance today was mediocre while his luck was fortuitous, allowing him to score more points, but fluctuations in form are commonplace in the NBA. Martin straightened his posture, asserting, "I will have my day of dominance over him." And that day is not far off. This segment of the post-match interview between the Timberwolves and the Magic became a topic of great interest among fans. Had the reason for the Timberwolves' defeat been identified? The confident Martin had awakened the newly crowned top draft pick. ESPN promptly headlined the story following the conclusion of the game. The news piece artfully embellished Chu Feng's interview, captivating many fans who read it as if they were engrossed in a martial arts novel. What precisely did Kevin Martin convey to Chu Feng? "I remain uncertain, my friend. This is all too fascinating." Chu Feng scored 29 points in 3 quarters, and the explosive nature of his performance seemed to stem from a mere pregame comment made by his opponent. I suspect that all future adversaries of the Magic must tread carefully, for they must guard their words. A slip could easily lead to defeat. Fans collectively attributed the Timberwolves' failure to Martin's pregame remarks, pondering that had he not misspoken, perhaps Chu Feng would have shown restraint and victory would have belonged to the Timberwolves. However, the fervor surrounding Chu Feng's news was short-lived, quickly overshadowed by another headline. Much like the emergence of Macaw following Chu Feng's debut where he scored 39 points. That same day saw the Los Angeles Clippers face off against the Golden State Warriors in a titanic clash. Chris Paul unleashed a stunning performance, amassing 42 points along with 15 assists, while Blake Griffin contributed with a double-double of 23 points and 10 rebounds. On the opposing side, the Warriors star, Stephen Curry, despite a lackluster debut, managed to score 38 points and provide 9 assists, yet his efforts were insufficient to secure a victory for his team. Everyone marveled at the Clippers' dominance. Perhaps this year is the closest Chris Paul has ever been to the Western Conference Finals, and the nearest the Clippers have come to the championship. Yet, some astute observers noted that Curry's statistics bore a striking resemblance to those of the rising star, Chu Feng. Curry attempted 23 shots, including 14 three-pointers, surpassing half of his total attempts. The shot distribution of Stephen Curry evoked memories of the currently trending rookie, Chu Feng. Chapter 29. Proud and dignified Macau people are eager to identify a template for Chu Feng, yet the elite three-point shooters invariably possess fundamental differences from him. On a basketball forum in the United States, an analytical post has captured the attention of fans. Today, through the game between the Warriors and Clippers, Stephen Curry's shot distribution revealed the shadow of Chu Feng. Curry's 14 three-point attempts exceeded half of his total attempts, mirroring Chu Feng's initial performance almost identically. Coupled with their equally precise three-point shooting abilities, it becomes evident that Chu Feng's true template is none other than the Warriors star, Curry. The latter half of the text will illustrate numerous shot selections of both players using GIFs, whether it be three-point shots following a pick and roll, three-pointers off the dribble, or open shots after tactical escapes. The choices of Curry and Chu Feng are nearly indistinguishable. Recently, discussions regarding Chu Feng's template have reached a fever pitch. On November 2nd, in the Amway Center in Orlando, a commentator cheerfully remarked that it seemed they had recently discovered the most suitable template for Chu Feng, and that player is Stephen Curry. Indeed, fans widely believe that Chu is the shooting guard version of Curry, sharing numerous similarities. Another commentator chimed in, however, we should momentarily set this topic aside, as today marks the Orlando Magic's first return to their home court after 2 consecutive away games. As the commentator's words faded, thousands of home fans in the Amway Center rose in unison to cheer, and the name they shouted most fervently was undoubtedly that of the team's highly anticipated rookie, Chu Feng. To be frank, when the Magic secured the first overall pick and selected Chu Feng, I genuinely believed that the team had reached a point of no return. My friend, you ought to extend an apology to the team's management and to Chu Feng. I must do the same. Chu Feng's performance has been nothing short of extraordinary. He seems capable of anything. Who else could possibly deserve the first pick if not him? Indeed, do not mention that Michael Carter-Williams triumphed over LeBron James. Nor should you speak of Oladipo claiming all the NCAA awards. In my eyes, Chu Feng is undeniably the rightful first overall pick in this year's draft. The fans at the Magic's home court were palpably exhilarated. After all, last season, the team languished at the bottom of the league, but this season, buoyed by Chu Feng's emergence, they are clearly on the rise, igniting immense excitement among the supporters. The fans harbor great hopes for Chu Feng and the Magic. However, today, our first overall pick is under considerable pressure. After hearing the cheers from the crowd, the commentator continued, similarly, in the 2013 draft class, Macau earlier delivered yet another stunning performance. Just before the Magic's game commenced today, the Eastern Conference witnessed an earlier matchup. The Philadelphia 76ers, riding a 2-game winning streak, faced off against the Chicago Bulls. The highly touted rookie Macau, taking on the formidable backcourt duo of Derrick Rose and Jimmy Butler, amassed an impressive 26 points, 10 assists, 4 rebounds, and 4 steals, leading his team to victory over the Bulls. With this third consecutive win, the 76ers have ascended to the top of the Eastern Conference standings. In a post-game interview, Macau displayed an air of confidence before the cameras. I fail to comprehend why some persist in questioning who the best rookie is. Just look at the caliber of opponents we've faced during our winning streak. The Miami Heat, Washington Wizards, and Chicago Bulls, all playoff-caliber teams, some even championship contenders. If any other rookie can lead their team to triumph against such formidable foes, then they might just warrant comparison with me. Macau's message is quite clear. Examine the level of teams he has guided to victory before inquiring about who deserves the title of best rookie. It is evident that Macau's remarks are aimed squarely at Chu Feng, the reigning star of today's court. Following the post-game interview of the previous match, the commentator at the Amway Center revealed a cryptic smile, although the Magic triumphed over the formidable Pacers in their season opener. Their subsequent match against the Timberwolves showcased a disparity, placing Chu Feng at a disadvantage in comparison to Macau. Fortunately, today they are set to host the Los Angeles Clippers. a team exhibiting championship potential, which may serve as the ultimate test for Chu Feng. Chapter 30. Supercars and Classic Cars. The ambitions of the Los Angeles Clippers for this season have been vividly manifested since their inaugural match. Whether it is Paul's exceptional form or the increasing prowess of Griffin and Jordan, their aspirations for the season have become abundantly clear. Our objective is nothing less than the championship. Everything else pales in comparison. In a pre-game interview, Griffin candidly stated, "The chemistry among our team is approaching perfection. No one can defeat us." When questioned about the game plan against their opponents, the Magic, the sideline reporter, clearly had a mission, particularly regarding their rookie sensation, Chu Feng, who had averaged 34 points in the previous 2 matches, making him the key contributor to the Magic's consecutive victories. Griffin acknowledged having heard of this rookie, the #1 draft pick, whose scoring ability is indeed remarkable. However, he remarked, "This court is not solely occupied by him. I too am a former #1 pick. So I believe Chu Feng does not warrant any particular concern." To Griffin, Chu Feng was merely a younger brother, and there was no need for any special arrangements to contend with him. Our strategy today is to engage in an offensive duel, showcasing our distinctive style. The pregame warm-up concluded swiftly, and Clippers head coach Doc Rivers conveyed his tactical requirements straightforwardly. Paul would control the tempo, while Redick would frequently collaborate with Jordan on pick-and-rolls. The opposing team is adept at seeking open three-point opportunities, so we must intensify our defense and match them shot for shot from beyond the arc. Although Rivers may not be a tactical mastermind, his analysis of the opponents is certainly thorough. The Orlando Magic's most significant difference from last season lies in the addition of Chu Feng, a prolific three-point shooter. Just as the Magic boasts Chu Feng, the Clippers also have the Sharpshooter, J. Redick. In a head-to-head exchange, the outcome is truly uncertain. As the pregame arrangements concluded, both team starters took to the court. The Magic's starting lineup remained unchanged: Nelson, Harkless, Maxiel, Vucevic, and Chu Feng. The Magic's roster appears rather ordinary. On paper, it hardly resembles a team that has secured 2 consecutive victories, including a win against the Pacers. Observing the Magic's lineup, the commentator expressed a hint of resignation. If we exclude Chu Feng, this Magic team could very well be deemed a standard poor team. Especially when considering the formidable lineup of their opponents, the disparity in talent is glaring. The Los Angeles Clippers starters include the elite center DeAndre Jordan, the all-star power forward Blake Griffin, small forward Dudley, shooting guard J. Redick, and all-star point guard Chris Paul. As the commentator noted, based solely on paper strength, this match hardly seems necessary. The Clippers possess an undeniable advantage across 3 positions. As the jump ball commenced, the disparity in strength between the 2 teams became evident. DeAndre Jordan effortlessly tapped the ball into Chris Paul's hands. Paul, taking 2 steps while in possession, lofted the ball high towards the right side of the basket. Bam! Blake Griffin, utilizing his speed, shook off Markieff Morris, soaring into the air from the right side of the paint for a one-armed, thunderous dunk. Upon landing, Griffin refrained from celebration, merely acknowledging Paul, who had assisted him. With a pointed gesture, this dunk appeared almost routine. Such an astonishing collaboration heralded the Clippers' formidable prowess from the very outset of the game. Of course, the commentators on the sidelines were momentarily taken aback by this offensive display. The combination of Paul's exceptional passing vision and Griffin's almost beastly physical attributes heralded the arrival of Lob City in Orlando. As the game transitioned between offense and defense, Jameer Nelson advanced the ball across half-court. In stark contrast to the Clippers' lightning-fast offense, the Magic resembled an antiquated vehicle. Nelson relayed the ball to Harkless, who then passed it to Vucevic. Vucevic struggled against Jordan's imposing presence and subsequently transferred the ball to Chu Feng on the perimeter. The entire arena, caught up in the Magic's languid pace, seemed to grow somewhat numb. In the next instant, Chu Feng suddenly accelerated, dribbling with purpose and leaving J. Redick behind. With a decisive stride past his defender, Chu Feng entered the three-point arc without hesitation, rising for a jump shot and scoring from mid-range. Chapter 31. An unexpected mid-range jumper, a mid-range shot. Chu Feng astonishingly connected on a jump shot from beyond the arc. The scoring method employed by Chu Feng at the outset took the commentators by surprise. In my recollection, he seldom attempts shots from this position. Indeed, in the previous 2 matches, his most frequent shooting locations were beyond the three-point line and within the paint. One commentator perused the technical statistics at hand, noting that many have likened Chu Feng to typical three-point shooters, particularly the recently sensational Stephen Curry, whose shooting heat map bears a close resemblance to that of Chu Feng. However, today, Chu Feng's scoring approach at the beginning has shifted, leaving us to ponder whether this is a mere coincidence or a tactical decision by the Magic. Not only the two commentators, but even Clippers head coach Doc Rivers appeared bewildered. His initial tactical plan was to tighten defense and limit the Magic's three-point attempts, which essentially meant restricting Chu Feng's long-range shots. Despite J.J. Redick's individual defense against Chu Feng, the moment Chu Feng displayed any intent to shoot from beyond the arc, Dudley would swiftly close in to compress the space. Yet, the reality unfolded as Chu Feng deftly evaded Redick and executed a mid-range jumper. A sense of unease began to creep up Rivers' spine, leaving him to hope that this mid-range attempt by Chu Feng was merely an anomaly. As the game progressed, the Clippers initiated an offensive play, and the players on the court appeared unaffected by the previous defensive sequence. DeAndre Jordan assisted Chris Paul in shedding his defender with a pick-and-roll, subsequently rolling to the basket. Paul decisively delivered a bounce pass, facilitating an emphatic dunk by Jordan within the paint. The score stood at 4-2, with the Clippers maintaining their lead. On the Magic's offensive end, Nelson faced Paul, showing no inclination to isolate, and after crossing half-court, he passed the ball to Harkless. Without hesitation, Harkless swiftly transferred the ball to Chu Feng's hands. The Magic's overall ball movement was notably sluggish. However, the moment the ball reached Chu Feng, the 2013 first overall pick sprang into action. Redick, once again caught off guard, could only watch as Chu Feng effortlessly created separation and confidently sank another mid-range shot. This was not a fluke. Chu Feng's proficiency from mid-range was evident. Turning back to the Clippers, Griffin scored another 2 points, yet on the defensive end. The sluggish ball movement of the Magic invariably accelerated when Chu Feng received the ball. Redick consistently lagged by half a beat, helplessly observing as Chu Feng connected on various mid-range attempts. Whenever DeAndre Jordan stepped out to contest Chu Feng's jumper, Chu Feng would deftly dish the ball to the unguarded Vucevic in the paint. Whether it was Vucevic isolating or distributing to Markelle Fultz, or finding Harkless, who had maneuvered into an open position beyond the arc, the Magic consistently provided a response to the Clippers' scoring efforts. In the ebb and flow of the game, despite the Clippers dominating the pace, they led by a mere 1 point at the end of the first quarter, with a score of 27-26. The Los Angeles Clippers held an undeniable advantage in the game, capable of sinking three-pointers and executing powerful dunks, yet the score gap remained modest. During the intermission, the two commentators engaged in analysis, noting that everything was intricately linked to Chu Feng's sudden emergence as a mid-range shooter. Indeed, it was evident that the Clippers' defense was excessively focused on the perimeter, directing their attention towards Chu's three-point shots. Consequently, when Chu opted to conclude plays from mid-range, the Clippers' defensive structure was swiftly disrupted. Observing Chu Feng's statistics from the first quarter, one can see that although he only scored 8 points, he remarkably contributed with 5 assists, alongside numerous secondary assists that went unrecorded. It appears that the Clippers must reconsider their defensive strategy. If this continues, not only will the point differential remain negligible, but the players' mental fortitude may also be compromised. After all, the entire Clippers team possesses an inherent superiority complex over the Magic, as they are a contender for the championship. How could a lottery team possibly keep pace with them, particularly given that the Clippers had a smooth start in the first quarter? The inability to extend their lead left the players somewhat disgruntled. I was taken aback by the unexpected prowess of that young player from the East, who managed to score from mid-range. On the bench, the first to voice complaints was J.J. Redick, who had been thoroughly outmatched by Chu Feng. This development was unforeseen. Prior to this, there had been no recorded footage of Chu Feng scoring from mid-range. Clippers head coach Doc Rivers was equally perplexed, contemplating whether their defensive pressure had been insufficient. He insisted that in the remaining 3 quarters, they must apply pressure on Chu Feng when he has the ball, preventing him from handling it with such ease. Despite my diligent efforts to exert defensive pressure on him, it seemed futile. Redick retorted directly, asserting that he had employed various defensive tactics, yet Chu remained effortlessly effective. He is merely a player from the East. Players from the East cannot perform so effortlessly in the NBA. Rivers, however, was not one to back down, sharply responding, "Do not underestimate his abilities due to his ethnicity. That will come at a significant cost. Indeed, that young man is the most formidable player from the East I have ever encountered, even surpassing Jeremy Lin." Not only Rivers, but also Chris Paul, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "He will be our greatest obstacle on the path to victory today. Treat him as an NBA #1 draft pick, my friend, or you will only bring misfortune upon yourself." I concurred with Paul's assessment, Chu Feng was being severely underestimated. Blake Griffin also sided with the head coach, stating, "Buddy, being from the East is no excuse for your inability to guard him. You have no grounds to belittle a player who is superior to you. Moreover, Chu is this year's top rookie. You have even less reason to underestimate a #1 pick, regardless of whether Chu Feng is a fraudulent player or not. His status as the first overall pick in the NBA undoubtedly signifies his exceptional talent. Moreover, based on the first 2 games of the season, Chu Feng certainly merits this title." Redick's condescending attitude towards Chu Feng, grounded in racial prejudice, evidently stirred discontent among the Clippers bench. What initially began as a tactical discussion regarding defending Chu Feng morphed into a detrimental shift in the team's overall atmosphere due to Redick's personal issues, prompting Rivers to bench him for the entirety of the second quarter. Concerned that Redick might enter the game with a negative mindset that could disrupt the team's cohesion, Rivers opted to keep him cooling off on the sidelines. As the second quarter commenced, the 2 teams' second units briefly faced off before the starters returned to the court. Redick, potentially nursing an injury, remained on the bench, yet the intensity of the game showed no signs of waning. Observing the return of the starters, the commentator remarked, especially after Chu Feng showcased his mid-range capabilities, the Clippers' defensive approach towards him would necessitate adaptation. In fact, the Clippers' overall defensive strategy against the Magic had indeed contracted inward, aimed at preventing spacing that would allow Chu Feng to either isolate or facilitate for his teammates. However, this strategy proved to be a significant challenge for the defender, Willie Green. The Clippers' inward defensive shift inadvertently granted Chu Feng ample space for 3-point attempts. And with Green being both slower and shorter than Chu Feng, it effectively relinquished any constraints on his 3-point shooting. With 3.5 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Chu Feng launched 6 3-point attempts, successfully sinking 4 of them. Additionally, he executed a thunderous dunk after penetrating the lane and a mid-range jumper that evaded Green's defense, contributing a remarkable 16 points in the quarter and helping the Magic tie the score at 63-63. The Los Angeles Clippers maintained a high level of play, yet the score was equalized by the Magic. This game may not yield a definitive winner so soon. At least from the Magic's perspective, Chu Feng's performance was exceptionally stable. By halftime, Chu Feng had already amassed 24 points, with only 2 missed 3-point attempts in the second quarter, showcasing an impressively high shooting efficiency. If the Clippers demonstrated a collective high standard of play, the Magic's performance relied solely on Chu Feng's outstanding individual contributions against the entire Clippers squad. "We must devise a strategy to limit his shooting. Chu Feng is not merely a 3-point shooter or a mid-range specialist. He is a marksman with a shooting range that spans the entire half-court." During halftime, in the visitors' locker room, Doc Rivers circled Chu Feng's jersey number on the tactical board while addressing the team's core point guard, "Paul, as we enter the third quarter, the responsibility of defending Chu Feng falls upon you." Chapter 33. This is by no means a certainty. With 24 points already to his credit, Chu Feng may very well achieve his second career 30-point game today. In Orlando's Amway Center, during halftime, the commentators scrutinized the technical statistics. Among the entire rookie class of 2013, there was only a solitary record of scoring 30 or more points, achieved exclusively by Chu Feng. Indeed, Chu Feng stands as the earliest and the only player in this rookie cohort to have reached the 30-point milestone. Had it not been for Michael Carter-Williams leading the lottery-bound 76ers to triumph over the formidable Heat trio, Chu Feng would undoubtedly be the unequivocal candidate for Rookie of the Year discussions. From the commentator's perspective, Carter-Williams' remarks post-game bore a semblance of truth. After all, the opponents faced by Carter-Williams were considerably stronger than those encountered by Chu Feng. Thus, today, if Chu Feng could deliver an exceptional performance and guide his team to victory against the Western powerhouse Clippers, it would serve as a fitting retort to Carter-Williams. Moreover, for Chu Feng, the necessity of victory was underscored by the enticing reward of 500 experience points for a 3-game winning streak, translating into 5 attribute points. Chu Feng increasingly recognized the significance of attribute enhancement. Breaking through the overall level cap of 75 had become a paramount objective. As halftime swiftly concluded, both teams' starting players returned to the court. The Clippers substituted J. Redick with Jamal Crawford to assume the role of starting shooting guard. It was evident that Rivers' punitive measures against Redick were far from over. The Magic initiated the offense, with Nelson advancing the ball and decisively passing it to Chu Feng. The moment Chu Feng seized the ball and faced the basket, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Incredibly, the Clippers made a defensive adjustment at the onset of the third quarter. Not only were the fans taken aback, but the commentator also expressed astonishment. They were assigning their star point guard, Chris Paul, to single-cover Chu Feng. This was a remarkably audacious maneuver, considering Paul stood nearly 10 centimeters shorter than Chu Feng. However, Paul's defensive prowess was exceptional. He was a perennial member of the NBA's all-defensive team. As the commentator noted, since the 2007 to 2008 season, Paul had been selected for the all-defensive team for 5 consecutive seasons, with 3 of those selections as a first-team member, attesting to his defensive capabilities. More critically, the pressure Paul exerted on ball handlers was among the elite in the league. It is noteworthy that Paul had claimed the title of steals leader for 5 consecutive years. If Spurs forward Kawhi Leonard epitomized the relentless defense of forwards, then Paul could be regarded as the equivalent for point guards. As the commentary continued, Paul decisively closed in on Chu Feng, applying tight pressure while extending his right hand towards Chu Feng's ball-handling hand in an attempt to disrupt his rhythm. Chu Feng, not one to sit idly by, accelerated as Paul reached out to interfere. It appeared he intended to force his way past Paul on the right side. But after the initial step, he executed a spin, coupled with a change of direction, altering the rhythm of his breakthrough. However, even with this impressive maneuver, Paul was not easily shaken off. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged to intercept the ball in the direction of Chu Feng's movement. As Paul's arm drew ever closer to the basketball, in a flash, Chu Feng decisively cradled the ball with both hands, elevated his center of gravity, and sent Paul flying, subsequently releasing a shot while leaning back. Whoosh! The basketball sailed through the air with a flat trajectory, lightly grazing the front edge of the rim before gracefully settling into the net. This time, fortune favored you. 65-63. The Magic surged ahead at the start of the third quarter. Although Chu Feng had scored, Paul remained impassive. Next time, Lady Luck may not be on your side. After being provoked by Paul, Chu Feng exhaled nonchalantly. That remains to be seen. Chapter 34. This is far from enough. Paul paid little heed to Chu Feng's response. Through the previous defensive exchange, CP3 had gleaned an understanding of the caliber of player Chu Feng was. His dribbling skills ranked above average in the league. Yet they were not particularly formidable. His shooting ability exuded confidence, but ultimately, it was rather ordinary. Were it not for the moment he was brushed aside, Paul would have been confident in containing Chu Feng's scoring. Yet, that very instance of being pushed back provided Paul with invaluable experience in defending against Chu Feng. As the game transitioned from defense to offense, the Clippers advanced. Paul swiftly crossed half-court, employing a crossover to shake off his defender, penetrating into the paint to face Vucevic's outstretched arms, and scored with a floater. 65-65, the score remained tightly contested. The Magic retaliated, with Nelson passing to Vucevic in the post, who muscled through DeAndre Jordan, executing a turnaround hook shot that found its mark. Both teams showcased remarkable efficiency at the onset of the third quarter. As the midpoint approached, the Clippers managed to edge ahead 78-77. Thanks to Griffin's driving layup and an ensuing foul, the Clippers finally seized the opportunity to regain the lead. The intensity of competition reflected the prowess of both teams. Despite the close score, the Clippers appeared more composed on the court. In contrast, the Magic's offensive efficiency began to wane, necessitating that they rely on Chu Feng to resolve their issues through individual efforts. As the commentators analyzed the situation, the Magic indeed shifted the ball into Chu Feng's hands. Chris Paul quickly tightened his defense, yet this time, he refrained from attempting a steal. He merely applied pressure to Chu Feng as he stayed close. Your dribbling is commendable, but against me, it is far from sufficient. While exerting pressure on Chu Feng, Paul taunted, "Pass the ball, young man, or you risk merely clanking one off the rim or committing a turnover." Paul's tone was remarkably subdued, as if it were only natural for him to have thwarted the advances of Chu Feng. Chu Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he held the ball in front of the basket, displaying a triple threat. In an instant, as his body shifted to the right, he suddenly accelerated to the left. It must be said that Chu Feng's first step was remarkably swift, causing even Paul to transition from a frontal defense to a lateral one. However, CP3's defensive acumen allowed him to anticipate and intercept Chu Feng's path, extending his right hand between Chu Feng's two hands. Should Chu Feng opt for a crossover dribble, the basketball's trajectory would inevitably encounter Paul's palm first. A steal could occur in the blink of an eye. At a critical moment, Chu Feng abruptly halted, compelling Paul to close in for tighter defense. Yet, Just as Paul advanced for close coverage, Chu Feng exerted force once more, launching himself at full speed. In this fluctuation of rhythm, Paul was somewhat caught off guard, and coupled with the disparity in speed, Chu Feng broke free from the defense, driving straight into the paint. Facing the rushing Jingdezhen, he executed a challenging fadeaway jumper that found its mark. Beep! As the ball swished through the net. The referee on the sidelines immediately blew his whistle. The subtle movements of Jingdezhen while defending against Chu Feng's fadeaway were clearly observed by the official on the sidelines. The commentators closely monitored the unfolding situation. Chu Feng's 2 points counted, and he would also step to the free throw line, despite Jingdezhen's persistent complaints to the referee. Insisting it was unintentional, the official upheld the original call. With a graceful ease, Chu Feng sank the free throw, enabling the Magic to regain a 2-point lead while also marking his personal tally at an impressive 31 points for the game. As anticipated, Chu achieved his second 30-plus game among the 2013 rookie class, with the first also belonging to him. In terms of scoring prowess, Chu undoubtedly stands as the most formidable player among this year's rookies. The sole challenge now before him is the quest for victory. The commentators were effusive in their praise of Chu Feng's scoring ability. A rookie who has scored 30 or more points in 2 of his first 3 career games is indeed a rarity in NBA history. Moreover, had the second game against the Timberwolves not progressed so swiftly, surpassing 30 points would have been a mere formality for him. This astonishing scoring ability, if accompanied by a win, would undoubtedly attract a wave of enthusiastic fans. On the other hand, the Clippers managed to level the score through sheer individual talent. Yet, Chu Feng, leveraging his physical superiority over Chris Paul, backed down to the vicinity of the free throw line and executed a smooth turnaround jumper. "Your defense is commendable," he remarked with a smile after scoring consecutively against Paul, "but it's simply not enough to handle me." In Chapter 35, One Man, Unstoppable, Chu Feng finally recognized his advantage when facing Paul. He found he need not resort to flashy dribbling. By employing a straightforward post-up strategy and relying on his strength, he could effortlessly create scoring opportunities. At the Amway Center in Orlando, the commentators expressed their sentiments. While Paul's stealing ability is remarkable, it pales in comparison to the sheer height and power Chu possesses. As noted, Rivers opted for Paul to defend Chu largely because when Chu faced J.J. Redick or Jamal Crawford, he relied on speed and ball handling to evade their defenses. Since speed and containment of the ball handler are among Paul's defensive strengths, deploying him against Chu seemed a prudent strategy. However, Chu had shifted away from intricate maneuvers, choosing instead to assertively overpower Paul. Moreover, Chu's physical attributes had been heralded as a significant advantage even before the draft. This was a challenge any player would struggle against, let alone a point guard like Paul. On the other hand, Chu was acutely aware of this dynamic. As the third quarter began, he attempted to test Paul's defense through a few dribbles, nearly committing a turnover, but he was merely experimenting to gauge the effectiveness of his ball handling against Paul. The results of this trial were marginally adequate, and thus Chu opted to abandon risky plays in favor of a more straightforward, bulldozer-style approach. Paul, clearly at a disadvantage, found himself overwhelmed, and the excessive energy expended on defense adversely affected his offensive performance. As the score gap widened to 4 points, Clippers head coach Doc Rivers decisively called for a timeout. "I can still defend that fellow. I shall inevitably uncover his weaknesses." Returning to the bench, Paul wiped his brow and remarked, "His dribbling posture is quite high. I can seize the opportunity for a steal at any moment." Paul was indeed correct. Chu Feng's dribbling had not yet reached the formidable levels of 80 or 90, thus revealing numerous vulnerabilities in the presence of a dribbling maestro like Paul. However, the crux of the matter lay in Chu Feng's swift reflexes. Every time Paul appeared poised to execute a successful steal, Chu Feng consistently managed to avert disaster. Furthermore, against Paul, Chu Feng had only missed a single shot yet had already contributed 14 points in just 1 quarter, with a total of 38 points thus far in the 3 quarters. He was merely 1 point shy of his career high of 39. We must adopt a strategy of double-teaming against Chu Feng. Reluctantly, Rivers heeded the advice of the team's defensive assistant. "Paul, from this moment onward, you need not expend your energy defending Chu Feng. Leave him to Dudley and Crawford." By alleviating Paul of defensive duties, while simultaneously implementing a double team on Chu Feng, this became the most prudent defensive strategy available to the Clippers. The opposing team will undoubtedly employ a double team strategy upon our return from the timeout. At that point, I will draw defensive attention and readily distribute the ball to the perimeter. Meanwhile, on the Magic's bench, Chu Feng took a deep breath and suggested to the head coach, "I need to be paired with more shooters. The opposing team will employ a double-team strategy against you?" Jacques Vaughn, who initially intended to devise isolation plays for Chu Feng, paused in surprise. "Chu, how can you make such an assertion?" "Because one person cannot contain me." Chu Feng's response was remarkably straightforward. "Coach, you need only to follow my instructions." Chu Feng's formidable performance on the court has, without a doubt, established him as the undisputed core of the Magic. The players of the team have no objections to his strategies. Thus, the implementation of his tactical arrangements rests entirely upon the discretion of the head coach. After careful consideration, Jacques Vaughn has also aligned himself with Chu Feng. After all, Chu Feng is the pivotal figure who has aided the team in turning the tide. An even more significant point is Chu Feng's youth. Utilizing this inconsequential match to grant him additional experience is indeed a twofold advantage. Soon, the timeout concluded, and both teams returned to the court. The Clippers made no personnel adjustments, while the Magic made substantial changes to their perimeter lineup. The team's point guard, Nelson, was replaced by Antoine Moore, and Harkless was substituted for Aflalo, yet Chu Feng remained on the court. The Magic's sudden decision to incorporate two rotation players, despite just having gained an advantage, seems perplexing. The commentators were taken aback. Could it be that they have devised a special tactical arrangement? Chapter 36, Locking Down Chu Feng. Beyond this, it is challenging to fathom any other explanation for the Magic's decision to substitute two starters while leading. Another commentator shared the same bewilderment regarding the Magic's lineup changes. If the Magic were trailing, then introducing players to alter their strategy would be justifiable. However, they had only just reversed the score under Chu Feng's impressive performance. And before they had solidified their lead, they audaciously opted for a roster adjustment. This bold maneuver was truly unexpected for the commentators. Equally surprised was Clippers head coach Doc Rivers. With limited tactical options at his disposal, his motivational speeches and expressive demeanor have long been the hallmark of his coaching style. Now, faced with the opponent's unforeseen roster changes, he found himself somewhat at a loss. Nevertheless, Rivers remained resolute in instructing his players to execute a double-team strategy against Chu Feng. In his view, regardless of how the Magic adjusted, Chu Feng remained the definitive focal point of their offensive efforts. Upon returning from the timeout, the Clippers launched the first attack. Paul proactively sought out Antoine Moore, breaking through the defense to deliver a bounce pass to Griffin, who scored with a layup. The point differential reverted to 2. Yet the Clippers did not celebrate. Instead, they returned to the defensive end with serious expressions. As the Magic inbound the ball, Moore swiftly advanced it past half-court and passed it into Chu Feng's hands. Boom. As soon as the basketball reached Chu Feng, the Clippers' defense closed in. "Oh no, what do I see?" The Clippers' defensive strategy astonished the commentators. Dudley and Crawford converged on Chu Feng from both sides, employing a double-team approach against the newly crowned rookie. This was indeed a desperate measure. For Chu Feng's performance today has been nothing short of exceptional. In one-on-one situations, the Clippers had no one capable of containing him. However, can the double-team strategy have any effect on Chu Feng? The commentator swallowed hard and chose not to continue. The prowess of Chu Feng in one-on-one situations is evident to all spectators, including commentators. When not double-teamed, he is indeed unstoppable, slicing through defenses with ease. However, the moment the Clippers' double team was fully formed, Chu Feng, showing remarkable court awareness, swiftly passed the ball to the right corner where Aflalo awaited. With no defender in sight, Aflalo took a moment to adjust and confidently sank the three-pointer, increasing the lead to 5 points. Chu Feng's passing was decidedly crisp, allowing Aflalo to score effortlessly. Although Chu Feng chose not to challenge the double team this time, his decision to distribute the ball was undoubtedly the optimal choice. On the other side, Rivers released a sigh of relief. Clearly, the double team had an effect on Chu Feng, who had opted to pass rather than attack the basket himself. In Rivers' eyes, this meant stifling Chu Feng's influence. If they could suppress him, victory would be within reach. The strategy was simple: continue to double-team Chu Feng, denying him any opportunity to showcase his individual skills. As the Clippers advanced on offense, Rivers shouted from the sidelines, urging his players to maintain their defensive strategy, contain Chu Feng, and they would succeed. Returning to offense, the Clippers still relied on their formidable individual talents to score, narrowing the gap to 3 points. In the ensuing transition, as Chu Feng held the ball just beyond the left three-point line, Dudley and Crawford moved swiftly to double-team him, effectively restricting both his driving lanes and shooting opportunities. Chu Feng once again relinquished his opportunity for a solo play. opting instead to pass the ball to the perimeter where a follow awaited. With great poise, he executed a wide-open three-pointer that swished through the net. The gap between the two teams instantly widened to 6 points. A peculiar sensation washed over me, despite Chu Feng being continually double-teamed and unable to score individually. The commentators on the sidelines expressed their astonishment. The Clippers' defense against Chu Feng was undoubtedly effective, yet the Magic consistently managed to extend their lead. Indeed, Chu Feng appeared disinterested in taking on a solo challenge. The moment he was ensnared by the defenders, he discerned his unguarded teammate. Aflalo maintained his position beyond the arc, seemingly anticipating Chu Feng's pass. The two commentators exchanged glances, and a bold hypothesis emerged. Perhaps, I say perhaps, Chu Feng was merely a decoy in the Magic's offensive strategy, with Aflalo being the true finishing point upon their return from the timeout. Their audacious conjecture was only half correct. The Clippers' offense faltered, and the Magic surged forth. Although their fast break was thwarted by the Clippers' swift transition defense, Chu Feng found himself ensnared once more, and Aflalo was closely guarded by Paul. Nevertheless, Chu Feng swiftly located the unmarked Moore and delivered a cross-court pass. Without hesitation, when Moore launched a three-pointer, striking again. The Magic expanded their lead to 9 points. A glance at the scoreboard revealed that the Clippers players simultaneously turned their gaze towards their head coach, Rivers. Perhaps it was time for Rivers to call a timeout to address the unfolding issues. However, upon checking the clock, Rivers noted that there was little time left in the third quarter. The Magic's current strategy might not significantly widen the gap. Moreover, the Clippers clearly possessed a stronger overall capability than the Magic. If they executed their offensive rounds effectively and held steady until the end of this quarter, adjustments could be made in the fourth. The crux of the matter was that Rivers was uncertain how to counter the Magic's tactical approach. Chapter 37. Tactical Domination. After all, it was merely the 2013-14 season, and the NBA had yet to place the same emphasis on three-point shooting that would characterize future seasons. Even though Stephen Curry had begun to showcase his prowess, signaling the emergence of a new era, the overall trend within the league had not undergone a substantial transformation. Correspondingly, many teams remained relatively conservative in their defensive strategies against three-point plays. Particularly for a coach like Rivers, who lacked tactical innovation, his responses to three-point strategies often lagged. Consequently, by the conclusion of the third quarter, the Clippers found themselves trailing the Magic by a significant 10 points, with a score of 71-81. It was an unexpected turn of events. Throughout the first half of the third quarter, both teams had fiercely contested the score, even exchanging leads at times. Yet, following just one timeout, this equilibrium was abruptly shattered, and the Magic unleashed a scoring frenzy as if possessed. In the final moments of this quarter, they successfully sank 5 three-pointers, significantly widening the score gap. During the intermission, as the two commentators reviewed the third quarter, they appeared somewhat dazed by the score. One remarked, "I can only say that the offensive strategy employed by the Magic in the latter half of the third quarter was truly remarkable. They adeptly exploited the width of the court. This can be attributed to Chu Feng's ability to draw defensive attention, creating an abundance of open three-point opportunities for the Magic. This phenomenon exemplifies the star player effect. Chu Feng disrupted the Clippers' defensive schemes, leaving us to ponder how the visiting team will adjust. For the Clippers, their most significant issue is the lack of a defensive elite on the front line, although the current league has yet to fully embrace the three-point trend. 3 and D players have become a coveted asset for every team. The Clippers boast a superstar point guard, an elite power forward, an excellent center, and a sharpshooter shooting guard. Yet they are sorely missing a top-tier, or even mid-tier, 3 and D player. This deficiency was glaringly magnified in today's contest against the Magic. Had they faced Chu Feng's Dudley with a defensive specialist instead, the entire defensive structure of the Clippers would have undergone a dramatic transformation. However, the reality is that the Clippers currently lack such a figure, while Chu Feng effectively dismantled their perimeter defense. Single coverage allowed Chu Feng to score freely, while double-teaming him simply opened opportunities for outside shooters to capitalize. The Clippers doubled down on offense, yet with Redick consistently benched by Rivers, their three-point threat was insufficient. And their two-point endeavors were clearly no match for the Magic's torrential three-point barrage. Today, the Magic's shooting from beyond the arc seemed almost divinely inspired. As the Magic maintained a double-digit lead, the commentators couldn't help but express their bewilderment at why the Clippers had not yet unleashed J.J. Redick, the most accurate shooter on their roster. This remained the sole question of the day. Beyond that, the Clippers were fundamentally outclassed tactically by the Magic. which was the root cause of their defeat. Another commentator added, of course, even setting that aside, the performance of the Magic's rookie, Chu Feng, throughout the game is the paramount reason for their victory. Indeed, with just 4 minutes and 23 seconds remaining in the game, Chu Feng had already reached a personal career high of 47 points, along with 7 assists. Regrettably, the Magic's initial attempts from three-point range in the fourth quarter were lackluster. Otherwise, Chu Feng would have undoubtedly achieved his first career double-double today. Chapter 38, the first 40 in 2013. The game continues. But it is evident that the Magic hold an absolute advantage. Unless the Magic experience an unexpected blackout at home, reminiscent of a dark 4-minute stretch, it will be exceedingly difficult for the Clippers to reclaim the lead. The truth is that the Clippers were unable to sustain any hope on the offensive end, with 3 consecutive hurried attempts resulting in missed shots, causing the deficit to swell to 18 points. Doug Rivers glanced at the clock and decisively called a timeout, substituting out his starters and effectively signaling the end of the contest. Jacques Vaughn, in a symbolic gesture, allowed his starting 5 to play for just over a minute before substituting them all out, marking the official transition into garbage time. Ultimately, as the game concluded amidst the cheers of the home crowd, the Orlando Magic triumphed over the formidable Los Angeles Clippers with a score of 117-100, achieving a 17-point victory and maintaining their undefeated season while bestowing the Clippers with their first defeat. We have never underestimated our opponents, at least not today. In the aftermath, when Doug Rivers was asked about the reasons for the loss, he shook his head in front of the camera. We simply were not adequately prepared. The Magic capitalized on more open three-point opportunities. When the opponent makes more three-pointers than we do, it is exceedingly difficult to win, and that is the crux of it. Rivers spoke with stark clarity, having immediately noticed a glaring statistical disparity post-game. The Magic collectively sank 18 three-pointers, while the Clippers' attempts did not even reach that number. Given that three-point shooting was pivotal in determining the outcome, why were the team's sharpshooters relegated to the bench? A sideline reporter candidly posed questions that resonated with many fans. Since J.J. Redick was thoroughly outplayed by Chu Feng, he has remained seated on the bench, leading many to speculate whether Redick's mindset had faltered. Had he succumbed to a sense of defeat? There are numerous reasons for Redick's benching, the most significant being his unsatisfactory defensive performance. Rivers remained expressionless. Chu Feng's initial performance was quite ordinary. Had we applied some defensive pressure at that moment, I believe we could have swiftly gained the upper hand and secured victory. However, all of this was undermined by Redick's abysmal defense. He was unable to keep pace with Chu Feng's speed and was thoroughly overwhelmed on the offensive end. More critically, even after being exploited by Chu Feng, Redick failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. Rivers saw no fault in keeping him on the bench. That evening, the comments section of ESPN's news was flooded with messages from fans. Many expressed that Rivers' rationale for sidelining Redick was overly simplistic, especially as the Clippers exhibited a noticeable lack of offensive firepower in the latter half of the game. Why not utilize Redick to bolster their three-point shooting when they desperately needed scoring options? I find it incomprehensible that when the Clippers needed to enhance their scoring, Rivers' thoughts seemed elsewhere. In my view, they essentially handed over the victory as they were far superior to the Magic, yet succumbed to a 17-point defeat. This is entirely the fault of the team's head coach. Rivers' decisions are utterly foolish. Of course, some fans attribute the loss to the coach, while others firmly believe that Rivers' actions are beyond reproach. I question whether those who criticize Rivers have truly paid attention to the game. Is Redick's role on the court merely to score? Indeed, he exhibited a complete lack of presence on the offensive end, while on defense, he was continuously exploited by Chu Feng, helplessly watching the opponent score. Chu Feng's rhythm was entirely nurtured by Redick. Had it not been for Redick's abysmal defense at the start, the Clippers could have easily employed a man-to-man strategy. However, it was precisely Redick who allowed Chu Feng to find his groove, compelling the Clippers to resort to a desperate double team. I concur with the sentiments expressed above. The primary issue leading to today's defeat lies squarely with Redick. Online discussions regarding the outcome of the Clippers versus Magic game are fervently underway, followed by the release of 2 news segments that gradually divert the fans' attention. The first is a news banner prominently displayed on the TNT homepage. The Chinese prodigy Chu Feng scores the first 40 by a rookie in 13 years, breaking the single-game scoring record held by the previous Chinese top draft pick, Yao Ming. Chapter 39, Multiple Records. The highest single-game score in the career of Yao Ming. The first Chinese top draft pick in NBA history was 41 points, a record for Chinese players in the NBA. Today, the second Chinese top draft pick, Chu Feng, contributed 48 points in a single game, shattering Yao's record for Chinese players in the NBA. Moreover, 48 points stand as the highest single-game score recorded by an Asian player in NBA history. TNT devotes considerable coverage to the myriad records established during today's game between the Magic and the Clippers, all of which were achieved by Chu Feng. First and foremost, Chu Feng's remarkable 48 points are not only the highest for a rookie this season, but also the highest single-game score thus far. Additionally, he has broken Yao's long-standing record for Chinese players and the historical scoring record held by Asian players in the NBA. Meanwhile, in his first 3 games, Chu Feng has tallied 39 points, 29 points, and 48 points, becoming the first rookie in 13 years to achieve both 30 and 40 points. His average of 38.6 points over the first 3 games has set a new record for the highest average score by a rookie in their first 3 games since 2000. As it stands, Chu Feng currently leads the scoring charts for this season. In addition to his scoring prowess, Chu Feng has also shown in assists. Alongside his 48 points today, he delivered 8 assists, resulting in an impressive 48-8 performance that earned him the title of TNTS Player of the Day. I believe that after this game, there will be no further debate regarding who deserves the title of Rookie of the Year this season. The official announcement from the NT has unequivocally concluded. Chu Feng is poised to become the least contentious Rookie of the Year in NBA history. In the comments section beneath this news, fans have exhibited a remarkable sense of harmony. From the initial mockery of the Magic's seemingly foolish choice to the scathing criticism directed at Chu Feng, we have witnessed a dramatic shift in public sentiment within merely a week and 3 games. I have never encountered a rookie who could so swiftly bring an end to the discourse surrounding the Rookie of the Year title. More critically, Chu Feng faces formidable competition for this honor. Michael Carter-Williams has nearly averaged a triple-double in his first 3 career games and has led his team to 3 consecutive victories. Indeed, had Chu Feng not delivered an impressive performance of 48 points and 8 assists, leading his team to a resounding victory over the Los Angeles Clippers today, I might have bestowed the title of Best Player of the Day upon Carter-Williams. The suspense surrounding the title of Best Newcomer has come to an end, not due to the weakness of his competitors. On the contrary, Michael Kawhi's performance in the first 3 matches was equally deserving of the Best Newcomer accolade. However, Chu Feng's performance has proven to be even more exceptional. In the wake of Chu Feng's outstanding performances in the initial 3 games, discussions among fans have gradually shifted from the coveted Rookie of the Year award to other accolades. For instance, the NBA is set to announce the Eastern and Western Conference Players of the Week in the early hours of tomorrow. In the West, the sheer number of exceptional players has left fans overwhelmed with choices. Conversely, the competition in the East appears significantly less intense. Before the season commenced, there may have been debates over whether Paul George or LeBron James would dominate the Player of the Week honors. However, as the season progressed, these 2 Eastern stars succumbed to their first defeat in the opening week. Consequently, they were eclipsed by the likes of McCaw and Chu Feng, who emerged as the frontrunners for the Eastern Conference Player of the Week. The NBA did not keep fans waiting long. At 4 o'clock the following morning, the league's official website featured 2 news updates. The first announced the winner of the 2013-14 Western Conference Player of the Week award. Ultimately, the accolade went to Kevin Love of the Minnesota Timberwolves, who averaged an impressive 29.7 points and 14.7 rebounds per game, leading his team to victory in 2 out of 3 games, save for a single defeat to the Magic. Love's recognition as the Western Player of the Week was well-deserved. However, fans quickly shifted their focus to the second announcement, the reveal of the Eastern Conference Player of the Week for the first week of the 2013-14 season. With bated breath, they clicked on the link to discover that the honor went to Orlando Magic shooting guard Chu Feng. In the previous week, Chu Feng led the Orlando Magic to a perfect record of 3 wins, placing them second in the Eastern Conference, while averaging an astounding 38.6 points per game, the highest in the league. His remarkable individual performance, coupled with his team's success, allowed him to triumph over fellow rookie McCaw, who also enjoyed a 3-game winning streak. Chu Feng's selection as the Eastern Player of the Week was undoubtedly justified, showcasing the NBA's discernment. Indeed, had anyone else received this accolade, it would have been a disservice to fairness. He was the most deserving candidate. American fans have been relatively impartial in their evaluations of Chu Feng. especially considering he nearly achieved the season's first 50-point game. Even in the absence of that milestone, his 48 points remained the highest individual score in a single game this season. Most importantly, he led his team to victory over the Minnesota Timberwolves, who boasted the Western Player of the Week. With such an accumulation of impressive results, it begs the question, who else could possibly be awarded Player of the Week if not Chu Feng? This accolade has positioned Chu Feng as the second NBA player to receive the weekly honor since Yao Ming earned the title during the second week of the 2007 to 2008 season. Many fans have extended their congratulations to Chu Feng. However, there are those who express dissatisfaction with the selection of this week's best player. At the forefront of this dissent is Michael Carter-Williams, the point guard for the Philadelphia 76ers. He asserts, "I believe I should have been recognized as the Eastern Conference Player of the Week last week, rather than anyone else." Prior to a match against the Golden State Warriors, Carter-Williams candidly remarked, "Just look at the current standings. Only a few teams in the East remain undefeated, and we are among them. While other teams may also boast unblemished records, consider the number of teams we have defeated that feature MVP-caliber players. The Miami Heat, with LeBron James, a former MVP and Finals MVP, and Dwayne Wade, also a Finals MVP. The Chicago Bulls, led by Derrick Rose, the youngest MVP in history." Carter-Williams' assertion is quite straightforward. The teams he has triumphed over are home to superstars, thereby enhancing their own impressive records. The Magic, led by Chu Feng, have achieved a remarkable 3 consecutive victories, even in the face of formidable opponents such as Paul George, Kevin Love, Chris Paul, and Blake Griffin. However, despite their combined prowess, none of these players have ever been awarded the prestigious MVP title. A 3-game winning streak is distinct from another, yet I shall not dwell on such trivial accolades, nor will I fixate on the streak itself. Upon concluding the interview, Mike Away returned to his warm-up area, showcasing an impressive dunk as he prepared for the game. Today, he aims to continue the team's winning momentum and prove that the NBA's decision to overlook him for the Player of the Week honors was a grave error. Simultaneously, in another arena, the newly crowned Player of the Week, Chu Feng, slumbers on the team bus, eagerly awaiting their arrival in Brooklyn at the Barclays Center. Almost concurrently, in the executive offices of the Barclays Center, General Manager Billy King seizes the opportunity to call his counterpart Rob from the Magic, as the game has yet to commence. The conversation is straightforward. What assets would be required to facilitate a mid-season trade for Chu Feng? "Are you joking, Mr. King?" Rob responds, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. "We have no intentions of trading Chu Feng at this time. You may not have considered it before, but the opportunity is now at hand," Billy King asserts with unwavering conviction. "We are prepared to absorb some of the Magic's less favorable contracts and offer you expiring deals to help create salary cap space. You know, next summer's free agency market will be filled with prime targets, and space is crucial for every team. In addition, we possess several draft picks that could be packaged in the trade." Billy lays all his cards on the table. "All we seek is to make Chu Feng a part of the Brooklyn Nets." Chapter 41, James or Chu Feng. For the Brooklyn Nets, the onset of the new season is imbued with a sense of risk even before it officially begins. Following their relocation from Russia to Brooklyn, the team embarked on a so-called championship quest. Last season, the acquisition of the talented Joe Johnson provided a glimmer of hope for the Nets. This season, General Manager Billy King has leveraged future draft picks to trade for Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce from the Celtics, while maintaining a core that includes Deron Williams and Brook Lopez, rendering the Nets roster seemingly formidable, at least from the initial 2 games of the season. This lineup has demonstrated significant competitive strength within the Eastern Conference. In their season opener, they narrowly lost to the Miami Heat, but in the subsequent encounter with the Heat's superstar trio, they managed to secure a 1-point victory, showcasing their true caliber and potential. However, merely maintaining the status quo does not suffice to satisfy Billy King's ambitions. Although the Nets currently appear to possess a complete roster, the team's vitality is lacking. He needs to infuse it with more youthful talent. The most coveted rookie, Chu Feng, undoubtedly stands out as the prime candidate in the current market. Both his exhibited prowess and his youthful vigor, coupled with his advantageous contract, are compelling reasons for the Nets' interest in him. Thus, seizing the opportunity presented by the matchup between the two teams, Billy King decisively reached out to Magic General Manager Rob with a trade proposal. In King's view, offering draft picks, resolving problematic contracts, and clearing cap space are conditions difficult for any team to refuse. "I believe I can conclude this call now." However, to King's surprise, Rob remained remarkably composed on the other end. Even if you offered your entire roster for trade, we would not allow Chu Feng to leave Orlando. Even if you managed to create space to sign 2 All-Stars, perhaps even LeBron James, would you still be unwilling to part with Chu? Clearly, Billy King was not one to easily concede. Next summer, the free agent market's biggest catch, James, would surely depart from the Heat in search of a more lucrative contract and championship opportunities. Teams with ample cap space would undeniably be his first choice. Therefore, King decided to leverage James as a bargaining chip in his negotiations with Rob. Now, the choice before the Magic was quite straightforward: to opt for the promising rookie Chu Feng and endure the struggle alongside him, or to select the Emperor James and return to championship contention. I doubt anyone would resist the allure of the finals. After a prolonged silence on the line, King added another condition: I could even allow you to take Brook Lopez. I'm sorry, but even with James and Lopez, we would reject this trade. Rob decisively vetoed. Mr. King, you seem to believe that the Brooklyn Nets are more suitable for Chu Feng than the Orlando Magic? You are mistaken. We are far superior to you. As Rob prepared to hang up, he chuckled. Just watch. Today's game will make you realize your true standing. With that, Rob cut off the conversation, not allowing King a chance to respond. Indeed, the Magic management proved to be a group of fools. Hearing the dial tone on the other end, Billy King smirked. For the sake of a rookie, they were willing to forego the opportunity to sign James? Was that not foolishness? More importantly, Rob actually believed that the current Magic were better suited for Chu Feng and stronger than the Nets? What a jest. Fortunately, Billy King sent a text to Nets head coach Jason Kidd. He wanted Chu Feng to understand which team was truly the better fit for him. On the other side, as the main force arrived at the Barclays Center, the moment Chu Feng stepped out of the vehicle, the system notification sounded promptly. The task had been completed, and the system rewarded him with 500 experience points. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Feng allocated all 5 attribute points acquired from the system directly to his dribbling skill. Consequently, his dribbling attribute reached a remarkable peak of level 75 for his current rank. Upon detecting that the host had completed the distribution of attribute points, the system activated the next task. System task: achieve a 5-game winning streak and secure the title of Eastern Conference Player of the Week for the second week. System reward: 500 experience points. Chapter 42. Are you joking? To accomplish a 5-game winning streak and also clinch the Player of the Week accolade? Upon glimpsing the next task, Chu Feng felt a twinge of apprehension. While achieving 5 consecutive victories might not pose a significant challenge, after all, aside from the upcoming match against the Nets, the subsequent opponents appeared manageable. He recognized that the outcome still rested in his hands. With an exceptional performance, securing victory was indeed within reach. However, the Player of the Week title was an entirely different matter. It was an accolade determined by the league's officials, and should another player shine brightly, like the impressive performances of McCaw in the first week, the award could easily slip away from him. The two conditions combined made for a formidable task, the difficulty of which was evident. More critically, the reward for fulfilling both conditions was merely 500 experience points, equivalent to just 5 attribute points. Wasn't that rather meager? In response to the host, the system noted that initial tasks were akin to beginner quests, characterized by lower difficulty. Sensing Chu Feng's discontent, the system's notification soon followed. Completion of beginner tasks has been finalized, and the formal task feature is now activated. As the notification ceased, an electronic display resembling a screen gradually materialized in Chu Feng's mind. The first section displayed his current task: achieve a 5-game winning streak and secure the Player of the Week title. Following that, the second section presented 2 unknown choices. Upon completing the first task, the host could independently choose to accomplish one of the 2 tasks in the second section, with each task offering a reward of 500 experience points and the activation of the third section's task options. Can I complete both tasks in the second section? He pondered. If each task yields 500 experience points, wouldn't that amount to 1,000 experience points? For Chu Feng, an additional 10 attribute points were invaluable at this stage. In reply to the host, the system stated that if he managed to fulfill all tasks within the taskbar, an additional reward of 500 experience points would be granted, along with the activation of all tasks in the third section. This meant that if he completed the first task, activated the second section, and subsequently accomplished both tasks therein, he would accumulate a total of 1,500 experience points. This was undeniably a tremendous gain. Chu Feng's excitement surged as he inquired about the structure of future tasks. In response, the system affirmed that the taskbar mechanism would remain consistent. though the experience point rewards would increase. It expressed hope that he would continue to strive diligently. Receiving a reassuring response from the system, Chu Feng felt considerably more at ease. It appeared that the initial scarcity of experience points was due to the completion of novice tasks. Once on the right track, the rewards for experience points were exceedingly generous. As Chu Feng engaged enthusiastically with the system, the Barclays Center was already filled to capacity with fervent fans. Today marks the inaugural confrontation between two formidable teams in the Eastern Conference. The commentator from Fox Sports was equally electrified. Just days ago, the Brooklyn Nets triumphed over the formidable Miami Heat, and now their only objective is to secure consecutive victories. Indeed, they made significant trades during the summer, acquiring Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce, with their sights set firmly on the championship next June. Another commentator expressed great anticipation for today's game. In truth, the spectators are even more eager for this match. Let us hear what they have to say. As the camera shifted, a Fox Sports reporter ventured into the stands, where numerous fans donned black Nets jerseys, clamoring to speak before the camera. Honestly, the Miami Heat have been quite weak this season. They are no match for us. Absolutely. I concur with your sentiment. Defeating the Heat is not a remarkable feat. Our ambitions this season extend far beyond merely overcoming them. Nets fans unanimously emphasize that vanquishing the Heat is a routine accomplishment, yet none mention their upcoming adversary, the Magic. Hey, my friend, what do you think of the Orlando Magic? It was only when the reporter broached this question that a fan chuckled and replied, "Are you joking? If we can defeat the Heat, why on earth would we worry about the Orlando Magic?" This fan's remark elicited laughter from those around him. After all, the Heat were last season's champions and two-time title holders, a favored contender for this year's championship. Just look at the acclaim that followed the 76ers' victory over the Heat under McCaw's leadership. Anyone who can triumph over the Heat is surely celebrated. Now, the second team to defeat the Heat is their own, the Nets, and these fans are certainly dismissive of any threat posed by the Magic. "We never underestimate any team," they asserted. However, while the fans held the Magic in low regard, team leader Kevin Garnett displayed remarkable composure during his interview. "Many teams have faltered against the Magic. We are still in a phase of adjustment, and we must treat every game with seriousness." Had this been the season's opening match, the formidable KG would likely not have spoken with such gravity. Yet after reviewing footage of the Magic's first 3 games, Garnett recognized that this youthful team deserves respect. Particularly their shooting guard, the young Chu Feng, is the core player we must all focus on today. Before concluding the interview, Garnett emphasized, "Too many teams have succumbed to him. We will not repeat the mistakes of those teams." Upon concluding his statement, Garnett wrapped up the interview and returned to the team's bench, engaging in a brief discussion with head coach Kidd. Soon after, both teams completed their warm-ups and took to the court for the opening match. The Magic retained their lineup, consisting of Nelson, Harkless, Maxiel, Vucevic, and Chu Feng. Many observers believe that the Magic must implement certain changes while preserving Chu Feng. Commentators on the sidelines expressed their dismay at the existing composition of the team, stating that relying solely on Chu Feng and Vucevic would make it exceedingly difficult for the Magic to progress far in the league. I wholeheartedly endorse this perspective. The Magic should not squander Chu Feng's prodigious talent. They can construct a team around him, and substantial transformations are inevitable. Another commentator concurred with his colleague, emphasizing the significance of transitioning from a disorganized collective to a cohesive unit. Instead of holding onto a plethora of mediocre players, languishing year after year and wasting Chu Feng's potential, it would be far more prudent to execute bold trades to acquire immediate impact players and strive for higher standings. This is precisely what the Brooklyn Nets have done. Deron Williams, Joe Johnson, Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, and Brook Lopez took to the court in succession. The cheers from the fans on the sidelines reached a crescendo. Amidst the raucous applause, Lopez won the jump ball, and Deron seized the opportunity to advance the ball into the half-court. KG expertly set a screen for Pierce. Reminiscent of their days together in Boston, Pierce evaded Harkless's defense, receiving Deron's assist, and confidently sank a mid-range shot. This is the remarkable effect of a team composed of 5 all-star caliber players. Indeed, both in tactical execution and the final outcomes. The Nets possess an abundance of combinations at their disposal, while this instance culminated in a mid-range shot by Pierce. It is noteworthy that both Joe Johnson in the corner and a rolling KG also had opportunities to score. In stark contrast, the Magic lack any players who can compare with the Nets quintet, aside from Chu Feng. The two commentators exchanged glances, recognizing that the disparity in talent between the Magic and the Nets is even more pronounced than that between the Magic and the Clippers. The Clippers feature merely 3 all-star caliber players, while the Nets boast a starting 5 comprised entirely of all-stars, each of whom could have been the focal point of their own team during their peak years. As the transition from offense to defense unfolded, the Magic initiated their attack. Nelson dribbled the ball across half-court and distributed it to Harkless. Harkless surveyed the defense before decisively passing the ball to Chu Feng. Bam! As Chu Feng seized the ball, he found himself face-to-face with the tenacious defender, Jingdezhen, who was resolutely guarding him against any potential shots. With the defense closing in, Chu Feng exhibited no hesitation. He accelerated with the ball, executing a deceptive 2-step maneuver to expertly shake off Johnson. With dribbling skills rated at level 75, combined with Chu Feng's naturally high-speed attribute, the sequence flowed seamlessly. Johnson's defense was effortlessly evaded by Chu Feng. However, just as he broke free and prepared to take a mid-range shot, a pair of long arms surged from the sidelines, abruptly swatting Chu Feng's shot out of bounds. It was a block from Kevin Garnett. The commentators on the sidelines were taken aback by the emphatic rejection. Kevin Garnett remained intensely focused, ensuring that Chu Feng would not have an easy scoring opportunity. The block was executed by none other than KG, renowned for his defensive prowess. This also demonstrated Coach Jason Kidd's strategic consideration for Chu Feng. He recognized that Jingdezhen could not contain him, but restricting Chu Feng's shooting space was sufficient. Once Chu Feng penetrated the defense and ventured inside the three-point line, Garnett's formidable defense would make things abundantly clear for him. Chapter 44. Chu Feng is finished. From this moment forth, you shall no longer possess the magic of last week. In Brooklyn, New York, at the Barclays Center, fans donned in the home team's Nets jerseys erupted with fervor as the game commenced. They unleashed a barrage of jeers towards the young player who had just been emphatically blocked by Garnett. He was now under Garnett's watchful eye. The core offensive player for the Magic would be stifled. Haha, this is why I admire KG. He consistently manages to curtail the opponent's key scoring threats. The Orlando Magic are finished. Chu Feng is finished. Merely a single block at the start of the game had already led fans to declare Chu Feng's demise. After all, countless stars have fallen victim to Garnett's defense. Chu Feng, being merely a young rookie, was bound to face a second and third attempt. Amidst the raucous crowd, the Magic executed an inbound play. Nelson navigated around the three-point line before delivering the ball to Vucevic in the paint. Vucevic, undeniably the Magic's second scoring option after Chu Feng, turned and executed a jump shot that found its mark with precision. The score was now 2-2, and it was the Nets' turn to attack. Deron Williams, whose form had been somewhat lackluster this season, utilized his robust physique to overpower Nelson without issue. The Magic's point guard was unceremoniously pushed toward the 3-second area, watching helplessly as Deron leapt to draw a defensive foul. Unfortunately for Nelson, what appeared to be a casual toss from Deron fortuitously found its way into the net. Deron Williams not only drew a foul from Nelson but also scored the 2 points, earning an additional free throw. The Fox Sports commentator shook his head repeatedly. This is the wisdom of Deron. Although Nelson is also an experienced player, he still falls short in this regard. Indeed, the starting 5 of the Nets are all seasoned stars endowed with extensive experience. Observing Deron confidently sink a free throw, another commentator remarked, in today's match, the Nets need not rely on sheer individual prowess to overpower their opponents. Their advantage and experience alone ensures victory. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, the Magic launched an attack. Nelson passed the ball to Markelle, who, facing Garnett, nearly fumbled it, almost committing a turnover. After a series of exchanges, the ball eventually found its way to Chu Feng's hands. The disparity between the Magic and the Nets was starkly evident. Watching the Magic players exhaust the clock down to the final 5 seconds before entrusting the ball to Chu Feng, the commentators sighed in resignation. The Nets starting quintet all possessed the capability to handle the ball individually, yet on the Magic's side, apart from Chu Feng, no one exhibits the confidence to resolve the situation. Even Chu Feng faced an insurmountable challenge. As the commentators' words hung in the air, Chu Feng, with only 4 seconds remaining, took a decisive step forward. In a burst of speed, he surged ahead, deftly maneuvering past Joe's defense, penetrating just inside the three-point line. Glancing at the clock, with 2 seconds left, he noticed that the Nets' defensive stalwart, Kevin Garnett, had extended his arms, lunging towards him. Time did not permit Chu Feng to pass the ball for a reorganization of the play, yet if he dared to halt for a jump shot, Garnett would surely deliver the second block of the game to the young number 1 overall pick. Simultaneously, Joe, who had been shaken off, rapidly closed in, preparing to sandwich Chu Feng between himself and KG. The clock was running out. The two commentators could only silently lament for the 2013 draft's top pick. In their eyes, Chu Feng and his magic were utterly deciphered by the nets. Bang! Just as the commentators finished their thoughts, the timer ticked down to the final second. Chu Feng, gripping the ball with both hands, rose decisively for a jump shot. Almost simultaneously, Garnett and Joe leapt, attempting to interfere with the basketball in Chu Feng's grasp. The spectators, Nets head coach Jason Kidd, and even the players on the court all believed that this shot would result in a commendable block by KG. Until they witnessed Garnett beginning to descend while Chu Feng maintained his shooting form. Furthermore, just before the 24-second buzzer illuminated, he released his shot. Bang! At the moment the basketball left his hands, Joe Johnson, leaping from behind to attempt a block, collided with Chu Feng mid-descent. Whistle. The referee promptly blew his whistle, followed by the satisfying swish of the basketball through the net. Chapter 45. Recreating Michael Jordan. Swish. The sound of the basketball swishing through the net was so crisp that even the referee's whistle was selectively ignored by many fans. It wasn't until the commentator at the sidelines gasped in astonishment that the spectators finally grasped what had just transpired. An unbelievable shot. One that made me question whether I was dreaming. The Fox Sports commentator appeared utterly bewildered, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. If I'm not mistaken, Chu Feng leapt before KG but descended later. You're not mistaken, my friend. What I witnessed is exactly what you saw. Even Joe Johnson, who was behind Chu, descended before him. Another commentator, equally astonished, exclaimed, Chu Feng executed a moment reminiscent of the basketball deity Michael Jordan's game winner against the Cleveland Cavaliers, scoring the basket while drawing a foul from the defending Joe Johnson. This is astonishing, my friend. I always believed such feats belonged only in highlight reels. Yet here is Chu Feng, undeniably performing this maneuver and succeeding. The two commentators exchanged glances, swallowing hard in unison. In their eyes, Chu Feng's imitation of Jordan's iconic The Shot was nothing short of miraculous. The fans at the sidelines also gasped in disbelief, many unable to accept the reality of what had just unfolded. How could Chu possibly score with KG ready to block? I don't know, man. It seemed like he paused mid-air. That was unbelievable. Let us check the replay, folks. I believe we just witnessed a top 5 play worthy of the highlight reel. The notion of top 5 plays in the minds of many fans is almost synonymous with an array of dunks, miraculous shots, and game winners. In the early moments of the match, Chu Feng's mid-range shot elicited an enthusiastic response from many, earning him a place among the top 5 plays. The large screen in the arena quickly replayed his remarkable shot, prompting a chorus of delayed gasps from the crowd. After all, Chu Feng's performance had far exceeded their expectations. Swish. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, unfazed by the commotion, calmly approached the free throw line and effortlessly converted the additional free throw. The score stood at 5-5, with both teams once again tied. If the defense continued in this manner, it was unlikely that he could consistently execute such a high-caliber shooting technique to secure victory. As Chu Feng successfully executed a free throw, KG took the initiative to remind Isolation Joe, we have compelled him to resort to unconventional methods in pursuit of scoring. This is our triumph on the defensive front. One cannot deny the infectious quality of KG's voice, which reignited the fighting spirit within the previously withdrawn Isolation Joe. Transitioning to the offensive end, Isolation Joe adeptly utilized a pick from Big Low to shake off Chu Feng's defense, scoring with a mid-range shot over Harkless. As the Magic advanced, Nelson carried the ball past half-court, unhesitatingly passing it back to Chu Feng. With confidence rekindled, Isolation Joe approached without hesitation, employing the identical defensive strategy he had used in previous encounters. Would Chu Feng once again unleash the shot to conclude this possession? Witnessing the almost identical scenario unfold, both commentators sat up straight. This time, Chu Feng was afforded ample time to execute his play, yet the commentators still hoped he could replicate Michael Jordan's iconic move. With a resounding thud, as the commentators focused intently, Chu Feng skillfully executed a crossover dribble, accelerating past Isolation Joe, penetrating inside the three-point line. Facing the approaching Garnett, he once again came to a sudden halt and took a jump shot. Kevin Garnett leapt high, his long arms reaching out to contest Chu Feng's shot. In his view, Chu Feng's previous basket was merely a stroke of luck. However, what should have been a fleeting moment repeated itself. As Garnett descended visibly, Chu Feng released the ball at the pinnacle of his jump. Swish. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air, seamlessly passing through the net. 7. 7. Chu Feng once again aided the Magic, keeping the score tight. Once more. Meanwhile, the commentators, sitting upright at the sidelines, expressed their excitement. Chu Feng has once again replicated Michael Jordan's classic shot. To be frank, I was not astonished. Instead, I felt a shiver down my spine. The other commentator appeared considerably calmer than during the initial observation. Perhaps this is one of Chu Feng's scoring techniques. Are you serious? This is one of Chu Feng's scoring methods? As a Fox commentator, he was taken aback by his colleague's assertion. Buddy, this is not an ordinary jump shot. Indeed. He was aware that such a shot demands exceptional strength in the core and remarkable leaping ability. However, had he considered that Chu Feng was renowned for his leaping ability before the draft? The commentator earnestly explained, coupled with his extraordinarily precise mid-range shooting. I can boldly surmise that this is one of his signature scoring techniques. Few across the entire league possess the ability to transform such a shot into a staple of their repertoire. This speculation indeed left another commentator speechless. However, upon further reflection, the words of his partner carried a certain validity. Observing Chu Feng's composed demeanor, it is possible that this particular shooting style is merely one of the myriad scoring techniques at his disposal. From the vantage point of the two commentators, it certainly appeared to be the case. Yet, as Chu Feng's opponent, Kevin Garnett harbored no such notions. He could not fathom relying on such a scoring method consistently. Garnett, being a seasoned veteran, had witnessed countless scenarios. However, he had rarely encountered a player who employed such an elongated shooting technique as a primary means of scoring. This method, while slightly more complex than a conventional jump shot, is significantly taxing on a player's stamina. Garnett found it hard to believe that Chu Feng would be foolish enough to expend his precious energy repeatedly on such a physically demanding scoring approach. Yet, the reality was starkly different from his assumptions. Chu Feng not only frequently employed this shooting challenge against Garnett's defense, but his stamina appeared utterly unaffected. Once again, he executed a mid-range shot of the shot caliber, enabling the Magic to amass 18 points solely through his indefensible jumpers. As Chu Feng sank yet another mid-range shot, the commentator on the sidelines perused the technical statistics at hand. He seemed to be gaining an increasing rhythm, having made 9 consecutive shots since the initial attempt, which had been blocked by Garnett. Including the subsequent free throw, Chu Feng contributed a remarkable 19 points in a single quarter. However, the Magic did not rely solely on him for scoring, with Vucevic and Harkless contributing as well. The score stood at 28-24 in favor of the Magic, leading the Nets by 4 points with 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in the first quarter. The stability of the Magic's offensive zone was one reason for their lead. Yet the more critical factor stemmed from the Nets themselves. The initial surge of confidence from Joe during the opening moments could not be sustained for long. With his sheer physical prowess and tenacious defense reminiscent of rubber, Chu Feng succeeded in thwarting Eagle King's relentless offensive attempts, effectively disrupting a scoring rhythm and leaving the Nets trailing at the end of the first quarter. Coach Kidd of the Nets called for a timely timeout. However, the situation failed to improve post-intermission. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Nets found themselves behind the Magic by 5 points, with a score of 28-33 in their own arena. As the second half commenced, the formidable bench of the Nets began to assert its influence, mercilessly overpowering the Magic's second unit. Coach Jock Vaughn, unable to bear the sight, resorted to substituting in Vucevic and Harkless in hopes of stabilizing the situation. In a seemingly prescient move, Kidd responded by bringing in Brook Lopez and Paul Pierce, applying considerable pressure on the Magic's 2 starting defenders. As the score began to widen, Vaughn had no choice but to replace Etwan Moore once more with Chu Feng. The Nets' roster advantages became abundantly clear in the second quarter. Observing the challenges and substitutions, the Fox Sports commentator noted that Jason Kidd could afford to rest all 5 starters while the substitutes continued to deliver consistent offensive output. Indeed, this exemplifies the advantages of well-executed trades. The Nets possess an abundance of talent on their roster. Even though Chu Feng performed admirably in the first quarter, the only viable path for the Magic to secure victory might be to keep him on the court for the entire game. While it is not impossible for Chu Feng to play the entire match, such a strategy does not align with Vaughn's usage plan for him. The rationale is straightforward. While playing him for the entire game might yield a win today, the toll it would take on Chu Feng would be immense. Moreover, even if he were to play every remaining quarter, could the Magic truly emerge victorious? The answer remains uncertain, as the Nets' overall strength surpasses that of the Magic by considerable margins. As the commentator aptly stated, the Nets could even field a combination of ISO Joe and Garnett, supported by 3 quality bench players, and still hold their ground against the Magic's starting lineup led by Chu Feng. When the Magic's starting 5, spearheaded by Chu Feng, retreat to the bench, the Nets lineup featuring Darren, Pierce, and Lopez will re-emerge. This underscores the disparity in rosters, highlighting the distinction between championship contenders and lottery teams. The Fox Sports commentator rendered a definitive conclusion regarding the match, suggesting that even before halftime, it appeared to be approaching its conclusion. After the appearance of Chu Feng, the Magic's offensive capabilities have indeed seen an enhancement. However, the evident toll on Chu Feng's stamina cannot be overlooked. In the waning moments of the second quarter, he missed 2 consecutive mid-range shots, leaving the Magic trailing the Nets by 5 points at halftime, with a score of 57-62. The Nets, who outscored the Magic by 9 points in that quarter, returned to their locker room with expressions of ease. The consensus among the players was clear. As long as they could contain Chu Feng, the opposing team posed little threat. It was Garnett, the defensive linchpin of the Nets, who first spoke up. To be honest, that kid is quite formidable, but his team will ultimately be his downfall. In KG's view, the ineptitude of the Orlando Magic's management can be regarded as a historical issue. Reflecting on past stars such as Penny Hardaway, Shaquille O'Neal, Tracy McGrady, and Dwight Howard, it is evident that while the Magic has boasted numerous elite players, they have perpetually fallen short of clinching a championship. The management must shoulder the blame for this failure. Indeed, if Chu Feng aspires to greater achievements, he must extricate himself from the confines of such a dismal organization. Fellow veterans Pierce and Garnett share a similar sentiment. During his early years with the Celtics, when he lacked support, Pierce understood the weight of that burden. Fortunately, the Celtics front office displayed far more acumen than that of the Magic, orchestrating a masterful trade that brought Ray Allen and Garnett to the team, resulting in a championship victory for the Big Three in their inaugural season together. What do you think about trading for Chu Feng to bring him to Brooklyn? Just as the two veterans were conversing, Nets head coach Kidd interjected, "I have received directives from the front office. They have a keen interest in Chu Feng." Following this revelation, Kidd paused, surveying the attentive faces of his players. A trade for Chu Feng seemed inevitable, implying that everyone present could potentially become a bargaining chip in this pursuit. The previously relaxed demeanor of the Nets players shifted to one of heightened alertness, exactly the effect Kidd intended to provoke. While the Magic may not be a formidable opponent and victory seemed assured, the lackadaisical attitude displayed by his team was not what Kidd wished to see. Using this inside information to jolt his players into action was deemed necessary. "We cannot rely solely on Chu to seal the game." While the Nets engaged in casual banter, the atmosphere in the visitors' locker room was notably tense. Head coach Jacques Vaughn, while outlining strategies, emphasized, "He is merely a rookie. You are seasoned players in the NBA, and you ought to lead by example in front of Chu." Yet, the undeniable truth remained. Our capabilities truly lagged behind those of our opponents. The first to speak up was the equally youthful Harden. "I can't guard Pierce. He always scores over me and then hurls insults my way." This shattering feeling weighed heavily on Harden's heart. "KG is relentless. He could devour me whole. He's formidable in every aspect." Mark Hill echoed his helplessness, stating, "I'm no match for him." As the two starters began to voice their grievances, many of the other Magic players followed suit, eager to shift the blame. In their eyes, it was not a matter of their own inadequacies, but rather the formidable presence of their opponents. Those who felt inferior to their rivals were invited to raise their hands in acknowledgement. As the complaints from his teammates began to dwindle, Chu Feng, who had remained silent thus far, stood up, casting a glance at the meek expressions of the others before directing his gaze toward the team's head coach, Jacques Vaughn. "Coach, anyone who considers themselves weak should be placed on the trade list." Chapter 48, A Star and Two Shots. "Hey, Chu, what are you talking about?" The faces of the formerly complaining Magic players shifted instantly. The first to respond was Harden, the initial complainer. "How can you arbitrarily demand the team make trade decisions? Indeed, trade matters are not within the players' purview. Their duty is simply to play the game. By what right do you dictate our trading direction?" Not just Harden, but several other rotational players began to question Chu Feng, for trades are a significant matter for any player. Chu Feng is merely a newcomer among the team, and such outspoken remarks are bound to instill a sense of unease among his fellow players. What right does one who perceives themselves as weak have to determine their own fate? Chu Feng scarcely acknowledged his teammates, his gaze firmly fixed on the head coach. "Coach, what are your thoughts on my proposal?" It was evident that Chu Feng was applying pressure on Jacques Vaughn. However, from Vaughn's perspective, Chu Feng's actions were not without merit. The Magic's roster, on paper, indeed lacked the strength of their opponents, yet they had previously held a lead against the Nets, and even at halftime. The deficit was not insurmountable. Under such circumstances, players who chose to concede lacked the necessity to remain with the team, as their presence could adversely affect morale. I support your proposal. From this moment on, any player who believes they are inferior to the opponent may forfeit the game and observe from the bench. Jacques Vaughn declared after a moment's contemplation. He continued, thus far, the only player truly entitled to declare a forfeit is Chu Feng. What qualifications do the others possess to voice such sentiments? Vaughn's message was crystal clear. If even Chu Feng, the most diligent and capable player, remained silent, how could the others, who contributed far less, presume to speak? I concur with Chu Feng's remarks. Vaughn had scarcely finished when Vucevic rose to stand beside him. We should not consider forfeiting. A game is not merely a matter of addition and subtraction. After all, we have previously outperformed our opponents. Indeed, it was premature to declare the outcome of the game before it had concluded. Not only Vucevic, but also Aflalo voiced their support for Chu Feng's stance. Clearly, Chu Feng's remarks were intended to rally the team. Furthermore, it was evident that he had garnered the backing of the coaching staff. As seasoned players like Vucevic and Aflalo were not foolish, aligning with Chu Feng was undoubtedly the wisest choice at this juncture. Initially the most vocal, Harkless now found himself at an impasse, and those who shared his viewpoint wore expressions of dismay. They had not anticipated the Magic's management would so swiftly endorse Chu Feng. In other words, the time remaining for these players within the Magic organization was already limited. All right, everyone, if you wish to secure victory, heed my words. Chu Feng, disinterested in engaging with those who consider themselves weak, decisively turned and took the paintbrush from Jacques Vaughn's hand, commencing the formulation of strategies on the tactical board. Vucevic, your task is to remain near the 3-second area, focusing on seizing rebounds while avoiding both offensive and defensive violations. As the team's second-in-command, Chu Feng placed numerous expectations upon Vucevic. Remember that Lopez is not adept at rebounding, Garnett will be drawn out by offensive plays, and the paint is your domain. Having addressed Vucevic, Chu Feng then turned his attention to Aflalo. Aflalo, your role is to position yourself beyond the three-point line, ready to receive the ball at a moment's notice. Do not hesitate. When the opportunity arises, your three-point shot must be executed with conviction. After outlining the responsibilities of the two senior players, Chu Feng continued to impart his tactical philosophy to the rest of the Magic team. The focal points of his strategy were the three-point shot and rebounding. The series of tactical arrangements orchestrated by Chu Feng left Jacques Vaughn utterly astonished. Initially, he conceded that Chu Feng's premise was sound. Regardless of offense or defense, securing rebounds was paramount. Furthermore, the strategic core devised by Chu Feng was none other than the offensive system that had previously dismantled the Clippers in a single, sweeping surge. Vaughn even recalled the tactical nomenclature that Chu Feng had shared with him: 1 star, 2 shooters. As the halftime break swiftly concluded, both teams returned to the court. The Nets retained their original starting 5, Darren Williams, ISO Joe, Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, and Brook Lopez. The sole objective for the Nets was to preserve their lead. Observing the determined expressions on the home team's players, the commentator sensed an unusual tension but maintained his composure, stating, "We emphasized during halftime that if they perform at their average level, victory is assured." However, the Nets quintet clearly aimed to exceed mere average performance. During the intermission, a speech from head coach Jason Kidd instilled a sense of urgency among these 5 all-star caliber players. Seasoned veterans. They understood that the NBA was a commercial league where trades could occur for the sake of maximizing team interests. To avoid being traded, the only viable strategy was to outperform their peers and become indispensable to the team. Thus, from the very first second of the second half, the Nets starters, as well as their bench players, were prepared to exhibit their utmost capabilities. Simultaneously, the Magic made slight adjustments to their lineup. The Orlando Magic initiated the second half with a modified formation, keeping Jameer Nelson and Hedo Turkoglu on the bench while starting Etuan Moore and Aaron Aflalo. This lineup was familiar, as it had propelled the Magic to success against the Los Angeles Clippers, leveraging their three-point shooting to widen the scoring gap. The commentators, well prepared, provided a thorough analysis of the Magic's lineup change. However, the strategy that had proven effective against the Clippers relied on their gamble of double-teaming Chu Feng, a mistake the Nets were unlikely to repeat. The Clippers' decision to double-team Chu Feng had inadvertently afforded Aflalo and more open opportunities for three-pointers. But the Nets would not be foolish enough to employ the same tactic, thus rendering the Magic's chances for open shots significantly diminished. As the commentators elaborated on their analysis, the game commenced with the Magic taking the first offensive initiative. Etuan Moore's role was to advance the ball and then pass it into Chu Feng's hands. ISO Joe, without hesitation, applied tight defensive pressure on Chu Feng, even if he was unable to contain him. And despite the possibility of Chu Feng creating a pull-up shot over Garnett after evading him, ISO Joe had no choice but to defend in this manner. The reality unfolded as he had envisioned. Without a hint of mercy, Chu Feng deftly evaded his defender and strode confidently past the three-point line. However, this time, confronted by Garnett's advance, Chu Feng opted not for a two-point shot but instead pressed forward into the paint. Garnett, momentarily hesitating, was cleanly bypassed by Chu Feng, who swiftly penetrated the 3-second zone, faked out Lopez, and assisted Vucevic for an unguarded basket, effortlessly scoring. The score tightened to 59-62, with the Magic narrowing the gap to 3 points. Exhibiting a splendid pass, Chu Feng unexpectedly chose to attack the interior, catching the Nets off guard with this tactical shift. Unlike Nelson and Harkless, Etuan Moore and Afflalo possessed a commendable shooting ability, which resulted in an expansion of the Nets' defensive coverage, leaving ample space. Once Chu Feng accelerated, if KG faltered even slightly, it would lead to a shortage of defenders in the 3-second area. Yet, just as ISO Joe had to closely guard Chu Feng, KG was compelled to emerge and restrict Chu Feng's mid-range shots, with the space widened and the defense at a natural disadvantage. Chu Feng's ability to penetrate was vividly displayed at the onset of the third quarter. He could almost effortlessly dish the ball to his teammates below the basket, scoring 2 points with ease. If Lopez failed to provide help defense, Chu Feng would charge straight in for a soaring slam dunk. Garnett had refrained from contesting Chu Feng's mid-range shots for several possessions, a decision that allowed Chu Feng to sink 2 consecutive jumpers, ultimately reversing the score. Incredible was his performance over half a quarter, as Chu Feng had made all 4 of his attempts in the third quarter without a miss. More crucially, his penetrating prowess was astonishing. The Nets' defense appeared to move in slow motion before him. The two commentators exchanged glances, recognizing that the Nets' starting 5 were seasoned veterans. However, the veteran defense relied on experience to outmaneuver opponents, yet Chu Feng denied them the opportunity to showcase their expertise, opting instead for a relentless, swift assault, simple yet effective. With the Magic having surged ahead to 72-71, thanks to Chu Feng's relentless drives and assists, Nets head coach Jason Kidd promptly called for a timeout. Chapter 50. The stubborn Nets. We have encountered defensive issues. The opposition is penetrating far too easily. As the players return to the bench, Coach Kidd addressed them directly. We must compress our interior defense. We cannot afford to allow Chu Feng such easy access. The court's expanse was vast, necessitating a contraction of their defensive stance. However, with 2 shooters on the opposing side, any defensive compression could grant them open 3-point opportunities. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Garnett outright rejected the coach's suggestion. I do not believe this is a prudent choice. We should persist in expanding our defense. Indeed, we cannot extend our defense, as that would provide the Magic with 3-point chances. Pierce similarly endorses Garnett's perspective. Consider how the Clippers succumbed to the Magic. Even if Chu Feng could continuously assault the rim for points, 2 points will always be 1 less than 3. This statement may appear trivial, yet within the context of the moment, it carries a certain weight. To Pierce, it is more palatable to allow Chu Feng to consistently secure 2 points rather than risk conceding 3. Consequently, the strategy of expanding their defense to thwart the opponent's 3-point opportunities must persist. After some contemplation, Kidd acquiesced to the players' insights. Although he is the coach, both Garnett and Pierce are seasoned veterans, and their analyses of the game situation are not necessarily inferior to Kidd's. The timeout concluded swiftly, and the players returned to the court. The Nets regained possession, with Darren bringing the ball across half-court and confidently locating Garnett. KG battled against Maxiel, feigned a shot, and executed his signature iron-will jump shot, successfully netting 2 points to stabilize the Nets' position. Following the transition, Moore passed the ball to Chu Feng, who, alongside Afflalo, spread out to the 3-point line. The Nets defenders instinctively followed, creating further space on the court. Are the Nets truly opting to grant Chu Feng ample room for penetration? Despite being thoroughly pierced by Chu Feng's advances, even prompting a timeout, they have yet to tighten their defense to contain his incursions. What then? Is the purpose of their timeout to afford the players a moment of respite? The two commentators expressed their bewilderment at the Nets' defensive arrangements. It is evident to any observer that the home team was compelled to call a timeout due to Chu Feng's relentless breakthroughs, yet upon returning, There was no targeted alteration on the defensive front. What does this signify? Is this merely the confidence of a formidable team? The commentators exchanged awkward laughter, suggesting that perhaps the strategy devised during the timeout was to allow Chu Feng to contend alone, as they did not believe he could overcome the combined prowess of the Nets' 5 all-star starters. In truth, this reflects the mindset of the Nets starting players, led by Garnett. To alter their defensive strategy due to a rookie's prowess seems implausible. Nevertheless, since the Nets chose not to revise their defensive tactics, Chu Feng remained steadfast in his offensive approach, persisting with his aggressive drives. His singular efforts left Joe unable to keep pace with his first step, and KG found himself hesitating between defending mid-range shots and guarding the paint. The Nets' defense, aside from their commendable containment of the Magic's 2 sharpshooters, can only be described as dismal concerning Chu Feng. With 8 minutes elapsed in the third quarter, Chu Feng had already amassed 17 points and 4 assists in the period alone, single-handedly propelling the entire Magic team against the formidable quintet of the Nets. Ultimately, amidst the agonized cries of the crowd, Chu Feng exited the game, but prior to his departure, the Magic had firmly established a 4-point lead. As the Magic prepared to substitute Chu Feng during a dead ball situation, the commentator glanced up at the scoreboard, 88-84. Once again, it was a high-scoring match, with the underdog visiting team, the Nets, holding the lead. By the end of the third quarter, Chu Feng had already contributed 36 points. It seemed inevitable that he would surpass 40 today. Observing the expressions of the Nets fans on the sidelines, it was evident that even with their formidable starting 5, the home crowd was left reeling by the performance of the visiting rookie. As discussed by the 2 commentators, the home fans were experiencing a roller coaster of emotions, currently navigating a low point. The architect of this turmoil was none other than Chu Feng, who sat calmly on the bench, sipping water. Chu, do you truly believe you can compel them to tighten their defense? Meanwhile, on the Magic's bench, head coach Jacques Vaughn appeared composed, yet was inwardly anxious as he leaned towards Chu Feng. It seemed they had no intention of altering their defensive strategy. To be frank, Jacques Vaughn believed the tactical arrangements made during halftime could be effective, albeit somewhat flawed. The flaw lay in the fact that the Nets, unlike the Clippers, had not opted to double-team Chu Feng. The Magic's strategy to create space for their shooters relied solely on Chu Feng's ability to penetrate the paint and force the opponent to adjust their defense. This was no simple task. Should the Nets remain resolute, the Magic's 2 shooters might never find room for a 3-point shot. Currently, the likelihood of the Nets standing firm appeared exceedingly high. Whether to adjust their defensive strategy was a matter for them to deliberate. However, in contrast to Jacques Vaughn's unease, Chu Feng remained remarkably composed. I am solely responsible for dismantling their defense. Chapter 51, The Moment of Reckoning. For Chu Feng, the challenge before him was rather straightforward. The Nets were indeed meticulous. They would not make the mistakes of the Clippers. After all, the combined experience of Kidd, Garnett, and Pierce far surpassed that of the Clippers. In the face of a double team, Chu Feng found himself unencumbered, which consequently hindered the Orlando Magic's 2 sharpshooters from effectively seeking open opportunities. The trio of stars in their shooting prowess were, to some extent, affected. However, this situation also afforded Chu Feng the space to penetrate, compelling him to relentlessly assault the opponent's defense and force a change in their defensive strategy. Since the Nets remained steadfast in their approach, Chu Feng, too, refrained from adopting alternative offensive tactics. He charged forward with unwavering determination. As the third quarter swiftly concluded, the Magic narrowly held a 2-point lead at 89-87 as they entered the final quarter. At the onset of the fourth quarter, both coaches displayed remarkable synchronization, allowing their respective teams' rotation players to engage in an offensive exchange for over 4 minutes, thereby granting the starters ample time to recuperate. Notably, even during this rotation segment, head coach Jacques Vaughn opted to keep Hakeem Warwick on the bench. In his estimation, Warwick was now a player to be showcased, awaiting offers from other teams. Following halftime, Vaughn continued to ponder Chu Feng's words. What kind of Magic team did he need to construct? A team that shied away from formidable opponents? Such a path held no promise for the future. Thus, in Vaughn's perspective, Warwick was expendable. The pressing question for the Magic was what assets could be acquired in exchange for him. Nonetheless, these considerations were to be addressed post-game. Observing the veteran players on the Nets bench stirring with anticipation, Vaughn decisively signaled for action. In the climactic moments, as the whistle for a dead ball sounded, the commentators almost simultaneously declared that both teams had brought forth their decisive lineups. With 7.5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, The Nets and Magic seamlessly substituted in their respective core lineups. The score stood at 97-98, with the Nets trailing by 1. Paul Pierce initiated a sideline inbound pass, and Deron Williams advanced the ball into the half-court, handing it off to Kevin Garnett, who attempted a crucial fadeaway jumper but, regrettably, missed the mark. The rebound was seized by Nikola Vucevic, who had adhered strictly to Chu Feng's directive of aggressively pursuing rebounds since the third quarter. After securing the rebound, Vucevic swiftly passed to Etwin Moore, who then transferred the ball to Chu Feng. With the ball in hand, Chu Feng accelerated, racing ahead into the front court, executing a fast break and delivering a thunderous dunk. The score was revised to 100-97, establishing a 3-point lead for the Magic. Stay composed and enhance offensive consistency. Jason Kidd bellowed at his players on the court. Pierce, seizing the moment amidst his maneuvers, launched a three-pointer that found the net. Following the basket, Pierce raised his arms and triumphed towards the crowd, invigorating the atmosphere within the arena. The Barclays Center crowd responded with fervor, chanting defense, and exerting immense pressure on the Magic's offensive efforts. Under this duress, Moore's pass faltered, allowing Deron to capitalize with a swift steal. Isolating against Joe Johnson, he accelerated down the court, receiving Deron's long pass, poised to execute a fast break layup that would shift the lead. Bang! As Joe Johnson rose for a layup. Behind him, wearing the Magic number 7 jersey, Chu Feng sprinted back like a gust of wind, leaping high to emphatically pin the basketball against the backboard. The resounding block showcased Chu Feng's astonishing defensive speed. The tense exchange of offense and defense elicited gasps from the commentators. I genuinely believe the Nets are destined to reclaim the lead. This highlighted the stark contrast between Chu Feng and the Nets. While you may possess more experience and stronger teammates, I am undeniably younger and more dynamic. However, the commentators' praise proved to be a jinx, as Chu Feng's emphatic block was followed by a swift counterattack, only to be thwarted by Kevin Garnett's long reach, sending the ball flying. After executing the block, Garnett pounded his chest, reigniting the atmosphere in the arena. Both teams found themselves entrenched in a defensive battle midway through the fourth quarter, seemingly in agreement that neither would score first. The score remained tied at 100-100 as the clock ticked down to the final 5 minutes of the fourth quarter. It was the Magic, led by Chu Feng, who broke the deadlock first. As the game entered its final 5 minutes, Chu Feng held the ball beyond the three-point line on the right side. With Joe Johnson expertly applying tight defense, the Nets continued their strategy of allowing Chu Feng to drive while restricting the shooter's three-point attempts. This time, Chu Feng executed a crossover dribble to shake off the defense, yet instead of hastily driving or taking a jump shot within the arc, he slowed down at mid-range, circling the edge of the paint. His sudden change in rhythm left Garnett, who was poised to defend, utterly bewildered. It is worth noting that previously, Chu Feng had made swift decisions whether to drive or shoot. His current hesitation undoubtedly indicated a tactical maneuver in the making. The Nets fans in attendance held their breath in anticipation. The series of breakthrough assaults executed by Chu Feng did not escape the keen eyes of onlookers. His triumph was not merely over the Nets' defense, but also over the hearts of their fans. In the current moment, many Nets supporters dared not even exhale, fearing they might miss something extraordinary. Under the watchful gaze of the entire arena, Chu Feng meticulously compressed the offensive 24 seconds down to the final 10. Decisively launching his attack, KG advanced to intercept, only to be deftly evaded by a swift pivot from Chu Feng. Then, soaring against the outstretched hands of the towering Brook Lopez, he leaped high into the air, folding mid-flight to evade the defense, and executed a resounding two-handed slam dunk. Upon landing, Chu Feng refrained from celebrating, instead signaling to his teammates to retreat on defense. However, the Barclays Center echoed with silence from the Nets supporters. Chu Feng had shattered the equilibrium of the game, astonishingly delivering a highlight reel dunk in the dying moments of the fourth quarter. The spectators at the sidelines were as bewildered as the commentators. As both teams fell into a scoring drought, the tension among the observers reached a fever pitch. Chu Feng's sudden celestial dunk jolted their senses, leaving many fans momentarily stunned. Deron Williams seemed similarly affected by this disruption in rhythm, while attempting to pass to Pierce. His hand faltered, resulting in a turnover that landed the ball directly in the hands of the pursuing Aflalo. Unfazed, Aflalo seized the opportunity, accelerating the counterattack and, before the defense could close in, delivered a bounce pass to the streaking Chu Feng. Thud. With sure hands, Chu Feng caught the pass, took a single dribble, and soared once more for a one-handed slam. The score shifted from a tie at 100 to a 4-point lead, all of which was attributed to Chu Feng's explosive dunks. The prior silence of both teams was shattered, as Chu Feng expressed his aversion to tranquility. The commentator, observing Chu Feng's composed return to defense, could not help but exclaim in admiration. It was evident that the seasoned Nets were experiencing a mental lapse, seemingly still trapped in the rhythm of the preceding minutes marked by missed shots. As the commentator noted, after Chu Feng utilized his formidable individual prowess to alter the game's tempo, the Nets starting five failed to respond promptly. Garnett and Pierce displayed signs of fatigue, while Brook Lopez had been effectively subdued by Vucevic since the third quarter. Though Joe Johnson possessed some skill, he found himself closely shadowed by Chu Feng, who clung to him like a shadow. Darren Williams' performance fluctuated erratically. He attempted to overpower more but was met with a resounding rejection from Vucevic. Ironically, the block ricocheted right back onto Darren himself, leading to a turnover and granting possession to the Magic. In that instant, the scales of victory seemed to tilt, all beginning with Chu Feng's rhythm-altering dunk. This illustrates the paramount significance of possessing consistent explosive capability. As the two teams faced off in a critical moment of the match, the commentator calmly remarked on the stark contrast in their states. The Nets might not even comprehend the reasons behind their decline, which could very well plague them throughout the entire season. On paper, the Nets boasted of formidable strength. However, their principal issue lay in the inconsistency of their performance and the rather advanced age of their roster. In sharp contrast stood the Orlando Magic, who were competing away from home, led by their captain, Chu Feng. Chu Feng once again pierced through the Nets' defense, drawing the attention of Garnett and Brook Lopez, and subsequently assisted Vucevic for a graceful hook shot. The Magic surged with a 6-0 scoring run, leaving the Nets appearing somewhat aged in Chu Feng's presence. Even though Kidd promptly called a timeout after the score, and KG managed to draw a foul upon returning, converting a free throw to reclaim a point, Chu Feng's relentless breakthroughs ultimately became the last straw for the Nets. With Chu Feng's 10th assist of the night, the Magic firmly maintained a 6-point lead. In the end, the Nets attempted a symbolic three-point shot to close the gap. Although Pierce hit a crucial three-pointer, Chu Feng once again drew defensive attention, assisting a teammate beyond the arc for the first time in the match. Afflalo rose to the occasion, sinking a three-pointer with precision. The score stood at 114-108. The deficit returning to 6 points with only 5 seconds remaining in the game. Moreover, due to previous timeouts, the Nets had exhausted their chances to stop the clock. Ultimately, with Darren's desperate long-range three-pointer failing to find its mark and Vucevic securing the rebound, the Orlando Magic triumphantly claimed victory on the road, 114-108. Achieving their fourth consecutive win of the season. "I can't even fathom how we lost," expressed Nets head coach Jason Kidd, visibly troubled during the post-game interview. "We battled until the final moments, always responding in kind, yet we found ourselves trailing by 6 as the game drew to a close. The team will review the game footage, as this was a match we should not have lost." Chapter 53, The Undeniable Protagonist. Could found it difficult to believe that the team ultimately succumbed to defeat. After all, in terms of player capability, roster depth, and tactical execution, the Nets appeared to be the dominant side over the Magic. Yet, the outcome lay evident before him. The seemingly hopeless Magic emerged victorious. "We possess a stronger lineup, but our lack of cohesion led to the loss of a game we should have won." Garnett echoed Kidd's sentiments in an interview, stating, "Fortunately, the season has just begun. The earlier we identify our issues, the more time we have to address them." When asked about his evaluation of the rookie Chu Feng's performance tonight, KG shook his head and then smiled broadly. "My friend, prior to today, someone told me that Chu Feng did not deserve the title of first overall pick. At that moment, I even found myself somewhat agreeing with that sentiment. However, after today, I shall sever ties with whoever expressed that opinion, for Chu Feng is worthy of any designation. He truly stands out among this year's rookies." As he spoke, Garnett recalled something and wore a knowing smile. "If I had the opportunity to fight alongside him, it would certainly be a remarkable collaboration." It was clear that Garnett was reminded of the trade discussions mentioned by the team's head coach during halftime. Should the Nets indeed manage to trade for Chu Feng, Garnett would be more than willing to offer him the utmost support in a player's capacity. Of course, the media misconstrued KG's intentions, merely attributing Chu Feng's ability to assist his interior teammates as the reason for Garnett's attention. After all, Chu Feng had just delivered yet another personal 40-point game while also dishing out 11 assists. His stats of 43 points, 11 assists for rebounds, and 3 blocks unequivocally made him the focal point of post-game media coverage. ESPN's homepage declared the strongest single-game performance of the 2013 draft class. Chu Feng delivers the season's first 40-point double-double. N.T. praised Chu Feng's scoring prowess. With back-to-back 40-point games, Chu Feng sets the record for a Chinese player's season 40-point games. Fox Sports, which broadcasted the match, quickly analyzed this focal event from multiple angles on their main webpage. Other major media outlets in the U.S. also featured headlines celebrating Chu Feng. The shot. Chu Feng perfectly emulates Michael Jordan with the flair of Kevin Garnett. Breaking through the defense. Chu Feng leads the underdog team to triumph over the star-studded Nets. A performance worthy of a first overall pick. The debate for Rookie of the Year may well be concluded. It must be said that Chu Feng's game has dispelled any lingering doubts among countless fans and media alike. Furthermore, on the same night following the matchup between the Magic and the Nets, another Rookie of the Year contender, McCaw, was decisively outplayed by Stephen Curry. As the Warriors triumphed over the 76ers 121-97, solidifying Chu Feng's status as a singular force in the rookie rankings. Chu Feng, I never imagined that we would remain undefeated this season. The next morning, at the Amway Center in Orlando, head coach Jacques Vaughn patted the casually dressed Chu Feng on the shoulder, saying, "I thought our team would be thoroughly defeated in the season opener against the Pacers. Coach, we are not as weak as you might think." Chu Feng chuckled softly and continued, "Moreover, you summoned me to the arena on my day off, not merely to discuss such trivial matters, I presume? It is essential to recognize that our victory over the Nets yesterday was an incredibly taxing endeavor for the Magic players, particularly for me. Despite gracing the front pages of various media outlets, the physical and mental exhaustion compelled me to return to my Orlando residence and collapse into slumber. Today, being a day of rest sanctioned by the coaching staff, I had yet to fully recharge when I received a call from Jacques Vaughn, summoning me to the Amway Center. I sincerely apologize for encroaching upon your leisure time. However, the matter at hand is indeed quite significant." Gesturing for the security to open the arena doors, Jacques Vaughn led Chu Feng to the executive office while knocking on the door. "Mr. Rob, Chu has arrived." Chapter 54. The worst news of the year you may enter at your convenience. A familiar voice resonated from within the executive office of the Magic. Chu Feng recognized it immediately. It was none other than the team's general manager, Rob. Yet, hearing Rob's voice only heightened Chu Feng's astonishment. On a perfectly restful day, why would the head coach and general manager summon him? "Chu, I sincerely apologize for calling you during your respite." Upon entering, Rob promptly rose from his swivel chair and approached Chu Feng, gesturing for him to take a seat wherever he pleased. "However, this matter necessitates our discussion." "What is it?" With Rob's words piquing his curiosity, Chu Feng settled into a seat and inquired, "I conveyed your remarks from halftime yesterday to the general manager, and he wholeheartedly endorsed your sentiments." Before Rob could elaborate, Jacques Vaughn recounted the events that transpired. Following the conclusion of the game against the Nets, the entire Magic team swiftly boarded a private jet, returning to Orlando from Brooklyn. That very night, Jacques Vaughn relayed the occurrences from halftime in the locker room to Rob. Rob stood firmly in Chu Feng's corner, asserting that competitive sports demand an indomitable spirit. To concede at the outset is tantamount to surrender. "So, you wish to trade Harkless?" Chu Fu did not beat around the bush and posed a direct question. Shouldn't the team have the final say in matters of trade? Implicit in his inquiry was the suggestion, "What purpose do you have in seeking my input?" "The team intends to build around you and therefore wishes to initiate the trading process by actively seeking the pieces that you desire." Chu Feng spoke candidly, and Luo Bu was equally forthright. "Chu, the upper management of the team has decided to pursue a trade in accordance with your wishes. This decision has been reached collectively by the rest of the Magic's upper echelons. Chu Feng is undoubtedly the foundational cornerstone of this Magic team. There is no need for us to actively pursue a trade. Of course, Chu Feng also has his own thoughts. We could leak information and wait for other teams to make their offers before making a decision. The NBA is akin to a vast marketplace. Rather than selling himself short, Chu Feng prefers to observe the various assets offered by other teams. The Magic's management possesses commendable execution capabilities." Just as Chu Feng returned to his residence, his mobile device buzzed with an ESPN news alert. Breaking news. Several NBA teams are secretly engaging with the Orlando Magic in pursuit of a trade. Initially, this appeared to be an ordinary trade report, after all. Numerous teams are perpetually negotiating among themselves within the NBA. However, the involvement of the Orlando Magic rendered this news far from mundane. The reason is simple: the Magic boast the most sought-after rookie, Chu Feng. More importantly, the report indicates that multiple teams are indeed in discussions with the Magic regarding a potential trade. Who holds the most trade value for the Magic? Without a doubt, it is Chu Feng. Consequently, many fans, upon the revelation of this news, hastily concluded that certain teams are strategizing for a significant trade to acquire Chu Feng. Frankly speaking, should the Magic successfully trade Chu Feng, this season would be deemed a triumph for them. But just how substantial is Chu Feng's trade value? I believe he is a cornerstone player for the team, and at the very least, he should be of all-star caliber to warrant such a trade. If Chu Feng were to be traded, it would undoubtedly require additional draft picks, considering the formidable prowess he has exhibited. While some fans rationally analyze Chu Feng's trade value, others have taken to the internet to vehemently criticize the Magic's management. This is the most disheartening news I have encountered this year. On a basketball forum in M Country, a local Orlando fan posted, "Before the new season commenced, I was convinced my beloved Magic would continue to languish for years, and I had braced myself for a relentless onslaught from other teams. However, as the season progressed, none of this transpired. In fact, we have yet to taste defeat. All of this is thanks to Chu Feng, the savior of Orlando. It is hard to fathom that the team would choose to trade away the rising star who has revitalized this franchise at such a critical juncture. If a trade were to materialize, I would relocate from Orlando. Wherever Chu Feng is traded, from that day forth, I shall be a devoted fan of that team." Chapter 55. Entrust everything to Chu Feng. This post resonates deeply with many fans on basketball forums across various nations. The Orlando Magic once boasted the #1 draft picks, such as the formidable Shaquille O'Neal and the legendary Dwight Howard. They both experienced moments of glory, each leading the Magic to the pinnacle of the NBA Finals. Yet they always fell just short of ultimate victory. Since Howard departed for Los Angeles last season, the once prominent Magic have plummeted, becoming contenders for the coveted first overall pick. Even this season, prior to its commencement, they were widely regarded as strong contenders for that top draft position. However, the emergence of Chu Feng has thwarted those expectations. The Magic not only avoided slipping into the lottery zone, but also maintained an undefeated streak, currently occupying the top spot in the Eastern Conference. In his debut, he scored 39 points, followed by consecutive games of over 40 points, for games with over 20 points. And he became the first rookie in 13 years to achieve a 40-point, 10-rebound game, shattering the single-game scoring record for Asian players in the NBA. In merely 4 matches, Chu Feng has transformed public perception of him from the historically lackluster first overall pick to the unequivocal best rookie of the 21-03-14 season. This transformation extends beyond external evaluations. It embodies a profound change within the Orlando Magic organization itself. Reflect on our dismal performance last season, where our initial thought when facing opponents was merely how to minimize our losses, rather than contemplating the possibility of victory. In stark contrast, this season has witnessed fierce battles in all but one match against the Timberwolves, yet we have not succumbed to the temptation of surrender as we did in the past. This remarkable shift is entirely attributable to Chu Feng's influence. He has revitalized the Orlando Magic. Consequently, a multitude of ardent Magic fans have begun posting on the Basketball Nation forum, and some have even submitted letters to the Magic's public email, vocally opposing any potential trade involving Chu Feng. The impact of the Chu Feng trade incident continues to reverberate, prompting the Magic's upper management to issue a public response. They accorded great significance to the press conference concerning this matter. General Manager Rob convened multiple media outlets to deliver a personal statement. Before the conference commenced, I must emphasize one point. Rob instructed the reporters to turn on their devices and stated, "Chu Feng is the cornerstone of Orlando's future for the next 10 or even 20 years. He is the only untouchable asset on this team, and all trade rumors related to him are mere fabrications." Mr. Rob, does that mean the recent trade news concerning the Magic is also a rumor? An ESPN reporter interjected. If Chu Feng is not to be traded, who else on the team holds trade value? Perhaps the entire trading speculation is unfounded. Trade rumors are not mere gossip. Our objective for the upcoming season is to vie for the championship, and thus, strengthening the roster through trades is inevitable. However, Rob did not refute the trade speculations. Of course, we have received numerous trade offers for Chu Feng, which is precisely why I convened this press conference. Here, I wish to remind the executives of the other 29 teams that I reiterate, Chu Feng will not be mentioned in any trade discussions involving the Orlando Magic. Should any team reference Chu Feng's name in any trade scenario, that team will find itself on our blacklist. I emphasize once more, Chu Feng is the only untouchable asset on this Magic team. Rob's declaration clarifies Chu Feng's status within the organization. He is undoubtedly the core and foundational pillar that will not be traded. However, the true significance of Rob's press conference extends beyond the superficial aspects. The executives of NBA teams are not naive. Rob's repeated insistence that Chu Feng is the sole untouchable asset implies that the remaining players are available for trade, awaiting offers from various teams. The general manager noted that the Los Angeles Lakers submitted a trade proposal, willing to part with draft picks and Wesley Johnson. The Atlanta Hawks offered a lucrative contract along with 2 second-round picks. Shortly thereafter, the Washington Wizards called, ready to include some cash and draft picks in their proposal. Not long after the press conference concluded, the Orlando Magic's front office was inundated with phone calls. Various teams began submitting trade requests to Rob, who responded with a singular directive: forward all offers to Chu Feng. Let him decide. Chapter 56, second only to my rookie. Chu Feng was beset by a profound headache. He had intended to enjoy a peaceful slumber, awaiting the morning training of his team. However, his inbox was inundated with a plethora of emails. Chu, here are the documents from General Manager Rob. He wishes for you to select the trade proposal that pleases you most at your earliest convenience. Accompanying the emails was a phone call from head coach Jacques Vaughn. The upper management has granted you absolute authority. Wield it wisely and do not squander this opportunity. In his many years of coaching, Jacques Vaughn had never encountered a team bold enough to entrust a player with the decision-making power regarding trades, especially one who was merely a rookie this year. This unequivocally demonstrated the Orlando Magic's profound trust and regard for Chu Feng. Just as Rob had articulated during the press conference, Chu Feng serves as the cornerstone for the Orlando Magic, a pivotal figure for the franchise in the coming decade. As the foundation of the team, Chu Feng finds himself reluctantly fulfilling the directives set forth by the upper management, meticulously reviewing the various offers concerning Harkless from different teams. Is Wesley Johnson being considered in a straight swap for Harkless? Chu Fu glanced at the Lakers' trading proposal. Wesley Johnson possesses remarkable physical attributes and a commendable shooting ability, showcasing significant potential to evolve into a coveted 3D player in the future league. However, that is the extent of his merits. Chu Feng opines that since various teams are eager to negotiate trades with the Magic, it is imperative to select the most optimal deal. However, the teams in the NBA are far from naive. Harkless is indeed quite young, as this season marks merely his second year in the league. In his rookie season, Harkless averaged an impressive 8.2 points along with 4.2 rebounds, indicating significant potential for development. Nevertheless, the fact that the Magic are willing to trade this promising asset suggests they have grown impatient with the young player. This impatience has led to many teams submitting rather low offers, with some even opting to propose Harkless alongside Vucevic in exchange for undesirable contracts. Upon encountering such a trade proposal, Chu Feng, acting on the directives of the team's higher-ups, promptly placed this team on the blacklist for trades. Another proposal for a straightforward exchange? As he perused yet another trade option, the previously disinterested Chu Feng suddenly felt invigorated. The trade in question remains a simple one-for-one exchange, with the opposing team also presenting a young player, who, interestingly, is a fellow draftee from Chu Feng's year, albeit having delivered rather lackluster performances in the first 4 games of the season. Has the Bucks truly lost patience with him? As Chu Feng gazed upon the lengthy name of the player, he was taken aback. The Milwaukee Bucks had actually traded the 15th overall pick from the 2013 draft, Giannis Antetokounmpo, to the Magic. However, in addition to acquiring Harkless, the Bucks demanded that the Magic include 2 second-round picks from the following year. At the bottom of the trade document, the Magic's general manager, Rob, had already marked it as a denial. Clearly, Rob had perused these trade proposals before forwarding them to Chu Feng. A trade like this, which entailed forfeiting draft picks without offering any in return, had been swiftly dismissed in Rob's initial screening. It seems the upper management of the Bucks is not particularly astute. Chu Feng scrutinized the performances of Giannis Antetokounmpo in his first 4 games, and the statistics indeed left much to be desired. However, with knowledge of the future, Chu Feng comprehended the formidable prowess that Antetokounmpo would eventually manifest. His explosive athleticism and monstrous offensive aggression starkly contrasted with the humble averages of 8 points and 4 rebounds per game that Harkless managed in his rookie year, rendering them worlds apart. Yet, as he contemplated this trade, a question lingered in his mind. Would this decision alter the course of the future? With a silent mantra, he swiftly dismissed the thought. Having resolved to proceed with the trade, he felt that altering the future was irrelevant to the transaction's significance. Without delay, he placed a call to Rob, the general manager of the Magic. Upon learning that Chu Feng had agreed to the very trade he opposed most vehemently, Rob's expression became noticeably strained. I require a sound explanation, Chu. The team granted you the authority to make trading decisions, but that does not imply you can act capriciously. In Rob's view, swapping Hakries for a Greek rookie who had yet to make a name for himself with the Bucks was sheer folly. Giannis Antetokounmpo is the second most promising rookie in this draft class, only following my own selection. Chu Feng refrained from engaging in further dialogue with Rob and promptly delivered his conclusion. If we could successfully trade for him, we would be poised to contend for the championship in the upcoming season. Chapter 57, a heist-level trade? Chu Feng was not jesting with Rob. Giannis Antetokounmpo, affectionately known as the Greek Freak, had displayed rather mediocre performances in the early games of his rookie season. However, Chu Feng was certain that this individual would eventually transform into a formidable force. Coupling this with the Timberwolves draft pick currently held by the Magic, alongside a second-round selection, Chu Feng had already envisioned the ultimate roster for the upcoming season. The pursuit of a championship was no mere fantasy. Are you serious? Rob responded, bewildered on the other end of the line. Was this truly a trade involving two young forwards that could potentially impact the team's championship aspirations for the next season? Had it been anyone other than Chu Feng speaking, Rob would have undoubtedly concluded that such sentiments were the ramblings of a madman. The team's actions merely constituted a trade, and that alone should suffice. Chu Feng continued, stating that this season they would surge into the playoffs and contend for the championship next season. Although the Bucks had requested 2 second-round picks from the Magic, causing Rob considerable distress, Chu Feng's resolute words mirrored his confident declarations made at the season's onset about returning to the playoffs. Without hesitation, Rob made a call from Orlando to Milwaukee, shocking the entire basketball community in the United States. In a surprising trade, Orlando Magic's promising forward, Harkless, was dispatched to Milwaukee. In a bewildering decision, the Magic exchanged a budding star along with 2 second-round picks for a rookie averaging a mere 2 points. This astonishing trade left many incredulous, as the Magic once again executed a deal that defied expectations. Numerous media outlets reported on the trade between the Magic and the Bucks, noting that the Magic had given up Harkless and 2 2014 second-round picks in exchange for the Bucks' 2013 rookie, Giannis Antetokounmpo. It seemed the Magic's upper management had become intoxicated by the prospect of victory, as they paid a steep price for a rookie who barely saw the court. Shortly after the trade news broke, fans across the nation began to vocally criticize the Magic's management online, given the statistical performance of the players involved. This trade appeared to be a blatant heist by the Bucks. It is worth noting that Antetokounmpo, in his season debut against the Knicks, played for 5 minutes and managed only 2 points. In his second game against the Celtics, he was granted 12 minutes on the court, yet only scored a paltry 5 points. In the third game, back at home against the Raptors, he played for 17 minutes, contributing 2 points and 2 rebounds. Consequently, in the fourth game, the Bucks opted not to play him at all. Perhaps after the first 3 games, the Bucks management began to question their draft choice. Coincidentally, rumors of a trade emerged at this time, and in the eyes of the Bucks management, Harkless was viewed as the evolved version of Antetokounmpo. They did not anticipate that the Magic would readily agree to the inclusion of the draft picks. This was undoubtedly a mutually beneficial trade. There was no sense of robbery involved. Upon the trade's completion, Bucks head coach Larry Drew appeared remarkably composed during a media interview, stating, "We desperately need a player of Harkless's caliber. He will be the individual our team requires." Clearly, in Drew's view, Antetokounmpo's performance in the first 3 games had led to a loss of patience. In contrast to the Bucks' dismissive attitude towards Antetokounmpo, the Magic's welcoming of their new recruit was notably more formal. "We sincerely welcome Giannis Antetokounmpo to our team. He will be a pivotal figure in our future endeavors." Rob offered Giannis high praise and support. However, Giannis himself appeared to be in less than optimal condition. Having participated in only 3 games in the NBA, he was unceremoniously traded by his former team, with insinuations of poor performance and the possibility of being deemed a disappointment. This psychological strain rendered Giannis somewhat distracted during his inaugural training session at the Amway Center. You need not concern yourself with the external speculations. As the training session was drawing to a close, Chu Feng seized the opportunity to approach Giannis. "Many have proclaimed me the most overrated #1 draft pick in history before the season commenced. Yet, you countered their claims with your performance." Giannis, in a notably despondent tone, replied, "Chu Feng, I monitor your performance daily. You possess the capability to prove yourself, but I do not. You will in the next game." Chu Feng patted the disheartened Giannis Antetokounmpo, urging him, "As long as you follow my guidance." Chapter 58, The debut of the new roster. On November 8th, in Orlando, the Amway Center was already filled with spectators. Today marked the Orlando Magic's first game following their recent trade, yet the challenges they faced were quite apparent. The ESPN commentators had diligently prepared for this matchup. They had traded away their starting small forward, which left them somewhat short on the front line. Perhaps they would position Aflalo as the small forward, or even have Chu Feng assume that role. Nevertheless, it was a problem they needed to address. The commentators were well acquainted with the Magic's roster. Harkless had been a pivotal starter during their 4-game winning streak. With Harkless traded away, it was evident that they were lacking in frontline personnel. Naturally, some might suggest that the newly acquired Antetokounmpo should step in as the starting small forward. But that was hardly a sound proposal. One commentator chuckled, remarking on the 13th overall pick struggles. In his first 3 professional games, he averaged a mere 2 points, and he had barely secured a starting position in Milwaukee. Indeed, the Magic's adversaries today were the Boston Celtics, a team that had historically posed challenges for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Prior to his trade to the Magic, he had faced the Celtics while representing the Bucks. In that encounter, he played for 12 minutes and managed to score just 5 points, thoroughly stifled by the Celtics' defense. Chu, are you being serious? As the game was about to commence, Antetokounmpo, warming up at the sidelines, felt a twinge of apprehension. Although Chu Feng's words from the previous day had enlightened him, standing on the court still left him feeling uncertain. After all, he was a rookie traded away by his own team. If you follow my instructions, the rumors will dissipate after today. With a confident glance from Chu Feng, he proceeded to the side to stretch. Soon, the pre-game warm-up concluded, and both team starters took to the court. The Celtics lineup featured Jordan Crawford, Avery Bradley, Jeff Green, Brandon Bass, and Fab Melo. Following the trades of Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce, the once glorious Green Army officially entered a rebuilding phase, leaving their starting lineup somewhat lackluster. However, the attention of the commentators was captured by the Magic's starting 5. To their astonishment, the Magic had opted to start Giannis Antetokounmpo, who averaged a mere 2 points in the game. They positioned Giannis as a power forward? This was rather peculiar, considering he had always been utilized as a small forward during his tenure with the Bucks. The two commentators were taken aback by the Magic's current starting lineup. Point guard Jameer Nelson, shooting guard Aaron Aflalo, small forward Chu Feng, center Nikola Vucevic, and power forward Giannis Antetokounmpo. It was indeed the first time the commentators had witnessed Giannis taking on the role of a power forward. Naturally, this was a suggestion put forth by Chu Feng to head coach Jacques Vaughn. Had it not been for Chu Feng's recommendation, Giannis might have found himself languishing at the end of the Magic's bench. Although the Magic's lineup surprised the commentators, the game was officially underway. Vucevic easily outmaneuvered Fab Melo, passing the ball to Nelson, who advanced past half-court and directly delivered it to Chu Feng. Oh, here comes Chu Feng with the ball. As Chu Feng seized the ball, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Many fans had purchased tickets solely to witness Chu Feng's prowess on the court. However, before the applause could diminish, Chu Feng launched the ball high towards the right side of the basket. With a resounding thud, a towering figure leaped from beyond the right paint, exhibiting extraordinary control and power as he emphatically slammed the ball through the hoop. Chapter 59. Activating Giannis Antetokounmpo. Oh! Giannis Antetokounmpo soared from the wing, catching Chu Feng's pass and executing an alley-oop dunk with remarkable finesse. The Magic's initial offensive play unfolded with astonishing speed, taking less than 5 seconds from Chu Feng receiving the ball to the culminating aerial connection. The rapidity of Antetokounmpo's attack was surprising. His defender, Bassi, had yet to breach the three-point line when the dunk was completed. The Magic's spectacular start left the commentators in awe, particularly as it was Giannis Antetokounmpo, whom they had underestimated, who executed this impressive play. Hey, Chu, I really did it, Giannis exclaimed exuberantly as he rushed to Chu Feng's side, sharing a high five. Just as you said, let's keep this momentum and follow your lead. Chu Feng maintained a stoic expression, merely responding with a clap of his hands. Yet, deep within, he was truly astonished. Chu Feng was acutely aware of Giannis Antetokounmpo's extraordinary physical prowess, yet the recent alley-oop provided him with a deeper comprehension of the matter. After all, Chu Feng's passing skills were still developing, and the previous alley-oop pass had its imperfections. Nevertheless, despite the flaws, Giannis managed to catch the pass in midair and executed a ferocious dunk. It was imperative to remain vigilant on defense, as the opposing team would not leisurely mount their offense. With the Celtics in possession of the ball, the newly appointed head coach Stevens bellowed at the players on the court. Jordan Crawford confidently advanced the ball past half-court before transferring it to Jeff Green. Brandon Bass skillfully set a screen, allowing Jeff Green to evade Aaron Aflalo's defense and take a mid-range jumper. Whoosh. However, in the very next instant, a colossal figure soared into the air, extending his long arms to emphatically reject Jeff Green's attempt. Fortuitously, the blocked ball landed directly in the hands of Magic point guard Jameer Nelson, who promptly initiated a counterattack and ultimately delivered a bouncing assist to Chu Feng, who finished with a fast break layup. 4-0. The Magic commenced their offensive onslaught with remarkable ferocity, achieving this in merely 20 seconds. The Celtics appeared somewhat disengaged, exhibiting a distinct sluggishness in both offensive and defensive maneuvers. The unfolding scenario surprised the commentators on the sidelines. Perhaps we could assert that the Orlando Magic had quickened their pace in both offense and defense following the trade. Indeed, this transformation could be traced back to Giannis Antetokounmpo being elevated to the power forward position. One commentator astutely noted, his leaping ability, speed, and physical attributes are decidedly unconventional for a power forward. He possesses a center's height yet exhibits greater speed and leaping ability than most interior players, catching the Celtics' defense off guard. Perhaps the reason Giannis did not thrive with the Bucks was that Larry Drew consistently deployed him in the small forward role. Although his physical attributes could somewhat accommodate the small forward position, he struggled to capitalize on his advantages against the league's small forwards. Conversely, when positioned as a power forward, his strengths could be fully realized. The seasoned commentators dissected Giannis's inherent advantages at the 4 position with great insight. However, at that moment, the Celtics players were preoccupied with more pressing concerns. Giannis's presence made Brandon Bass seem 2 decades older. On both ends of the court, the physically gifted Giannis dominated Bass, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. Chu Feng exerted little effort, yet by the midway point of the first quarter, the Magic had established a commanding 12-point lead over the Celtics at 18-6. In this period, Chu Feng contributed a modest 4 points, but he also delivered 5 assists and secured 1 steal. Remarkably, all 5 assists were directed towards Giannis Antetokounmpo. As Giannis soared once more to execute a thunderous dunk over Bass, Celtics head coach Stevens, in exasperation, called for a timeout, with yet another block. Antetokounmpo had already registered 3 blocks in the quarter, alongside his 10 points. A glance at the statistics left the commentators in sheer disbelief. This was utterly astonishing. Antetokounmpo had surpassed the total points scored in the previous 3 games within just half a quarter. The Magic had truly unlocked the potential of the Greek rookie. Perhaps they were the true beneficiaries of the trade. Chapter 60. A difficult decision. Everyone believed that the Bucks had committed robbery by trading a rookie averaging a mere 2 points for Harkless, who in his first year averaged 8 points and 4 rebounds, along with acquiring 2 first-round picks. Even the 2 commentators shared this sentiment prior to the game, repeatedly emphasizing the Magic's lack of depth without ever mentioning Antetokounmpo's name. However, now, halfway through the first quarter, his name had become a frequent topic of their discussions. Fans around the world were left astounded by this half-quarter display. Antetokounmpo's prowess was truly unexpected. The commentators briefly recounted his performance, noting his omnipresence on defense and his aerial prowess on offense, showcasing an all-star level display in the paint. The Bucks had indeed traded away a promising talent for a player averaging just 8 and 4, an undeniable loss. Chu Feng, did you foresee this? Meanwhile, on the home team's bench, head coach Jacques Vaughn handed Chu Feng a towel and remarked, "I never envisioned Antetokounmpo as the starting power forward for our team." In Vaughn's vision, Giannis was merely a simplified version of Kevin Durant. Their physiques were similar, with Antetokounmpo appearing larger than Durant, and should he stabilize his shooting skills, he would undoubtedly become a lower-tier Durant. Yet, Chu Feng firmly rejected Vaughn's perspective, insisting that Giannis should indeed be the starting power forward. Initially, Vaughn considered this decision to be the most misguided among Chu Feng's numerous choices. However, it now seemed that this decision might prove more successful than the trade decision itself. From Vaughn's perspective, the commentator's analysis lacked specificity. It was not the Magic who activated Giannis Antetokounmpo, but rather Chu Feng who had done so. Those individuals were utterly powerless against me. Meanwhile, Giannis, back on the bench, was equally exhilarated. They simply cannot keep up with me. Reflecting on the dismal state he faced against the Celtics just a few days prior, and now witnessing his own remarkable dunks, such a transformative change stirs profound excitement within a young talent like Giannis Antetokounmpo. The realization that these alterations stem from the insightful guidance of Chu Feng elevates his admiration for him to new heights. Chu Feng, Everything unfolds just as you described, Antetokounmpo remarks, handing Chu Feng a bottle of performance beverage. All I need to do is unleash my speed and agility to dismantle the opposition's defense. Why did I not recognize this sooner? That is because you had not met me earlier. Chu Feng seized the beverage and consumed it in one swift motion, cautioning against premature pride and emphasizing the necessity of securing victory in the match. This contest appeared to be orchestrated by Chu Feng to activate Giannis Antetokounmpo. Yet the outcome bore significant weight for him as well. After all, the system's mandate was to achieve 5 consecutive victories, and this encounter against the Celtics marked the 5th. Regardless of the circumstances, securing the win was imperative for Chu Feng. Following the timeout, the Celtics intensified their offensive movements, with Jeff Green sinking a crucial mid-range shot. Upon returning to the offensive end, the Green team evidently bolstered their defensive efforts against Antetokounmpo, yet Chu Feng decisively dismantled Jordan Crawford's defense, executing a step-back three-pointer with precision. As the transition unfolded, the Celtics scored again with a mid-range shot, prompting the Magic to swiftly execute a baseline inbound. Nelson, holding the ball, rapidly advanced past half-court and seamlessly delivered it to Chu Feng, stationed beyond the right three-point line. With a resounding thud, the basketball met his grasp. Chu Feng glanced at Crawford, who loomed defensively just beyond the arc, and without hesitation, he stepped back a foot and launched the shot. The trajectory of the ball was steady, and its success was assured. With a score of 24-10, the Magic, upon returning from the timeout, had extended the lead to 14 points. The Celtics' defensive focus was entirely fixated on Giannis Antetokounmpo, thereby amplifying the space for Chu Feng to thrive. With 2 consecutive three-pointers, Chu Feng evoked a sense of reflection from the commentator. The predicament facing the Celtics is indeed troublesome. Should they allow Chu Feng to showcase his individual prowess? Or should they let him continue to invigorate Giannis Antetokounmpo? Regardless of the choice, it presents a formidable challenge for the Green team. More critically, no one is aware that Chu Feng's sharpshooting ability is merely 1 three-pointer away from activation. Chapter 61. The Sharpshooter Awakens. On the sidelines, Celtics coach Stevens found himself in a state of distress. Just a few moments prior, he had called a timeout, and following that brief intermission, the team's offensive performance had evidently improved. Yet, the enhancement in offensive play was not exclusive to the Celtics. The Magic, too, demonstrated a significant uptick in their offensive capabilities. In fact, describing the Magic's offensive improvement as merely enhanced would be an understatement, for their scoring prowess had unmistakably ascended to a higher echelon. As Chu Feng's three-point prowess ignited, Stevens found it far more intolerable than witnessing Antetokounmpo wreak havoc upon the rim. After all, a three-pointer yields 1 more point than a two-pointer. More crucially, the Celtics' three-point shooting simply could not fill the chasm created by Chu Feng's explosive performance. Observing his team secure a futile 2 points, narrowing the gap to 12-24, Stevens felt a chill run down his spine. Meanwhile, on the offensive front for the Magic, Nelson advanced the ball past half-court, while Vucevic had already stepped out to facilitate a simple pick-and-roll for Chu Feng, granting him an open shot opportunity. Simultaneously, outside the paint, Giannis was poised to sprint, and Nelson could even loft the ball high towards the left side of the basket, setting the stage for an exhilarating alley-oop. Ultimately, however, Nelson opted to pass the ball to Chu Feng, for he perceived him as the most formidable finisher within the Magic's ranks. Bang! With poise, Chu Feng maintained possession of the ball, pivoting to face the basket. Before him, Jeff Green, who had switched in defense following a screen, approached closely to apply pressure. Yet, even amid such tight marking, a sense of unease lingered within Jeff Green's mind. The formidable scoring prowess of Chu Feng had long been meticulously analyzed by Green prior to the match. While he may not yet be regarded as the elite scorer within the league, he certainly ranks among the upper echelon of offensive players. Green himself is not particularly renowned for his defensive skills. Compounded by Chu Feng's prior success in sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers, he was undoubtedly in a state of heightened form. Before Green could devise a defensive strategy, Chu Feng had already initiated his dribble, launching forward at full speed, causing Green to retreat defensively. However, after taking a step forward, Chu Feng opted to retreat, distancing himself from Green while positioning beyond the three-point line, unleashing another cold-blooded shot. Green could only make a token effort to contest, but before he could pivot back, the sound of the net being swished echoed through the arena. The score soared to 27-12, extending the lead to 15 points. Ding! A notification resonated in Chu Feng's mind, indicating that he had successfully made 3 consecutive three-pointers, unlocking his sharpshooter ability. The resurgence of his shooting prowess felt exhilarating. The Celtics' subsequent possession failed to yield points, and Chu Feng signaled to Giannis Antetokounmpo, who grabbed the rebound, to make a long pass to him. Dribbling past half court, Chu Feng halted just beyond the three-point line, executing a quick stop-and-shoot over the defender. Whoosh! The basketball soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc before once again swishing through the net. The score escalated to 30-12, with the Magic suddenly widening their lead to 18 points. An astonishing display of three-point shooting saw Chu Feng score 4 consecutive three-pointers in a little over a minute. Within less than 2 minutes, he alone had amassed 12 points, pushing the margin to nearly 20 points. Such a terrifying performance left the commentators astounded. This is what explosive scoring looks like. Not only the commentators, but the fans, after a brief moment of disbelief, erupted in jubilant cheers. This is what I paid to see. Honestly, I must admit, I revel in watching Chu Feng's confident shots. It is simply exhilarating. Chu Feng is the cornerstone of Orlando. Once he unlocks his scoring potential, the team becomes nearly unstoppable. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the Celtics faltered offensively, gifting a pass directly to Giannis Antetokounmpo. The Greek freak seized the opportunity, decisively passing to the right side where Chu Feng awaited. And together with his teammates, they launched a fast break. In the front court, Chu Feng swiftly controlled the ball, drawing the Celtics defenders away from the basket, and then slammed the ball against the backboard. Bam! In perfect synchronization, the trailing Antetokounmpo leaped, grasping the ball with both hands and emphatically dunking it into the hoop. The score reached 32-12, with the Celtics trailing the Magic by a full 20 points in less than one quarter. At last, Stevens, who had been experiencing a headache from the sidelines, could no longer remain seated and called for another timeout. Chapter 62. The lack of a breakthrough player? To defend against the three-point shot, it is imperative not to allow Chu Feng to shoot so comfortably from that position. On the sidelines, Celtics head coach Stevens was profoundly dissatisfied with the performance of his players. I emphasized before the game that Chu Feng's three-pointers are crucial for the opposing team, which has achieved a 4-game winning streak this season. However, coach, that guy's three-point shooting is utterly unfathomable. Just as Stevens had finished his tirade, Jordan Crawford, who had been tasked with guarding Chu Feng, wore a look of helplessness. He consistently shoots from just beyond the three-point line, and I find it impossible to defend. Moreover, there was a critical point that Crawford did not voice. The moment he attempts to step out and challenge, Chu Feng could very well evade his defense with a single stride and drive into the paint for an effortless score. Regardless of how Crawford chooses to defend, Chu Feng can easily score. In fact, allowing him to shoot from three-point range might yield a higher probability of him missing. Indeed, coach, the others cannot contain Chu Feng. Bradley sighed, aware that as the Celtics' premier perimeter defender, he was undoubtedly Stevens' first choice to guard Chu Feng. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that the Magic seemed to have recognized that Bradley's defense would impact Chu Feng's offensive capabilities. Whenever Bradley isolated himself against Chu Feng, Vucevic or Giannis would inevitably set a screen, compelling the Celtics to switch their defensive assignments. Bradley was also hesitant to double-team Chu Feng, for Giannis was not the former Magic forward, Markieff, and the Greek rookie was performing second only to Chu Feng in this game. As for Vucevic, he was undoubtedly the second-best player on the Magic, trailing only Chu Feng. It could be said that, tactically, the Magic had completely seized the initiative on the court. Stevens felt a sense of helplessness. Even with his extensive experience in combat, a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients. The resources available to the Celtics were limited, making it challenging for him to devise an effective strategy. We need to bring in shooters and accelerate our pace. On the other side, Chu Feng, who had returned to the bench, offered a suggestion to the head coach. Why? Replied Jacques Vaughn, perplexed by Chu Feng's advice. They will undoubtedly expand their defense after the timeout, making it difficult for us to find three-point opportunities. They would rather allow you to take mid-range shots or even assist teammates for inside scores, but they will not permit us to shoot from three. They simply won't allow me to continue shooting threes. Chu Feng provided a remarkably straightforward response to Jacques Vaughn. The others are beyond Stevens' focus. The dilemma confronting the Celtics is not merely Chu Feng's three-point shooting, but rather the offensive threat that he poses. Stevens is utterly incapable of neutralizing this conundrum, which presents Chu Feng with a pivotal opportunity to exploit tactical arrangements. I comprehend now. Jacques Vaughn is no fool. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, he instantly grasped the underlying implication. As the timeout concluded, the Celtics maintained their lineup, while the Magic opted to substitute Jameer Nelson with one more. The Magic's strategic shift introduced a three-point shooter, yet the Celtics were unlikely to grant them any space for three-pointers. This substitution might be deemed somewhat imprudent. Observing the Magic's alteration, the commentator on the sidelines expressed a hint of confusion. They should have implemented a change to incorporate more penetrating attackers, which would facilitate Chu Feng in generating additional three-point opportunities. The commentator undoubtedly possesses a keen understanding of the game. Chu Feng is currently on fire with his three-point shooting. If he could have teammates break through the defense and disrupt the defensive formation, then passing the ball to the perimeter for Chu Feng would undoubtedly result in yet another soul-stirring three-pointer. The game continues as the Celtics advance. Jeff Green forcefully drives past his defender to score 2 points. 14-32. The Magic are on offense, and Edwin Moore brings the ball past half-court, handing it off to Chu Feng. In an instant, as Chu Feng dribbled the ball, Bradley advanced to apply pressure, attempting to disrupt Chu Feng's rhythm. However, Vucevic's screen was timely, allowing Chu Feng to maneuver past his defender. Rather than immediately shooting a three-pointer, he accelerated, driving towards the three-point line. Jordan Crawford, who had switched to defend, was caught off guard and easily left behind by Chu Feng. Two Celtics defenders were momentarily delayed, while the remaining players quickly converged towards the paint to thwart Chu Feng's penetration. Yet, at the very moment the Celtics' defense collapsed, Chu Feng caught a glimpse of Edwin Moore on the perimeter and decisively passed the ball. A three-pointer, swish, 35-14. The first quarter had yet to conclude, and the Magic had already established a 21-point lead over their opponents. It became clear to me the significance of the Magic's roster. In just one play, the commentator had an epiphany. Who needs a slasher? Chu Feng is truly a breakthrough artist. Chapter 63. The arena resounds. Everyone believes that the Magic should utilize their remaining players to penetrate the paint, forcing the Celtics to tighten their defense, thereby creating open three-point opportunities for Chu Feng to seal the game. However, Chu Feng, through his actions, declares that he himself will be the one to penetrate the paint and compel the Celtics to contract their defense. At this moment, although the perimeter shooting of the Magic does not quite match Chu Feng's prowess, Aflalo and Evan Fournier, in nearly unguarded situations, achieve a commendable three-point shooting rate. Another three-pointer lands as Aflalo sinks 2 consecutive three-pointers in the dying moments of the first quarter, witnessing the Magic score a staggering 44 points in a single quarter. The commentator shakes his head in dismay. The Celtics' defense seems as fragile as paper, easily torn apart. Both of these three-pointers were assisted by Chu Feng. After scoring 12 points in the quarter, he curbed his scoring ambition and instead invigorated his teammates. Another commentator reviews the statistics. Aside from his 12 points, he also delivered 8 assists, surpassing the total assists of the entire Celtics team for that quarter. Is Chu Feng aiming for the title of Assist King? Or is he the true orchestrator of the Magic's tactics? The two commentators lavish praise upon Chu Feng, only for him to miss a buzzer-beater three-pointer at the end of the first quarter. This unfortunate turn of events elicits a collective sigh from the fans in the arena. However, this merely constitutes a minor episode within the grand narrative of the game. As the first quarter concludes, the Magic leads 44-22. Having outscored their opponents by a significant margin, we are undeniably formidable. Observing the stark contrast in scores, the Magic fans on the sidelines cannot help but reflect. With Chu Feng, victory is exhilarating. In stark contrast, the Celtics bench is engulfed in silence. Stevens is left at a loss for words, as Chu Feng's overwhelming prowess renders any Celtics player incapable of matching him, even if Chu Feng were to be exceptionally strong. Providing Stevens with a player of equal caliber could have allowed for various tactical approaches to secure victory. Alas, such is not the case. In the second quarter, both teams deployed their rotation lineups, showcasing the Celtics' tactical advantages. However, the rotation players are not the primary squad, no matter how effective the tactical execution or advantageous the strategies. The gap was only narrowed from 22 points to 18 when both teams returned to their starting lineups with 5.5 minutes left in the second quarter. The deficit widened once more. By the time the first half concludes, Chu Feng has already contributed 17 points along with 9 assists. Observing the Magic's absolute dominance on the court, the two commentators have shifted their focus away from the game's outcome. For them, the pressing question now is whether Chu Feng can achieve a double-double by halftime. Not only the commentators, but also many fervent fans on the sidelines held their breath in anticipation. Although Chu Feng had already achieved double-doubles in 2 of his first 4 games and showcased remarkable performances, The prospect of delivering a double-double by halftime ignited immense excitement among the spectators. At last, amidst the collective anticipation of the crowd, Nelson intercepted a pass from the Celtics and swiftly dished the ball to Chu Feng on the fast break. As Chu Feng swiftly advanced with the ball, he executed a precise bounce pass to the left, setting up a fast break for Giannis Antetokounmpo. The Greek freak took flight, extending his arm majestically, and unleashed a thunderous dunk. The score surged to 68-38, with the Magic extending their lead to an impressive 30 points. In this moment, Chu Feng also recorded his 10th assist of the game. Meanwhile, the fervently focused Magic fans erupted in jubilation. This is the moment we've been waiting for. My friend, this is the moment. Before halftime, Chu had already amassed a remarkable double-double of 17 points and 10 assists, showcasing his unparalleled prowess. A score of over 40 points no longer suffices for Chu Feng. His current ambition is to achieve total mastery. When will we ever secure victories with such ease? Is the opposing team truly an NBA franchise? The Magic supporters rallied passionately, experiencing a halftime that felt akin to Christmas. What an exhilarating experience. Amidst the roaring applause of the crowd, Chu Feng netted his 19th point of the game. As the halftime concluded, he boasted a stat line of 19 points, 10 assists, 3 rebounds, and 2 steals, leading the Magic to a commanding 71-40 advantage over the Celtics by 31 points. In the third quarter, both teams merely engaged in a symbolic display, with Coach Stevens promptly signaling an end to the contest, substituting in the bench players, and officially conceding the game. The Magic followed suit, withdrawing their starting 5, and with less than 3 quarters played, the game had entered garbage time. Ultimately, as the game concluded, the remaining Magic fans erupted in unison, chanting, "Chu Feng, MVP! Chu Feng, MVP! Chu Feng, MVP!" Chapter 64. I hit the rookie wall. Chu is the singular cornerstone of this team. He is the backbone of our franchise. Without him, we would still be vying for the top draft pick, but his arrival has illuminated our path to playoff aspirations. We have risen. Our rebuilding process was completed the moment Chu Feng joined us. In Orlando's Amway Center, the exuberant fans who had yet to depart fervently shouted at the broadcast cameras. Among them, the name most frequently mentioned was undoubtedly that of the Chinese prodigy, Chu Feng, who played for 23 minutes and effortlessly contributed 25 points and 12 assists. Securing Chu Feng with the first overall pick was the most pivotal decision for the team during this past summer. Simultaneously, after the game, Magic head coach Jacques Vaughn, in an interview with sideline reporters, nodded affirmatively. At that moment, we did not hesitate at all. Perhaps some might argue that the Magic should have selected Victor Oladipo, who had captured nearly every accolade during his college career, but at that time, Oladipo was not even on our radar. Coach Vaughn remained remarkably composed when discussing the events of draft day, while some may perceive Chu Feng as a sudden revelation. We had actually been monitoring him for quite some time. It has been demonstrated that the choices made by the Orlando Magic were indeed correct. Chu Feng has achieved a remarkable feat, scoring over 20 points in 5 consecutive games, including 2 games with over 40 points and 3 with over 30. In this particular match, he played only 3 quarters yet still managed to secure a double-double with a stunning victory, amassing 30 points. Chu Feng has transformed me, restoring my confidence. Meanwhile, Giannis Antetokounmpo, visibly exhilarated during his ESPN interview, expressed, "Had I remained in Milwaukee, I would not have had the opportunity to showcase myself as I do today." His previous average of 2 points in the first 3 games of his career starkly contrasts with his recent performance where, in less than 3 quarters, he contributed 16 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 blocks, an evident elevation in his game. He naturally attributes part of this transformation to Chu Feng. When the trade was finalized, I found myself engulfed in despair. Feeling abandoned by the team that had drafted me, they even believed that Harkless was a better fit for the Bucks than I was. Reflecting on the changes pre- and post-trade, Antetokounmpo expressed his sentiments. "In my moment of hopelessness, Chu spoke to me extensively, asserting that the Bucks were utilizing me all wrong. As it turns out, he was right. I followed his advice, and the results speak for themselves." After sharing these thoughts, Giannis paused momentarily to gather his emotions before earnestly addressing the camera. "I am grateful to Milwaukee, the place that paved my way into the NBA. However, I am even more thankful to Chu Feng. He has helped me discover my identity within the NBA." As the interview with Giannis and Jacques Vaughn concluded, a throng of media gathered at the entrance of the home team's locker room. Moments later, after a quick shower, and changing into casual attire. Chu Feng emerged as the focal point of the journalist's attention. Chu, could you share your feelings about today's game? Chu, you are the only undefeated team in the East. How does that feel? Chu, today marks your lowest scoring game of the season. Have you hit the rookie wall? At the last question, the room fell into a brief silence, with all gazes directed at the reporter who posed it. A performance of 25 points, 12 assists, 4 rebounds, and 3 steals. And the reporter dares to ask if he has hit the rookie wall? What an unprofessional question. Indeed, I felt as though I had encountered the rookie wall. My performance today was quite poor. However, what surprised the journalists even more was Chu Feng's response. Fortunately, I have a remarkable group of teammates. Without them, this game could have been exceedingly challenging. WTF? Upon hearing Chu Feng's answer, the journalists were once again bewildered. How could 25 points and 12 assists be deemed a poor performance? Winning by a margin of 30 points against the opponent, and it might have been difficult? The reporters were flummoxed, questioning whether Chu Feng was merely putting on an act or genuinely expressing his thoughts. In an instant, many began to speculate that the reporter who asked the foolish question was perhaps an accomplice of Chu Feng's elaborate charade. To speak candidly, I must admit that my performance today was not particularly remarkable. If my memory serves me correctly, my streak of over 40 points has come to an end. Observing the bewildered expressions of the journalists present, I chose to disregard them and continued with my remarks. However, today is behind us, and my focus now shifts to tomorrow's game in Milwaukee. Tomorrow, on November 9th, in M-Country time, the Orlando Magic will face their inaugural back-to-back matchup of the new season, challenging the Milwaukee Bucks on their home turf. Chapter 65, The Terminator of the Eastern Conference's Dominance. Prior to the completion of the trade between the Bucks and the Magic, I had heard whispers of a potential deal. In the late hours of the night in M-Country, within the TNT studio, the esteemed commentator Charles Barkley leaned back in his chair and waved his hand dismissively. They say the Magic will trade Harkless for a Greek rookie. At that moment, many believed that the minds of the Magic's upper management had been clouded. Barkley paused, glancing at the imposing Shaquille O'Neal beside him. The reason being that this Greek young man, even now, I struggle to pronounce his full name, Giannis Antetokounmpo. This fellow just recorded a career high in points. Before O'Neal could chime in, Kenny Smith added, and he helped the team secure a 30-point victory over the Celtics. Indeed, it was this young man's performance that caused me to miss nearly an entire quarter of watching Chu Feng play. Barkley expressed his strong opinions about the Greek player. You know, Kenny, when I turned on the television, brewed my coffee, and prepared to relish the spectacle of Chu Feng's fourth-quarter prowess, those broadcasting the game subjected me to an entire quarter of garbage time. Hey, that was supposed to be my moment. Just as Barkley finished lamenting, O'Neal's smile froze. You can't steal my lines, Charles. Come on, Shaq. Who doesn't he rave about Chu Feng? Barkley adopted a serious demeanor. In today's game between the Magic and the Celtics, we have nothing to praise. Chu Feng's performance, as he himself stated, was abysmal. Indeed, he didn't even score 30 points. Is a mere double-double sufficient? Clearly, that is far from adequate. O'Neal interjected, I am eagerly anticipating his performance tomorrow in Milwaukee. It will be his first back-to-back game in his career. The seasoned commentators at TNT, well-versed in the NBA, undoubtedly understand the significance of back-to-back games for every player in the league. Back-to-back signifies that players will not receive ample rest. They may only manage to catch some sleep on the plane. On November 10th, in Milwaukee, at the Bradley Center, some reporters approached Bucks head coach Larry Drew for an interview before the game. Many believe our defeat is inevitable, but I view this as far from certain. Our opponents have just disembarked from their flight, and they are engaged in back-to-back competition. Larry Drew gestured towards the visiting Magic players during warm-ups. Despite their resounding victory yesterday, the toll of physical exertion may hinder their usual form. The sentiment from the Bucks head coach was crystal clear, had both teams been well-rested. The undefeated Magic this season might indeed surpass the Bucks. However, the reality is that the Orlando Magic, standing in the Bradley Center, had less than 5 hours of rest before the game. They hurriedly traveled to the away venue and must acclimate to the court. We shall be the end of the Eastern Conference's frontrunners. Moreover, the Magic will face challenges beyond just fatigue in their opponents. The home crowd at Bradley Center warmly welcomed the Orlando team, who are riding a 5-game winning streak. While this may seem somewhat advantageous, competitive sports only value results, not the journey. Indeed, my friend, I wholeheartedly concur. As long as victory is achieved, whether the path is smooth or arduous matters not. Hence, I took a day off to purchase tickets and witness the Orlando Magic succumb to their first defeat of the season on our home turf. Chapter 66. The Dominator. Chu Feng. It must be said that the Bucks fans are quite confident about securing a win today. The reason is straightforward. The Magic are playing back-to-back games, and the Bucks have bolstered their rotation through trades. We shall not lament the departure of a rookie. After all, selecting him was merely a means to acquire a more competent player. Harden is impressive, and we even gained an additional draft pick. This trade is nothing short of perfect. Truth be told, I missed the time when Giannis was with the team. Hey, was that guy indeed named Giannis? In the stands, many fans expressed their opinions on the trade of Harden involving the Greek freak. In their eyes, regardless of Giannis's performance in the last game, the Bucks emerged from this trade significantly enriched. I truly adore the atmosphere of this team. The sensation with the Magic is utterly suffocating. On the other side, as the game is about to commence, a sideline reporter seized the last moment to interview Harden, the key player involved in the Bucks-Magic trade. You see, the Magic's initial aim was merely to tank. With their existing lineup, they had no genuine playoff aspirations. Facing the camera, Harden articulated nearly everything he could. However, Chu Feng's emergence disrupted the Magic's plans, forcing us to win and stray further from the path of losing. This is entirely Chu Feng's subjective desire. He has contravened the team's preseason strategy. Harden remarked, displaying an expression of bewilderment. I am quite surprised that the Magic's management would support such a dominant rookie. You used the term dominant player? The reporter's quick reaction revealed that he had stumbled upon a major story. Are you implying that Chu Feng wields significant influence within the Orlando Magic? The term team tyrant is not merely a casual descriptor. In recent years, this term has frequently been employed by numerous fans to criticize LeBron James, one of the prominent members of the Miami Heat's trio. They lambasted James for hindering the team's recruitment and player trades, asserting that even a casual remark from him could alter the franchise's strategic plans for an entire quarter. Now, a rookie, having played only 5 games in his career, is being dubbed a team tyrant on par with James? Had it not been for the individual using this term being a former teammate of Chu Feng, the reporter would surely have deemed him insane for making such a statement. Indeed, he is a team tyrant. Chu Feng embodies that role to the fullest. Harkless nodded in affirmation, stating, he is capable of influencing player rotations during timeouts and formulating the team's offensive and defensive strategies independently. His authority within the team even surpasses that of the head coach. You know, I believe my trade to Milwaukee was also a suggestion from Chu Feng. Will you stand by your words? After hearing Harkless's remarks, the reporter was utterly bewildered. He could hardly fathom that the 2013 first overall pick, Chu Feng, possessed attributes akin to LeBron James within the Magic. This is undeniably monumental news. Unbelievable that such a significant revelation emerged during a pre-game interview. At the Bradley Center in Milwaukee, the commentators were equally taken aback. Chu Feng is merely a rookie. He lacks the qualifications and capability to influence an entire team. Indeed, he is overstepping his bounds. Regardless of his talents, he has no right to engage in matters beyond his player status. Another commentator scoffed at Chu Feng. He is far too arrogant. Perhaps today's loss will serve as a wake-up call for him. He is just an ordinary player. An ordinary rookie. Nothing more. Chapter 67. Let us talk about winning first. Harkless's pre-game statements not only astonished the commentators, but also left many fans in the stands utterly shocked. They never anticipated that a rookie could attain the stature of a team tyrant. Even if Chu Feng performed exceptionally, he is still merely a newcomer who has been in the league for less than half a month. Even if Lalo has more claim to the role of a team tyrant than Chu Feng, what is he, really? Indeed, my friend. I believe Chu Feng merely thinks his skin color sets him apart in the NBA. You make a valid point. That guy is just leveraging his rare yellow skin in the NBA to flaunt his prowess. To be candid, if he were an American, he would not even qualify for the draft. It is precisely because he hails from the Celestial Empire, with his yellow skin, that he has become a coveted prospect, even possessing unfettered privileges. My friend, I share your sentiment entirely. Chu Feng embodies such a promising rookie. Were Victor Oladipo to join this Magic team, his performance would undoubtedly eclipse Chu Feng's. The fans at the Bucks' home court unleashed a torrent of jeers directed at Chu Feng, who was shedding his jacket on the court. In their eyes, had he not been from the Celestial Empire, he would not even merit a place in the NBA. It is solely due to his status as the finest player from his homeland that he has captured the attention of NBA teams. Players of his caliber are a dime a dozen in America. Listen to the voices of the fans. Their discernment is astute. The chorus of derision from the crowd reached the ears of the commentators on the sidelines. Let us focus on this match and see what the dominant Chu Feng has to offer. As the commentators concluded, the starting players took to the court. For the Bucks, the starting lineup consisted of O.J., Mayo, Karen Butler, Middleton, Nate Walters, and Sanders. The newly acquired Harkless merely strengthened the bench rotation and did not make the starting cut. After all, Giannis averages a mere 2 points, merely a water boy, while Harkless is a promising small forward capable of averaging 8 points. On the other side, the Magic's lineup remained unchanged from previous games, featuring Nelson, Vucevic, Aflalo, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Chu Feng. However, in stark contrast to the jubilant cheers for the Bucks players, Chu Feng's entrance was met with a cacophony of boos. Honestly, I began to feel a pang of sympathy for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Being associated with someone like Chu Feng is truly unfortunate. Leaving behind a place as splendid as Milwaukee is a lamentable chapter in his career, and partnering with Chu Feng is akin to a nightmare. Amidst the boos, some extreme Bucks fans even rose to gesture disdainfully at Chu Feng, such as the woeful atmosphere of Milwaukee. Observing the fans' disgraceful behavior, Giannis smirked and leaned toward Chu Feng, saying, "I am genuinely relieved to have left this place. Let's discuss this after we secure the victory." Chu Feng felt indifferent towards the fans present at the scene. After all, it was the Bucks' home ground, and these were merely supporters of the home team. Engaging in some trash talk directed at the visiting players was nothing out of the ordinary. Chu Feng merely needs to triumph over the Milwaukee Bucks in front of their devoted home fans, and that would suffice, wouldn't it? As the dialogue between Chu Feng and Giannis unfolded, both centers positioned themselves at the mid-court, and the referee elevated the ball high into the air, signaling the official commencement of the match. Chapter 68. The impact of back-to-back. Sanders exhibited superior leaping ability compared to Vucevic, and the first offensive play of the game seamlessly landed in the hands of the Bucks. O.J. Mayo proactively called for the ball, signaling to his teammates for a screen against Chu Feng's defense. After successfully evading Chu Feng, he accelerated into the lane, confronting the newly switched defender, Nelson, and deftly secured 2 points. The Bucks' offensive strategy was evidently clear: to circumvent the threat posed by Chu Feng. Although Chu Feng possessed the attributes of a dominant player, his capabilities were not to be underestimated. Hence, the prudent decision to execute a decisive screen was wise. The two commentators clearly aligned themselves with the Bucks' perspective. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, Nelson advanced past the halfway line and entrusted the ball into Chu Feng's hands. As Chu Feng just gained possession of the ball, a cacophony of boos enveloped him from all directions. Did you hear the sounds from the sidelines? Concurrently, Waters, who was tasked with guarding Chu Feng one-on-one, seized the moment to hurl a taunt. "Milwaukee will leave you in ruins." Bam! At that very instant, with an impassive expression, Chu Feng suddenly accelerated with the ball, deftly evading his defender, and charged into the three-point line for a sudden stop and jump shot. Waters barely had time to react, left only to watch as the basketball swished through the net. 2-2. Chu, you should have shot back at that guy. With the score tied, Giannis, retreating on defense, sprinted alongside Chu Feng. "He is trying to provoke you. A dog is barking nearby. You can't just bark back at it." With a serene expression, Chu Feng spoke in an educational tone. "Bear in mind my words, my friend. We need not diminish our worth." The words of Chu Feng left Antetokounmpo momentarily stunned. But soon after, the Greek freak broke into a smile. As for Waters, what caliber of player is he? He is merely a makeshift starter due to the Bucks' unfortunate lack of a point guard. Chu Feng's status was on an entirely different echelon compared to that of his adversaries. To engage with such a lowly figure was akin to diminishing one's own worth. However, to Waters, Chu Feng's words resonated with an entirely different significance. "Shit, that brat dares to call me a dog?" He cursed vehemently as he charged past the half-court, casting a fierce glare at Chu Feng before attempting to overpower Nelson. He sought to deliver a resounding blow to Chu Feng's pride through sheer force. Unfortunately, reality revealed that his abilities were rather mediocre. Even someone of Nelson's defensive frailty managed to thwart him effortlessly, causing Waters to fumble the ball, resulting in a turnover. With the ball now in their possession, Nelson swiftly advanced towards the front court. Chu Feng, who had anticipated the fast break, received the pass, and with no defenders in sight, executed a two-step leap to deliver a resounding two-handed dunk. The score was now 4-2, with the Magic effortlessly taking the lead. "Stay calm, mate. That kid is merely trying to provoke you," admonished O.J. Mayo, who had returned to defend as the Magic pulled ahead. "I acknowledge my mistake," Waters replied, taking a deep breath as he caught his teammate's pass and steadily advanced past half-court, subsequently handing the ball to Mayo. Mayo, once heralded as the best high school player in the nation, skillfully maneuvered past Chu Feng with a screen and charged into the paint, compelling the Magic's defense to collapse. He then dished the ball out to Middleton, who was poised on the perimeter. The Bucks forward seized the opportunity and launched a three-pointer that found its mark, bringing the score to 5-4 as the lead shifted once more. The game transitioned rapidly, with the Magic relentlessly assaulting the Bucks' defense, propelled by Chu Feng's prowess. Conversely, the Bucks maintained an impressive scoring efficiency on offense, centered around O.J. Mayo, with Middleton and Sanders providing seamless support through a variety of tactical executions. As the first quarter neared its official timeout, the teams were locked in a stalemate at 19-19. In this thrilling and exhilarating half, both teams showcased exceptional performances. Perusing the statistical analysis, the commentator first highlighted the Bucks, who were playing at home. The Milwaukee Bucks display was particularly striking, boasting an almost 60% shooting percentage. Apart from a lower number of possessions, their performance appeared notably fluid and composed. In contrast, had it not been for Chu Feng's formidable contributions, the Magic might have found themselves at a disadvantage, as the commentator aptly noted. Among the Bucks' starting five, four players had scored effectively with impressive shooting accuracy. Meanwhile, aside from Chu Feng's efficient 14 points, the rest of the Magic squad managed a mere 5 points, with a dismal shooting percentage of 2 for 7. Furthermore, as the players returned to the bench during the timeout, it was evident that, aside from Chu Feng, the rest of the starting lineup seemed somewhat out of sync, a clear indication of the toll taken by back-to-back games. On the opposite sideline, the Milwaukee Bucks head coach, Larry Drew, cast a piercing glance at the players on the opposing bench. "There is an issue with their stamina. This is our opportunity." Once the timeout concluded, he insisted on accelerating the pace and increasing the number of possessions, asserting that even if turnovers increased and shooting percentages dipped, it was of no consequence. Larry Drew emphasized once more while gesturing at the tactical board, "Remember, regardless of circumstances, we must hasten the rhythm of the game." In Drew's perspective, the outcome of this match had already been determined from the very first minute. The Orlando Magic's defense appeared utterly ineffective against the Bucks players. The reason was straightforward: they were simply too fatigued. Despite their previous victory, where the starting lineup had played only 3 quarters, the mental exhaustion could easily overwhelm these players. More crucially, the Bucks had enjoyed a 2-day rest prior to this game. The disparity in both physical and mental conditions between the teams was glaring. However, what caused Larry Drew some concern was the Magic's star player, Chu Feng. He seemed utterly unaffected by the back-to-back games, maintaining a consistent and formidable performance. Fortunately, the Magic had only one Chu Feng. As the official timeout ended, both teams returned to the court. The Bucks initiated their offense, with O.J. Mayo effortlessly overcoming his defender, penetrating the paint and not only drawing a foul from the help defense, embodied by Giannis Antetokounmpo, but also fortuitously completing the layup. O.J. Mayo scored 2 points and would have a chance for an additional free throw. Notably, the foul he drew marked Antetokounmpo's second personal foul of the quarter. On the Magic's bench, concern began to surface as they faced the reality of 2 fouls before the first quarter had even concluded, a troubling sign indeed. The commentators expressed their regret regarding Antetokounmpo's fouls. After all, he had performed exceptionally in the previous game and was now facing his former team. Yet he had yet to make an impact before confronting foul trouble. Antetokounmpo himself appeared quite frustrated, persistently arguing with the officials. Of course, his arguments proved futile, as the head referee upheld the decision. Magic's coach, Jacques Vaughn, waved his hand decisively and opted to substitute Antetokounmpo with Markieff Morris. Mayo stepped to the free throw line and calmly converted the additional shot. The score stood at 22-19, with the Bucks holding a 3-point lead. As the Magic launched their offense, Chu Feng skillfully maneuvered past his defender, driving into the paint and decisively distributing the ball to his outside teammates. However, Aaron Aflalo was experiencing an off night, missing yet another 3-point attempt. The rebound was seized by Sanders, and the Bucks players diligently adhered to their coach's directive, swiftly pushing the ball up the court and launching a fast break. The Magic players could only hastily retreat on defense, only to witness their opponents effortlessly score another 2 points. In a swift transition of offense and defense, Nelson advanced the ball into the half-court and delivered it into the hands of Chu Feng. Confronted by his defender, Chu Fu executed a cross step, deftly changing direction to evade his opponent, and passed the ball to Vucevic, who was positioned in the paint. Vucevic took a dribble, withstood Sanders' pressure, and turned to shoot. Bang! However, at the very moment Vucevic released the ball, Sanders leaped vertically, extending his long arms to swat Vucevic's shot away. The rebound was seized by Caron Butler. Despite his age, Butler, a seasoned veteran, secured the rebound and, with barely a moment's pause, launched a long bounce pass, assisting Middleton in a fast break dunk. Oh, what an extraordinary pass! Although Butler may be aging, his skills remain unwavering. He is the team's anchor. How many consecutive points have we scored? The Magic seem rather lackluster. Is this truly the top team in the East? Butler's nearly full-court pass elicited continuous cheers from the crowd. More importantly, following the official timeout, they unleashed a 7-0 run against the Magic, widening the gap to 7 points. 26-19, the Milwaukee Bucks gradually seized control of the court. Observing the fatigue of the Magic starters, the commentator shook his head. It is evident that the Orlando Magic starters are showing signs of weariness. Back-to-back games, coupled with the Bucks' sudden acceleration after the timeout, have left the Magic players struggling. This seems to be a tactical arrangement devised during the Bucks' timeout. They intentionally increased their pace, taking advantage of the Magic's fatigue to catch them off guard. The adage "strike while the iron is hot" aptly applies here, although it may appear somewhat unsporting. The essence of competitive sports lies in the results. To the victor belongs the spoils. Duong. As the commentator reflected on the unfolding events, Chu Fu once again penetrated the paint and passed to Nelson for a mid-range shot, which unfortunately clanged off the rim. The rebound was captured by a Bucks player, as Middleton and O.J. Mayo executed a dual fast break, leaving the Magic's defense scrambling. With a seamless handoff, they delivered a one-handed slam, adding another 2 points. 28-19. The gap between the two teams swiftly expanded to 9 points, just a single point shy of a double-digit deficit. Beep. Meanwhile, the Magic's head coach, Jacques Vaughn, could no longer remain seated and decisively called a timeout. He feared that without this pause, his team would be overwhelmed by a relentless onslaught, digging themselves into a deep hole. Who? Upon returning to the bench, the Magic players were noticeably gasping for breath. The impact of the back-to-back games that everyone had emphasized was now vividly evident. "I am utterly exhausted, coach." Vucevic was feeling the strain. "My legs feel as if they have been filled with lead." He had to contend with Sanders in the paint while also providing help against the penetrating Bucks guard, and the toll on his stamina was becoming overwhelming. The remaining starters of the Magic wore expressions of dismay, for their opponents in this match were far from formidable. They had triumphed over teams of the caliber of the Pacers, Clippers, and Nets, yet succumbing to a team like the Bucks was utterly disheartening. "While you all rest on the sidelines, I shall take the court with the substitutes for a while." Amidst the silence of the Magic's bench, Chu Feng calmly wiped away his sweat and spoke. "From now on, everyone spread out across the court and seize every opportunity. Pass the ball to me." Chapter 70. Taking it all. This match bore a weighty significance for Chu Feng. Victory was imperative. The mission issued by the system encompassed not only a 5-game winning streak, but also the stipulation of being named the Player of the Week. Only by winning this game and maintaining an undefeated week could Chu Feng secure his chance at the accolade. The selection criteria for NBA awards during David Stern's tenure were indeed stringent, no matter how dazzling one's statistics might be. The team's performance remained the foremost criterion for award consideration. A record of 2 wins and 1 loss in a week would inevitably pale in comparison to a flawless 3-game sweep. Chu. The opposing team clearly intends to accelerate their offensive tempo. If we substitute in our rotation, will we be able to keep pace with their onslaught? Despite Chu Feng's resolute gaze, Jacques Vaughn felt a tinge of uncertainty. The Bucks were exploiting the Magic's back-to-back game schedule to execute their fast-paced offensive strategy with relentless vigor. As the sole hope for a miraculous turnaround, Chu Feng must be cautious. Engaging with a group of rotational players to seize points would lead to excessive physical exertion. If this continues, when we reach the latter half of the fourth quarter, Chu Feng's stamina may falter, rendering the preceding efforts futile. With my presence, there shall be no offensive lapses. Chu Feng, however, remained unconvinced. "Coach, trust me." The voice of Chu Feng remained calm. Yet the players of the Magic discerned the underlying resolve within his tone. J.K. Vaughn, no longer insistent, acquiesced to Chu Feng's demand and substituted in the team's rotation. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. Remarkably, the Orlando Magic opted to retain only Chu Feng from their starting lineup, leaving him to lead the bench players against the formidable starting 5 of the Bucks. As the players took to the court, The commentator on the sidelines appeared utterly bewildered. An astonishing decision. Could it be that the Magic were prepared to concede the game after merely half a quarter? To the commentator, the early introduction of bench players seemed tantamount to surrender. The Bucks, with their relentless offensive onslaught, had already overwhelmed the Magic's starting lineup. What could the bench players possibly hope to achieve other than certain defeat, let alone the fact that the Magic had kept Chu Feng on the floor, suggesting that they had not entirely given up the fight? Can Chu Feng single-handedly triumph over 5 opponents? The commentator, however, did not articulate it so explicitly. Ultimately, it all hinges on the unfolding of the match. The Magic execute an inbound pass, with it when more advancing the ball past half-court, subsequently handing it off to Chu Feng, who gracefully positions himself beyond the three-point arc on the right side. The Bucks player, tasked with guarding Moore, immediately closes in. Prior to this contest, the entire Bucks team meticulously reviewed footage of the Magic's recent games. The formidable trio of Chu Feng, Moore, and Aflalo left a particularly profound impression on them. The role of Chu Feng is to facilitate the ball distribution, while the true finishing points lie with the 2 sharpshooters positioned on the perimeter. Moreover, the Bucks have learned from the previous game in which the Celtics suffered a crushing defeat, thus tightening their interior defense as well. With resolute determination, Chu Feng charged into the fray, unfazed by the prospect of being thwarted by Sanders. The moment the Bucks' defensive formation was set, Chu Feng glanced at the clock and decisively made his move, stepping left to evade his defender. One must commend the astonishing burst of speed he exhibited upon initiation. By the time he pivoted for his second step, the Bucks player assigned to guard him had yet to react, leaving him with a clear advantage. With a swift maneuver, he created space, advancing just inside the three-point line. Rather than opting for a mid-range shot, he retreated with purpose, executing a step-back three-pointer. The ball soared through the air, tracing a flawless arc before swishing through the net. 3 points secured. The score tightened to 22-28, reducing the deficit to 6 points. However, the Bucks remained undeterred by Chu Feng's sudden surge in three-point shooting, swiftly orchestrating a baseline play. Mayo and Middleton executed a brilliant combination, cutting through to score another 2 points. 30-22. Pass me the ball, Chu Feng called out, extending his hand towards a teammate readying for the inbound play. Recognizing the Bucks' intention to play fast, he resolved to match their pace. Seizing the initiative, he brought the ball up court himself. In the Bradley Center in Milwaukee, the commentators could hardly comprehend the unfolding events. Chu Feng signaled for his teammates to reposition while taking on the role of the orchestrator. Perhaps this was the embodiment of his dominant nature. As Hackless had aptly noted before the game, Chu Feng was indeed the man wielding influence within the Magic. One commentator speculated with excitement, "I even believe the Magic's decision to substitute 4 players at this moment stems from Chu Feng's dissatisfaction with the starter's performance. It's possible that those seated on the bench could be the next to be traded away." While his theory bore a hint of conspiracy, it pointed directly at the ball handler, Chu Feng. The fans, too, expressed their discontent, hurling jeers at Chu Feng as he crossed half-court, an uproar that eclipsed even the cheers for the Bucks' seamless plays. As he approached the three-point line, Chu Feng assessed the Bucks' defensive setup, skillfully switching the ball between hands while adjusting his rhythm. With a subtle shoulder fake, he created space, leaving his defender, Forster, momentarily off balance. O.J. Mayo hastened to provide support, but just as he did, Chu Feng feigned a two-handed pass to the right, where the abandoned three-point shooter, Aflalo, awaited. Mayo's heart raced as he pivoted back to defend, yet the pass was merely a ruse. With finesse, Chu Feng made a slight adjustment beyond the arc and calmly released his three-point shot. Swish. The basketball and the nets engaged in an intimate encounter, gracefully descending into the net. With a score of 25-30, the gap has narrowed to 5 points. A brilliantly executed pass fake, which even managed to deceive me, was delivered by Chu Feng. The playful antics of Chu Feng as he toyed with Mayo left the commentators on the sidelines in awe. Moreover, he has just sunk another three-pointer. The Bucks must now be wary of Chu Feng's relentless three-point shooting prowess. Another commentator quickly began strategizing for the home team. In the previous 5 games, the Magic's opponents fell behind after a series of Chu Feng's consecutive three-pointers, ultimately leading to their unfortunate defeat. Do not grant Chu Feng any opportunities to shoot from beyond the arc. On the sidelines, Bucks head coach Larry Drew also recognized this threat, rising to shout at his players on the court, "Close in on him, force him to drive. Do not allow him to shoot." Larry Drew was quite confident in the strength of the Bucks' interior defense. With Sanders' physical attributes, including his long arms for blocking shots, Containing Chu Feng was hardly a challenge. In Drew's eyes, Chu Feng's hesitance to force a layup during several drives into the paint in the first half of the first quarter was indicative of his fear of being thwarted by Sanders' formidable shot blocking. The Bucks players received their coach's directive. Although their offense bore no fruit, they quickly fell back on defense. Particularly, Middleton extended his hand to intercept Chu Feng, thwarting his intention to launch a three-pointer. Immediately after, Middleton took a step closer to Chu Feng, applying pressure and leaving no space for him to shoot. Aside from three-pointers, you are utterly ineffective. While closely guarding Chu Feng, Middleton seized the opportunity to engage in some trash talk. You know, your highlights consist solely of three-pointers. There's nothing else that has left a lasting impression on me. The term highlights refers to the game footage the Bucks analyzed prior to facing the Magic's offense. The sole concern for the Bucks players regarding Chu Feng lies in his formidable three-point shooting prowess. At this moment, Middleton is vocalizing precisely that. Remember what you have uttered. Just as Middleton's words lingered in the air, Chu Feng calmly replied and decisively altered his offensive strategy, weaving left and right before executing a spin to evade his defender. Would Chu Feng retreat to attempt a three-pointer? The commentator on the sidelines was no stranger to this scenario, but soon he continued, no. He has not opted for a step back. Chu Feng has chosen to drive towards the paint. Lock him down. Let him know that Milwaukee boasts its own no-fly zone. As Chu Feng eluded his defender and surged towards the basket, the Bucks fans erupted with excitement. Let this young court dominator realize that the NBA is not solely his domain. To hell with dreams of grandeur. Sanders will send that lad crashing to the floor. Chu Feng could only pass the ball, and then Sanders would obliterate his intended recipient. My sympathy began to grow for Chu Feng's teammates. They had committed no wrongdoing yet found themselves at the mercy of the court bully. The home crowd unleashed a torrent of banter, instantly boosting Sanders' confidence to new heights. Just as the fans proclaimed, if Chu Feng dared to venture into the restricted area, a monumental block would be inevitable. Sanders even started to envision the celebration pose he would strike after executing the block. Bang! In the next moment, as Chu Feng charged into the paint, he took a step and soared into the air. Unlike in previous possessions where he opted to pass, this time Chu Feng chose to confront Sanders head-on. The offensive choice made by Chu Feng took the two commentators by surprise. They exclaimed that it was the most foolish decision, suggesting he would be firmly pinned to the ground by the towering center of the Bucks, standing at an impressive height of 2.11 meters, with an astonishing wingspan. Sanders watched as Chu Feng soared into the air. He too leapt up, raising his arms high, resembling a colossal shield against the sun, as he advanced toward Chu Feng. Just as the entire arena of fans anticipated that Chu Feng would be subjected to a formidable block by Sanders, and even Sanders believed he could execute the rejection, the two collided. In the next moment, tens of thousands of spectators gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. In the face of aerial resistance, Chu Feng surged forward like a bulldozer, confronting Sanders as he thundered towards the hoop, executing a ferocious one-handed slam dunk. The rim reverberated with a resonant buzz from the impact, while Sanders, who was supposed to deliver a powerful block, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Simultaneously, the referee on the sidelines blew his whistle emphatically. A defensive foul was called on Sanders, granting Chu Feng 2 valid points along with a free throw. Oh my God! The commentators at the sidelines erupted in unison, leaping from their seats, momentarily rendered speechless. Remember what you just witnessed. On the court, having accomplished a monumental dunk and now required to stand at the free throw line, Chu Feng did not spare a glance at the fallen Sanders, but instead turned to face the astonished Middleton. This was merely the beginning. Chapter 72, a record for single-quarter scoring. Unbelievable. At the Bradley Center in Milwaukee, the commentators struggled to regain their composure. Just moments ago, before their very eyes, an astonishing display had unfolded. Chu Feng, the Orlando Magic's rookie sensation, had executed a violent dunk over Sanders in the paint. It was nothing short of astonishing. Sanders towered over Chu Feng by nearly a head and possessed a weight advantage, yet succumbed in the physical confrontation. The commentators' eyes were fixated on the formidable figure of the Magic's number 7. Standing on the court like a warrior, Chu Feng relentlessly charged into the paint, toppling his opponent. Crucially, he also drew a defensive foul from Sanders, earning an additional free throw. Another commentator added, "Look at this hushed arena. The home fans share our disbelief." As the initial din of the game subsided, the Bucks supporters fell into a momentary silence, unable to fathom the scene before them. They could hardly believe their eyes. The player who was supposed to deliver a fiery rejection to Chu Feng was now sprawled on the floor. Meanwhile, The player they had relentlessly criticized stood at the free throw line, confidently sinking the additional shot. Prior to this, Chu Feng had already dunked over the team's formidable interior presence. I can't believe this is real. Sanders was actually dunked on by a shooting guard? Indeed, my friend, I too find this hard to believe, but it has indeed transpired. Perhaps later tonight, we will reminisce over this offensive play in the top 5 highlights. We will reclaim our pride. Milwaukee will not allow visiting players to flaunt their prowess. The home crowd erupted into a thunderous roar, rallying behind their team. Oh, J. Mayo, the backbone of the Bucks, expertly maintained the tempo, assisting a teammate with a cut to the basket for a 2-point score. The score now stood at 32-28, with the deficit reduced to 5 points. The Bucks' current challenge lay not in their offense, but in fortifying their defense. As Chu Feng swiftly dribbled past the half-court, the commentator remarked, with little time remaining in the first quarter, if they can successfully contain Chu Feng's one-on-one play in the final moments, the second quarter will be the time to widen the gap. Clearly, it seems Chu Feng aims to play the entirety of the first quarter. Thus, at the onset of the second quarter, the Magic will undoubtedly allow him a respite on the bench. However, the performance of the remaining Magic players today is evident to all. The impact of back-to-back games has rendered them unable to adjust swiftly, providing the Bucks with an opportunity to extend their lead. Additionally, sitting on the Bucks bench is Harden, who was traded from the Orlando Magic. Just as Giannis seeks to prove himself before the Bucks, Harden is equally eager to demonstrate his prowess in front of the Magic. Yet, for the Bucks, defending is indeed a greater challenge than attacking, especially when it comes to containing Chu Feng. Middleton hesitated for but a moment, allowing Chu Feng to seize the opportunity. Storming into the paint and soaring once again, nearly drawing a foul on Sanders, successfully scoring 2 points. This shot caused Larry Drew on the sidelines to wear a troubled expression. This moment was supposed to be when the Bucks would substitute their starters for their primary rotation. However, Chu Feng's current performance made it seem as though sending in the bench players would only give points to the opposition. After all, it is a rare opportunity to defeat the Eastern Conference leaders, and Larry Drew certainly does not wish to let it slip away. In an act of desperation, Larry Drew made a bold decision. He would keep the starting 5 on the court to accompany Chu Feng throughout the first quarter. It must be said that the Bucks' starting lineup executed their offense exceptionally well, contributing a remarkable 37 points by the end of the first quarter, setting a new record for the highest single-quarter score in the Bucks' current season. The Milwaukee Bucks unleashed their offensive firepower in the first quarter, delivering their most efficient performance of the season. This is undoubtedly linked to their formidable offensive capabilities, yet more crucially, the Magic's defense was alarmingly lax. It is difficult to fathom that this is a team that remains unbeaten this season. Turning to the statistical analysis, the commentator continued, of course. The Orlando Magic's performance in the first quarter was commendable as well, securing 33 points, merely trailing the Bucks by 4. No, my friend, another commentator interjected. Rather than crediting the Magic's execution, it is more accurate to attribute this to Chu Feng's brilliance. Our rookie contributed 25 points in that quarter. Had he not dominated the latter half of the period, the Bucks would have already created a wider gap. Scoring 25 points in a single quarter set the record for the highest quarter score by a player this season. You allowed a rookie to set the season's single-quarter scoring record. On the home team's bench, head coach Larry Drew appeared quite displeased. They just arrived by plane and haven't had sufficient rest, yet we still failed to extend our lead. Even with 37 points in a single quarter, the Bucks' advantage stands at a mere 4 points. Coach, that young man has exhausted himself during the entirety of the first quarter, depleting his already limited stamina. After taking a sip of water, O.J. Mayo remarked earnestly, he will undoubtedly rest on the bench during the second quarter. That will be our opportunity to widen the gap and secure our victory. Mayo was acutely aware that despite Chu Feng's prowess, he was still human. After playing a full first quarter in a back-to-back game, his performance would surely decline. Chu, quickly wipe off your sweat. On the other side, on the visiting team's bench, Jacques Vaughn offered a towel to Chu Feng, while Vucevic cleared a space for him to rest comfortably. Nelson even procured a brand new beverage and handed it to Chu Feng. The entire Magic team recognized that he was indeed their true cornerstone. In the second quarter, we must intensify our defense. We cannot allow our opponents to score so effortlessly. Watching Chu Feng wipe his brow, Jacques Vaughn continued, when Chu returns to the court, we will shift our focus back to offense. In Vaughn's view, engaging in a shootout with the Bucks during the first quarter was tantamount to courting disaster. It would be far more prudent to let Chu Feng recuperate during the early part of the second quarter, allowing the Magic to tighten their defense and manage the score gap. Once Chu re-enters the game, they could mount a counterattack. There's no need to wait. I will continue to start in the second quarter. After taking a sip of water, and before his teammates could speak, Chu Feng declared. The opposing team will rotate their lineup in the second quarter, presenting us with an excellent opportunity to extend our lead. Chapter 73. You are not worthy yet. Chu, are you serious? The head coach of the Magic, Jacques Vaughn, looked utterly bewildered. In the first quarter, Chu Feng exerted himself to the utmost, scoring an impressive 25 points, which would have warranted a well-deserved break until the second quarter to regroup. Yet, he astonishingly opted to remain on the court. Had he only played the initial half of the first quarter and rested for the majority, Coach Jacques Vaughn would undoubtedly have had him start in the second quarter. However, he played the entire quarter. Of course, Chu Feng nodded slightly and then turned to his remaining 4 starting teammates. Have you all had sufficient rest? Absolutely, Chu. The first to rise was the Greek freak, who had been hindered by 2 fouls in the first quarter. He had felt particularly stifled on the bench. And at Chu Feng's call, he was ready to respond. We're all good to go. Vucevic and Aflalo also gave Chu Feng a thumbs up, signaling their readiness. Nielsen was even more straightforward, standing up to stretch and positioning himself beside the technical area, eagerly awaiting the end of the intermission. All right, Chu, don't push yourself too hard. Observing the players on the court, Jacques Vaughn decided not to insist any longer. I will be ready to substitute you out for a breather at any time. Chu Feng remained silent, merely offering a faint smile. Soon, the second quarter commenced, with the players taking to the court. The Bucks had rotated their lineup, as Larry Drew had allowed the starting team to play the entirety of the first quarter. Harden was making his debut in Milwaukee. Would he deliver a performance that would astound? Observing the home team's substitute forward, Harden, the commentator remarked with a chuckle, perhaps he will make the Orlando Magic rue this decision. Wait a moment. It seems the Magic have fielded their entire starting lineup? As the commentator extolled Harden, his gaze shifted to the Magic's roster, leaving him astounded. Vucevic, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Nelson, Aflalo, and Chu Feng all stepped onto the court. Was this not precisely the Magic's starting 5 for today? What surprised me was not merely the Magic's choice to field their full starters, but rather that Chu Feng remained on the court. Another commentator fixated on Chu Feng, pondering, is he not fatigued? He practically monopolized the team's offensive possessions in the first quarter, yet he still possesses the stamina to endure the second? Do not allow Chu Feng to score. Restrict his attempts. On the sidelines, Bucks coach Larry Drew urgently reminded several players. He is currently affected by fatigue. His speed, jumping ability, and shooting accuracy are all likely to diminish, making this the opportune moment to contain him. In Larry Drew's view, as long as they could stifle Chu Feng, victory was assured. As the second quarter began, the Magic initiated their offense, with Nelson bringing the ball past half court. After several passes, he ultimately placed the ball into Chu Feng's hands. In the fleeting moment when Chu Feng held the ball before the hoop, the entire Bucks team was intensely focused, particularly DJ Stevens, who felt a chill run down his spine. The man before him, with the ball in hand, was none other than the league's most coveted rookie sensation. Would he choose to break through on the right or assertively drive to the left? As Stevens pondered, Chu Feng provided his answer. He opted neither for the right nor the left. Instead, he executed a swift dribble and launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Before Stevens could react, all he could do was watch as Chu Feng effortlessly sank the three. The score now stood at 36-37, narrowing the gap to just 1 point. Focus your attention. Do not allow Chu Feng to take such an easy shot. Larry Drew urgently shouted to his teammates on the court. Double team him, if we can contain Chu Feng. Victory is within our grasp. As the play transitioned, the Bucks capitalized on a pick and roll between Harkless and John Henson, securing a smooth layup. After the basket, Harkless couldn't resist flaunting his prowess, shaking his head at Chu Feng, proclaiming, "Without you, I play even better." However, before Harkless could finish his taunt, Chu Feng signaled for his teammates to pass him the ball and accelerated past Harkless with remarkable speed. Chu Feng was taking charge, quickening the pace of the game. Chu Feng's actions astonished the commentators on the sidelines. He appeared to be utterly tireless, while the Bucks' defense seemed to falter in their response. As the commentator noted, Chu Feng's sudden acceleration stood in stark contrast to the Bucks' lackadaisical retreat. As Chu Feng surged into the front court, he deftly distributed the ball to another fast-breaking teammate, the Greek rookie, who soared into the air, executing a single-arm ferocious dunk. The score stood at 38-39, with the two teams locked in a fierce contest. The Bucks launched their offense, with Harkless emerging as the unequivocal focal point of their attack. John Henson stepped up to set a screen, enabling Harkless to free himself from defense and penetrate the paint. "Chu, only you could possibly contain me," he exclaimed, evading his guard and releasing a layup. Harkless then shouted towards Chu Feng, "Even you are not my match." However, before he could finish, a colossal figure leaped into action, broad shoulders casting a shadow over Harkless as he attempted his layup. In an instant, a massive hand swatted the ball from Harkless's grip with brutal precision. Thud. The basketball hit the floor and ricocheted into the hands of Nikola Vucevic, the Magic center, who promptly passed it to Nelson stationed beyond the three-point line. The Magic launched a counterattack once more. To contend with you, there was no need for Chu to intervene personally. Simultaneously, Giannis Antetokounmpo, having executed a stunning block, looked down upon the slightly shorter Harkless, declaring, "You are not worthy." In the next moment, the Magic executed a fast break 2-on-1. As Chu Feng attracted defenders and assisted Aflalo, who finished with a two-handed slam. The score shifted to 40-39, as the Magic swiftly took the lead at the start of the second quarter. In just 1.5 minutes, Chu Feng contributed 3 points and 2 assists, causing a tremor in the heart of Larry Drew on the sidelines. An unsettling thought arose within him. Back on the court, Harkless attempted a forceful one-on-one against Aflalo, but to no avail. After all, Aflalo was far too familiar with the offensive rhythm of his former teammate. Seizing the moment, he executed a precise steal. Giannis Antetokounmpo swiftly retrieved the basketball and delivered a long pass to Chu Feng. As the moment of contact with the ball arrived, Chu Feng deftly maneuvered, transferring the ball to the other side with a single-handed bounce off the ground. Nelson, facing an unguarded hoop, gracefully leaped and scored. The score now stood at 42-39, with the Magic leading by 3 points. In the 74th chapter, titled "I Haven't Even Tried Hard Yet," the Orlando Magic unleashed a sudden offensive surge, outscoring the Milwaukee Bucks 9-2 in just over 2 minutes. This unexpected onslaught followed a period of lackluster performance from the Magic's starting lineup in the first quarter. Yet they had now displayed their full potential. At the Bradley Center in Milwaukee, the commentators were taken aback. The Bucks had evidently not anticipated that their opponents would seemingly transform, unleashing their full firepower. This was astonishing. The Bucks bench players stood no chance against the Magic starters, with Harkless clearly outmatched. Another commentator shifted focus to Harkless, the rotational forward acquired by the Bucks. Offensively, aside from a score at the beginning of the second quarter, he had been utterly ineffective, his strategies completely deciphered by Aflalo, even when he managed to find scoring opportunities through pick-and-roll plays. The unencumbered Giannis Antetokounmpo came charging in like a fierce tiger, serving Harkless a feast of points. Defensively, Harkless struggled to keep pace with Antetokounmpo's cutting movements under the basket, while Chu Feng and Antetokounmpo executed their pick-and-roll tactics with remarkable success, once again igniting a scoring surge. The score gap widened, prompting Bucks head coach Larry Drew to urgently call for a timeout. However, the dilemma was that, even with this timeout, there was little Larry Drew could do. The starters had played the entire first quarter and needed a brief respite, while the bench players exhibited limited capability, placing him in a difficult position. Reluctantly, he opted to bring in starters O.J. Mayo and Middleton to partner with Harkless against the Magic's first-string lineup. It must be said, the entrance of Mayo and Middleton markedly improved the Bucks' offensive performance. Yet defensively, the confident Antetokounmpo and Aflalo, fueled by ample energy, only grew more formidable, allowing the Magic to maintain their lead. As the second quarter reached the official timeout, the Magic held a 49-42 advantage, leading the Bucks by 7 points. When play resumed, Drew substituted in Karen Butler, Sanders, and Waters, officially returning the Bucks to their starting lineup. Meanwhile, Magic's coach Jacques Vaughn chose to keep only 3 starters on the court: Jameer Nelson, Aflalo, and Giannis Antetokounmpo, alongside Maxiel and Chu Feng. Observing the lineup that returned from the timeout, the commentator remarked, "The lineup the Magic presented upon resuming play feels both unfamiliar and yet strangely familiar. Familiar is the combination of Chu Feng, Moore, and Aflalo, which has frequently emerged in prior competitions. This trio epitomizes their customary strategy of a rapid three-point flurry. However, what is unfamiliar today is that it appears Giannis Antetokounmpo is assuming the role of a center, directly countering Sanders. Even more surprising to the commentators is that Chu Feng, who played the entirety of the first quarter and a significant portion of the second, remains on the court. It seems that he may indeed play through the first half. Remarkably, he has already amassed 33 points and 7 assists, surpassing the entire game performance of many players who are above the NBA average. This is a desperate measure on his part, given the formidable challenge the Bucks pose to the Magic right from the outset. As the game progresses, Giannis fulfills the duties of a center, showcasing effectiveness in the frenetic pace of the game, despite both teams struggling with shooting accuracy. Sanders' speed pales in comparison to Antetokounmpo, and his ability to attack the basket is on an entirely different level. While both teams are missing shots, the Magic benefit from Giannis's relentless pursuit of rebounds, creating opportunities for second-chance points, or distributing the ball to the perimeter where Chu Feng seeks openings for Afflalo or more to take uncontested three-point shots. Afflalo and more merely need to execute pick-and-rolls with Maxiel, finding open opportunities to shoot threes with abandon. Although their shooting percentage may not be impressive, the sheer volume of offensive rebounds for the Magic leads to numerous attempts. The latter half of the second quarter concludes with both teams exchanging pushes, resulting in the Magic scoring 61 points at halftime, leading the Bucks by a full 12 points, who managed only 49 points. In the first quarter, Milwaukee's team appeared to be the unequivocal dominators of the game, yet after just a brief intermission, the momentum shifted entirely. This turnaround is attributed solely to Chu Feng. Observe his plus-minus rating. When he is on the court, the Magic outscore their opponents by 16 points. The plus-minus statistic reflects the scoring differential of a team while a player is on the floor. In the first quarter, Chu Feng's plus-minus was in the negative. Yet by halftime, it had astonishingly transformed into 16, the highest of the game. His remarkable performance of 37 points and 8 assists in the first half left the commentators utterly astounded. Such statistics are beyond the reach of many NBA players throughout their careers, yet Chu Feng achieved this feat within just one half. We nearly allowed the opposing rookie to shatter records. During halftime in the home team's locker room, Larry Drew was beside himself with frustration. Chu Feng just played in Orlando yesterday, and today he has back-to-back. Yet you still cannot contain him. Coach, we have exerted ourselves defensively, but he does not appear to be fatigued from last night's game. Oh, Jay. Mayo was the first to voice his discontent, standing up in response. Of course, we aspire to defend against him. We want to secure the top spot in the East. But the reality is, we simply cannot stop him. This exemplifies the disparity in skill and caliber. Oh, Jay, Mayo, once the #1 high school player in the nation, intimately understood the feeling of facing an opponent of a different level. Today, he once again experienced that sensation against Chu Feng. However, the difference now was that he had transitioned from a position of superiority to that of a subordinate. Chu, do you need a moment to rest in the first half of the third quarter? Meanwhile, in the visiting team's locker room, Jacques Vaughn momentarily set aside the team's tactical arrangements and approached Chu Feng. Will you re-enter the game in the latter half of the third quarter? No need. I can continue playing. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively, stating, I have hardly exerted myself. Chapter 75. If you possess Chu Feng's prowess. Jacques Vaughn appeared utterly bewildered. Having nearly accumulated 40 points and 10 assists in the first half, Chu Feng claimed he had not yet exerted himself. If this was his subdued state, what would his full force unleash? However, Chu Feng's assertion held truth. He only began to intensify his efforts during the latter half of the first quarter. And in the second, he primarily facilitated the team's cohesion, rarely opting for individual plays. If he were to truly unleash his potential and activate the Sharpshooter's buff, a 40-point half could indeed become a reality. Chu, you were truly remarkable. Giannis Antetokounmpo could not help but give a thumbs up to Chu Feng, expressing his relief at being on the same team. The thought of facing Chu Feng's relentless onslaught had sent shivers down his spine. Had he not been traded to the Magic, being on the same side as Chu Feng, witnessing him dominate against the team that once traded him, brought immense joy to Giannis. As the halftime intermission concluded, both teams returned to the court. The initial moments of the third quarter mirrored those of the second. The revitalized Magic starters, under Chu Feng's leadership, completely overshadowed the Bucks' starting five. Despite Larry Drew's attempts to disrupt the Magic's offensive rhythm through timeouts, each time he did, Chu Feng seamlessly continued his scoring spree. Simple, direct, and forceful, that was the message Chu Feng conveyed today. Observing Chu Feng finally leave the court with just over 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the commentator could not help but marvel. Today, Chu Feng played for 33 minutes, contributing an astonishing 43 points, 15 assists, 5 rebounds, and 2 blocks. If we were to solely examine the statistics, a 40+15 performance would warrant my utmost respect for this player, yet this is merely the data after 3 quarters. I am immensely curious about the kind of performance Chu Feng could deliver if he played the entire game, but at least today, that wish seems unlikely to materialize. For by the time Chu Feng exited the game, the Magic had already amassed 87 points, while the Bucks trailed with only 73. A 14-point deficit may not seem insurmountable. Yet the palpable dominance exerted on the court was the true source of despair for the Bucks players. Of course, the despair was equally palpable among the home fans at the Bradley Center. Their beloved team had initially commanded the game in the first quarter. Yet by the end of the second, they found themselves in a position of oppression. This feeling of a calamitous defeat struck the hearts of these fans as if they had endured a devastating blow. In the first half of the fourth quarter, the Milwaukee Bucks, capitalizing on Chu Feng's absence, managed to narrow the deficit to 8 points. However, upon Chu Feng's return, his successive drives and assists to his teammates for three-pointers swiftly widened the gap once more. Ultimately, with just over 2 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, Bucks head coach Larry Drew, with evident reluctance, substituted his starters, signaling a complete surrender of the match. The Orlando Magic maintained their unbeaten record for the season, allowing them to celebrate their victory in advance. The commentators on the sidelines expressed their resignation, noting that the Milwaukee Bucks at least had opportunities to win. Yet the Magic proved to be the more formidable team. Victory invariably belongs to the stronger side, and it was clear that the Magic were the superior team today. Following Giannis Antetokounmpo's long-range three-pointer that clanked off the rim just before the 24-second shot clock expired, the game officially concluded. The final score stood at 117-97. With the Orlando Magic triumphing after initially trailing, securing a 20-point victory on the road. This victory was not only a testament to the team, but also to Giannis Antetokounmpo, and, most importantly, to Chu Feng. At the conclusion of the match, Magic head coach Jacques Vaughn remarked in an interview, "During certain moments of the first quarter, we found ourselves in despair, but it was Chu Feng who guided us out of that dark moment. He helped Giannis regain his confidence and led the team to a remarkable turnaround." Many believed this game represented a personal victory for Chu Feng against his former team, but in truth, the real protagonist was Chu Feng. Meanwhile, Giannis Antetokounmpo, who contributed 15 points and 8 rebounds throughout the match, expressed in an interview before the game, "We heard numerous unfounded rumors suggesting that Chu Feng was a locker room tyrant. First and foremost, I must clarify that Chu Feng is by no means a tyrant. Upon my trade to Orlando, he was the first to assist me in acclimating to the team. Furthermore, I would assert that if you possess Chu Feng's caliber, you too could be regarded as a leader rather than facing a trade." Giannis's staunch defense of Chu Feng left many journalists astonished. They believed that even with the Magic's resounding victory, the narrative of Chu Feng being a tyrant would have sent shockwaves through the basketball community in the United States. However, this potentially explosive story was swiftly debunked by the Magic players, each stepping forward to clarify the matter. Whether it was veterans like Aaron Aflalo and Jameer Nelson or key contributors like Nikola Vucevic, they all stated to the media that Chu Feng had no association with the term tyrant. They emphatically reiterated that should anyone possess skills comparable to Chu Feng's, they would welcome such a player to take on a leadership role within the Magic. Of course, the prerequisite would be that this individual could outperform Chu Feng, otherwise, it would all be in vain. Following the conclusion of the game between the Magic and the Bucks, discussions on American social media regarding whether Chu Feng was indeed a tyrant ignited fervently. Many expressed disbelief, noting that with Magic players publicly clarifying the situation, how could such rumors still circulate? However, some have questioned how the Magic could dare to reveal that Chu Feng is the team's dominator in front of the cameras. Nevertheless, fans, whether they consider Chu Feng to be the team's leader or not, have reached a remarkable consensus on several points. Firstly, the trade involving Giannis Antetokounmpo for Hackreys was initially seen as a significant win for the Bucks, but in hindsight, the true victor appears to be the Orlando Magic. They successfully parted ways with a player known for his outspoken nature, and Giannis' performance on the court has undeniably overshadowed Hackreys. Secondly, it is widely believed that to be recognized as a team leader, one must possess the requisite level of skill. Evidently, Chu Feng has demonstrated such capability. Discussions surrounding Chu Feng continue to escalate online. However, he appears indifferent to the chatter. With the conclusion of the second week of matches, what truly concerns Chu Feng is the NBA's official announcement of the Eastern Conference Player of the Week in a few days. Chapter 76, Dual Missions Unlocked. Not only Chu Feng, but several media outlets in the United States are also speculating on who will be crowned the NBA Player of the Week for the second week. In the West, Kevin Durant has been dazzling, leading the Thunder to a series of victories. Last week's Player of the Week, Kevin Love, has similarly showcased his prowess. Partnering with the formidable Dwight Howard, James Harden has regained his form, contributing to numerous wins for his team. It can be said that the competition in the West, both in terms of standings and player awards, is fiercely intense, truly the Wild West. However, the media's focus has predominantly shifted to the Eastern Conference. Last week, only two teams maintained an undefeated record. The first, the Indiana Pacers, played 4 games and won them all. Their star player, Paul George, averaged an impressive 25 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists, excelling on both ends of the court. Yet even more remarkable is the other undefeated team from the East, the Orlando Magic. They triumphed in all 3 of their matches last week, maintaining their flawless record. Moreover, the top draft pick, Chu Feng, has almost single-handedly led the team to victory in 2 fiercely contested games. The battle for the Player of the Week title between the East and West is exceedingly fierce. We shall await the outcome with bated breath. One cannot help but admire the media's prowess in stirring up discussions. Originally, fans debated whether Chu Feng truly was the team's leader or if he deserved such a title. Within mere hours, the conversation shifted to a riveting comparison between Paul George and Chu Feng, who would ultimately be named the Eastern Conference Player of the Week. Some even suggested that the award should belong to LeBron James, given his impressive average of 27 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists, leading the Heat to a commendable 3 wins and 1 loss last week. Amidst the fervent anticipation, on November 11, 2023, at the stroke of midnight in the United States, the NBA's official website announced 2 significant pieces of news. The first headline proclaimed, the best player of the Western Conference for the second week of the 2013-14 NBA season is revealed. Fans were left wondering whether the accolade would go to Harden, Durant, or perhaps Love for a consecutive win. However, the official announcement delivered an unexpected twist. None of them. The Phoenix Suns forward, Markieff Morris, astonishingly claimed the title with his impressive weekly stats of 22 points and 10 rebounds, aiding the struggling Suns to a commendable 3-1 record. This outcome was indeed a surprise. Markieff Morris had never featured in our discussions regarding the weekly best players. Could it be that the officials aimed to create a sensational headline? Given this development, the Eastern Conference's best players seemed far from assured. If such a dark horse could emerge from the Western Conference, could the Eastern Conference's best player, Chu Feng, truly be secure? With a sense of trepidation, fans moved on to the second piece of news. Once again, the officials delivered a shocking announcement. The Eastern Conference's best player for the second week of the 2013-14 season is none other than Chu Feng of the Orlando Magic. Last week, Chu Feng led his team to consecutive victories against the Nets, Celtics, and Bucks, averaging a double-double, with 2 of those games boasting over 40 points and 10 rebounds. Notably, in the match against the Bucks, he achieved an extraordinary 40 points and 15 rebounds in a back-to-back performance. The NBA's official commentary on Chu Feng's award noted, Chu Feng is a phenomenon, a rookie destined to ignite a youthful storm within the NBA. Rightfully so. Chu Feng secured the title of Eastern Conference's best player for the second consecutive week, showcasing his undeniable dominance in the league. The question lingered, would the most criticized #1 draft pick transform into the most successful? As Chu Feng earned yet another weekly accolade, American media outlets promptly featured him prominently on their homepage headlines. Chu Feng has emerged as the second player from the Celestial Empire and among Asian athletes to repeatedly earn the title of NBA Player of the Week. Following the illustrious Yao Ming, he has also become the first player in history to be honored as the NBA Player of the Week for 2 consecutive weeks. The legend of Chu Feng continues to unfold. The official ESPN website has presented a video montage highlighting his remarkable performances in the first 6 games of the season. Whether facing weaker opponents or engaging in fierce competitions, Chu Feng's prowess has left everyone in awe. Ding. Host task completion detected, rewarding the host with 500 experience points. Meanwhile, in his home in Orlando, Chu Feng awoke calmly to accept the system's task rewards. In contrast to the accolades and praises circulating online, he was more concerned about the allocation of the attribute points he had earned. Currently, his mid-range shooting and ball handling skills had reached the limits of his existing capabilities. After careful consideration, Chu Feng decided to allocate all 5 of his experience points to enhance his passing ability. As a result, his passing skill, originally rated at 55, has now achieved a passing level of 60, marking a satisfactory improvement. Ding. It has been detected that the host has completed the first column of system tasks. unlocking the second column of dual tasks. As Chu Feng completed the allocation of his attribute points, the system's notification sound resonated once more. Subsequently, two beams of light illuminated the task panel within his mind. Task A. Achieve the monthly MVP. Completion reward. 500 experience points. Task B. Secure 10 consecutive victories. Completion reward. 500 experience points. Dual task notification. You may complete either task individually to progress to the next set of quests, or accomplish both tasks to unlock all subsequent quests. Alongside the unlocking of the task panel, the system's notification echoed, should the host successfully complete both tasks. An additional reward of 500 experience points will be granted. The system's announcement was nothing new to Chu Feng, so hearing it again brought no surprise. Instead, the nature of these tasks left him somewhat troubled. To be named monthly MVP, a player must maintain exceptional performance throughout an entire month. Achieving 10 consecutive victories requires a perfect alignment of circumstances and teamwork. It appears that the difficulty of system tasks is indeed escalating. On November 12th, in the United States, at the Amway Center in Orlando, the home fans cheered briefly for Chu Feng, who had recently been named the team's player of the week, before shifting their focus back to the ongoing match. The Orlando Magic were set to face the Charlotte Bobcats, owned by Michael Jordan, who were playing back-to-back games. Chapter 77. The true cornerstone of team building this season, the Bobcats had yet to change their name to the Hornets. But Michael Jordan had actively begun discussions with the league regarding the rebranding. Unfortunately, the team's performance thus far in the new season had been disappointing. In the initial 6 games, the Bobcats had secured only 2 victories. Just yesterday, they suffered a crushing 20-point defeat against the New Orleans Pelicans. Today, facing off against the Eastern Conference leaders, the Magic, their star player Kemba Walker was resolute. "We will win this game," Walker stated confidently in front of the cameras. "I will show everyone that we are not always a weak team." Kemba Walker, known as the God of War during his NCAA days, possessed remarkable scoring ability. Though his leadership qualities were somewhat lacking, the recent heavy loss had left Walker in a foul mood, and he was determined to redeem himself in this back-to-back matchup. Soon, both team starters took to the court. For the Bobcats, Kemba Walker, Michael Kidd-Gilchrist, Jeremy Lamb, Bismack Biyombo, and Henderson. On paper, their strength appeared remarkably lacking. Aside from Walker, the most formidable player was even sitting on the bench, backup point guard Ramon Sessions. In contrast, the Magic's starting lineup remained unchanged. Jameer Nelson, Aaron Aflalo, Nikola Vucevic, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and the finally introduced Chu Feng. Chu Feng, Chu Feng, Chu Feng. As Chu Feng made his entrance, the arena erupted with thunderous applause from the fans. He had just secured the accolade of being the Western Conference Player of the Week for the second time in his career. While this may not be the last such honor he receives, his consecutive achievements were certainly worthy of celebration among the spectators. On the sidelines, the commentator from Fox Sports extolled Chu Feng's remarkable performances, highlighting his streak of scoring over 40 points, his average of double-doubles, and his recent back-to-back game where he achieved an impressive 40 points and 15 rebounds. The exuberance of the fans only heightened, much to the dismay of the Bobcat star, Walker, who felt that he, too, deserved such accolades. He believed that only a stroke of luck stood between him and similar recognition. As the centers of both teams took their positions on the court, the referee tossed the ball high into the air, signaling the official start of the match. Vucevic was the first to tap the ball to Nelson, who promptly passed it to Chu Feng. As Chu Feng approached the three-point line with the ball in hand, Henderson, his defender, hurriedly advanced a step closer. It was this very step that granted Chu Feng the opportunity to penetrate, and the number 7 of the Magic surged inside the arc, executing a sudden stop to score a 2-pointer. Do not merely stand there in astonishment. I can accomplish such feats as well. Observing Henderson momentarily dazed, Walker patted his teammate's shoulder while signaling McRoberts to swiftly initiate the baseline play. Bang! As the teammate inbound the ball, Walker propelled himself forward with remarkable speed, decisively attacking Nelson, mirroring Chu Feng's earlier maneuver, and executed a sudden stop for a 2-point shot. Thud! Regrettably, this attempt veered slightly off course, striking the right side of the rim and bouncing back as a rebound. Vucevic asserted his dominance in protecting the rim and quickly distributed the ball to Nelson. Nelson then deftly passed it across to Chu Feng. In the fleeting moment when Chu Feng made contact with the ball, his peripheral vision caught sight of Aflalo, poised beyond the 3-point line on the right flank. At that instant, his 60-level passing prowess came into play, Chu Feng delivered a precise long pass, enabling a flalo to sink a three-pointer effortlessly. Despite Walker's unsuccessful mid-range attempt, he remained undeterred, even gesturing to his teammates to clear out for a pick-and-roll. He opted for a one-on-one confrontation against Nelson, but his shot still failed to find the mark. Meanwhile, Antetokounmpo secured the defensive rebound and swiftly released a long pass to Chu Feng, who was sprinting down the court. Chu Feng received the ball and immediately executed a one-handed dunk. 7-0. The Magic commenced the game with a flawless start. Kemba Walker, in his eagerness, attempted to assert himself. Although he is the most formidable offensive finisher in the Bobcats lineup, his relentless isolation plays proved inefficient. Witnessing Walker's futile drive yet again, the Magic seized the opportunity for a fast break, extending their lead to 9-0. Meanwhile, the commentator remarked on the contrast, noting that Chu Feng, as the team's premier offensive weapon, had already delivered several assists, enabling his teammates to score effortlessly. As the commentators conversed, Walker finally utilized a screen from his teammate to penetrate the paint and score 2 points. However, turning back to the action, Chu Feng demonstrated that he too required no screens. Engaging in a one-on-one against Henderson, he faked a shot beyond the arc, evading his defender, and leaned into him before launching a three-pointer. Beep. As the lead referee blew his whistle, the basketball traced a perfect arc, swishing through the net. Oh! In addition to sinking the three-pointer, Chu Feng also drew a defensive foul from Henderson. The trio of referees needed to review the play to confirm the validity of the three-pointer. The two commentators, who had just been analyzing the differences between Chu Feng and Walker, were momentarily left in awe. Subsequently, the lead referee confirmed the three-pointer was valid and awarded an additional free throw. Unbelievable. Chu Feng had accomplished a 3-1 play. I sense that this will not be a rare occurrence in the future. Chu Feng will surely achieve numerous 3-1 plays. I share your sentiment, my friend. He will undoubtedly become a regular on the 3-1 leaderboard. As Chu Feng confidently sinks his free throw, the spectators on the sidelines engage in animated conversations. The Orlando Magic effortlessly leads by 12-2, establishing a 10-point advantage. The performances of both teams in these initial minutes serve as a microcosm of the entire match. Kemba Walker attempted 19 shots in 3 quarters, managing to hit a mere 6, along with 3 successful free throws out of 2 attempts, barely contributing 15 points and providing only a single assist. In contrast, although Chu Feng's scoring was modest, 11 points in the first quarter, 8 in the second, and 7 in the third, he delivered an impressive 8 assists, along with 2 steals and 2 blocks, showcasing his all-around prowess. By the end of the third quarter, the Magic held a commanding 20-point lead over the Charlotte Bobcats, with a score of 87-67. Compared to Walker's performance, Chu Feng embodies the essence of a true team leader. As the third quarter concluded, the commentator remarked that this disparity in performance is perhaps the fundamental reason behind the stark contrast in the two teams' records. Walker may be an exceptional offensive player, but it is Chu Feng who represents the cornerstone that a team genuinely requires for its foundation. Chapter 78. In the presence of Jordan. As the commentator noted, while Walker may score impressively under optimal conditions, he fails to elevate the Bobcats to greater heights. Conversely, Chu Feng not only can deliver high scores but also leads the Magic to an undefeated season thus far. The distinction between who embodies the better leadership qualities is unmistakable. The Magic fans fervently cheered for Chu Feng, who was resting on the bench. Many believe that the Magic's decision to trade next year's first-round pick for the Timberwolves selection is an astute maneuver, given the Timberwolves' mediocre performance compared to the Magic's excellence. The value of the draft picks is no longer on the same level. Others have remarked on the remarkable trade that brought Giannis Antetokounmpo to the Magic in exchange for Hakries, as the Greek freak perfectly fits the Magic's tactical framework. While Hakries has become lost in the Bucks system, nevertheless, to the Magic fans, selecting Chu Feng with the first overall pick in the draft is regarded as the most brilliant strategy of the season. The cheers from the crowd gradually diminished as the fourth quarter began. The starters from both teams merely played the first 3 minutes of the final quarter before amicably exiting the game, marking the official entry into garbage time. The disparity in team strength, coupled with a significant score difference and Walker's poor shooting, rendered the Bobcats' resistance increasingly futile. Risking a more humiliating defeat at the hands of the Magic starters, led by Chu Feng. Fortunately, the game concluded without further incident. Ultimately, the Orlando Magic triumphed with a resounding victory of 124-100 over the Charlotte Bobcats, a remarkable 24-point win, marking the largest margin of victory for the Magic this season. I am uncertain about what transpired with the team. From the very first minute, we seemed somewhat out of sorts. After the game, Bobcats head coach Steve Crawford appeared rather despondent. We faltered in two critical areas. Firstly, our defense was inadequate, and secondly, our offense was lackluster. Clearly, in the eyes of Coach Crawford, this was an unmitigated disaster. This sentiment was evidently reflected in his control over the game. From the latter half of the second quarter, Crawford neglected to call any timeouts. After all, what would be the point? If a game is destined to be lost, it is beyond salvage. I have little to say about this match. On the other side, Walker, who attempted 22 shots yet managed to score only 19 points, faced the cameras with a somber demeanor. Next time in Charlotte, I will regain my form. Defeating the Magic should not be a formidable challenge. Walker was visibly frustrated today, feeling as though the entire world, including the hoop, was conspiring against him. With teammates faltering and facing a formidable opponent, coupled with the obstruction of the rim, Walker perceived this match as one that even the owner could not salvage. Nevertheless, he ultimately shifted the blame onto the away game. If we were to return home, such a scenario would not transpire again. Yet, reality often presents itself in amusing ways. 2 days later, on November 14th, in Charlotte's Time Warner Arena, the attendance was remarkably high. Firstly, team owner Michael Jordan announced he would be in attendance, prompting some fans to arrive early in hopes of seeing him. Secondly, the Bobcats were set to face the Orlando Magic, who had just suffered a 24-point defeat in their last game. As I stated in the previous match today, I shall ensure that the Orlando team pays the price. In a pre-game interview, a well-rested Walker appeared to be in excellent form. There is a distinct difference between home and away games. This is my territory, and victory will inevitably belong to Charlotte. Having concluded the pre-game interview with Walker, the media turned their cameras towards the home team's player tunnel. The basketball legend, Michael Jordan, donned an AJ apparel, leisurely made his way through and settled into his designated seat. Michael, what prompted you to choose to watch the game in person today? As soon as Jordan took his seat, reporters flocked to him. Is it because of Chu Feng? Indeed, Chu Feng is one of the reasons that brought me here today. Jordan smiled at the camera. This young man is exceptionally talented. I see in him all the qualities that a successful basketball player should possess. It must be noted that Jordan holds Chu Feng in high regard, yet he is not a fan of his. When asked if he would support the visiting team today, Jordan's response was resolute. I will always support the Charlotte Bobcats. Unless the team changes its name, my allegiance to the name of the team will never waver. Regrettably, the esteemed Mr. Jordan is not only astute in his draft strategies but also possesses an unerring knack for delivering sharp criticism. Walker commenced the game commendably, scoring 16 points in the first quarter. However, the performance of the other Bobcats players was utterly dismal, culminating in a mere 21 points for the team in that opening period. Conversely, the visiting Magic thrived, with Chu Feng dazzling in front of Jordan, achieving an impeccable 7 for 7 shooting and contributing 15 points along with 4 assists, propelling the Magic to a remarkable 33 points in the first quarter, thereby establishing an 11-point lead over the Bobcats. I sense an impending rout for the Bobcats at home today. The double-digit deficit by the end of the first quarter left the two commentators exchanging concerned glances, hesitant to continue their discourse. After all, the once smiling Mr. Jordan now bore a grim expression, a reflection of the dismal performance of his team in front of their home crowd. It is an inescapable reality. No one can endure witnessing their team succumb to such a debilitating defeat in their own arena. Increase movement, enhance passing. We must collaborate extensively and discover the most straightforward and efficient methods to score, implored Bobcats head coach Crawford, repeatedly emphasizing the necessity for his players to exercise patience in their ball distribution and to seize the optimal moment for execution. The players demonstrated commendable tactical execution, igniting enthusiasm among spectators with their very passing strategies at the onset of the second quarter. Alas, their finishing ability fell short, despite controlling the game visually. The score remained unattainably distant. As the second quarter progressed and Chu Feng and the Magic starters returned to the court, Mr. Jordan abruptly rose and departed the arena, choosing to forego the remainder of the match. Chapter 79, 1 point more than the last game. The basketball deity, Michael Jordan, opted to leave early, signifying his abandonment of interest in the contest. This was certainly not a favorable omen for the Bobcats players. Jordan's decision to disengage from observing his own team underscored their woeful performance. With the season still in its infancy, it appears our basketball god must reassess the Bobcats' objectives for the remainder of the season. Should they strive for a playoff push or embrace a path of futility? Should they aim for the playoffs, Their current roster harbors no hope, necessitating trades. Conversely, if they choose to embrace a complete downturn, they must consider accumulating draft picks. Yet, contemplating Mr. Jordan's prowess in the draft, the two commentators exchanged knowing smiles. Jordan's departure also signified the Bobcats' complete capitulation on the court. With an impressive performance, Chu Feng led the Magic's starting lineup to unleash a scoring surge of 9-2, shattering the Bobcats' hopes of maintaining the score gap. At halftime, the Magic commanded a substantial lead of 23 points over the Bobcats, with a score of 62-39 on the road. In the second quarter, Chu Feng's attempts were limited, as perfecting his passing at the 60 level requires considerable practice. Over the course of 1.5 quarters, he managed to contribute 19 points along with 9 assists, tantalizingly close to a double-double, merely 1 assist shy. During halftime, the commentators found little to discuss, for the fans needed not watch the game. Merely glancing at the statistics of both teams illuminated the one-sided nature of the match. The Bobcats team displayed a dismal shooting percentage of only 34, with a meager 19 from beyond the arc. Their turnovers reached a staggering 10, and their rebounding efforts were inadequate. In stark contrast, the Magic boasted an impressive shooting percentage of 61, with an astonishing 75 from three-point range, albeit due to fewer attempts. The Magic recorded only 2 turnovers, while Giannis and Vucevic combined to secure 15 rebounds. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Magic utterly dominated the Bobcats. In the home team's locker room, Kemba Walker, who had entered the game with lofty aspirations, found himself dispirited. While Walker's performance in the first half was commendable, with 17 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists, he could have walked out of the arena with pride. However, his teammates' performances left much to be desired. Coach Crawford seemed at a loss for words, embodying the adage that even a skilled cook cannot create a meal without ingredients. The unfortunate reality was that Crawford was not particularly adept at navigating this predicament, and the outcome of the game was already apparent. In the third quarter, Chu Feng truly held back, merely facilitating the ball movement while Vucevic powered through several plays in the paint, causing the deficit to surge past 30 points. Upon learning that Jordan would not make a return, many fans decided to leave the arena early. Ultimately, with nearly all spectators having departed, the Magic starters completed yet another three-quarter performance, concluding the game with a score of 115-90, a resounding 25-point victory over the Charlotte Bobcats. Interestingly, the Magic's victory margin surpassed their previous game against the Bobcats by a single point. As the game concluded, the sidelines commentators compiled the statistics. The 25-point victory margin shattered the previous season's record of a 24-point triumph against the Bobcats. Chu Feng finished the game with 29 points and 13 assists, showcasing a solid double-double performance that prompted speculation about whether, if he were to unleash his full potential, achieving either 50 points or 30 points with 20 assists would be more attainable. The question posed by another commentator seemed to ignite more discussion among fans than the game's outcome itself. Frankly, I believe that while achieving 50 points is a formidable challenge for Chu Feng, it remains a topic of great debate among the basketball community. Following the game, fans fervently engaged in discussions about Chu Feng on the Basketball Nation forum. Indeed, I support your viewpoint, although Chu Feng's season high is close to 50 points. His inability to break that record despite his performance underscores the fact that reaching 50 is no simple feat in this context. It is indeed quite challenging for Chu Feng to achieve a total of 30 plus 20. Undoubtedly, even with his exceptional threat-creating abilities, the performance of his teammates in seizing opportunities remains inadequate. As discussions among fans intensify, it becomes evident that for the Magic to make any significant impact, a degree of enhancement to their current roster is imperative. Trades may be unavoidable. Chu, we have summoned you today to discuss matters pertaining to the team's lineup. The date is November 15th, in the year of our Lord, 2023, at the Amway Center in Orlando. As Chu Feng had just concluded the team's routine training, the head coach, Jacques Vaughn, summoned him to the executive office. The team's head coach, Rob, spoke candidly, stating that the coaching staff collectively perceived a certain frailty within the point guard position and suggested that a trade could be considered. However, there is no need for such measures, as we have an outstanding point guard candidate who has simply yet to be utilized. Chu Feng initially believed there was an issue, but upon hearing that the team lacked a point guard, he immediately remarked, "When we traded for Giannis Antetokounmpo, we did not merely acquire him alone." Not merely acquiring Giannis? Jacques Vaughn pondered for a moment before flipping through the team log. In the transaction with the Bucks, the Magic also secured the signing rights for Australian guard Matthew Dellavedova. However, the team's focus had predominantly been on the Greek Freak, leaving Dellavedova's signing in limbo. Now, Chu Feng implied that the issues regarding the point guard position could be addressed by Dellavedova. Does this Australian guard possess the caliber of an NBA point guard? Rob glanced over Dellavedova's statistics and then relinquished the decision-making power to Chu Feng. If you believe in his potential, we can sign him immediately at the minimum salary. Regarding whether signing Dellavedova at the minimum salary would be profitable, Chu Feng confidently responded, "It's a tremendous gain." After all, in the timeline prior to Chu Feng's arrival, Dellavedova's defense against Stephen Curry in the Cavaliers-Warriors finals was nothing short of remarkable. With the impending start of the Warriors era next season, Chu Feng wasted no time, decisively indicating for Rob to contact Dellavedova's agent. An immediate signing was imperative. Chapter 8. All-Star voting list. The Orlando Magic has officially signed Australian guard Matthew Dellavedova to a minimum salary contract. The player roster is now full, prompting the Magic to assign player Solomon Jones to the G League. Dellavedova's NBA career statistics stand at 0. As he has yet to make an appearance in the league, the Magic signing him might be to serve as the team's third point guard. As soon as the news of Dellavedova's signing broke, numerous media outlets in the United States began to report on it fervently. After all, this is the Orlando Magic, the only team to remain undefeated this season, having recently dominated the Bobcats by over 20 points in consecutive games, generating significant buzz. Every move the Magic makes is scrutinized closely by the media. However, many seasoned experts view this signing of Dellavedova as a rather inconsequential maneuver. Some fans even speculated that perhaps the Magic's owner, having funds to spare, simply felt uncomfortable not utilizing the minimum salary. Alas, the world of the affluent is something we may never comprehend. Although the signing has been finalized, Dellavedova remains in the Australian Domestic League and will not join the Magic until at least the following week, prompting fans to shift their attention to another major news story. In the early hours of November 16th, U.S. time, the NBA officially updated its website with headline news. The voting for the 2013-14 New Orleans All-Star Game's Eastern and Western Conference starters has officially commenced. The annual NBA spectacle, the All-Star Game starter voting, has officially begun today. This year's NBA All-Star voting differs significantly from previous years. Traditionally, fans could cast their votes for any player on each team, but this year, the NBA has established a selection list of 60 players for both the Eastern and Western Conferences, centralizing the voting process. Among the Western Conference's prominent contenders are stars such as Kobe Bryant, Kevin Durant, and Russell Westbrook, with even the Chinese-American guard Jeremy Lin making the Rockets' selection list. The Eastern Conference is no exception, boasting the Heat's formidable trio of LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh, while the Brooklyn Nets have all 5 of their starters included in the voting list. The Orlando Magic have 3 representatives on the selection list, 2 of whom are rookies this year. Giannis Antetokounmpo and Chu Feng are both included in the voting for the 2013-14 All-Star Game, marking a notable achievement among rookies across all teams. Generally, the 2013 rookie class has displayed modest performances in their inaugural season, resulting in a disappointingly low number of rookies recognized by the NBA. For instance, 76ers rookie McCaw barely made the cut, while Victor Oladipo's inclusion was only due to the Kings lacking qualified players. Nevertheless, the fact that the Magic have 2 rookies on the list speaks volumes about their potential. Despite this, many fans still contend that rookies should not participate in the All-Star Game, as it is a stage reserved for elite players, and newcomers often lack the quintessential All-Star aura. I am not suggesting that Chu Feng should not be included in the All-Star Game. His performance warrants recognition as a worthy substitute. However, he is merely a rookie. Indeed, throughout NBA history, very few rookies have reached this level of distinction, and I do not believe Chu Feng has attained such a status yet. He has had a few standout games early in his career, but entering the All-Star realm seems a bit premature. Fans in the United States have been vocally expressing their opinions online, with numerous media outlets focusing on this topic. Should those individuals claim that I am undeserving of All-Star selection, I might find common ground with them. On the evening the All-Star voting list was announced, at the Amway Center in Orlando, Giannis Antetokounmpo, during a pre-game interview, addressed this issue, stating, "I do not believe I have reached All-Star caliber. I still have a long way to go." However, if anyone suggests that Chu Feng lacks the qualifications to be an All-Star or even to be on the voting list, I would deem them foolish. After making this statement, Antetokounmpo cleared his throat and reiterated, "Allow me to repeat myself, I genuinely believe that person would be a fool. I wholeheartedly agree with Giannis. Chu Feng is more deserving of All-Star voting eligibility than anyone else. One of the players nominated for the All-Star selection from the Magic, Vucevic, stated earnestly in an interview, "If we can have only one player on the selection list, it must be Chu." Clearly, Vucevic believes that while he may not make the All-Star roster, Chu Feng undoubtedly deserves the honor, even if Chu Feng ultimately does not participate in the All-Star game. The mere qualification to be voted for is something he absolutely merits. The entire Magic team stands in solidarity with Chu Feng, however. There are opposing voices from players present at today's home game. "I believe Chu Feng does not deserve a spot on the All-Star list," remarked Bulls guard Jimmy Butler calmly while visiting the Amway Center. "I am the one who is All-Star caliber." With Derrick Rose sidelined due to injury for the majority of the Bulls games, Butler sees the opportunity to ascend as the team's leader. Through his diligence and determination, he successfully claimed that role, and making the All-Star team is his first step in validating his identity. Thus, Butler places significant importance on this All-Star selection opportunity. It is difficult for him to accept being compared to a rookie like Chu Feng. "Don't tell me how Chu Feng performed in the earlier games, before he faced me." None of that matters. When the reporters began to list statistics and analyze Chu Feng's performance, Butler waved his hand to interrupt. "Tonight, I won't leave Chu Feng's side. If he has the skill, he shouldn't rely on his teammates to set screens to shake off my defense. If he can outplay me one-on-one, then I will acknowledge his eligibility for the All-Star selection." Butler's confidence grew with each statement. Of course, he may not possess the confidence or ability. Chapter 81. No screens needed to deal with you. Jimmy Butler is exceedingly self-assured, at least in his view. He has reached All-Star status this season. In contrast, Chu Feng evidently still has a considerable distance to cover to reach that level. Following the pre-game interviews, the starting lineups quickly took to the court. The Bulls starters were Hinrich, Luol Deng, Carlos Boozer, Joakim Noah, and Jimmy Butler. After Derrick Rose's injury, Butler steadily matured, showcasing his capability to become a team leader. Observing the visiting team's starting lineup, the commentator noted, as he mentioned in his interview, he possesses both the qualification and ability to enter the All-Star game. Shortly thereafter, the Magic starters emerged. The starting lineup for the Magic remained unchanged from previous games: Nelson, Aflalo, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and the final player to enter, Chu Feng. Unsurprisingly, as soon as Chu Feng stepped onto the court, the fans erupted into thunderous applause. This has seemingly become the opening ceremony before every game at the Amway Center. "You know, I will enter the All-Star game ahead of time." As the match was about to commence, Butler whispered to himself as he passed by Chu Feng. His implication was quite straightforward. Advancing to the All-Star game ahead of schedule not only indicated Butler's confidence in his inevitable rise to the NBA, potentially even as a starter, but also suggested that Chu Feng would merely be a substitute or might not even make it to the All-Star roster. In response to Butler's provocation, Chu Feng tilted his neck slightly, acknowledging his confidence as commendable. With a calm retort, Chu Feng remarked, "However, confidence devoid of capability is hardly admirable." With that, he chose not to engage further with Butler and strode away. Confidence without substance? Butler watched the back of the Magic's number 7 jersey and scoffed. Today, he intended to demonstrate to Chu Feng precisely who the truly overconfident one was. The centers of both teams took their positions at center court as the referee tossed the ball high into the air, signaling the official start of the game. The opening possession was dominated by the Bulls. Hinrich brought the ball across half court and swiftly delivered it to Luol Deng, who was stationed near the free throw line with his back to the basket. Known as the Jordan of the Cheese State, Deng's post-up game was once commendable, but injuries had significantly diminished his effectiveness this season. His turnaround jumper failed to find its mark. Noah seized the rebound from Vucevic's reach, granting the Bulls a second chance at scoring. Jimmy Butler received a pass from Noah and, confronted by Nelson's defensive switch, effortlessly sank a mid-range jumper. 2-0. The Bulls struck first. Following the basket, Butler shook his head at Chu Feng, who was obstructed by Boozer's screen, implying, "Your defense is lacking." Butler's mid-range shooting had become increasingly reliable. Since entering the league, he had continuously improved, and the time for him to reap the rewards had finally arrived. After making the shot, he seemed to taunt Chu Feng, which was intriguing given Butler's pre-game remarks regarding the Orlando Magic's rookie. Perhaps we could anticipate an exciting showdown between the two core guards on the court. As the commentators spoke, Nelson advanced the ball past half-court without hesitation, delivering it into Chu Feng's hands. Simultaneously, Jimmy Butler closed in aggressively, applying tight pressure on Chu Feng. "No screens will save you from my defense." While pressing forward, Butler unleashed a barrage of trash talk. You need to recognize your own limitations, young man. You are woefully lacking. Just as Butler's words fell, Magic Center Vucevic circled to the three-point line, preparing to set a screen for Chu Feng. After all, Butler had made his mark in the league primarily through his defensive prowess, and Chu Feng found himself grappling with such a formidable defense. Nevertheless, Chu Feng gestured to his teammate to forego the screen and create space. He wanted a one-on-one duel with Jimmy Butler. Vucevic complied, creating room as Chu Feng decisively launched into action, bursting forth at full speed, attacking Butler from the left. Butler was certainly no pushover. He swiftly kept pace and extended his arm in an attempt to intercept Chu Feng. At the very moment he made his move, Chu Feng executed a deft change of direction, pivoting smoothly to evade Butler's defense. He then stepped back and launched a mid-range jumper, which found its mark. The score stood at 2-2, with both teams locked in a tie. Following the basket, Chu Feng cast not a glance at Butler, calmly retreating on defense as if scoring were an everyday occurrence. Shit. It was Butler, left frustrated by Chu Feng's effortless breakthrough. Upon returning to the offensive end, he demanded the ball from his teammates, intent on challenging Chu Feng once more. However, Butler's dribbling skills were regrettably limited, and with Chu Feng's rapid lateral movement, he found it impossible to shake off the defense. In desperation, he called for a screen from his teammates, hoping to create an opening to shoot a mid-range jumper. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. This time, Butler's shot failed to find the basket. The rebound was secured by Giannis Antetokounmpo, who swiftly launched a long pass to Chu Feng. Yet, upon receiving the ball, Chu Feng did not surge forward to initiate a fast break toward the basket. Instead, he inexplicably slowed down, seemingly waiting for something. His deceleration allowed the Bulls to regroup defensively, and Jimmy Butler closed in on Chu Feng, lowering his center of gravity to disrupt the ball handler. Do you understand why I slowed down? Chu Feng cast a glance at the defender, then briefly surveyed the remaining time for the offense, continuing. For even if you manage to reinforce your defense in time, you still cannot contain me. With that, he swiftly switched the ball from his left hand to his right, feigned a breakthrough with a lowered shoulder, and executed a behind-the-back dribble, adeptly altering his direction of attack. The entirety of Chu Feng's movements can be described as fluid and graceful, leaving Butler utterly unable to keep pace with his dribbling rhythm and ball-handling speed. He could only watch helplessly as his defense was once again breached, leading to a three-point shot. Whoosh! The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air before seamlessly piercing the net. 5-2, the Magic leads by 3 points. I must also remind you of one thing. As the ball swished through the hoop, Chu Feng cast a glance at Butler, who had been repeatedly scored upon. To deal with you, a screen is unnecessary. Chapter 82, not on the same level. To deal with you, a screen is unnecessary. The words of Chu Feng were delivered with an air of calm, as if they were an established truth. However, to Jimmy Butler, they resonated quite differently, reeking of blatant provocation, laced with disdain. You shall pay for your words, young man, he thought. Returning to the offensive end, Butler disregarded the screen, opting instead to unleash a fierce declaration as he surged towards Chu Feng's left side, leveraging his physical advantage to force his way through. Jimmy Butler was now serious, intent on overpowering Chu Feng with his formidable physique. The commentators on the sidelines were taken aback by Butler's audacious choice. In terms of sheer athleticism, he ranked among the most robust guards in the entire league. While his vertical leap might not be exceptional and his speed merely average, when it came to strength, Butler was undeniably a force to be reckoned with among his peers. Many of the home fans from the Magic even felt that Butler was bullying his opponent. Butler himself shared this sentiment. Had he not been unable to shake off Chu Feng without the aid of a screen, he would not have resorted to overpowering him. After all, this was his last resort against Chu Feng. However, just as Butler believed he would bulldoze through the defense like a tank, he was astonished to find that Chu Feng was far from the helpless figure he had imagined. He still had some energy in reserve. How could this be? Butler was taken aback and instinctively turned his back to exert more force. The back-to-basket move is one of the easiest offensive techniques for a player to generate power. Yet he still could not budge Chu Feng. This scene reminded Chu Feng of a future game between the Timberwolves and the Pelicans, where Karl Anthony Towns attempted to back down DeMarcus Cousins, only to find that no matter how hard he tried, Cousins remained immovable, even encouraging his former college mentee to exert more effort. With this thought, Chu Feng couldn't help but smirk, mirroring Cousins' demeanor as he addressed Butler. Put in a little more effort, young brother. The words of Chu Feng thoroughly enraged Butler, who, disregarding his ability to withstand the confrontation, flipped over and forcefully took action. Duong. Naturally, the consequence of such a reckless attempt was a missed shot. The rebound was secured by Giannis Antetokounmpo, who opted to pass the ball into the hands of Chu Feng. Chu Feng refrained from launching a fast break. Instead, he deliberately awaited Butler's return to defense before executing a series of dribbling maneuvers to evade the guard, successfully sinking a two-point shot. For the third time, Chu Feng has consistently breached Butler's defense on 3 occasions. The performance of Chu Feng elicited laughter from the commentators on the sidelines, who remarked, in contrast, Butler seems to be affected by Chu Feng's defense. Indeed, rather than viewing this as a clash between two scoring powerhouses, it is more accurately described as a showcase solely for Chu Feng. The commentator's assessment is not without merit. Butler, without the assistance of teammates to set screens and force defensive switches, finds himself with little opportunity to overcome Chu Feng's defense. In terms of speed, height, wingspan, and strength, Butler is thoroughly dominated by Chu Feng. Moreover, Butler's lackluster ball handling skills and his inconsistent shooting further hinder his performance in such circumstances. On the other hand, Chu Feng appears to excel effortlessly. Even though he missed a few ambitious shots, he predominantly overwhelmed Jimmy Butler in one-on-one encounters. By the end of the first quarter, Chu Feng had contributed 19 points and delivered 2 assists, leading the Magic to a 29-19 advantage over the Bulls, who saw Butler manage a meager 6 points along with 3 turnovers. Clearly, Chu Feng and Butler are not of the same caliber. As the first quarter concluded, the Magic fans began to engage in discussions amongst themselves. I initially believed Butler would pose some challenges for Chu Feng, but it seems I was mistaken. Honestly, folks, I have always regarded Butler as an all-star caliber player, but today it appears he shouldn't even be on the all-star ballot. I completely concur with your sentiment. How does Butler muster the courage to make such pre-game statements? Before the game, Butler boldly proclaimed himself an all-star, insisting that Chu Feng was unworthy of consideration. Yet, nearly 1 quarter in, it became evident to the fans that the roles described by Butler had shifted. It is the Bulls' core player who is now deemed unworthy of selection. Jimmy Butler himself finds the situation quite disheartening. In this match, he has truly experienced what it means to be schooled on both ends of the court. During the early part of the second quarter, both teams' bench players engaged in a lackluster exchange. The two commentators then shifted their conversation to the recent signing of Australian guard Matthew Dellavedova by the Magic. After a brief discussion, the teams seamlessly reintroduced their starters, with Chu Feng reducing his shot attempts to facilitate the team, helping the Magic extend their lead to 15 points. The commentators resumed their talk about Dellavedova, as there was little else of significance to discuss regarding the match. The Magic's current roster still lacks scoring depth. Otherwise, the lead would have already swelled to 20 points. Ultimately, the game concluded under the Magic's control, with Orlando securing a 107-98 victory on their home court, maintaining their winning streak. I was not in optimal form. Today's loss is my responsibility. After the game, Butler, who managed to score a mere 11 points, remarked during an interview, I did not anticipate that Chu Feng's defense would be so formidable. This time, I miscalculated. When questioned by reporters about the All-Star voting eligibility, Butler opted to evade the topic, feeling somewhat bruised. As for who inflicted this embarrassment, perhaps the entire world of fans is well aware. Chu Feng. How does it feel to conclude this week with an impeccable record? Meanwhile, a reporter from M Country swiftly approached the still-present Chu Feng for a post-game interview. Do you believe you can maintain an undefeated record for the month? Chapter 83, Unmatched. Today's match against the Bulls marked the final game of the third week of the Orlando Magic season. With this victory, they achieved yet another 3 consecutive wins within a single week, preserving their undefeated status. Notably, they stand as the only team in the league that remains unbeaten this season. Many are intrigued by how long the Orlando Magic, a team previously acknowledged for their lackluster performance, can sustain their impressive momentum this season. Regarding their unbeaten streak for the week, Chu Feng expressed a calm demeanor. We simply strive to win every game, and thus our winning streak continues. It must be said that Chu Feng's perspective holds merit. The Magic consistently secure victories in every match, which is why they remain undefeated thus far. As for the prospect of an unbeaten month, that will only be revealed next month. Chu Feng's response was remarkably astute, leaving no opportunity for the interviewing journalist to exploit. However, such a seamless reply still provided the clever reporter with a means to sensationalize the story. With an effortless demeanor, the Orlando Magic aims for an undefeated month. The prodigious talent from the Celestial Empire exudes confidence in maintaining a perfect record, and the Orlando Magic may soon achieve their first-ever flawless month in franchise history. Aspiring to establish the best start in franchise history? The Magic's prodigy, Chu Feng, boldly declared, "So easy." Various media outlets in the United States embellished Chu Feng's post-game comments with a touch of exaggeration, effortlessly captivating the American basketball fans. Remarkably, this time, no one criticized Chu Feng. The online sentiment was overwhelmingly supportive. I firmly believe that Chu is entirely justified in making such statements, as he has indeed delivered an impressive 3-week undefeated performance. Indeed, even the prospect of an undefeated month now rests upon the final week, and he stands a significant chance of realizing this goal. I anticipate that he will not only lead the Magic to their first-ever flawless month, but also to the best record in franchise history. The last fan's exuberance may have been somewhat excessive, yet his remarks garnered substantial support from local Orlando fans. After all, Chu Feng has undeniably steered the Magic onto the path of resurgence. Who could have imagined that this team, once universally acknowledged as a rebuilding squad prior to the season, now stands undefeated at 9 games, perched at the top of the Eastern Conference and the league as a whole? Naturally, Chu Feng remains indifferent to the online discourse. His focus is solely on the upcoming away game for the Magic. This is particularly pertinent as one of the objectives in the second column of the system is a 10-game winning streak, with the Magic already boasting 9 consecutive victories. The completion of this task is merely a step away, and Chu Feng is determined to avoid any missteps. On November 18th, U.S. time, the NBA officially announced the Eastern and Western Conference Players of the Week for the 3rd week of the season. In the West, the award went to Blake Griffin of the Los Angeles Clippers. Last week, Griffin, alongside Chris Paul, led the Clippers to a perfect 3-0 record, averaging 25 points, 11 rebounds, and 4 assists per game, seamlessly blending power with finesse. Meanwhile, the announcement of the Eastern Conference Player of the Week was anticipated by many fans. Without a doubt, Chu Feng has secured the award for the 3rd consecutive time, establishing himself as the undisputed ruler of the Eastern Conference Player of the Week honors. Shortly after the NBA official website released its news, ESPN devoted extensive coverage to the Eastern Conference Player of the Week award. This week, it was not solely the brilliance of Chu Feng that shone through. The Miami Heat's star player, LeBron James, widely regarded as the best in the league, also delivered an astonishing performance. Leading the Heat to 3 consecutive victories, James averaged an impressive 34 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists, proving that he remains a formidable force. However, despite James's dominating display, the NBA bestowed the Player of the Week honor upon Chu Feng. After all, last week, he guided his team to 3 consecutive wins with an average margin of victory of 19 points over their opponents, and the starting players consistently clocked in their performance by the 3rd quarter. The data used to evaluate Chu Feng for the title of Eastern Conference Player of the Week even stems from his performance in just 3 quarters. Such a phenomenal display has led many fans to assert that the NBA's official selection was not misguided. In terms of last week's performance, Chu Feng surpassed LeBron James. However, while fans may agree with this sentiment, the players of the Heat do not support the official accolade. I do not believe LeBron is inferior to anyone. He remains the strongest player on this planet. On the 18th, Dwayne Wade, the Flash, directly addressed the camera during the game, stating that especially in the previous week, LeBron demonstrated why he is regarded as the greatest basketball player on earth, yet the Eastern Conference Player of the Week award went to someone else. I concur with Wade's perspective. James has consistently exhibited high standards, and I do not believe anyone can surpass him in the pursuit of accolades. Heat head coach Erik Spoelstra, in an interview, also maintained that the weekly honor should belong to James. He will prove through his prowess that the NBA's choice is erroneous. LeBron himself, however, did not respond directly to this topic, as he has experienced back-to-back championships. What significance does a weekly award hold? Nevertheless, this is merely LeBron's superficial response. Back in the game, he actively responded to the remarks of his teammates and coach with an impressive performance. His first quarter statistics of 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists had the Miami crowd exhilarated. With a triple-double of 38 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists by the end of the game, the home fans chanted, "LeBron, MVP." I have received numerous accolades. The weekly honor is merely a small fraction of them. After leading his team to a resounding victory, LeBron smiled and stated, I want to entertain thoughts about a trivial award. My only concern is how to win come June. Clearly, LeBron showcases dazzling statistics while also making a statement, ultimately aiming for another championship. This multifaceted approach highlights his exceptional intellect. Even if LeBron claims indifference towards the weekly honor, I would still affirm that the official selection is not erroneous. Shortly after the Heat's game in Dallas, at the American Airlines Center, Chu Feng, smiling faintly during a press interview, declared, "I am the sole candidate for Player of the Week. No one else." Chapter 84, Half-Court Scoring Record. 45, Seeking Subscriptions. Do you believe that even LeBron James cannot be more deserving of the title of Eastern Conference Player of the Week than you? The journalist who came to interview was palpably excited. This is indeed a significant development. LeBron James, who is recognized as the foremost player in the league, embodies the pinnacle of NBA superstardom. Furthermore, James and his Heat have secured consecutive championships for 2 years, and if they clinch another title this year, he will establish yet another dynasty for the Heat, following the legendary Lakers era of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant. To say that James and his Heat are at the zenith of their prowess would be no exaggeration. Chu Feng, the most celebrated rookie of the current season, is guiding the struggling Magic towards the creation of a historic legacy. The myriad collisions and comparisons between the two, as well as their current exchanges from a distance, have ignited excitement among journalists and fans alike. In terms of accolades, I am undoubtedly the ultimate victor. Chu Feng responded to the journalist's inquiry without hesitation. I acknowledge that LeBron remains the foremost player in the league. Yet the title of Eastern Conference Player of the Week is mine, and I shall not relinquish it to anyone. With this declaration, Chu Feng concluded his pregame interview and returned to the visiting team's half to continue his warm-up. This statement sent ripples through the basketball community in the United States. On one hand, there is LeBron James, an established figure in the top tier of historical rankings, poised to challenge for a place among the top 3 Hall of Fame legends. On the other hand, stands the league's rising star, an enigmatic talent with an immeasurable future ahead. I concur with Chu Feng's assertion. He has indeed secured the title of Player of the Week, and in terms of accolades, LeBron falters. However, Chu Feng's demeanor may be deemed overly audacious. To be frank, in terms of historical significance, LeBron occupies a realm far beyond that of Chu Feng. Setting aside historical context, this season, Chu Feng has undeniably outperformed LeBron. Yet, even disregarding legacy, LeBron is still widely recognized as the leading player in the league this season. While Chu Feng, as a rookie, lacks the standing to be compared to him, discussions among fans in the United States are fervent. As the game at the Dallas Center is about to commence, the Magic's starting lineup includes Nelson, Aflalo, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Vucevic, and Chu Feng, taking the court in succession. Meanwhile, the Dallas Mavericks starting 5 consists of Calderon, Monta Ellis, Sean Marion, DeLimbert, and the German Titan, Dirk Nowitzki. Chu Feng's pregame interview has undoubtedly heightened the anticipation surrounding this matchup. As both teams take to the floor, the commentators are visibly exhilarated. Just moments ago, LeBron had achieved a triple-double with 38 points, seemingly addressing Chu Feng from afar. Now, with Chu Feng having already verbally responded pregame, it is imperative that he backs up his words with action during the match. As the game commenced, Vucevic triumphed over DeLimbert at the tip-off, swiftly delivering the ball into Nelson's hands. Nelson, not even halfway across the court, promptly passed the ball to Chu Feng. With the ball in hand, Chu Feng accelerated directly, not waiting for the Mavericks to regroup. He surged into the paint with a burst of speed, soaring for a two-handed dunk. 2-0. The Magic swiftly secured the first 2 points. As the play transitioned to defense, the Mavericks took their turn on offense. Monta Ellis, a significant summer acquisition, was eager to showcase his skills. With so few Mavericks players making the All-Star voting list, and given Texas's vast fan market, Ellis believed that a standout performance could make an All-Star appearance within reach. Unfortunately, today, his aspirations faced a setback. Chu Feng's defense rendered Ellis's flamboyant style ineffective. Left with no choice, Monta Ellis barreled into the lane, attempting a 360-degree layup, only to be thwarted by the imposing Giannis Antetokounmpo, who emphatically rejected his shot. The Magic quickly advanced on the counterattack, with Chu Feng receiving a pass from a teammate. Without losing momentum, he charged down the court and scored another 2 points. 4-0. The Mavericks quickly responded with a 2-pointer from Nowitzki, but on their next defensive possession, Marion's defense was not what it once was. After a deceptive move, Chu Feng executed a pull-up 3-pointer that once again pierced the net. 7-2. In just a minute and a half, Chu Feng had scored 7 points, going 3 for 3. Indeed, He was validating his pre-game assertions through his performance. The commentator on the sidelines, witnessing Chu Feng's explosive start, exclaimed, "To be honest, today we might witness how many points an unleashed Chu Feng can truly score." Before today, despite the Magic's 9-game winning streak and Chu Feng's consecutive 40-point games, some still believed he hadn't fully unleashed his scoring potential. He had primarily focused on controlling the game, orchestrating plays, and facilitating his teammates' scoring. If he were to truly break free from scoring limitations, a 50-point game would not be a dream. Thus, many fans expressed that one of the scenes they most wanted to witness this season was Chu Feng's fervent scoring display. Today in Dallas, at the center of the aviation line, it seemed Chu Feng was on the verge of unlocking his scoring mode. In the first quarter, nearly all of the Magic shots were taken by Chu Feng. He played for 8.5 minutes, making 9 of 11 attempts, amassing 22 points. He narrowly missed breaking his personal record of 24 points in a single quarter. The Magic led the Mavericks 30-21 at the end of the first quarter. In the early part of the second quarter, the Mavericks' rotation lineup shone brightly, narrowing the gap to 5 points. Mavericks coach Carlisle decisively brought in Monta Ellis and Nowitzki to capitalize on the scoring momentum and turn the tide. Sensing the pressure, Magic coach Jacques Vaughn promptly summoned Chu Feng back into the game. Chu Feng did not disappoint the team's head coach. The Mavericks' offense was spearheaded by Ellis and Nowitzki, both unleashing their full potential, combining for 18 points in the second quarter. On the other hand, Chu Feng single-handedly matched their efforts, attempting 11 shots and successfully sinking 8 of them, amassing a remarkable 20 points in that quarter alone, with a staggering 17 out of 22 overall. By halftime, Chu Feng had racked up 42 points. As the halftime break concluded, the commentator perused the statistics, utterly astonished. This was a record for halftime scoring this season. Yet I sensed it was merely the prologue to tonight's extraordinary performance. Indeed, the Magic led the Mavericks by 15 points. And should the second half not devolve into garbage time prematurely, we might witness an epic display of individual prowess. In the 85th chapter, the score stood at 61-46. With the Orlando Magic enjoying a 15-point advantage at the end of the first half on their opponent's territory. Although the Dallas Mavericks were not far behind in score, the expressions on the players' faces told a different story, particularly Monta Ellis, who had been a significant summer acquisition for the team. Ellis had aspired to inherit Nowitzki's mantle and guide this Texas powerhouse on a new journey, yet today's match struck him like a thunderbolt. Under Chu Feng's defense, Ellis' efficiency plummeted to a season low, compounded by the occasional imposing block from Giannis Antetokounmpo, leaving Ellis in a state of distress. The game was still ongoing, and anything remained possible. Nonetheless, Mavericks head coach Carlisle appeared unfazed by the first half, prepare for solid defense in the second half. We must slow the pace and prevent the opposition from accelerating the game's tempo. The Mavericks roster was now facing the most dreaded predicament for any NBA team, aging players. With Calder in, DeLimbert, Marion, and the aging Nowitzki attempting to keep pace with the youthful exuberance of Chu Feng and Antetokounmpo, the Mavericks risked being overwhelmed not only by offensive onslaughts, but also by sheer exhaustion. However, slowing the pace was easier said than done. Moreover, the very player they aimed to decelerate was none other than Chu Feng, who was fervently seeking to score. As the second half commenced, the Mavericks initiated the offense, with Calder in noticeably lowering the tempo, feeding the ball to Nowitzki in the low post. They painstakingly utilized the entire 24-second shot clock before Nowitzki executed a jump shot to score. However, before the Mavericks could transition to defense, Chu Feng immediately signaled for a baseline inbounds, taking the initiative to advance the ball swiftly across half-court. The Mavericks were caught unprepared by Chu Feng's rapid maneuver, scrambling to return to defense, but alas, their aging bodies could not keep up with the speed of Chu Feng and the fast-breaking Giannis Antetokounmpo. In the front court, Chu Feng deftly passed to Antetokounmpo, who, with remarkable synergy, slammed the ball against the rim. Seizing the moment, Chu Feng soared, executing a one-handed dunk. The entire offensive sequence, from the inbounds pass to the score, transpired in a mere 6 seconds. It appeared that the Dallas Mavericks intended to slow the game down after the timeout. Yet the Magic accelerated the pace with just one play. These matters are trivial, my friend. My sole concern lies with Chu Feng's scoring in this match. With that dunk included, Chu Feng has already amassed an impressive 44 points in this game, merely 6 points shy of reaching the coveted 50-point mark, a milestone achieved by the 2013 rookie class. There is no need for haste. One must continue to control the tempo. Despite the Magic initiating a fast-paced offense at the start of the third quarter, Mavericks head coach Carlisle raised his voice to remind his players to maintain composure. A loss is permissible. The outcome of this game does not seem to concern Carlisle in the least. However, the process of the game, beyond mere victory or defeat, holds significant importance. Carlisle adamantly refuses to endure a complete loss of control, succumbing to the opponent's rhythm. Yet, it has become evident that this aging Mavericks team can no longer manage the game as effectively as they once did in previous years. In contrast, the Magic appear more at ease playing on the road than at home. Chu Feng, with remarkable finesse, sank his first 4 shots of the third quarter without breaking a sweat, effortlessly reaching his inaugural 50-point game. Before the commentators could fully extol Chu Feng's performance, the Mavericks once again gifted the Magic an opportunity on the offensive end. Chu Feng launched a fast break, soaring through the air like a great eagle, and executed another thunderous dunk to add 2 more points. 52 points. Chu Feng has now scored a staggering 52 points in a single game. He has become the first player this season to achieve the 50-point milestone and stands alone as the only rookie from the 2013 class to surpass 50 points. The only question that remains for Chu Feng is how many more points he can accumulate. The commentators have found themselves at a loss for words regarding Chu Feng's extraordinary performance. Even the much-anticipated verbal exchange between LeBron and Chu Feng has faded into obscurity amidst Chu Feng's continuous scoring. To prevent the emergence of a record-breaking night, Mavericks coach Carlisle wisely withdrew his starters midway through the third quarter, effectively conceding the match. The Magic, adhering to an unwritten code of sportsmanship, allowed Chu Feng to take a casual, long-range three-pointer that clanged off the rim, signaling a dead ball. Coach Jacques Vaughn waved his hand, signaling for Chu Feng and the other starters to take a breather. The very scenario I dreaded has ultimately come to pass. Watching Chu Feng exit the game to wipe the sweat from his brow, the commentators expressed their frustration. The game had swiftly descended into garbage time, and once again, Chu Feng was unable to fully unleash his scoring prowess. He had already tallied 57 points, and it was evident that he could have scored even more. Yet the Dallas Mavericks were simply unable to withstand the onslaught. Another commentator lamented, "We can only feel a sense of regret. This should have been a historic game." Yet everything abruptly came to a halt at this moment. Not only the two commentators, but also many Mavericks fans present expressed their regret at Chu Feng's departure from the game, although their allegiance lay with the Mavericks, who were thoroughly defeated. Witnessing the celestial performance of Chu Feng in their own backyard was indeed a silver lining, worth the price of admission. However, due to the home team's utter inability to retaliate, the fans were deprived of even a single match that justified the ticket cost, leading to an eruption of boos akin to a tsunami. Ultimately, the Mavericks, playing at home, were simply too inept. In the end, amidst the cacophony of jeers, the match drew to a close with the Orlando Magic triumphing 107-94, a 13-point margin of victory. While the score difference may not seem substantial, the entirety of the final quarter devolved into garbage time, underscoring what had been a decidedly lopsided contest. I believe Chu Feng utilized this game to assert his claim to the title of Player of the Week over LeBron. In a post-game interview, Mavericks head coach Carlisle remarked gravely, "Did Chu Feng nearly score 60 points? Isn't that enough to settle the debate?" A reporter on the sidelines held their breath and posed the question, "Do you believe LeBron is inferior to Chu Feng?" Carlisle, ever the provocateur, smiled slightly and replied, "LeBron James did indeed lose to us, and that was with Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade on his side." Chapter 86. To defeat the Magic. First conquer Chu Feng despite having Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade at his disposal. LeBron James still succumbed to Carlisle and his Dallas Mavericks. Carlisle's comments clearly reflected upon the inaugural season of the Big Three in Miami, under immense pressure as the Heat faced the Mavericks, who had emerged as dark horses to reach the finals. It was a captivating final showdown, marking the series in which Dirk Nowitzki, the German Titan, cemented his legacy with a championship. Moreover, Carlisle's reminiscences elevated the discourse surrounding the Player of the Week debate between James and Chu Feng to new heights. After all, as Carlisle articulated, James, even with the assistance of the Flash and the King, fell short in the series against the Mavericks. Who is the most formidable ally by Chu Feng's side? Is it Vucevic, who contributed 11 points and 6 rebounds in this match? Or perhaps Giannis Antetokounmpo, another rookie, who achieved an economical double-double with 11 points and 11 rebounds by halftime? Regardless of who it may be, neither can match the brilliance of Wade or even Bosh. Yet, with such a lineup, Chu Feng astonishingly scored 57 points, leading his team to victory. The comparison is strikingly evident. Who is superior and who is inferior? It is clear, frankly, I find answering such questions rather tedious. On the other hand, Dirk Nowitzki, when interviewed by reporters on this topic, did not exhibit the same natural demeanor as the team's coach. I firmly believe that Chu Feng is destined for a splendid future, based solely on last week's performance. He has proven to be more impressive. However, the current king of the league remains LeBron James. Not wishing to offend anyone, Nowitzki meandered into a discussion about the Mavericks' performance this season before concluding the interview. In my opinion, Chu Feng deserves the title of Player of the Week. He has even secured the Eastern Conference Player of the Month award ahead of time. On the Magic's side, Giannis Antetokounmpo, during his interview, boldly declared that no one could rival him, not even LeBron James. To be frank, LeBron once had the opportunity to defeat the Mavericks. Yet his performance dashed the team's championship hopes. As Giannis spoke, he also referenced that fateful finals between the Mavericks and the Heat. Dwayne Wade did everything within his power. But LeBron faltered. Had he delivered a performance akin to Chu Feng's 50-point display today, the outcome of that championship could have been quite different. Clearly, Giannis harbors significant bias against LeBron. Nevertheless, his words ring true. In that year's finals, Wade exhibited peak performance while LeBron struggled. Many online still believe that LeBron squandered Wade's stellar showing that year. However, that evening, the headlines on ESPN's homepage did not mention the finals, but rather celebrated the first 50-point game from a rookie in the 2013 draft, showcasing the top pick's solo brilliance. As the top pick of the 2013 draft class, Chu Feng distinguished himself not only as the first rookie to score over 30 points, but also as the inaugural player to achieve 40 points, and the first to record a combination of 30 points and 10 rebounds, as well as 40 points and 10 rebounds. Today, he has splendidly fulfilled expectations by becoming the first player in this draft class to surpass 50 points. Furthermore, given the generally lackluster performance of his fellow rookies, many fans believe that Chu Feng has single-handedly elevated the average standard of the 2013 draft class. Chu Fu paid little heed to the matter at hand. After the match concluded, he boarded the private jet back to Orlando and decisively summoned his system panel. Securing victory against the Mavericks marked the Orlando Magic's 10th triumph of the season, and it was their 10th consecutive win. The system promptly finalized the task settlement, granting Chu Fu 500 experience points while unlocking the left half of the third task column. The left half of the third task column is now accessible. Task A, enter the All-Star game. Completion reward, 1,000 experience points. Task B, accumulate 5 weekly best awards. Completion reward, 1,000 experience points. Chu Fu felt no urgency regarding the All-Star game entry, as the first round of voting had just commenced, and the final results would not be revealed until February of the following year. Conversely, accumulating 5 weekly best awards appeared quite feasible to him. After all, he had already secured 3 such accolades and only needed to excel in the next 2 weeks to fulfill the task without difficulty. Converting the system's reward of 500 experience points into attribute points, Chu Fu allocated the entirety to his passing skill. Consequently, his passing ability reached level 65, tantalizingly close to the maximum level of 75. On November 22nd, in the United States, at the Amway Center in Orlando, facing the Phoenix Suns, who were gradually fading this season, Chu Fu subtly showcased his recently upgraded passing prowess under the watchful eyes of the home crowd. Aflalo and Moore performed admirably, maintaining a high three-point shooting accuracy. Additionally, the towering Giannis Antetokounmpo left last week's Western Conference Player of the Week, Markieff Morris, feeling quite overwhelmed. Giannis's height and wingspan provided him with a significant advantage, coupled with his remarkable agility and impressive leaping ability. Markieff Morris found himself utterly unable to contend with Giannis. As the halftime whistle blew, the Magic led their opponents by 14 points. Among those points, Giannis had successfully converted 5 of Chu Fu's passes, scoring on each occasion, along with his own second-chance efforts, contributing a total of 17 points in the first half. Chu Fu modestly achieved 14 points along with 8 assists. In the second half, he transformed his approach into a combination of penetrating and passing, leaving the Suns defenseless, ultimately leading to their defeat. No one has been able to discover a method to conquer the Orlando Magic. After the game, Suns head coach Jeff Hornacek expressed his frustration. "If anyone can tell me how to beat the Magic, I would sincerely learn from them," he emphasized. "Do not suggest to me that limiting Chu Fu will secure victory. This is an answer known to all. Yet the challenge lies in the fact that restraining Chu Fu is a false premise. To triumph over the Magic, one must first conquer Chu Fu." This sentiment has circulated widely as the ultimate strategy to end the Magic's winning streak. However, Attempting to defeat Chu Fu is nothing short of an unrealistic endeavor. Chapter 87. Two choices to defeat the Magic in a full 32 minutes of play. Chu Fu delivered a performance typical of his style, contributing 26 points and 12 assists. Yet the statistics were not as explosive as those from previous games. At the Amway Center in Orlando, the commentator reviewed the technical statistics. Expressing a hint of disappointment, Chu Fu remained the most commanding presence on the court for the Magic, yet his numbers did not match the intensity of prior outings. Scoring 26-12 hardly seemed remarkable, and the commentator found himself somewhat bewildered after uttering this statement. Nevertheless, this is the reality. Chu Fu has cultivated a discerning taste among spectators. If he fails to achieve 30-10 or a remarkable 40-point game, I might even suspect he had an off day. Unlike others, if Chu Fu does not attain such statistics, my first instinct would be to question the accuracy of the data. Truthfully, this game should be regarded as a quintessential representation of Chu Fu's style, as he toyed with the Suns from the very first minute, demonstrating just how formidable he has become. Post-game, on the basketball forum in the United States, many fans left comments in the discussion thread following this match. They were astonished that a rookie, newly arrived in the NBA, could contribute a double-double of 26-12. Yet instead of celebrating his achievement, fans were questioning whether this rookie's performance was subpar. In the past, such a scenario would have been inconceivable, yet now, due to Chu Fu's emergence, it has become a reality. Furthermore, an even more pressing issue confronts numerous NBA teams. How does one defeat the Orlando Magic? Restraining Chu Fu is a feat that many teams find unattainable, as the era of 3D players has not yet proliferated, and only a handful of teams possess the type of forward defenders capable of limiting Chu Fu's impact. Thus, two options remain to vanquish the Magic. The first, engage in a shootout. The Washington Wizards, featuring John Wall and Bradley Beal, have adopted this strategy. Head coach Randy Whitman even stated before the game that the team is quite experienced in contending against winning teams like the Orlando Magic. Should the Orlando players opt for an offensive showdown with us, our firepower will undoubtedly match theirs. Facing the camera, Whitman remarked with a smile, if they choose to engage in a defensive battle, they might as well purchase return tickets and concede the game now. In Whitman's perspective, the Magic can only be a team that emphasizes offense, setting the stage for a contest of scoring prowess. In fact, the Wizards did just that. Wall and Beal unleashed their full offensive might from the beginning, combining for 19 points and 5 assists in the first quarter, helping the Wizards amass an impressive 31 points. However, when it comes to offensive duels, Chu Feng truly holds his own against anyone, especially when facing fellow rookie Otto Porter. He nailed 3 consecutive three-pointers from various angles, activating his sharpshooter skills and growing more emboldened with each shot. Coach Jacques Vaughn allowed Chu Feng to play the entire first quarter, where he exploded for 27 points and 3 assists in 12 minutes. This single-quarter tally of 27 points marked a personal record for Chu Feng and also became the highest single-quarter score for any player this season. The Magic led the Wizards 35-31 at the end of the first quarter. In the early part of the second quarter, with Chu Feng resting after an exhausting first, the Wizards gradually closed the gap and even took the lead. Vaughn quickly called a timeout and substituted in Chu Feng alongside Moore and Aflalo in a star-studded shooting formation. In the latter half of the second quarter, thanks to Chu Feng's penetrating assists, Aflalo's cold-blooded three-pointers allowed the Magic to regain the lead and extend their advantage. By halftime, Chu Feng had amassed 34 points and delivered 9 assists. This was a quintessential Chu Feng performance, precisely the kind we yearned to witness. As the halftime buzzer sounded, the commentators were visibly exhilarated. I wholeheartedly endorse the Washington Wizards' tactical approach. All teams in the NBA should abandon defense and engage in a scoring contest with the Orlando Magic. Indeed, I share your sentiment. Another commentator added, if the entire league goes toe-to-toe with the Magic, we will be treated to a series of historically significant performances from Chu Feng. While the two commentators and the audience reveled in the spectacle, the home team Wizards and their head coach Randy Whitman were far from pleased. They had only trailed by 4 points at the end of the first quarter, yet found themselves down by 14 at halftime. Having proclaimed their intention to engage in an offensive battle, they were now facing a double-digit deficit. This humiliating turn of events left everyone in the Wizards' locker room with grim expressions. Nevertheless, Randy Whitman remained resolute. Having committed to the offensive strategy, he would see it through. Ultimately, the result would hinge on whether they lost by a little or a lot. There was always the chance that their opponents could suddenly go cold, presenting an opportunity for a comeback. Unfortunately, it was the home team that found themselves in a shooting slump. The Wizards' three-point shooting percentage plummeted in the third quarter, while the Magic capitalized on numerous fast break opportunities. The opportunity for a spectacular performance was not lost on Chu Feng and Giannis Antetokounmpo, whose series of breathtaking dunks left the audience in rapture. Is this truly the Wizards' home court? The thunderous cheers from the home crowd prompted the commentator to exclaim, "The home fans are actually cheering for the visiting players." Indeed, my friend, the dual fast breaks executed by Giannis and Chu Feng were nothing short of mesmerizing. Another commentator, clearly among the exhilarated fans, remarked, "Witnessing their synchronized assaults on the frontcourt sent my blood pressure soaring." After all, Chu Feng's physical prowess is precisely what underpinned his status as the first overall pick. Meanwhile, Giannis boasts an extraordinary physicality that ranks among the elite in the league. The excitement generated by these two young athletes is undeniably palpable. The Wizards, unfortunately, could not withstand the onslaught from the Magic, succumbing to a decisive 112-101 defeat as Orlando continued its winning streak on the road. Engaging in a shootout with the Magic was an unrealistic strategy, particularly for a team with inconsistent offensive capabilities. Consequently, the New Orleans Pelicans opted for a different approach, a focus on defense. Chapter 88. A superior coordination from the opposition. The Pelicans' performance this season has been mediocre. Although Anthony Davis, affectionately known as Brow, made significant strides over the summer, the team's overall strength remains a contentious issue. The acquisition of rookie Nerlens Noel and the all-star caliber guard Drew Holiday, traded for a future draft pick, raised expectations. Yet it has become apparent that Holiday is struggling to adapt after his transition from the Eastern Conference to the West. While his defensive efficiency has been subpar, his offensive stability has also been lacking. Furthermore, apart from Davis and Holiday, the Pelicans lack a third reliable scoring option, making their choice to engage in a shootout against the Magic tantamount to a fatal miscalculation. While offense may win games, it is defense that secures championships. During pregame warm-ups, Pelicans head coach Monty Williams passionately urges players, "I demand that you bring your utmost effort on defense," employing playoff-caliber defense to contain the Orlando Magic. In Monty Williams' defensive philosophy, while the Pelicans' backline may struggle to restrain Chu Feng, they should at least be able to limit the others. As the warm-up concluded, both teams introduced their starters. The Pelicans' lineup featured Drew Holiday, Eric Gordon, Al-Farouq Aminu, Jason Smith, and Anthony Davis. The Magic countered with Jameer Nelson, Aaron Aflalo, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Nikola Vucevic, and Chu Feng. As the centers faced off for the tip-off, Vucevic triumphed over his opponent and directed the ball into Nelson's hands. The Magic's point guard wasted no time, executing the team's high-tempo strategy by swiftly delivering the ball to Giannis in the frontcourt. Antetokounmpo effortlessly shed his defender before delivering a bounce pass to the fast-breaking Chu Feng. Bam! As Chu Feng received the ball, he soared into the air within the 3-second zone, preparing to execute a powerful dunk. However, just as he was about to complete the dunk, Pelicans forward Aminu leaped with all his might, positioning himself in front of Chu Feng and raising his hands high. The collision of the two players was immediate, prompting the referee on the sidelines to decisively blow his whistle. Aminu was called for a blocking foul, yet Chu Feng's dunk was unsuccessful, granting him 2 additional free throw opportunities. Observing the referee's signals, the commentator on the sidelines remarked that although the Pelicans committed a foul, they had clearly conveyed to the Orlando Magic that securing a victory here today would not be a simple task. Indeed, this initial foul served as a robust signal. The Pelicans appeared intent on engaging the Magic in a fierce battle. Chu Feng calmly sank 2 free throws, promptly securing 2 points for the Magic. As the play transitioned, Holiday of the Pelicans brought the ball past half court. Upon noticing Chu Feng as his defender, he decisively passed to Eric Gordon, who was making a move on the perimeter. Gordon then deftly delivered the ball to the waiting hands of Anthony Davis in the post. What makes Anthony Davis formidable is his towering stature, complemented by his long arms and remarkably delicate touch. This natural positional advantage renders him nearly invincible at the power forward position. However, on this occasion, the defender assigned to him, the Greek rookie Giannis Antetokounmpo, posed a considerable challenge for Davis. Observing the tentative steps of Davis on the court, with his inability to take a decisive shot, the commentators chuckled, noting that Antetokounmpo's imposing height surpassed even that of Davis. Indeed, when it comes to wingspan, Antetokounmpo is not at all inferior to Davis. Another commentator added, "It seems that today, the Pelican star will face a challenge from his younger counterpart at power forward." One cannot deny that, in terms of physical attributes, Antetokounmpo possesses a natural advantage in defending against Davis, advantages that Davis himself has previously exploited against other power forwards. After several fruitless attempts, Davis was left with no choice but to penetrate the lane, but his forced layup proved unsuccessful. The rebound was secured by Vucevic and subsequently passed to Chu Feng. In a swift maneuver, Chu Feng executed a single dribble before delivering a precise pass to Afflalo positioned just beyond the three-point line. Without hesitation, Afflalo launched a three-pointer that pierced the net, establishing a 5-0 lead for the Magic. As the Pelicans initiated their offense, Anthony Davis, despite facing the formidable Giannis Antetokounmpo, managed to secure shooting opportunities and convert them into points, albeit through a laborious process, often relying on his physical strength. Davis noted that should Antetokounmpo enhance his weight and power, the title of the premier power forward might soon change hands. While Davis managed to accumulate some points, his backcourt counterpart, Jrue Holiday, was less fortunate. Enduring a season of erratic performance, he found himself clearly marked by Chu Feng, resulting in several attempts that merely echoed off the rim, turning into defensive rebounds for the opposition. Conversely, while Chu Feng did not score prolifically from the field, he found himself at the free throw line with remarkable frequency. In a mere quarter, he was awarded 12 free throws, converting 10 of them, including points from the field. He effortlessly tallied 16 points in the first quarter. Both Antetokounmpo and Vucevic frequently drew fouls from their adversaries, accumulating 5 team fouls early on, which rendered the Pelicans hesitant on defense, acutely aware that further infractions would lead to free throws. As the game progressed, the situation became increasingly clear. On the sidelines, Monty Williams wore a grim expression. The strategy he devised for the team was predicated on contesting the Magic's defense. Yet, as the first quarter unfolded, it became evident that it was not the Orlando Magic being stifled, but rather the New Orleans Pelicans, who was truly meant to impose limitations on whom. By the conclusion of the game, Davis recorded an impressive double-double with 26 points and 14 rebounds, a performance that, on paper, showcased him as one of the league's elite stars. However, his shooting was inefficient, attempting 23 shots yet only converting 9. Even more disheartening was Jrue Holiday, who took 19 shots but managed to land only 7, finishing with 15 points. Eric Gordon shot 3 for 11, Jason Smith 3 for 12, and the bench's Tyreke Evans failed to score on 7 attempts. As a result, the Pelicans' collective shooting percentage plummeted to a dismal 34. Ultimately, their defeat by a score of 87-104 against the Orlando Magic stemmed primarily from being thoroughly outmatched defensively. I was taken aback by the Magic's unexpectedly stellar defense. Post-game, reporters promptly approached Chu Feng, who had achieved 28 points, 13 assists, and 5 rebounds, inquiring about the secret to the team's defensive success. He simply remarked, "We executed a very standard defensive strategy." Chu Feng wiped his sweat and remarked lightly, "Perhaps their coordination is rather commendable." Chapter 89. Announcement of the Monthly Awards. Their coordination is indeed quite impressive. Chu Feng's response left the reporters momentarily stunned, only to be followed by a chorus of laughter. The reason behind the exceptional defense of the Magic lies in the fact that the Pelicans simply could not find the basket today. Chu Feng and his team merely executed their routine operations, and one must ponder who can be blamed for the opponent's missteps. It is undeniable that Chu Feng has managed to cultivate an image of refreshing uniqueness. After triumphing over the Pelicans, the Magic took a day to regroup before facing the underwhelming Western Conference team, the Utah Jazz. This season, the Jazz can only be described with one word: dismal. Having played 12 games, the Magic maintained an impressive 12-game winning streak, while the Jazz could only boast a pitiful single victory. With a record of 1 win and 11 losses, they found themselves languishing at the bottom of the Western Conference in the entire league. Against such a lackluster opponent, the Magic faced no formidable challenge, with Chu Feng clocking in just 3 quarters, achieving a double-double of 27 points and 12 rebounds, leading the team to yet another victory. As the 4th week of the new season concluded, the Magic remained undefeated. And it came as no surprise that Chu Feng was once again named the Eastern Conference Player of the Week. It seems Chu Feng has become immune to such accolades. On November 25th, the day the Player of the Week was announced, the announcer at the Amway Center humorously remarked that it would be a significant news event when this award was finally claimed by someone else. The only other potential surprise that might have captured our attention, aside from Chu Feng not being named Eastern Conference Player of the Week, was the end of the Magic's winning streak. Another commentator jested that they had achieved a remarkable 13 consecutive victories. setting a franchise record for the best start to a season. Furthermore, this 13-game winning streak stands as the longest in the history of the Magic. Prior to today's game, a brief video was played at the Amway Center, showcasing the journey of the Magic's 13 victories. At the video's conclusion, the screen quickly flashed images of all the Magic players, with starters like Nelson and Aflalo featured last. When Vucevic appeared, the screen displayed Giannis Antetokounmpo, eliciting applause from the audience. As the final player's highlights played, the crowd rose to their feet, offering the warmest cheers for this Magic player. Indeed, the last player featured was none other than the promising rookie, Chu Feng. Chu Feng embodies the hope of Orlando. He is the true champion. Should the season conclude at this moment, Chu Feng would undoubtedly be the MVP of the season. He has already secured the title of MVP for the Orlando Magic. The identity of the eventual award recipient is of little consequence, for Chu Feng is the MVP in my heart. The fans in attendance cheered and exchanged sentiments. For in their eyes, Chu Feng has become the indispensable ace of the team. Chu Feng did not disappoint the fans who arrived at the venue today. Facing the Washington Wizards, a team he had previously triumphed over, he scored 19 points in the first quarter, leading the Magic to an overwhelming start that left the Wizards bewildered. In the early part of the second quarter, the Wizards nearly regained their composure. But upon Chu Feng's return, he delivered a stunning sequence of 4 consecutive three-pointers, extinguishing any hope the Wizards had of a comeback. Ultimately, the Orlando Magic secured a victory on their home court with a final score of 112-100, achieving a 12-point advantage and completing a season sweep over their opponents while extending their unbeaten streak to 14 games. I believe they have already ascended to playoff caliber. After the game, Randy Whitman, the head coach of the defeated Wizards, expressed his complete admiration. Losing to such a team twice is hardly surprising. In the final 2 games of November, the Magic continued to impress their supporters, clinching 2 consecutive victories and ending the month on a high note. With an undefeated month, the Orlando Magic are etching their own legacy. On December 1st, ESPN's official website devoted a substantial portion of its coverage to narrating the journey of the Orlando Magic from the season's inception up until the last game of November. The performance of the Chinese prodigy, Chu Feng, undoubtedly became a focal point for ESPN analysts. This phenomenal rookie may emerge as the strongest first overall pick since LeBron James in 2003, with chance of MVP resonating throughout the arena. If the season were to conclude at this moment, would Chu Feng already have secured the MVP title? He could potentially become the next player to win the MVP award as a rookie, following in the footsteps of Derrick Rose. And he might achieve this at an even younger age. Analysts are adept at compiling statistics and offering various perspectives to advocate for a player. Fans have grown accustomed to this, and their primary focus lies not on how the media glorifies Chu Feng, but rather on the NBA's official monthly award selections for November. The anticipation surrounding these awards even caused the interest in several games on December 1st to plummet, as the monthly awards are the true highlight amidst the daily games. On December 2nd at 2 a.m. local time, the NBA officially released several news articles. The first announcement revealed the best rookies of the Western and Eastern Conferences for November in the 2013-14 season. In the West, Victor Oladipo, who has shown promise alongside DeMarcus Cousins on the Sacramento Kings, was named the Western Conference Rookie of the Month with an average of 15 points, 5 assists, and 7 rebounds. However, fans merely glanced at this accolade. Their greater curiosity was directed towards the identity of the Eastern Conference Rookie of the Month. Would it be the promising player who achieved a near quadruple-double against the Heat, or the first overall pick, Chu Feng? The NBA swiftly provided the answer. Chu Feng of the Orlando Magic was named the Eastern Conference Rookie of the Month for November 2013-14. The official rationale for Chu Feng's award is quite straightforward, leading his team to a remarkable 16 consecutive victories in a single season, achieving a 14-game winning streak within a month, remaining unbeaten for 5 consecutive weeks, and sustaining an undefeated record throughout November. However, many fans expressed their dissatisfaction with the official justification for the accolade. The performance of Chu Feng's team is undeniably impressive, yet it is his individual statistics that truly astound. It is perplexing that the official announcements focus solely on team records while neglecting these remarkable figures. However, the fans' discontent did not linger for long, as they soon expressed their admiration. This shift in sentiment came swiftly after the NBA's second news release, which announced the Eastern and Western Conference Players of the Month for November, following the recognition of the previous month's top rookies. The NBA's announcement sent a thrill through the fan base. The Western Conference Player of the Month for November 2013-14 was none other than Kevin Durant, the star of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Last month, Durant led his team to 11 victories in 14 games, suffering only 3 losses. His personal averages of 28 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists per game, along with an average of 1 steal, showcased his comprehensive skill set. With the support of Durant and Russell Westbrook, the Thunder secured the second spot in the Western Conference, trailing only the formidable San Antonio Spurs, who aim to reclaim the championship this season. Such a performance undoubtedly justified Durant's accolade as the Western Conference Player of the Month. As the announcement for the Western Conference concluded, attention turned to the Eastern Conference's honored player. Would it be LeBron James, who also boasted an impressive record of 11 wins and 3 losses, or Paul George, who guided his team to an astonishing 15 wins with only 1 defeat? In the hearts of the fans, the award had already found its rightful owner. The Eastern Conference Player of the Month for November 2013-14 was none other than Chu Feng of the Orlando Magic. This time, the NBA's official reasoning for Chu Feng's award did not mention the numerous team records achieved by the Magic in the previous month. Instead, it meticulously cataloged Chu Feng's extraordinary game statistics, the first rookie of 2013 to score 30, 40, and 50 points. The first to achieve 30 points with 10 assists and 40 points with 15 assists, a single-game personal scoring record of 57 points. Consecutive games with 40 points and 4 straight games with 25 points and 10 assists. He shattered the single-game scoring record set by Yao Ming for Chinese and Asian players in NBA history. Each of these remarkable statistics was clearly enumerated by the NBA. They even refrained from elaborating on Chu Feng's excellence, simply stating beneath the statistics, well-deserved, in defeating Paul George and LeBron James. Chu Feng was rightfully awarded the title of Eastern Conference Player of the Month. Shortly after the official news broke, ESPN prominently featured a banner on its homepage celebrating Chu Feng's remarkable achievements. After Chu Feng became a space athlete, he emerged as yet another player from the Celestial Empire in the Asian community to secure the title of Rookie of the Month. He is the first player from the Celestial Empire and of Asian descent to be awarded Player of the Month since the illustrious Yao Ming. Furthermore, he is the first player in the new millennium to simultaneously earn both the Rookie of the Month and Player of the Month accolades in the season's inaugural month. Chu Feng's excellence is undeniable, much like the invincibility of magic. The NT official website opened the news of the monthly awards with an elegantly simple statement. In the inaugural month of the NBA, Chu Feng's dominance over various accolades mirrored that of the Orlando Magic's supremacy over their opponents in every match. Ding! The system has detected that the host has successfully been named the Player of the Month. Task accomplished. Meanwhile, in Orlando, USA, a recently awakened Chu Feng swiftly received the system's notifications resonating within his mind. Having secured the title of Rookie of the Month, he completed the second task in the second column, enabling him to illuminate the third column of tasks entirely. Furthermore, by fulfilling all tasks in the second column, he would additionally acquire 500 experience points. Soon, the system concluded its calculations, and Chu Feng promptly converted the 1,000 experience points he had earned into attribute points. He allocated all 10 attribute points to his passing skill. Consequently, his passing attribute, initially at level 65, surged to the maximum level of 75. Ding! The system has detected that the host's passing attribute has reached level 75, activating a unique skill. Unique skill? Upon hearing this long-awaited term, Chu Feng's body jolted. Sitting upright in bed. In the past, a simple sharpshooter skill had filled him with immense joy, and this wave of a unique skill promised to be equally rewarding. Unique skill, precision guidance. Skill description. The host's passing error rate decreases by 10 with each pass. The longer the distance, the lower the error rate. Skill duration. Throughout the match. Skill requirement. Precision guidance activates at the start of the game and enters cooldown after the host's first error. It reactivates after 3 consecutive successful assists. Skill enhancement. When this skill reaches its limit, the host's passing accuracy will attain 99. Precision guidance. A 10 reduction in passing error rate. The further the distance, the lower the mistakes, with precision potentially reaching 99. Upon reading these phrases, Chu Feng's mind immediately conjured images of the previous season's iconic connection between Dwayne Wade and LeBron James of the Miami Heat. Wade, snatching a rebound in the backcourt, would launch a full-court assist to James for an alley-oop score. The spectacle of such a full-court assist, coupled with its visual impact, was utterly unparalleled. The reason Chu Feng recalled the Wade James connection was largely due to the presence of a towering, albeit lesser version of James on the Orlando Magic, Giannis Antetokounmpo. With precision guidance and play, Chu Feng envisioned orchestrating fast breaks where he would initiate the offense from the backcourt while the Greek freak surged forward. The imagery was exhilarating to contemplate. Of course, the fast break connection with Giannis was merely a fragment of Chu Feng's grand design. With the existence of precision guidance, his capabilities in launching offenses and organizing the team would see a substantial enhancement. The right half of the third column system tasks had now been unlocked. Having comprehended the unique skill, Chu Feng redirected his focus to the remaining two tasks in the third column. Task C, become the MVP of the All-Star Rookie Game. Task Reward, 1,000 experience points. Task D, lead the team into the playoffs. Task Reward, 1,000 experience points. System Task Notification. Upon completion of all tasks in the third column, the host will receive an additional reward of 1,000 experience points. Please exert yourself to unlock the fourth column of system tasks at the earliest. As the system notification concluded, Chu Feng pondered briefly. Achieving the Rookie Game MVP would depend on his own performance, yet the 2013 rookie class was generally not very strong. He could likely secure the MVP with minimal effort. Leading the team into the playoffs was not a concern either. For Chu Feng's ambitions for this season extended far beyond merely reaching the playoffs. After familiarizing himself with the newly unlocked tasks, Chu Feng refreshed himself and headed directly to the Amway Center. Today, the Orlando Magic would welcome a new player. Chapter 91. Leave the organizational tasks to me. In the United States, Orlando's Amway Center. Today, the Magic did not have a game, and the coaching staff granted the players half a day off. After all, the team had maintained an undefeated streak last month, setting a franchise record, and granting such a break could be considered a reward for the players. However, Chu Feng arrived at the Amway Center early. Last night, head coach Jacques Vaughn had already informed him via phone that a flight from Australia was scheduled to land in Orlando this morning. Chu, you're here quite early. As he entered the Amway Center, Magic head coach Jacques Vaughn greeted him. Matthew Dellavedova has finalized his contract with Rob. It's a 3-year minimum salary deal, with the first 2 years non-guaranteed. Matthew Dellavedova, an Australian point guard. In Chu Feng's memory, he had once played a pivotal role in the finals, effectively limiting the performance of the unanimous MVP Stephen Curry during the Cavaliers' showdown with the Warriors. It is worth noting that this was the season when Curry led the Warriors to a remarkable 73 wins while averaging 30 points per game. To have managed to contain a player of such caliber in the finals is quite an accomplishment, in securing him at the minimum salary, with the first 2 years even being non-guaranteed, is nothing short of a steal. Hey, Chu, it's great to see you. As Chu Feng pondered, on the other side, Dellavedova, who had walked onto the court alongside Rob, excitedly greeted him. Just moments ago, Rob had informed Dellavedova that he could be signed by the Magic, attributing a decisive role to Chu Feng in this achievement. Thus, at this moment, Dellavedova readily acknowledged Chu Feng as his elder brother, firmly grasping this opportunity for support. Securing a contract was merely the initial step towards entering the NBA. Whether one could remain depended on one's performance. Chu Feng naturally embraced his role as the elder brother, acknowledging, I am aware of your strengths. Your defensive prowess is precisely what we require at this moment. Although Chu Feng's defensive skills are commendable, statistically surpassing the league's average, he is acutely aware that his defensive capabilities are rather ordinary. The seemingly impressive statistics are primarily a result of his exceptional physical attributes. This form of defense, when confronted with the league's elite scorers, will undoubtedly lead to humbling experiences. For instance, in the season opener against the Pacers star, Paul George, Chu Feng could merely exchange offensive blows, but to truly dominate both ends of the court is no simple feat. The arrival of Dellavedova promises to effectively address this dilemma. If he can contain Curry, he certainly has the potential to restrict other guards as well. Should we then initiate Dellavedova's journey from the bench? After parting ways with Della, Jacques Vaughn engaged in a private conversation with Chu Feng. Considering that he has only recently arrived in the United States and may still be acclimating to the tempo of the NBA, let us allow the games to facilitate his adaptation. Chu Feng decisively dismissed the head coach's proposal, stating directly, let him start tomorrow. Let him start? Jacques Vaughn was taken aback. I have watched videos of Dellavedova's matches in Australia. He is not a playmaking point guard. Indeed, he excels as a defensive guard. Chu Feng nodded. Thus, the organization's task has been entrusted to me. On December 3rd, Country time, the Orlando Magic, after a 2-day respite, prepared for their first game of December. Prior to the match, Chu Feng, who had recently been awarded both the Rookie of the Month and Player of the Month, briefly basked in the standing ovation from the crowd. This signifies yet another #1 draft pick selected by the Orlando Magic has proven himself in the NBA. As the cheers of the fans gradually subsided, the commentator at the sidelines perused his notes. It is noteworthy that the last #1 pick chosen by the Magic, Dwight Howard, once led this team to the NBA Finals. Indeed, if we look back a few years further, Shaquille O'Neal, another #1 pick by the Magic, also guided this team to the finals. Another commentator added, unfortunately, neither of the previous #1 picks managed to secure the coveted championship for the team. It remains to be seen how Chu Feng's journey will unfold. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that the Australian guard Matthew Dellavedova, who was announced to have signed with the Magic last month, has met with the team. One wonders if today's game will mark the debut of his NBA career. This query, however, seems to be overly speculative. Dellavedova is essentially a rookie with zero NBA experience, and I do not foresee him taking the court today. The two commentators briefly touched on this topic before pivoting to other match-related discussions. Yet, as the game commenced and both team starters stepped onto the court, the commentators were taken aback. The Magic's home opponents today were the Detroit Pistons, another Eastern Conference team. The Pistons' starting lineup remained unchanged from previous games: Jennings, Pope, Josh Smith, Drummond, and Monroe. This very lineup had recently triumphed over the Heat, bringing an end to their winning streak. One could assert that the Pistons' cohesion was improving, reaching a state of fine form. In contrast, the Magic's starting lineup had undergone a transformation. Aside from the point guard position, the starters included Afflalo, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Vucevic, and Chu Feng. However, the starting point guard was no longer Nelson, but rather the Australian guard Matthew Dellavedova, who had just finalized his contract yesterday. The Magic's bold decision to start a player with no prior NBA experience was indeed audacious. This raised the question, with Dellavedova new to the team and still acclimating to the tactical system, who would be responsible for orchestrating the Magic's strategies? The two commentators exchanged glances, neither able to provide an answer to this dilemma. Ultimately, everything would hinge on the unfolding of the game. To everyone's surprise, Vucevic triumphed over Monroe during the jump ball, and the basketball landed in Dellavedova's hands. Without hesitation, Dellavedova promptly passed the ball to Chu Feng on the right side. With the ball in hand, Chu Feng surveyed the court, raising his right hand to deliver a powerful, ground-shaking pass. The precision guidance activated, and the basketball threaded through the gaps of the Pistons' defenders, landing perfectly in the hands of the charging Giannis Antetokounmpo. Upon receiving the ball, Antetokounmpo soared effortlessly, executing a one-handed dunk that rattled the rim. The score stood at 2-0, with the Orlando Magic seizing the initiative. Chapter 92. Chu Feng is my brother. Chu Feng possessed an expansive vision. He astutely identified the gaps in the Pistons' defense and delivered an exquisite long pass. The opening attack by Chu Feng exhilarated the commentators on the sidelines. Such a precise pass, traversing nearly half the court, offers a remarkable visual delight. This play may seem insignificant, yet we have our own. However, on the Pistons' side, Jennings, with the ball, remained remarkably composed, gesturing for his teammates to reposition. Meanwhile, his defender, Dellavedova, had closed in closely. Upon realizing that the player defending him was Dellavedova, who had never graced an NBA court before, Jennings immediately felt a surge of confidence, opting to disregard the pick-and-roll and decisively drive towards Dellavedova. Dellavedova, however, was undeterred, maintaining his tight defense without yielding any signs of giving Jennings an opening. After all, Chu Feng had taken on the responsibility of orchestrating the offense, leaving Dellavedova solely with the task of defense. If he could not effectively manage this singular duty, perhaps he should consider booking a flight back to Australia. Jennings was taken aback. Despite being among the upper echelon of NBA point guards in speed, he found himself unable to shake off an Australian counterpart. Frustrated, Jennings decided to showcase his skills, executing a behind-the-back dribble, then shifting under his legs in an attempt to break free from the defense. Dellavedova, eschewing any flashy maneuvers, seized the moment, extending his arm to snatch the basketball from Jennings' grasp. Matthew Dellavedova had astonishingly intercepted Jennings' dribble. The art of stealing the ball demands speed, precision, and decisiveness, and Dellavedova's execution encompassed all three, prompting gasps of surprise from the commentators. He had expertly read Jennings' moves, completely deciphering his tactics. Setting aside this remarkable steal, Chu Feng once again delivered an accurate long pass, leading to a thunderous dunk by Giannis Antetokounmpo. One of the commentators abruptly interrupted his colleague. This offensive play by the Magic, from the steal to the dunk, took less than 7 seconds. All credit went to Chu Feng's passing. His speed in initiating plays was truly astonishing. I believe Chu Feng's passing abilities are undervalued. Just from these initial 2 long passes, one can discern his profound passing skills. After analyzing this offensive sequence, the 2 commentators were taken aback. Based on Chu Feng's current displayed capabilities, his shooting and physical attributes rank among the elite in the league, and in terms of scoring ability alone, he could easily be placed within the top 5 across the league. Yet, many online continue to express skepticism regarding Chu Feng's passing prowess. After all, overshadowed by his potent offensive skills, if not for his multiple double-digit assists, fans might even overlook his remarkable passing talent. However, today, Chu Feng sheathed his offensive blade, opting instead to orchestrate the team's playmaking, consistently delivering exquisite passes. By halftime, Chu Feng had scored a mere 12 points, yet had dished out an impressive 15 assists. The overall fluidity of the Magic's offensive play has ascended to remarkable heights, delighting the spectators present, whose cheers resonated throughout the arena. Even more astonishing for the commentators was the revelation that, following halftime, Chu Feng's time with the ball was not the highest in the game. With the 4th longest ball handling time among all players and the 2nd longest on his team, he still managed to deliver the highest number of assists on the court, surpassing even the total assists of the entire Pistons team. This undeniably illustrates his exceptional court vision, passing prowess, and instinctive ability to seize opportunities. As the commentator aptly noted, it is only when one truly steps onto the court and experiences the precision guidance that Chu Feng realizes this unique skill bestowed upon him is far more than merely facilitating fast breaks. The precision guidance has, to a significant extent, enhanced Chu Feng's court awareness. Whenever his teammates find themselves in prime scoring positions, he can promptly deliver the perfect pass. However, it is not solely Chu Feng's passing that accounts for the Pistons trailing the Magic by 18 points at halftime, with a score of 39-57. Matthew Dellavedova's defensive prowess against the Pistons' offensive linchpin, Jennings, has proven extraordinarily effective. Jennings managed to muster a meager 5 points by halftime, while Dellavedova successfully stole the ball from him 4 times. If this defensive strategy continues, Jennings will merely be honing his skills. In the locker room, Chu Feng gently patted Dellavedova on the shoulder, reminding him that the true challenge lies ahead. Chu Feng speaks the truth. Among the myriad point guards in the NBA, Jennings can only be regarded as a mere appetizer. The true test for the Magic's backline comes from all-star caliber players such as Kyrie Irving, Damian Lillard, Chris Paul, Russell Westbrook, and Stephen Curry. However, Dellavedova interpreted Chu Feng's words as encouragement for himself, and in the second half, he unleashed the ferocity inherent in his Australian blood, rendering Jennings utterly helpless. Ultimately, the Pistons conceded in the latter half of the 4th quarter, surrendering the game. The Magic triumphed once more with a commanding score of 110-89, extending their winning streak. Today marks my inaugural game of my professional career, and I believe I performed exceptionally well. Post-match, Dellavedova, who recorded 6 steals, became the first subject of media interviews. When asked what inspired his audacity on defense, Dellavedova directly attributed it to Chu Feng, stating, "He instilled in me the confidence to defend. He has consistently motivated me to give my utmost effort on that end of the court. Chu Feng is my big brother. He is the true leader of our team." Chu Feng has transformed the culture of this team. Shortly thereafter, Magic head coach Jacques Vaughn remarked during a media interview at the beginning of the season, "The team was still exploring the construction of our tactical system. However, with Chu Feng's emergence, our tactical framework took shape. With him as a focal point, we can adopt various offensive strategies. As long as Chu Feng is at the core, anything is possible." Vaughn chuckled as he continued, "Under this system, defense has always been a weakness for our team, but Chu Feng proposed the trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Giannis's arrival accelerated our overall offensive tempo and expanded our defensive breadth. Recently, Chu Feng also suggested we sign Dellavedova." Vaughn then turned his gaze to the scoreboard. The results speak for themselves. Chapter 93. Who is Chu Feng? Are you implying that the team's acquisition of Giannis Antetokounmpo and the signing of Matthew Dellavedova were both Chu Feng's suggestions? The journalists present were left dumbfounded. The outside world has consistently praised the Magic's upper management for their astute maneuvers, acquiring the promising forward Antetokounmpo and utilizing him effectively. The signing of Dellavedova, which evidently bolstered defensive capabilities on the perimeter, was also highly regarded. To discover that both of these widely lauded moves were proposed by Chu Feng is nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, All of this was Chu Feng's suggestion. Jacques Vaughn did not shy away from this fact, stating directly, "I believe everyone has overlooked Chu Feng's remarkable basketball intelligence and keen observational skills, overshadowed by his formidable prowess on the court. Beyond his relentless efforts on the court, Chu Feng possesses an astute awareness of everything that transpires off it. Indeed, one might assert that Chu Feng possesses a deeper understanding of the game and its players, including rookies, than many scouts within the NBA. The truth in what Jacob Vaughn stated cannot be overlooked. When Chu Feng initially proposed that the Magic trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo using Harkless, even General Manager Rob expressed his bewilderment. Following the completion of the trade, the criticisms levied against the Magic's front office reverberated throughout the online community, with many asserting that the Magic had been duped while the Bucks emerged as the clear victors. However, reality has delivered a resounding rebuttal to those claims. In his first 3 games with the Bucks, Giannis averaged a mere 2 points. Yet during his recent appearances with the Magic, he has averaged an impressive 15.5 points alongside 9.8 rebounds and 2.8 blocks per game. If one were to disregard his initial performances with the Bucks, Giannis could arguably be considered among the top 3 rookies of the 2013 class. Furthermore, the signing of Dellavedova proved prescient. Even commentators prior to the game doubted the Australian point guard's participation. Yet he delivered the highest single-game steal count for the Magic this season. In the previous match against the Heat's formidable trio, Jennings was thoroughly outmaneuvered by Dellavedova's strategic play. When it comes to scouting prowess, it is debatable whether the scouts from the NBA's 30 teams can rival Chu Feng's acumen. After concluding the game against the Pistons, Chu Feng returned to his residence for a brief refreshment, and in the early hours of the following day, the NBA officially announced the Eastern and Western Conference Players of the Week. Chu Feng has undeniably claimed the title of Eastern Conference Player of the Week once again. His remarkable achievement of being selected as the Player of the Week for 4 consecutive times has set a new record in NBA history for consecutive honors. I believe that only if the Orlando Magic were to suffer a loss could Chu Feng possibly relinquish his status as the Player of the Week. On the M-Country Basketball Forum, discussions surrounding Chu Feng's accolade reveal a strong consensus among fans. In terms of statistical performance, Chu Feng is impeccable. Thus, the only factor that could potentially impede his dominance in this award is the team's performance. However, the fervor surrounding Chu Feng's online presence was soon overshadowed by another headline. After an 8-month hiatus, the true master of Los Angeles is set to return. A striking headline on the ESPN website has reignited the long-dormant enthusiasm of fans. Despite the Los Angeles Clippers' impressive season and their formidable lineup of Griffin, Jordan, and Paul, which has led many to proclaim them as the new kings of Los Angeles, the city will forever belong to the Los Angeles Lakers as long as they remain in the arena. The sole master of the Lakers is none other than the Black Mamba, the legendary Kobe Bryant. Last season, after acquiring the formidable Dwight Howard from the Magic and securing Steve Nash, the Lakers formed a new F4, but unfortunately, their performance declined, causing them to fall out of playoff contention. It was during this challenging period that the Black Mamba stepped up, driven by a promise to the late owner, Dr. Buss, to lead the team into the playoffs. He poured his heart and soul into the game, only to suffer a ruptured Achilles tendon in a match against the Warriors, ending his season prematurely. This season, following Howard's departure to the Rockets, the Lakers have once again found themselves mired in difficulties. While Kobe is poised to make his return after 8 months and over 240 days, regardless of his recovery, the mere presence of the flying legend on the court will undoubtedly capture the spotlight and become the focal point of the game. Coincidentally, Kobe's first match back will be against the Orlando Magic, the very team that Chu Feng represents. This direct confrontation between 2 super shooting guards, with Kobe facing his comeback challenge, has garnered global attention. TNT is set to broadcast this highly anticipated match, and naturally, they have prepared early with a headline on their official website to generate excitement for the game. I am uncertain of Kobe's condition, otherwise I could predict the outcome of this match right now. In Los Angeles, at the renowned Staples Center, TNT star commentator Shaquille O'Neal expresses unwavering confidence in his longtime partner. I can guarantee that if Kobe is at 80% of his former self, the Lakers will have no trouble defeating the Magic. I do not mean to undermine Chu Feng's excellence. Rather, it is my belief that he would find himself at a disadvantage when facing an 80% or even better version of Kobe. The Big Shark knows Kobe too well. During his prime, the Black Mamba would undoubtedly render Chu Feng completely ineffective. Chu Feng, who is that? Meanwhile, During an interview on the sidelines, Kobe appeared unperturbed, stating, "I apologize, but I have not taken the time to learn about any other teams. My focus has always been solely on my own." He acknowledged the dismal performance at the beginning of the season and felt it was time to put an end to it. When a persistent reporter inquired about Chu Feng, Kobe curtly replied, "The game will give me insight into this young man. If he is truly exceptional and manages to leave an impression, I shall comment on him after the match." Despite his words, there lingered a hint of irritation within the Black Mamba regarding Chu Feng. After all, this match marked Kobe's return after an 8-month hiatus, yet the media's primary focus was not on his recovery but rather on his views about a rookie. Even if Kobe had done his homework on Chu Feng, he would only respond with, "I do not know him, I am unfamiliar with him, and he must learn his place." Chapter 94. Chu Feng is indeed audacious. Kobe Bryant's pregame interviews never fail to disappoint. In Los Angeles, at the renowned Staples Center, the esteemed TNT commentator Charles Barkley chuckled. He claims he does not know Chu Feng? I do not believe Kobe is lying. Beside Barkley, the formidable Shaquille O'Neal chimed in. For someone to etch themselves into Kobe's memory, they must have earned his respect. Chu Feng's performance this season has indeed been remarkable. Yet it is clear that he has yet to gain Kobe's acknowledgement. This match undoubtedly presents an optimal opportunity for Chu Feng to earn such recognition. But achieving this is no simple task. The Big Shark understands Kobe all too well. He does not believe that Kobe is unaware of Chu Feng. Rather, the Black Mamba's implication is that the young player has yet to showcase the dazzling performances that the media have heralded. Kobe is precisely that kind of seasoned player. Either you impress me profoundly, leaving a lasting impact, or I shall dominate you, relegating you to the memory of a mere guard from another team. The question of whether Chu Feng will emerge as the former or the latter remains a source of great anticipation, even for the great Shark himself. As the two portly gentlemen engaged in conversation, the starters for both teams made their official entrance. The Magic maintained their lineup, featuring Matthew Dellavedova, Aaron Aflalo, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Nikola Vucevic, and the team's pivotal player, Chu Feng. Conversely, the Lakers adjusted their roster due to Kobe's return. Besides Kobe, the other starting positions were filled by Steve Blake, Wesley Johnson, Pau Gasol, and Saker. Although this season's Lakers may seem somewhat lacking compared to last season's formidable roster, they have managed to maintain a record of 9 wins and 9 losses, placing them 9th in the Western Conference. Kobe, Kobe, Kobe. The Lakers fans in attendance exuberantly directed their cheers toward the number 24 on the court. Subsequently, the centers positioned themselves at midcourt, and the referee tossed the ball high into the air. In a surprising turn of events, Saker triumphed in the tip-off, granting the Lakers the first offensive possession of the game. Blake brought the ball across half-court, and amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, he delivered it into the hands of Kobe Bryant. Meanwhile, Dellavedova, who was supposed to closely guard Kobe, found himself unceremoniously pulled aside by Chu Feng. The meaning of Chu Feng is quite straightforward. The only one capable of defending against Kobe at the outset is none other than himself. Oh, what have I just witnessed? Chu Feng has audaciously demanded to take on Kobe in a one-on-one defense. Chu Feng's action stirred great excitement in the formidable Shaquille O'Neal. After all, this was Kobe Bryant, the lethal Black Mamba. Yet, Chu Feng resolutely stepped forward without hesitation. Although Charles Barkley was equally exhilarated, he maintained a facade of calmness. Perhaps this exchange of offense and defense would provide the finest answer regarding Kobe's recovery. Undoubtedly, Kobe was unfazed throughout his life. He had never backed down from a challenge. As Chu Feng stepped forward to defend, Kobe deftly feigned with a shoulder shimmy, initiating his movement towards Chu Feng's left side before executing a swift change of direction beneath his legs, accelerating towards the right for a breakthrough. It must be acknowledged that in terms of deceptive maneuvers, the Mamba had successfully left Chu Feng in his wake. However, the pivotal factor was that Kobe was no longer the player he had once been at his zenith. A ruptured Achilles tendon had severely compromised his explosiveness and acceleration. And despite seizing an opportunity with his initial step, he was ultimately intercepted by the quicker Chu Feng. Nevertheless, Kobe has never been the type to dwell on defensive challenges. The fate of this shot rested solely in his own hands. As Chu Feng drew closer, Kobe Bryant adjusted his rhythm, rising in an instant to take a jump shot. The elegance of his shooting form and the cadence of his release rendered this moment nothing short of picturesque. However, alas, this beautifully crafted mid-range shot fell short, clanging off the rim. The rebound was swiftly claimed by Giannis Antetokounmpo, who promptly passed the ball to Chu Feng, initiating a fast break down the court. It was evident that the Magic aimed to continue their strategy from the previous game, a rapid pace of offensive and defensive transitions. Yet this time, Chu Feng opted not to make an immediate pass. Instead, he slowed his advance into the half-court, patiently awaiting the defender to position himself directly in front of him. And standing before Chu Feng, with a lowered stance and piercing gaze, was none other than the Lakers' number 24, Kobe Bryant. After failing to outmaneuver Chu Feng, it was now his turn to face Kobe one-on-one. Shaquille O'Neal's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated such an early clash between the two team star players. Naturally, this was precisely what Chu Feng had been waiting for. Kobe lowered his center of gravity, defending tenaciously, while Chu Feng backed into him, then took a step inside the three-point line. The battle in the post had begun. The technical maneuvers of Chu Feng astonished Barkley. This is a skill that Kobe excelled in. Is Chu Feng attempting to utilize Kobe's techniques to breach Kobe's defense? As Fei Zhu's words lingered in the air, the Lakers fans present held their breath in anticipation. While Kobe's strength is not to be underestimated, he finds himself unable to withstand Chu Feng's powerful post play. More crucially, Kobe's defensive prowess has significantly waned. The aftermath of his injuries has greatly diminished his once formidable defense. With his back turned, Chu Feng swiftly pivoted twice before unleashing a shot from the arc at the free throw line. The movement reminiscent of the Magic's number 7 left the entire audience in awe. Was this not the signature fadeaway jumper perfected by Kobe? Chu Feng not only employed Kobe's signature backing technique against him, but also concluded this offensive round with Kobe's extraordinary skills. Swish. As the basketball made intimate contact with the net, a crisp sound resonated, and the score on the scoreboard reflected the change, 2-0. Truly, Chu Feng displayed remarkable audacity. Observing Chu Feng's composed defensive return, Barkley chuckled, noting that he was indeed provoking Kobe, and on Kobe's own territory no less. My friend, one must recognize that Chu Feng is facing none other than Kobe Bryant himself. Shaquille O'Neal remained remarkably unfazed, remarking that the only path to earning Kobe's respect is to surpass him in strength. Chapter 95. The fans responded to the question as the game transitioned between offense and defense. The Lakers initiated their attack. Blake advanced past half-court, passing the ball to the formidable Pau Gasol in the paint. Gasol, displaying remarkable synergy, sent the ball behind his head. Serendipitously, Kobe positioned himself precisely at the pass's landing point, securing the ball with ease. With a slight elevation of his center of gravity, he executed a shooting feint. However, Chu Feng, having anticipated the move, was momentarily deceived by Kobe's masterful deception. Kobe adjusted, launching a mid-range shot. Duong. Yet, despite this golden opportunity, Kobe could not capitalize. Missing once more, it appeared that the lingering effects of his injury were significantly impacting his performance. In the commentary booth, Shaquille O'Neal expressed his sentiment in the past. Such a shot would have ignited a chorus of cheers from the crowd, but now all that could be heard were murmurs of disappointment. After all, this was Kobe's first game back, and we ought to afford him a measure of patience. Barkley, however, was not particularly surprised by Kobe's performance. It is worth noting that Kobe had suffered an Achilles tendon rupture last season, an injury that has prematurely ended the careers of many NBA players. The fact that Kobe has recovered and returned to the court to execute his signature moves is nothing short of remarkable. Nevertheless, Chu Feng showed no mercy. Returning to the offensive end, he again scored 2 points with Kobe's signature fadeaway jumper. On the defensive side, he delivered a resounding block against the Black Mamba, swiftly transitioning to a long pass that found the fast-breaking Giannis Antetokounmpo with pinpoint accuracy. Giannis caught the ball and soared, delivering a thunderous two-handed dunk. 6-0. The Magic were dominating in the Los Angeles Lakers' home court, rendering the home team utterly impotent. Meanwhile, the performances of the two team stars were worlds apart. Kobe had attempted 3 shots, yet failed to convert on all 3. Chu Feng successfully made 2 shots and contributed an assist and a block. The continuous fruitless offensive attempts prompted Kobe to swiftly alter his strategy, opting to facilitate the team's offense through more passing. However, the Lakers' overall performance today was subpar, particularly in the first quarter. In contrast, on the Magic's side, regardless of who defended him, Chu Feng executed his signature move, receiving the ball with his back to the basket and performing a smooth fadeaway shot. His shooting percentage was remarkably high, especially considering the defensive weaknesses of the Lakers' forwards. Kobe, with his vast experience and solid defensive fundamentals, found himself at a disadvantage due to age and injuries, making his reaction speed incomparable to that of Chu Feng. As for Wesley Johnson, his attempt to guard Chu Feng was, in Shaquille O'Neal's words, akin to giving away points. Finally, Kobe Bryant scored his first basket since returning, an exhilarating three-pointer. As the game progressed, O'Neal, who had been analyzing the situation from the sidelines, excitedly rose from his seat. After 6 attempts in the first quarter, Kobe finally hit a shot, and the long-suppressed cheers from Lakers fans resounded throughout the Staples Center. However, this was the only moment of thunderous applause from the home crowd, as the first quarter concluded with the Orlando Magic leading the Lakers by 12 points. In a single quarter, Chu Feng achieved an impressive 8 out of 11 shots, refraining from attempting any three-pointers, and successfully converted 2 out of 3 free throws, amassing a total of 18 points along with 3 assists. In contrast, Kobe managed to score only 3 points, making just 1 out of 7 attempts in the same period. The disparity between Chu Feng and Kobe Bryant serves as a microcosm of the entire game. Recently returned Kobe relished the experience of playing his first game back, enjoying the luxury of an early exit after merely 3 quarters. The Orlando Magic transformed this matchup into a mere formality, concluding the contest in less than 3 quarters. Observing the Lakers starters retreat to the bench, Charles Barkley expressed his disinterest, noting that the Los Angeles Lakers' overall lackluster performance rendered their defeat entirely unsurprising. Ultimately, with only a handful of spectators remaining, the game concluded with the Lakers suffering a substantial loss at home, 87-109, a staggering 22-point margin. Kobe Bryant's performance was modest, making only 2 of 9 attempts, yet he managed to score 9 points through free throws, alongside 4 assists and 8 rebounds. Despite the shooting struggles, Kobe appeared in relatively good spirits during the post-game interview. The feeling of returning is quite pleasant. If I hadn't played today, my body would soon become rusty, he remarked. In front of the cameras, the post-game Kobe seemed markedly different from his pre-game demeanor. I missed many shots that I would usually make, which was a significant factor in our loss. However, this will not be the norm. I will practice diligently after today's game, and in the next match, those shots will find their way into the damn basket. When questioned about Chu Feng's performance, Kobe had yet to respond when a few remaining fans unexpectedly erupted with enthusiasm, shouting, "We need Chu Feng. Chu Feng plus Kobe. We will be the ultimate champions. Chu Feng will become Los Angeles' iconic figure after Kobe." It is undeniable that Lakers fans possess an intriguing confidence. They hold steadfast belief in their city's stature, asserting that Los Angeles is the most alluring destination for free agents. Moreover, Chu Feng's display today genuinely captivated a segment of Lakers fans who appreciate dazzling basketball. Many began to eagerly anticipate a potential trade that would bring Chu Feng to the Lakers, envisioning the exquisite connection between Kobe and Chu Feng. The fans answered that question for me. Kobe remained composed in response to the cheers from the crowd, stating, "Chu has even won over the Staples Center fans. One cannot place excessive expectations upon him." Kobe's message was straightforward. Chu Feng delivered an impressive performance, contributing 38 points, 9 assists, and 7 rebounds, nearly achieving a triple-double, captivating the away fans in just 3 quarters. Such a display hardly requires excessive accolades, does it? Absolutely not. Following the game at the Staples Center, the entire Magic team did not rush back to Orlando. The coaching staff generously granted the players a full day off. After all, a trip to Los Angeles is no small feat. Yet, Chu Feng remained uncertain about how to spend his time, until an unexpected phone call brought him both surprise and delight. The unexpected aspect was the deep voice on the other end saying, "Chu, if you have a moment, we should talk." The delightful revelation was the identity of the caller, the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant. Chapter 96, Kobe's Personal Recruitment. Los Angeles, Staples Center. On this day, the Lakers had no game, and after the team's practice concluded, the legendary Kobe Bryant departed the arena early. Outside the venue, Chu Feng, clad in casual attire, awaited patiently. After what felt like an eternity, a car pulled up in front of him, and Kobe greeted him with a wave, saying, "Get in. I just arrived." Chu Feng calmly replied, then took a seat in the passenger's side. No matter how early Chu Feng arrived, his recent words brought great comfort to Kobe. Sometimes, a person's emotional intelligence can be vividly reflected in a single statement. "I hold you in high regard. Both your offensive prowess and your leadership qualities mark you as a standout among this year's rookies." When conversing with someone like Chu Feng, Kobe chose to be forthright. "If you are willing, I will recommend to the team management that they trade you to the Lakers. Partnering with you, we would undoubtedly secure a championship. After a few seasons, I plan to retire, allowing you to seamlessly transition into becoming the new king of Los Angeles." The notion of being the new king of Los Angeles startled Chu Feng. It appeared that Black Mamba's invitation was aimed at recruiting him. Who was Kobe, after all? He was a formidable figure, unflinching in the face of adversity, a steadfast representative regardless of who fell. The mere fact that he extended an invitation to Chu Feng to join the Lakers hinted at two significant revelations. First, Kobe had indeed been profoundly affected by last season's injury, altering both his skill level and mindset. Second, Chu Feng had earned Kobe's recognition through his performance in a single game. "I'm afraid I have no interest in becoming a new king," Chu Feng replied, though he was taken aback by the proposal. Since joining the Magic, he had been diligently working to cultivate a team with his own unique identity. Whether it was trading for Giannis Antetokounmpo or signing Matthew Dellavedova, these moves were all part of his grand vision for the team. He had even made choices for the upcoming draft, all in line with his plan. Nothing was more challenging than building a team that belonged to him. And even the prospect of playing alongside Kobe in the spotlight of Los Angeles could not sway his resolve. "I fully understand your current mindset," Kobe responded, which was to be expected. "I have traversed this phase myself. You aspire to be the all-time greatest for a franchise, the singular hero of a city. Every young player who enters the NBA harbors such ambitions. This is hardly surprising." Kobe, a seasoned veteran, grasped Chu Feng's thoughts with remarkable precision. However, he did not finish his statement. Newly minted NBA players often begin their journey with grand aspirations, but the harsh realities of the league gradually wear down their youthful bravado. Players who genuinely pursue championships will find their inner thoughts evolving, even to the point of embodying roles they once despised. In Kobe's eyes, LeBron James epitomized this transformation. He respected James's decisions, as LeBron had achieved everything within his power, reaching the limits of solitary struggle. At present, Chu Feng is akin to James during his 1-0 phase, realizing the limitations of the Orlando Magic. Kobe believes that Chu Feng will make the choices that are most beneficial for himself. "If the opportunity arises, I shall host a basketball training camp this summer." After engaging in a meaningful conversation with Chu Feng and sharing a delightful lunch, Kobe bid farewell, assuring him, "You may seek my guidance on any matters pertaining to basketball. Can one acquire any of your basketball skills?" Chu Feng was quite intrigued by Kobe's proposal. After all, the individual before him was one of the most prolific scorers in NBA history. Spending a summer learning from Kobe would undoubtedly yield significant progress, provided one could grasp the teachings. Kobe nodded, inquiring if he could bring others along. Observing Kobe's pleasant demeanor, Chu Feng boldly pressed on. "What about my teammate, Giannis Antetokounmpo?" Kobe raised a finger, stating firmly, "Anyone but him." With that, Kobe drove away, leaving Chu Feng with nothing but a cloud of exhaust. Their meeting, however, did not escape the keen eyes of the paparazzi, who captured every moment. Major headlines proclaimed, "Kobe Bryant meets with Chu Feng." Could the strongest #1 pick since LeBron James be joining forces with the Black Mamba? Would Chu Feng and Kobe contend for the championship? Were the Orlando Magic negotiating a trade with the Los Angeles Lakers? Was Chu Feng destined for the City of Angels? Soon, various media outlets in America reported on the event. However, aside from a few photos of Kobe and Chu Feng, the accompanying articles were filled with absurd fabrications. Comments such as "with Chu Feng and Kobe, even my grandmother could coach a championship team" elicited laughter from numerous fans. Kobe swiftly clarified that his conversation with Chu Feng was merely a respectful exchange. The Magic also reiterated that any trade rumors involving Chu Feng were nonsense. He was the team's sole, absolute untouchable asset. The speculation about Kobe partnering with Chu Feng lasted less than 2 days before losing momentum, as both parties had publicly addressed the matter, rendering the rumors baseless. Nevertheless, this incident elevated Chu Feng's stature among local Orlando fans, leading to a sold-out Amway Center for the Magic's return home from Los Angeles. The Orlando Magic had already set a franchise record with an 18-game winning streak. And now the challenge before them was whether they could become a 20-game winning team. Prior to the game, the sideline commentator began to warm up the audience, noting that throughout NBA history, only 4 teams had achieved a 20-game winning streak. Would the Orlando Magic become the 5th team to reach this remarkable milestone? Chapter 97. Focus on Sacramento. In the annals of NBA history, countless teams have secured winning streaks of 5 games or more. Many have surpassed 10 games as well. Yet once the winning streak reaches 15 games, it enters an entirely new echelon. Achieving 20 consecutive victories is an extraordinary feat, rare in the chronicles of basketball. Throughout the annals of NBA history, only 4 teams have achieved a remarkable winning streak of 20 games or more. These illustrious teams are the Milwaukee Bucks of the 1970-71 season, the Los Angeles Lakers of the 1971-72 season, the Houston Rockets of the 2007-2008 season, and the Miami Heat of the 2012-13 season. Notably, the Los Angeles Lakers hold the record for the longest winning streak in NBA history, with an astonishing 33 consecutive victories. Last season, the Heat's impressive 28-game winning streak showcased their formidable prowess, and this season, the Magic have taken up the mantle, starting off with an extraordinary 18-game winning streak, challenging the record established by the Heat. The prospect of the fifth team in NBA history to achieve 20 consecutive victories tantalizes the minds of many fans at the Amway Center. I firmly believe that we will be that fifth team to reach this milestone. 20 consecutive wins are merely the beginning. Our aspirations extend far beyond this fleeting streak. Indeed, our sights are set on the historical winning record. Prior to the game, the Magic fans at the Amway Center exhibited overwhelming enthusiasm when responding to reporters' inquiries. After all, their home team has become the focal point of the entire league this season, a source of immense pride. Chu Feng did not disappoint the supporters in his home arena. After playing for 36 minutes, he scored 39 points, delivered 11 assists, and secured 6 rebounds, leading the Magic to a 112-103 victory, preserving a 9-point advantage and extending their winning streak to 19 games. Only one more game stands between them, and a remarkable 20-game winning streak. The next opponent of the Magic has a history of rivalry with them, and I eagerly anticipate the upcoming match in Sacramento. During a notable evening discussion on TNT, the legendary Shaquille O'Neal candidly remarked that, during this summer's draft, the Orlando Magic traded up with their second-round pick to acquire the first overall pick from the Cleveland Cavaliers. At that time, many believed that the Magic would select Victor Oladipo, the most formidable guard of that draft class, who had garnered nearly all individual accolades during his college career. However, the Magic surprised everyone by choosing the Chinese rookie Chu Feng with the first pick. Consequently, our highly favored Oladipo slipped from the top 3 to the 7th position. Victor Oladipo was universally acknowledged as the strongest player in the 2013 draft before its commencement. There were even sentiments that any team possessing the first overall pick and failing to select him would be making a grievous mistake. Yet, the Magic opted not to select him, unexpectedly choosing Chu Feng instead. To date, under Chu Feng's leadership, the Magic have maintained an unblemished record. Public opinion swiftly shifted, leading many to conclude that Chu Feng is indeed the finest rookie of the 2013 class, and the Magic's decision to forego Oladipo in favor of Chu Feng was astute. Coincidentally, the next match for the Magic, away from home, will be against the Sacramento Kings, the team Oladipo represents. The topic of tonight's TNT discussion revolves around this highly anticipated clash. Following Shaquille O'Neal's opening remarks, the staff at TNT seamlessly aired an interview with Oladipo after his game, where he asserted, "I do not consider myself inferior to anyone." With a commendable performance of 25 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists, leading his team to victory, Oladipo confidently stated, "I believe I am stronger than anyone." Oladipo stands as the strongest among this draft class. Kings interior linchpin DeMarcus Cousins echoed similar sentiments in his interview, stating, "I am well acquainted with his playing style. His statistics may not be dazzling, yet his ability to affect the game is unparalleled among all rookies I have encountered." Perhaps Cousins is correct. We cannot solely rely on statistics to gauge a player's excellence. After watching the post-game interview, Charles Barkley picked up on Shaquille O'Neal's remarks, suggesting, "Perhaps Oladipo is one of those players whose statistics appear modest, yet his contributions to the team are immense. Ultimately, we shall leave it to the game to reveal the truth." Kenny Smith remarked, "I believe the upcoming match will be the one Victor Oladipo most desperately wishes to win in his career. It is not only Oladipo who is resolute. The entire Magic team will undoubtedly pour forth their utmost efforts. A victory over the Kings would mark them as the 5th team in NBA history to achieve a remarkable 20 consecutive wins. This would be an achievement etched into the annals of history, a distinction that none would decline." The evening symposium of TNT has elevated the anticipation for the match between the Kings and the Magic to unprecedented heights. On one hand, this serves as Oladipo's tale of vengeance. On the other hand, it is a pivotal moment for Chu Feng to substantiate his status as the rightful first overall pick. More significantly, a victory in this contest would enable the Magic to forge a new chapter in their own history. Presently, all eyes in the nation and indeed the world are fixated on Sacramento. At the Arco Arena in Sacramento, the ESPN commentator passionately declared, "Tonight, Will it be a night of historical birth or the shattering of records? The outcome remains uncertain. However, we do know that Victor Oladipo has been anticipating this game for far too long. Another commentator proclaimed loudly. Though he was awarded the Western Conference Rookie of the Month last month, today he stands against the Eastern Conference Rookie of the Month and the Player of the Month. Yet Oladipo is well prepared. Let us listen to his pregame remarks. As the broadcast shifted, Oladipo, with a serious demeanor, awaited the commencement of the pregame interview. Chapter 98. Another 3-1. Chu Feng is exceptionally talented. I admit he may be among the top 3 rookies of this draft class. Oladipo candidly stated during the pre-match interview at the Arco Arena in Sacramento. I do not deny his prowess, but I do not believe he is the strongest of this year's rookies. Words are futile. The game will reveal the truth. Oladipo is acutely aware that the more he speaks, the smaller his perspective appears. Demonstrating one's worth through the game is the decision a successful player ought to make. I support Oladipo's viewpoint. Chu Feng is not nearly as formidable as the media portrays. Not only Oladipo, but many fans present at the Arco Arena voiced their sentiments toward the camera. Look at the Magic's roster. Aside from Chu Feng, is there a second reliable scoring option? They questioned. Now consider our lineup. We have Rudy Gay, Isaiah Thomas, and Cousins. Oladipo does not possess the same unlimited freedom to shoot as Chu Feng, so his statistics naturally fall short. Indeed, if Oladipo were afforded a similar level of opportunity as Chu Feng, he would surpass him in performance. Kings fans were already delighting in the prospect of their team securing the top pick with the 7th selection. When the media inquired about the comparison between Oladipo and Chu Feng, the home crowd overwhelmingly sided with Oladipo. They generally believed that Chu Feng enjoyed unlimited offensive freedom with the Magic, serving as the primary ball handler, which naturally inflated his statistics. In contrast, Oladipo had delivered an almost extraordinary performance in his limited opportunities with the Kings. If afforded the same treatment as Chu Feng, he would undoubtedly shine. As the pregame interviews concluded and both teams completed their warm-ups, the starting lineups emerged. The Magic retained their familiar ensemble: Dellavedova, Afflalo, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Vucevic, and Chu Feng. The Kings, however, showcased a seemingly more formidable lineup: Isaiah Thomas, Oladipo, Rudy Gay, Jason Thompson, and DeMarcus Cousins. Judging solely by the rosters, the Kings possessed a more potent offensive firepower. While their defense was mediocre, this offensive arrangement essentially prioritized attack over defense. As the centers positioned themselves at midcourt, the referee tossed the ball into play. Cousins was the first to make contact, directing the ball into Thomas's hands. The fastest 175-pound player surged across the court, with Dellavedova closing in on him. Thomas swiftly passed the ball to Oladipo. Meanwhile, Chu Feng approached Oladipo, arms outstretched in single coverage. To the surprise of many, one of the most thrilling spectacles of the game commenced earlier than anticipated. Seeing the two matched up, the commentator was filled with excitement. What choice would Oladipo make when facing Chu Feng, who had usurped his coveted first overall pick? Would he pass, or would he take it upon himself? Naturally, Oladipo opted for the latter. With determination, he decisively drove to the left of Chu Feng. Although Chu Feng quickly closed the gap, Oladipo leaned into him briefly before executing a swift change of direction beneath his legs. At that moment, Jason Thompson's screen arrived just on cue, allowing Oladipo to navigate past Chu Feng's defense, effortlessly sinking a two-pointer. With the score at 2-0, the Kings took the lead. After scoring, Oladipo provocatively smirked at Chu Feng, exuding a sense of triumph. As the teams transitioned to defense, the Magic initiated their offense. Dellavedova carried the ball across half-court, unhesitatingly passing it to Chu Feng, who then positioned himself on the three-point line. Fresh off his successful two-pointer, Oladipo rapidly closed the distance to Chu Feng. Subsequently, Giannis prepared to set a screen to assist Chu Feng in eluding Oladipo's defense, but Chu Feng waved him off. Much like when he faced Jimmy Butler, Chu Feng signaled that he required no screen against Oladipo. As he gestured for his teammates to create space, Chu Feng exploded into action, taking his first step with remarkable speed, leaving Oladipo momentarily off balance as he hurried to keep pace. However, Chu Feng suddenly came to a halt, simultaneously retreating a step. The abrupt change in pace left Oladipo somewhat fatigued on his feet. As Chu Feng positioned himself beyond the three-point line, preparing to shoot, Oladipo, disregarding the circumstances, leaped into the air, arms outstretched to obscure Chu Feng's line of sight. Yet, this elevation by Chu Feng was merely a ruse. He had no intention of releasing the ball. With Oladipo's form hurtling towards him, Chu Feng elevated once more, his body making slight contact with Oladipo before releasing the ball. The next moment, the referee on the sidelines blew his whistle decisively. Chu Feng had drawn a three-point foul from Oladipo. The commentators, keenly observing the referee's signal, followed the trajectory of the soaring basketball, and the three-pointer was successful. Oh, what an astonishing display! Chu Feng had earned a 3-1 opportunity. Another commentator exclaimed in disbelief. Oladipo's defensive prowess during his college years had been remarkable. Yet he had succumbed to a foul against Chu Feng in his very first defensive encounter. The feint executed by Chu Feng was so convincing, reminiscent of moves I had only witnessed from Kobe Bryant. With the rumors circulating about the connection between Kobe and Chu Feng, the two commentators exchanged knowing glances. Could it be that this technique was imparted by Kobe to Chu Feng? Regardless of the origin of this maneuver, Chu Feng confidently stood at the free throw line, successfully converting the additional shot. The score was now 4-2, with the Magic taking the lead. Turning back, the Kings continued to let Oladipo orchestrate the offense. Cousins moved forward to set a screen, and Oladipo once again sank a near-open mid-range shot. However, returning to the defensive end, Chu Feng signaled for his teammates to spread out, once more facing Oladipo in a one-on-one duel. The familiar swift first step and the signature step-back three-pointer were once again in play. With a deft feint, Chu Feng once again elevated his center of gravity, sending Oladipo off balance. Leaning against his opponent, he released his shot. Swish. The sound of the basketball swishing through the net coincided almost perfectly with the referee's whistle. Chu Feng had once more drawn a three-point shooting foul from Oladipo. Moreover, the three-pointer found its mark again, resulting in yet another 3-1 opportunity. Chapter 99. I cannot contain him. It was evident that Oladipo was filled with regret. At the Sacramento ARC Arena, the commentator observed Oladipo conversing with the referee before retreating to the sidelines, expressing his exasperation. From the outset, he appeared to be in excellent form, having made both of his attempts. However, his number of fouls now matches his attempts, and he may have no choice but to sit out. In just 2 minutes, Oladipo had already accrued 2 fouls, leaving him with no other option than to exit the game. More critically, both fouls were instigated by Chu Feng, and each resulted in successful three-point shots. As Chu Feng leisurely approached the free throw line while Oladipo was substituted, the latter returned to the bench, angrily tossing his towel to the floor. Stay composed. Chu Feng is not an easy adversary, urged Kings head coach Mike Malone, who quickly approached Oladipo from the sidelines. You can observe his movements more closely. When you re-enter the game, this will be beneficial. In Malone's view, Oladipo's early exit was not necessarily detrimental. Observing the game from a third-party perspective would yield a markedly different understanding than being on the court. Malone was confident that with Oladipo's basketball IQ, by studying Chu Feng closely, it was merely a matter of time before he would decipher his opponent's tactics. Meanwhile, Chu Feng completed his free throw, propelling the Magic to an 8-4 lead, 4 points ahead of the Kings. As the Kings mounted an offensive, DeMarcus Cousins established position against Vucevic, twisting his footwork to deliver a powerful two-handed dunk. The roar of the crowd erupted as Cousins flexed his muscles towards the audience, exultantly shouting in triumph. The fervor of the fans ignited, prompting chants of defense throughout the arena. However, Gimme Fredette, who replaced Oladipo, found himself increasingly overwhelmed when faced with Chu Feng's drive. His strengths lay in offense, making his defensive efforts against Chu Feng exceedingly strained. In desperation, Jason Thompson had to step in to provide support, allowing Chu Feng to deftly pass the ball to Giannis Antetokounmpo. The Greek freak, unguarded beneath the basket, soared for a two-handed dunk. The game continued with both teams exchanging relentless offensive displays. Although the spectacle was thrilling, the point differential gradually widened unbeknownst to the players. At the end of the first quarter, the Sacramento Kings trailed the Orlando Magic by 7 points, with a score of 25-32. During the intermission, Mike Malone's countenance appeared quite troubled, and he was not the only one among the Kings bench to exhibit such distress. Victor Oladipo similarly displayed signs of concern. The team's coach had instructed him to observe Chu Feng's offensive tendencies from the sidelines, with the intent of better containing Chu Feng's performance in the forthcoming match. However, in reality, neither Jimmer Fredette nor the subsequently introduced Marcus Thornton managed to effectively curtail Chu Feng's impact. Facing their tactics, Chu Feng navigated effortlessly, requiring no additional maneuvers whatsoever. How could one even analyze such a situation? Mike Malone recognized this predicament. On the perimeter, the diminutive Isaiah Thomas was merely a liability against Chu Feng, while both Thornton and Fredette lacked defensive prowess. Moreover, Oladipo had already been benched due to early foul trouble created by Chu Feng. There was indeed little that could compel Chu Feng to showcase his true talents. Fortunately, Oladipo's early exit allowed him the opportunity to rejoin the fray with the second unit at the onset of the second quarter. It must be acknowledged that Oladipo possesses considerable skill. He led the Kings' second unit to a formidable 10-4 surge, narrowing the score to 35-36, leaving only a single point of difference. Coach Jacques Vaughn promptly called a timeout, bringing back Dellavedova, Chu Feng, and Antetokounmpo to the court. The Kings, unwilling to cede ground, also reinstated Isaiah Thomas and DeMarcus Cousins. As the Magic initiated their offense, Dellavedova crossed half court and passed the ball to Chu Feng, who had previously amassed 14 points in the first quarter. Although Oladipo felt a chill down his spine, he steeled himself to defend, starting the second quarter with fervor. Oladipo had already contributed 11 points, including 4 from the first quarter. Observing this matchup once more, the commentator remarked that his primary goal now is to avoid foulings, striving to remain on the court as long as possible. However, just as the commentator finished speaking, Chu Feng executed a crossover, pivoting to create space between himself and Oladipo. He then took a step forward to drive, prompting Oladipo to instinctively reach in for a risky steal. At the precise moment Oladipo's arm was about to make contact with the ball, Chu Feng, anticipating the move, released the ball towards the basket. Although the shot did not find its mark, the referee's whistle pierced the air once more. Oladipo had committed his third foul of the game. A collective gasp arose from the Kings fans. They had not anticipated that the third matchup between Chu Feng and Oladipo would again conclude with a foul. More critically, while the earlier fouls could be attributed to Chu Feng's clever antics, this latest infraction was unequivocally a result of Oladipo's inability to contain Chu Feng, leading to an unnecessary foul. As Chu Feng stood at the free throw line, he confidently sank the first shot. Swish. Immediately following, he flawlessly converted the second attempt as well. With a score of 38-35, the Magic reclaimed a 3-point lead. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, the Kings faltered in their ball distribution. Granting possession to the Magic, Giannis swiftly initiated a sideline inbounds pass, and upon receiving the ball, Chu Feng launched into a half-court drive, catching the Kings' defense off guard, and executed a stealthy 2-point layup. Oladipo appeared somewhat hesitant. This time, Chu Feng's rapid advance into the front court was undoubtedly a testament to the Magic's tactical success. However, the commentator noted a critical detail. Oladipo had a clear opportunity to pursue Chu Feng but ultimately opted to decelerate at the crucial moment. Alas, with the second quarter still not halfway through, he had already accumulated 3 fouls, and if he were to be penalized again by Chu Feng, the situation could turn dire. 6 fouls would necessitate his departure from the game, and with the second quarter barely underway, Oladipo had already reached half the limit for fouls, rendering him understandably cautious in his defensive efforts. Chu Feng seized upon this opportunity, determined to take the ball and decisively outmaneuver Oladipo. Despite the Kings' formidable offensive prowess, Oladipo became a glaring weakness on defense, directly falling prey to Chu Feng's relentless assault. By halftime, the Magic had established a commanding double-digit lead. "I cannot contain him." During the intermission in the home team's locker room, Victor Oladipo shook his head in frustration. "That kid's handling of the game is simply impeccable. I am no match for him." Chapter 100. The interview commences. "You must restrain him. That is your task." Oladipo felt a sense of trepidation. Yet Kings head coach Mike Malone placed a reassuring hand on the young player's shoulder. To grow stronger, one must overcome formidable opponents. In the annals of NBA history, no legendary figure has enjoyed an untroubled path. Consider the basketball deity, Michael Jordan, who grappled with the Pistons' bad boys for several seasons before ultimately conquering them and emerging from the shadows to claim his throne. What Oladipo faces now is merely Chu Feng, and Malone must instill in his young players the resolve to triumph over their adversaries. Yet, it is worth noting that the conqueror of the bad boys was none other than Michael Jordan, while Oladipo now stands against Chu Feng. As the third quarter commenced, DeMarcus Cousins activated his scoring mode. Vucevic struggled against Cousins, who possessed both strength and finesse, not to mention a reliable mid-range shot. Within the first 6 minutes of the third quarter, Cousins alone accounted for 2/3 of the team's total attempts, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Unfortunately, Oladipo became utterly disoriented on defense, lost amidst Chu Feng's blend of feints and realities. In those initial 6 minutes, while Cousins commanded the offensive front, Oladipo quickly accrued his 5th foul and was compelled to leave the game. Chu Feng again approached the free throw line, his fakes so convincing that Oladipo had no experience to draw upon in defending against him. observing Chu Feng draw a defensive foul from Oladipo and earn free throws. The sideline commentator mused on the disparity in game experience. Chu Feng, in contrast to Oladipo, appeared remarkably seasoned. Indeed, Oladipo resembled a rookie, while Chu Feng embodied the essence of a seasoned veteran with years of NBA battles under his belt and of all-star caliber. Oladipo's struggle with fouls allowed Chu Feng free rein on the offensive end. The gap between Vucevic and Cousins was far narrower than that between Chu Feng and both Fredette and Thornton. Even when Mike Malone attempted to counter Chu Feng by substituting Rudy Gay, the impact remained insufficient. In a desperate fourth-quarter effort, Oladipo found himself unable to take a shot before Chu Feng drew an offensive foul against him, resulting in Oladipo's disqualification. From Oladipo's expression, it was evident how deeply he regretted the turn of events. As Victor Oladipo departed the court, visibly dejected, the commentator sighed, remarking on the evident gap in experience. We can only hope he adjusts his mindset, and during the next encounter in Orlando, the two young players can deliver a remarkable showdown. Oladipo's exit marked the official conclusion of the match between the Kings and the Magic. Despite DeMarcus Cousins' impressive double-double of 29 points and 13 rebounds, the Kings succumbed to a 17-point defeat against the Magic, with a final score of 107-90, as Orlando triumphed effortlessly on the road. As the game concluded, the commentator rose to applaud, acknowledging that this victory distinguished them as the fifth team in NBA history to achieve a 20-game winning streak. Moreover, their astounding start solidified their status as the record holders for the best season opening in NBA history. Following the commentator's remarks, sparse applause resonated through the Amway Center. Although the home team faced defeat, this courteous acknowledgement was warranted, as the Magic had indeed crafted history before their eyes. No one could dispute the efforts of the Kings' young talents. Their performance was equally commendable. In a post-game interview, Magic head coach Jacques Vaughn candidly expressed that the early stages of the game posed significant challenges for them. Fortunately, under the leadership of Chu Feng, they discovered the optimal solution to their troubles. When asked about the sensation of achieving 20 consecutive victories, Vaughn paused for a few seconds before responding. To be honest, at the start of the season, our only goal was to avoid a worse record than last season. After all, the Orlando Magic, stripped of the formidable Dwight Howard, ended up at the bottom of the league last year, with a dismal record of 20 wins and 62 losses, which led to an onslaught of criticism from the Orlando fans directed at players, coaching staff, and management alike. Despite Chu Feng's assurances of a playoff berth in the new season, the task assigned to Vaughn by the upper management was to surpass last season's performance. Now, having played only 20 games and already matching last season's win total, they find themselves on the cusp of achieving their seasonal objectives unless they were to lose all of their remaining 62 matches. Vaughn remarked, "The emergence of this 20-game winning streak feels surreal. It is simply unbelievable." With a smile, he added, "While I would love to take credit for this achievement, the true hero behind our unblemished record is Chu Feng. No one is more suited to be a leader than he is, and indeed, he has become our leader." Magic center Nikola Vucevic, in a brief interview, stated, "The person you want to interview is him, not me. Chu Feng is the true cornerstone of our team." To speak candidly, Vucevic's remarks stemmed from the depths of his heart. The external perception has long positioned Vucevic as the leader of the Magic this season. However, as the season progressed, the narrative shifted, with many now viewing Chu Feng as the true captain of the team. This shift may have stirred discontent within Vucevic, yet paradoxically, he wholeheartedly endorses this sentiment. He genuinely acknowledges that Chu Feng is indeed the leader of the Orlando Magic. At last, during the post-game press conference, dozens of reporters sat up straight, their attention fixated on the Magic player Chu Feng as he entered the hall. With an impressive performance of 38 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists, achieved with fewer than 18 shot attempts, Chu Feng once again shone brightly. The reason for his remarkable scoring despite the limited attempts was straightforward. He led the game in free throw attempts. Moreover, it was his defensive prowess that thoroughly constrained fellow rising star Oladipo to 6 fouls, enabling DeMarcus Cousins to amass a double-double in a game that turned into mere empty stats. In this contest, where the Magic secured their 20th consecutive victory with minimal effort, Chu Feng emerged as the most interview-worthy individual. Observing the reporters, whose expressions were fierce yet silent, Chu Feng adjusted the microphone, declaring, "The interview may commence now." Chapter 101. Chu Feng is legendary. Chu Feng, how does it feel to achieve a 20-game winning streak? The first question came from an ESPN reporter, who, after raising his hand and standing, posed a query of considerable depth. How many consecutive victories do you believe the team can ultimately achieve? regardless of how Chu Feng responds. ESPN will undoubtedly publish a sensational headline news article. What does it feel like to achieve a 20-game winning streak? In response to the first question, Chu Feng scratched his head and replied, "Honestly, it's akin to the sensation of securing our first victory of the season. We merely triumphed in a rather ordinary game. It's merely a coincidence that we have won 20 consecutive matches in this manner." After addressing the first inquiry, Chu Feng's response to the second question became notably succinct. As for the ultimate number of consecutive wins for the team, no one can predict. Perhaps we will lose in the next game, or maybe we won't suffer a defeat until the season concludes. It must be said that Chu Feng's answers were both striking and comprehensive, leaving the journalist, who was preparing to entrap him further, somewhat perplexed. He had clearly prepared an escape route. No matter the question posed, Chu Feng could respond effortlessly. What are your thoughts on Oladipo's pregame remarks? The second question was posed by a reporter from ABC television. Was your foul on Oladipo during the game influenced by his comments prior to the match? The discourse surrounding Chu Feng and Oladipo is undoubtedly the most captivating aspect of this match, aside from the remarkable streak of 20 consecutive victories. I am unaware of what was articulated. However, as all the reporters awaited an astonishing statement from Chu Feng, he once again scratched his head and inquired, "Could someone enlighten me?" What? The gathered journalists were collectively bewildered. Oladipo's pre-game remarks undoubtedly added a significant amount of tension to the encounter. Many speculated that Chu Feng's apparent animosity towards Oladipo stemmed from those very comments. Yet, it turned out that Chu Feng was entirely oblivious to what Oladipo had said. Shortly thereafter, the inquisitive reporter relayed Oladipo's words to Chu Feng. After grasping the essence of the statements, Chu Feng nodded and remarked, "I believe he is not mistaken. I'm not merely the most outstanding among this year's rookies." After a brief pause, a subtle smile graced Chu Feng's face as he added, "I am, in fact, the most exceptional player in the entire league." Oh, the statement made by Chu Feng left the assembled journalists in utter astonishment. If the response to the first reporter's inquiry was marked by a blend of composure and cheekiness, then Chu Feng's reply to the second reporter's question was an absolute sensation. Many journalists, seizing the moment before Chu Feng could elaborate, hastily composed a news piece to send to the editorial department for the chief editor's approval and subsequent publication. Of course, Chu Feng had no intention of clarifying. He proceeded to address another query posed by the second reporter. In the course of the competition, I employ different offensive strategies against each defender. My decision to utilize a fouling tactic against Oladipo is solely due to his youth. With a dismissive wave, Chu Feng continued, "Beyond that, there are no other reasons." This response significantly calmed the journalists present. In comparison to Chu Feng, Oladipo appeared considerably diminished in stature, rendering such disregard rather reasonable. Following this, several reporters posed questions of lesser importance, marking the conclusion of Chu Feng's inaugural post-match press conference. However, this occasion notably enhanced his prominence throughout the entirety of America, as the esteemed draft pick from the Heavenly Dynasty proclaims himself the strongest in the league. Does he indeed possess such merit? The topic was first broached by the leading American media outlet, ESPN. They chose not to headline with their own reporter's question, but rather opted for the inquiry posed by the second reporter. The article commenced with a video of Chu Feng's post-match press conference, followed by a textual summary of his performance that day and a brief retrospective of his contributions throughout the season. Ultimately, it posed the same question as the headline. I firmly believe Chu Feng is entirely justified in making such a claim. This season, he has averaged an astonishing 43 points, 9 assists, and 3 rebounds, figures that only legendary players could achieve. In terms of the first 20 games, Chu Feng could indeed contend for this season's MVP title, as both his performance and statistics position him as the best in the league, even warranting a mention in the annals of NBA history. Indeed, with the season now concluded, Chu Feng's achievements will be regarded as historic. While many rally in support of Chu Feng, there exists a significant contingent of dissenters. His performance over the first 20 games is undeniably MVP caliber. However, the Magic faced too few formidable opponents during this stretch. It is true that the majority of teams the Magic encountered were either on the fringes of the playoffs or at the lottery level, making it somewhat hasty to use data against such teams as a benchmark. We should certainly wait to evaluate Chu Feng's performance following Christmas. After Christmas, the Orlando Magic will embark on a grueling 5-game road trip, which includes a back-to-back match against the Miami Heat and the San Antonio Spurs, two teams that competed in last season's finals. This back-to-back series against last season's championship contenders is viewed by many fans as the true test of Chu Feng's prowess. Not long after the ESPN news release, media outlets such as TNT, ABC, and Fox Sports swiftly followed suit in reporting on Chu Feng's inaugural press conference. In addition to discussing matters pertinent to the conference, numerous fans expressed that Chu Feng's appearance added significant intrigue, hoping that future press conferences by the Magic would feature him prominently, even if he does not take the stage. Fans would welcome increased media interviews with Chu Feng. On December 16th, in the United States, the NBA's official website quietly published a pinned news article while many fans were still waking up, instantly dispelling the drowsiness of those who had been awake late into the night refreshing their pages. The reason was straightforward. The headline read, "Results of the first-round voting for the 2013-14 NBA New Orleans All-Star Game starters have been announced." Chapter 102, Voting Issues. The 2013-14 All-Star Game will be held in New Orleans, and the starting lineup will be determined through votes from fans worldwide. From the commencement of the All-Star voting until December 16th, the results of the first round of voting for the NBA All-Star Game were finally officially revealed. The NBA initially showcased the voting results from the Western Conference. Surprisingly, the player with the highest votes in the West was not the returning Kobe Bryant, but rather Kevin Durant, who has achieved a career high in scoring this season. Despite the absence of Russell Westbrook for most games, Durant has delivered an extraordinary performance, earning the nickname the Grim Reaper. As a forward in the West, Durant secured 607,000 votes in the first round, placing him at the top of the Western Conference. Following him, the legendary Kobe Bryant of the Los Angeles Lakers garnered 580,000 votes upon his return from injury. However, these two celebrated stars ranked only third and fourth in the overall first-round voting. The top two players in the first round of All-Star voting across the entire league hailed from the Eastern Conference. The second-ranked player was LeBron James, the cornerstone of the Miami Heat and widely acknowledged as the best player in the league this season. The reigning two-time Finals MVP received 609,000 votes, surpassing Durant to become the leading forward in the first-round voting. Yet, he still ranked second overall in the league. Upon learning this, many fans found themselves perplexed. Given that James, Durant, and Kobe are arguably the top three most popular figures this season, how could someone surpass all three to claim the top spot in the first round of All-Star voting? Who could possibly achieve such a feat? Eagerly, fans scrolled down the page to unveil the identity of the player who amassed the highest votes in the first round of the All-Star voting, Orlando Magic guard Chu Feng, with an impressive total of 659,000 votes, surpassing Kobe Bryant with an impressive 79,000 votes. Chu Feng ranks first among all guards in the league, also eclipsing Kevin Durant by a remarkable 50,000 votes to become the foremost vote-getter in the first round. Even more astonishing to fans is the fact that the Eastern Conference guards trailing Chu Feng include legendary figures such as Dwayne Wade and the dazzling Kyrie Irving. Yet their vote totals pale in comparison to his. It is truly incredible that Chu Feng, the Orlando Magic's rookie sensation, has emerged as the leading vote-getter for the All-Star Game. With his soaring popularity, it seems merely a matter of time before Chu Feng clinches the title of the overall All-Star Game vote leader. As a genuine superstar rookie, he may indeed ascend to this prestigious accolade. Shortly after the announcement of the first-round voting results, major media outlets in the United States rushed to report this sensational news. Consequently, basketball fans across the nation are left astounded. In discussing the prowess of Chu Feng, it is evident that he has demonstrated remarkable strength this season. However, when it comes to popularity, how could he possibly surpass icons such as Kobe, Durant, and LeBron? I firmly believe that the votes of fans from the Celestial Empire constitute a significant majority. Fans from America share a common sentiment. If we disregard the All-Star votes from the Celestial Empire, Chu Feng would undoubtedly be unable to secure the title of top vote-getter in the first round. Indeed, the sheer number of fans from the Celestial Empire is staggering. Once they engage in voting, even if Chu Feng's performance falters, they can still propel him into the All-Star Game. The controversy surrounding Chu Feng's voting status has intensified across American platforms, and it has even resonated with audiences across the ocean in the Celestial Empire. A post titled "Excluding the Celestial Empire's Votes, Could Chu Feng Face Exclusion from the All-Star Game?" on the largest basketball forum in the Celestial Empire has garnered widespread attention from fans. I admit that I vote for Chu Feng daily, yet I believe his performance merits my All-Star ballot. The most popular comment beneath the post has received numerous likes and replies. Fans on the forum overwhelmingly cast their all-star votes for Chu Feng, convinced that he is entirely deserving of a starting position. The popularity of this post has caught the eye of various media outlets within the Celestial Empire. Zlang Sports promptly obtained permission from the forum to repost the article on their official website. In no time, a multitude of Zlang Sports fans voiced their opinions. And to their surprise, many echoed that they also vote for Chu Feng almost every day. Simultaneously, numerous domestic media outlets, including X News Sports and various sports portals, began to share the post and encouraged fans to engage in discussions. Fans from the Celestial Empire were astonished to discover that the number of individuals who had voted for Chu Feng had already approached several million. If these fans had only voted for him on a single day, the votes from the Celestial Empire alone could nearly total 100,000. However, it is implausible that these fans would vote only once. Logically, Chu Feng's first-round vote tally from the Celestial Empire should exceed 100,000. Yet, the official NBA announcement revealed that Chu Feng's first-round votes amounted to a mere 659,000. The stark contrast between these two figures has led astute fans from the Celestial Empire to uncover discrepancies. Why is there such a vast gap between the number of votes cast by our fans and the official count? On the forum, a pinned post captured the attention of all forum users. This situation can only arise from two possibilities. First, the fans from the Celestial Empire are deceiving themselves, and the true number of individuals voting for Chu Feng is far from 1 million, with most merely following the trend of commenting for experience. Second, the official NBA data is flawed, and the voting numbers from the Celestial Empire have been compromised. Regardless of the outcome, the matter remains merely in the discussion phase online. Many fans from the United States have also taken notice of the fervent debates circulating on the Chinese internet, with various media outlets translating and reposting these discussions, leading to a division among American fans into two factions, who are now embroiled in heated arguments. Ultimately, the fans from both China and the U.S. paused their fervent disputes and united in their consensus, sending tens of thousands of private messages and an even greater number of emails to the NBA's official channels. The content of these messages and emails was nearly identical, expressing a desire for the NBA to publicly disclose the voting results from the first round and reveal the true circumstances surrounding the event. Chapter 103, The Historical Vote King? The All-Star voting incident has not only ignited fervor on the Chinese and American internet, but has also drawn attention from fans in various European countries, some of whom have claimed to have voted for Chu Feng and are demanding that the NBA disclose the true voting results to unveil the reality of the situation. I believe that the fans from China are merely inflating their own significance. They do not possess the level of support for Chu Feng that they claim. Indeed, they have finally spotted a talented player from their homeland, yet despite the fervent voting efforts from the Chinese fans, he still faced significant competition from Kevin Durant, which has left these fans unsettled. I concur. Even if the NBA were to reveal the results, it would only shatter the fragile egos of those Chinese fans. Frankly, Chu Feng's vote count is already quite impressive, and for the Chinese fans to still perceive this as problematic is indicative of their inflated expectations. As the situation escalated further, many fans outside of the Orlando Magic began to stir a new wave of sentiment online. They contend that even after the vigorous voting efforts from the Chinese fans, Chu Feng's advantage in votes is not substantial, suggesting that his popularity is inherently lacking. This has no bearing on the NBA's official stance. The vote count is simply a reflection of reality. Some even speculate that the NBA has discreetly added a portion of votes for Chu Feng to appease the Chinese fans and solidify their market in China. However, the NBA executives are currently quite anxious. Initially, they had implemented restrictions on the number of votes from China to prevent a recurrence of incidents similar to that of Yao Ming's selection. It is important to note that while Yu performed admirably, he was not of all-star caliber at that time. Nevertheless, the Chinese fans persistently elevated his vote count to all-star levels, prompting the NBA to resort to certain measures behind the scenes. Yet, what the NBA executives did not anticipate was that even with the limitations on Chinese votes, Chu Feng still emerged as the leading vote-getter in the first round. This indicates that not only in China, but also in the U.S., Europe, and across the globe, there is a considerable recognition of Chu Feng. Should we disclose the back-end voting data? A segment of the NBA's management convened an urgent meeting to deliberate on this significant issue. If not handled adeptly, the NBA's long-standing reputation and its market in China, alongside certain European markets, could face substantial repercussions. Despite the circumstances, many high-ranking officials maintain divergent perspectives. A faction asserts that the results of this incident must remain undisclosed, insisting on the original outcome. They believe that any concession to the public would only embolden fans to become increasingly unreasonable. They consider themselves the sole arbiters of the voting results, confident that public opinion will eventually wane. Conversely, another faction contends that transparency is imperative. They argue that Chu Feng is not just another player. He has demonstrated all-star caliber performance, earning recognition and admiration from countless fans, and thus deserves equitable treatment. The two opposing sides continued to debate until NBA Commissioner David Stern intervened, temporarily halting the dispute. Our success thus far can be attributed to our unwavering commitment to viewing matters from the fans' perspective. From the outset, Stern has articulated a fan-first philosophy. He maintains that if the desires of the fans are not prioritized, our league is destined for failure. In Stern's vision, the NBA's commercial triumph hinges on the unwavering support of its fans. A significant portion of this support emanates from the vast market and enthusiastic fans of the Celestial Empire. The immense potential of this market, coupled with the fervor of its basketball enthusiasts, is something Stern is reluctant to forfeit. Moreover, Chu Feng's performance has undeniably reached all-star starter caliber. Should he ultimately be crowned as the top vote-getter, it would be entirely deserved. The adage "one must be strong oneself to strike iron" finds perfect validation in Chu Feng's case. I have decided to officially disclose the voting results, thereby revealing the truth. Stern did not hesitate. He cast his vote. As for the discrepancy between the authentic vote count and the figures released in the first round, the reasoning is left to your imagination. Making such a decision requires considerable courage, as it publicly acknowledges inaccuracies within the league's data. However, failing to disclose the truth would undoubtedly have a far greater impact on the NBA. Ultimately, all of this returns to the root of the matter. Stern removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. This young man, Chu Feng, not only incessantly troubles his opponents on the court but also presents considerable challenges for the NBA commissioner beyond it. However, Stern has a penchant for such troublesome personalities. Consider the likes of Kobe Bryant, Allen Iverson, and the later LeBron James, all of whom have caused their fair share of difficulties for Stern. It is precisely these troublesome figures that have propelled the NBA into greater prominence, garnering ever-increasing attention. Chu Feng evidently possesses the latent conditions necessary to propel the NBA towards further development. Stern, who was supposed to retire at the conclusion of this season, has even entertained thoughts of extending his tenure for a few more years. Of course, this is merely the musings of the old gentleman. Upon reflection, he still urges the other senior administrators to expedite the announcement of the official results. On December 17th, country time, the NBA officially released the results of the first round of All-Star voting, and merely a day later, a notification sent shockwaves through the global fan base. The results from the back end of the voting for the 2013-14 NBA New Orleans All-Star Game revealed that some players' vote counts had been impacted by network delays, and the database errors have since been rectified. The NBA's lengthy statement was mostly disregarded by fans, who opted instead to glance at a series of data screenshots. What truly captured their attention was which players' vote counts had been adjusted. Notable players such as Kobe, Wade, LeBron, and Durant saw their first-round vote totals increase by approximately 50,000 to 100,000, as these were the votes deducted from fans in the Celestial Empire. However, what truly astonished the fans was the surge in Chu Feng's vote count. Originally, his 659,000 votes had already positioned him as the leader of the first round, surpassing LeBron by a full 50,000 votes. Now, with the correction of the first-round voting results, Chu Feng's tally astonishingly soared to 248,500 votes. This not only solidified his first-place standing, but also nearly doubled LeBron's count, surpassing him by several 100,000 votes. With the revelation of Chu Feng's true vote count, the Celestial Empire's top draft pick may potentially shatter the historical record for All-Star voting in the NBA. Chapter 104. I am the All-Star. The NBA All-Star Game boasts a rich history, yet the first player to surpass 1 million votes did not emerge until 1986. When Magic Johnson accomplished this feat in 1985, Magic led the Los Angeles Lakers to the championship, and in the subsequent season, he broke the All-Star voting record, becoming the first player in NBA history to achieve over 1 million votes. Among Chinese players, Yao Ming became the voting champion of the 2005 All-Star Game, garnering 255 votes, showcasing the immense popularity of the Great Wall of China on the world stage. The historical voting champion of the NBA All-Star Game is none other than the Orlando Magic center, Dwight Howard, from 2009. That year marked the last instance where a separate voting position for centers was allocated in the All-Star Game, and with centers dwindling across the league, Howard dominated the field, amassing a staggering 3.15 million votes to become the voting champion and set a new record for All-Star voting. Howard thus became the first player in NBA history to achieve a vote count of 3 million. However, Howard's ascent to the top was aided by a fortuitous confluence of circumstances, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to challenge the 3 million mark in the years to come. However, at this juncture, Chu Feng has already garnered over 1.2 million votes in the first round of voting, with 3 more rounds to follow. Surpassing the threshold of 3 million votes is certainly within the realm of possibility. Furthermore, in the wake of this voting frenzy, the global fanbase's attention towards Chu Feng is bound to escalate, resulting in a significant increase in his vote count. Breaking Howard's All-Star voting record may merely be a matter of time. ESPN published an extensive analysis outlining the various reasons for Chu Feng's ascendance as the leading vote-getter. The conclusion reached was that Chu Feng holds the potential to shatter the record of 3.5 million All-Star votes, thereby becoming the highest vote recipient in NBA history. Many fans, having perused this article alongside the NBA's official announcement, have expressed their thoughts. To their astonishment, Chu Feng's actual vote count has not only remained steady but has also surged considerably. I owe Chu Feng an apology. His popularity has exceeded my expectations. Chu Feng has emerged as the darling of fans worldwide, poised to enter the All-Star Game as a rookie and claim the title of All-Star vote leader. Historically, only 8 players have participated in the All-Star Game as rookies. Each of these individuals was a paragon of excellence in the league at that time. Even the likes of Kobe, Durant, and LeBron have not achieved this feat. This season's #1 pick, Chu Feng, may very well accomplish it. What fans are particularly eager to see is whether Chu Feng can secure the title of All-Star vote leader as a rookie. It is noteworthy that, throughout the extensive history of the NBA, only Grant Hill has achieved such a milestone. Should Chu Feng realize this accomplishment, he would become the second rookie in NBA history to be crowned vote leader. Regardless of the outcome, Chu Feng has undeniably emerged as a rising star within the NBA, capturing the fascination of millions, if not tens of millions, of fans. I am uncertain of the final result, but I am convinced that Chu Feng will be a starting player in this season's All-Star Game on the day of the NBA's official announcement. At the Amway Center in Orlando, Magic head coach Jamal Mosley remarked during a pregame interview, he is having a historically significant rookie season, and being an All-Star starter is merely a footnote to his rookie campaign. I firmly believe that Chu Feng is the All-Star vote leader, for I cast my vote for him every single day. Another player who participated in the pregame interview, Giannis Antetokounmpo, candidly stated, I might even forget to vote for Kobe or Durant, but I will never forget to vote for Chu Feng. It is not just Giannis. Many fans present at the Amway Center expressed that the first thing they do upon waking each day is cast a vote for Chu Feng in the All-Star ballot. Perhaps one spot in this season's Eastern Conference All-Star starting lineup has already been reserved. The commentator by the court chuckled, Chu Feng will be the first Eastern guard to secure his All-Star starting position. Honestly, why wouldn't we vote for Chu Feng? His performance is certainly worthy of MVP votes at the conclusion of the season. Another commentator remarked with utmost seriousness, I can assure you, if he continues to maintain this level of play, he will undoubtedly be an All-Star guard and ultimately the MVP of the season. This commentator's perspective garnered widespread approval from the majority of fans present. If there exists a player capable of leading such a team to a remarkable 20 consecutive victories at the start of the season, why should he not be considered for both All-Star status and the MVP award? Chu Feng did not disappoint the fans in attendance. In the 21st game of the season, he scored an impressive 41 points in 3 quarters, leading the Magic to an 18-point advantage over the Denver Nuggets by the end of the third quarter. Nuggets head coach Brian Shaw repeatedly emphasized the importance of solid defense during the breaks, yet the team inherently favored an athletic, high-scoring style of play. With the Magic dominating offensively and the Nuggets lacking defensive discipline, it was unsurprising that the deficit widened to 20 points in the latter half of the fourth quarter. Ultimately, Chu Feng delivered a remarkable performance, contributing 48 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists, securing the team's 21st consecutive victory and preserving their undefeated record for the season. After the game, when questioned about the All-Star ballot controversy, Chu Feng remained remarkably composed, stating, I am fully aware of my abilities as a player, and the fans are equally informed. The first words of Chu Feng elicited cheers from the spectators, particularly the fervent fans of Magic. He continued, stating, "In my view, the quantity of All-Star votes holds little significance, for I consider myself a player of All-Star caliber." Chu Feng's post-game remarks have once again garnered him countless admirers within the basketball community of M-Country. Boasting genuine prowess is a rightful display of confidence, while unfounded arrogance, devoid of skill, merely earns disdain and ridicule from the fans. Clearly, Chu Feng belongs to the former. After the match concluded, he returned to his residence, and following a thorough cleansing, he reclined upon his spacious bed. The All-Star voting affair had reached a temporary conclusion, leaving him to await the NBA's official announcement, scheduled for the early hours of the following day. The recipients of the Eastern and Western Conference Player of the Week accolades from the previous week were on the verge of being revealed. Chu Feng had previously secured the title of Western Conference Player of the Week 4 times. Should he win the award once more, he would achieve the remarkable feat of 5 such accolades, bringing him tantalizingly close to the record of 6 held by the illustrious Yao Ming. More importantly, accumulating 5 Player of the Week honors would enable him to complete a system task, earning him a reward of 1,000 experience points. On December 18th, at midnight in M-Country, the NBA officially announced the Players of the Week for the Eastern and Western Conferences. In the West, Kevin Durant led his team to a 3-game winning streak, averaging an impressive 27 points, 12 rebounds, and 7 assists per game. Not only did he become the leading vote-getter in the first round of All-Star voting, but he was also named the Western Conference Player of the Week. Chu Feng was not particularly surprised by this outcome, for the 2013 to 2014 season was indeed Durant's MVP season, with Russell Westbrook sidelined for most of the games. Durant shouldered the offensive and defensive responsibilities for the Thunder, delivering an extraordinary performance that propelled the team to the 2nd position in the Western Conference, trailing only the formidable San Antonio Spurs. Thus, his recognition as Player of the Week was entirely deserved. Many fans were also in agreement, acknowledging that Durant exemplified what it means to be a leader for a city. However, this realization left Chu Feng feeling somewhat disgruntled. How could such a talented player choose to defect? It was rather embarrassing. Nonetheless, Chu Feng merely voiced his frustrations internally, as his focus shifted predominantly to the Eastern Conference Player of the Week announcement. As anticipated, the NBA once again awarded Chu Feng the title of Eastern Conference Player of the Week. This marked the 5th time this season that Chu Feng had received this honor, placing him at the top of the league in terms of accolades. Moreover, the frequency with which Chu Feng secured this award was closing in on the record held by Yao Ming, the most decorated Asian player in this regard. Should Chu Feng claim another Player of the Week title, he would match Yao Ming's record. If he were to earn 2 more such honors, he would surpass Yao Ming, becoming the player with the most Player of the Week titles in the NBA from China and among Asian athletes. Before the announcement was even made, I was certain of who would be named Eastern Conference Player of the Week. Yet, on the M-Country internet, many fans expressed indifference towards the result. Much like previous weeks when Chu Feng had consecutively achieved this honor, the fans believed that only if Chu Feng were to lose the award would it constitute real news. However, what was merely a routine announcement of the Eastern Conference Player of the Week, in Chu Feng's eyes, was far more significant than all previous honors combined. The reason was straightforward. This marked his 5th Player of the Week award in his career, fulfilling one of the objectives in the 3rd task of the system. Ding! The system has detected that the host has accumulated 5 Player of the Week awards. Task completed, rewarding the host with 1,000 experience points. Would you like to convert these into attribute points now? After skillfully posing questions, Chu Feng decisively chose to exchange his points, allocating all 10 attribute points to his layup skill. Although he could currently execute most aerial scores solely by leveraging his jumping ability, explosive power, and strength in midair, this was only feasible against non-elite rim protectors within the league. When confronted with top-tier shot blockers or defenders with formidable aerial defense capabilities, Chu Feng's headstrong approach to attacking the rim would undoubtedly lead to his downfall. Consequently, his layup skill, initially rated at level 55, instantaneously soared to level 65. To his astonishment, this enhancement in his layup ability also elevated his overall player rating to level 72, leaving him a mere 4 levels shy of surpassing the peak level of 75, the maximum cap for all attributes. While the surge in experience points and overall strength brought immense joy to Chu Feng, there remained aspects that discomfort him. Specifically, the daunting challenges of the 2 tasks in the 4th column, which would unlock after completing this task, were overwhelming. The fourth column system task required maintaining a team win rate of 70 for the season, with a reward of 1,500 experience points. To achieve a 70 win rate over 82 games, the Magic would need to secure at least 58 victories. Although this win total might hint at a certain 183 centimeters player, attaining such a number was no simple feat reflecting on last season's standings. 58 wins would position a team as second in the Eastern Conference, trailing only the Miami Heat. In the Western Conference, it would also secure a second-place ranking, slightly behind the Oklahoma City Thunder and tied with the San Antonio Spurs. In essence, a team capable of achieving 58 wins in a season would have been one competing at the conference semifinals level last season, even with the Magic currently boasting a 21-game winning streak. Chu Feng realized that winning 37 of the remaining 61 games to complete this task would not be an easy endeavor. Nevertheless, the allure of 1,500 experience points was tempting, motivating him to strive earnestly for success. The second task posed a greater challenge for Chu Feng. The fourth column system task required him to become the season's scoring champion, with a reward of 1,500 experience points. As the 2013-14 season unfolded, Chu Feng recognized that the ultimate scoring champion would likely be the season's MVP, Kevin Durant, who averaged 32 points per game. Surpassing this scoring average would prove to be a significant challenge for Chu Feng. Despite currently averaging an impressive 38.7 points per game, he had previously reached a staggering average of 42 points before December. This meant that his scoring average was gradually declining, and solidifying his position as the scoring champion would necessitate an unwavering commitment in the majority of upcoming games. Furthermore, his shooting performance in each game could not falter. He needed to maintain an average exceeding 32 points per game. But what did an average of 32 points truly signify? This implies that if one were to score merely 20 points in a match, then in the subsequent game, one must achieve a remarkable 44 points to maintain an average score of 32 points per game. The challenge is evident. Nevertheless, it seems prudent to temporarily set aside the tasks in the fourth column and focus on completing the remaining tasks in the third column. The difficulties associated with the fourth column's tasks have prompted Chu Feng to decisively prioritize the other three tasks in the third column. The following day, at the Amway Center in Orlando, the matchup between the Magic and the New York Knicks garnered considerable attention from fans. Firstly, the Knicks have been experiencing a tumultuous season, with the team's recent performance being quite disheartening. Secondly, Knicks owner James Dolan has, on multiple occasions, expressed his admiration for Chu Feng in front of the New York media. Given Dolan's substantial financial resources and New York's unparalleled geographic advantages, many fans speculate that Chu Feng may soon don a Knicks jersey. Chapter 106. If a trade for Chu Feng were possible, whether Chu Feng will indeed become a Knicks player in the future remains a matter shrouded in uncertainty. Prior to the game, Knicks head coach Mike Woodson maintained a stoic demeanor, stating, "I understand that many believe New York holds immense appeal for free agents. Some even assert that it is the foremost choice for all free agents. While this is largely true, we must leave the outcome to time. None can predict what the future holds." In Woodson's view, New York is a prestigious brand. Consider the once dominant Carmelo Anthony, who ultimately gravitated toward New York. Reflecting on the fervent speculation surrounding LeBron James's potential departure before the season, the Knicks were also among the predicted destinations. Why then? Could Chu Feng not be the next Anthony? Anything is possible. I will not leave Orlando. However, just moments after Woodson's confident interview concluded, Chu Feng, standing before the cameras, uttered a statement that sent the Magic fans into a fervor of excitement. "Many have inquired about where I wish to go in the future. I will not go anywhere. I will remain with the Orlando Magic," Chu Feng remarked, gesturing towards the team's warm-up area and his esteemed companions. "I am blessed with a remarkable group of teammates, and together we shall forge our own dynasty." Chu Feng, Chu Feng, Chu Feng. A few words from Chu Feng sent the spectators at the Amway Center into a frenzy. It is noteworthy that prior to Chu Feng, the Magic had long been regarded as a premier training ground for elite centers. Consider the legendary Shaquille O'Neal and the formidable Dwight Howard, both of whom gained fame with the Magic before ultimately departing for the glitz of Los Angeles. The Magic have been unable to retain their superstar talents, a stigma that has clung to them persistently. Now, with Chu Feng rising to prominence, he has openly declared his intention to remain with the team, stirring palpable excitement among the fans present. As Chu Feng's pregame interview concluded, both team starters took to the court. The Magic's lineup remained unchanged: Dellavedova, Aflalo, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Vucevic, and Chu Feng, an ensemble that, despite its seemingly unremarkable appearance, propelled the team to an astonishing 21 consecutive victories, surpassing the historic run of the Milwaukee Bucks and securing the fourth place in the annals of history. They are now tantalizingly close to the 22-game streak set by the Houston Rockets. On the opposing side, the Knicks starters included Ridnour, J.R. Smith, Iman Shumpert, the veteran Tyson Chandler, and the illustrious Carmelo Anthony. Last season, the Knicks finished second in the Eastern Conference. Yet this season's record of 7 wins and 17 losses has left many fans astounded. Ultimately, the team is plagued by significant flaws in its roster. J.R. Smith's performance has drastically declined, both offensively and defensively, while Iman Shumpert seems to have lost his shooting touch, contributing only defensively. Chandler, though still capable of rim protection and screen setting, has seen his overall effectiveness diminish. Ridnour, for his part, has reduced his turnovers to below an average of 3.7, which could help the Knicks mitigate their losses. Among the entire Knicks roster, only Anthony appears capable of making a meaningful impact. However, this season, the Knicks have opted to position Anthony as a power forward to enhance the team's perimeter flexibility. While this strategy may yield some success against average teams, it backfires against the Magic, particularly when Anthony is matched up against Antetokounmpo. The game commenced with Chandler winning the jump ball, allowing the Knicks to initiate their offense. Ridnour's first play involved a lob pass to Anthony, who, with his back to the basket, engaged Antetokounmpo. The talented forward executed his signature spinning jump shot, seemingly breaking free from Antetokounmpo's defense, yet the Greek freak, leveraging his imposing physique and wingspan, astonishingly blocked Anthony's shot. What an incredible reach! Giannis Antetokounmpo, despite being a few steps behind, managed to swat away Anthony's attempt with remarkable ferocity. The announcer, taken aback, exclaimed, "Even though the world acknowledges this truth, I must reiterate, trading for Giannis Antetokounmpo was a heist for the Orlando Magic." As the Knicks initiated an out-of-bounds play, Reed attempted a behind-the-back dribble while surveying his teammates' movements, only to commit a blunder, causing the ball to roll onto his foot and subsequently out of bounds, thus relinquishing possession. On the sidelines, Whitson's expression darkened. This unforced error encapsulated Reed's performance throughout the season. The Magic quickly executed an out-of-bounds play, with Dellavedova advancing the ball at a brisk pace before passing it to Chu Feng. Confronted by JR's defense, Chu Feng accelerated, slicing through the space on JR's left, deftly maneuvering past the defense and driving into the paint. Inside the 3-second area, the formidable Chandler stood tall, ready to draw an offensive foul from Chu Feng as he charged in. However, in a stunning display, Chu Feng glided past Chandler with an elegant layup, showcasing a significant improvement in his skill level from a 55 to a 65. This initial exchange of offense and defense reassured the Magic fans present, as the disparity in strength between the two teams was glaringly apparent. Ultimately, the Magic triumphed effortlessly with a score of 118 to 102, securing their 22nd consecutive victory and equaling the Houston Rockets record while handing the Knicks their 3rd consecutive loss. Orlando Magic supporters could now rejoice, as they harbored hopes of breaking the Rockets record before Christmas, aiming for a remarkable 23-game winning streak. As the game concluded, the commentator remarked that the New York Knicks needed to engage in some serious self-reflection. This team, which ranked 2nd in the Eastern Conference last season, faced numerous issues. A trade for the Knicks seemed imminent, yet the challenge lay in their meager assets for such transactions. "We need to trade. If this continues, we will achieve nothing," expressed Anthony, the Knicks leader, with a grave look directed at the head coach. "If we can acquire Chu Feng before the All-Star break, there remains a glimmer of hope for postseason contention." Chapter 107. Give them a taste of adversity. The trade deadline for this season is set for February 21st. Prior to this date, all teams will engage in a series of strategic maneuvers driven by their objectives. This includes signing free agents, scouting two-way contract players, and seeking trades. Leading up to the All-Star game, many teams will intensify their trading activities, with the volume of transactions on the deadline day reaching a seasonal peak. It is noteworthy that with the trade deadline approaching, only 2 months remain until the conclusion of the season. Many teams operate under the premise of vying for playoff contention and aiming for a top 4 finish in their respective divisions, solidifying the outcome of their seasons. Therefore, if a team is underperforming prior to the All-Star game and wishes to contend for the playoffs, they must prepare for trades in advance. In the locker room, the heavy-hearted Anthony is contemplating this very notion. Last season, he and the Knicks soared to 2nd place in the Eastern Conference, and they should have been poised to advance further this season. However, reality has dealt him a chilling blow. The Knicks suffered a defeat against Orlando, marking their third consecutive loss and relegating them to 12th place in the Eastern Conference. If they could acquire the talented guard Chu Feng before the All-Star game, there would undoubtedly be hope for a return to the playoffs. Following today's game against the Magic, Anthony was left with a lasting impression of the Orlando guard. With his own prowess, he believes that a return to the playoffs is merely a dream. Yet with Chu Feng on the roster, that dream could become a reality. To my knowledge, we are not the only team in contact with the upper management of the Orlando Magic. While Anthony's enthusiasm is ignited, Knicks head coach Mike Woodson remains rather disheartened. Nearly every team in the league is eager to secure a trade for Chu Feng from the Magic. Some teams are even willing to part with all their draft picks and promising rookies, yet the Magic have resolutely declined all offers. However, we possess the allure of New York. Chu Feng would undoubtedly be inclined to play in the city that never sleeps. Anthony refuses to lose hope. No one can turn down the opportunity to play in New York, just as he once did. Kobe Bryant shares this sentiment. However, Coach Mike Woodson pours cold water on the situation once more. After the Magic's game against the Lakers in Los Angeles, Kobe had approached Chu Feng privately. Although Kobe clarified that they did not discuss the prospect of playing together, he certainly extended an olive branch to Chu Feng. Los Angeles is no less appealing than New York, and the Lakers' illustrious history surpasses that of the Knicks. Chu Feng could even turn down the Los Angeles Lakers and the legendary Kobe Bryant, let alone a mere New York Knicks. Anthony fell into silence. The significance of Chu Feng is well acknowledged across the globe, yet only the Orlando Magic possesses him. Meanwhile, aboard a private jet en route to Memphis, Chu Feng seized the opportunity to glance at ESPN's official news website, his phone still operational. Initially, he intended to see the online accolades directed towards him, but he was taken aback by the headline featured prominently on the homepage. The news reported that Kobe Bryant, the illustrious star of the Los Angeles Lakers, had sustained another injury and had exited the game. The striking headline, accompanied by an image of Kobe walking into the players' tunnel, caught Chu Feng off guard. He was aware that Kobe would be sidelined for the remainder of the season due to injury, yet he did not anticipate that this day would arrive so swiftly. It had only been 6 games since Kobe's return from injury. The report detailing his tibial fracture prompted Chu Feng to reflect on the notion that health is indeed the foundation of all endeavors. Numerous fans online also extended their heartfelt wishes to the legendary player, hoping for a swift recovery for someone who had etched remarkable achievements in NBA history. Chu Feng promptly sent a message of well wishes to Kobe, urging him to take good care of his injury. Rest assured, this minor setback will not hinder our commitment to the training camp this summer. Moments after Chu Feng sent his message, Kobe swiftly replied, "I only hope this training camp does not commence prematurely." The implication behind Kobe's words was straightforward. An early start would signify a lackluster performance for the Magic during the regular season, should they fail to qualify for the playoffs. The training camp originally scheduled for August might very well be advanced to July. Chu Feng also smiled. The Black Mamba is indeed the Black Mamba. Even with the season cut short, he does not forget to jest at others. This mindset is precisely what allows one to become a legend. I would even consider postponing the training camp, for we still require a championship parade. Chu Feng swiftly replied to a text message before shutting down his phone as the airplane took off, allowing himself a brief moment of slumber. On December 22nd, in Orlando, the Magic faced off against the Memphis Grizzlies in the final game before the annual Christmas showdown of the NBA. Judging by their demeanor, the Magic appeared remarkably relaxed. After all, they would not be competing on Christmas Day, with their next game scheduled for the 28th, essentially granting them an extended holiday, which was quite delightful. Furthermore, as of now, the Magic remained undefeated, boasting an impressive record. The team management had even distributed Christmas bonuses, adding to the jubilance. Prior to the game, Magic head coach Jacques Vaughn refrained from elaborating extensively on tactics, considering the impending holiday, as he wished to alleviate any pressure on his players. It was evident that the entire Orlando Magic team, arriving in Memphis, was in a state of ease. At the FedEx Forum, a commentator analyzed the situation. They currently hold the best record in the league. However, another commentator expressed a note of caution. Most of their opponents in the first 22 games have not even achieved a 50-win rate. The real test of their capabilities will come after Christmas. Even without considering the post-Christmas period, the Grizzlies, playing on their home turf, were no pushovers. The Memphis Grizzlies, a paragon of tenacious defense in the Western Conference, prioritized defense both in the paint and on the perimeter. In an era where offensive pace is accelerating, they still managed to limit their opponents to an average of under 96 points per game, showcasing their formidable defensive prowess. I demand that you make those smiling individuals who entered the arena leave with grim faces. The Grizzlies head coach, Dave Joerger, declared sternly as the game approached. Chapter 108, The Memphis Grizzlies. Today represents a clash between spear and shield. In Memphis FedEx Forum, a commentator was providing the final pregame warm-up. The Orlando Magic's average points per game ranks first in the league. They are the sharpest spear in the current NBA. Meanwhile, the Memphis Grizzlies, who rank first in limiting opponents' scoring, stand as the most formidable shield. This game is a confrontation of offense versus defense, and I must admit, I eagerly anticipate witnessing the young Magic's performance against the Grizzlies' staunch defense. Another commentator smiled as he remarked, prior to today, they have rarely encountered such a traditional defensive powerhouse. Perhaps today, the Grizzlies will serve them a harsh lesson. As the commentator sets the stage, both team starters take to the court. The Magic lineup remains unchanged. Dellavedova, Afflalo, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Vucevic, and Chu Feng. While this combination has been on a winning streak, appearing quite stable, Chu Feng is acutely aware that the current roster still falls short of championship caliber. The Magic require reinforcements. However, their assets this season are insufficient, rendering any trades nearly futile. Thus, Chu Feng has redirected his focus towards the upcoming draft. The 2014 draft, unlike the 2013 iteration, is teeming with hidden talents. Both the first and second rounds boast an impressive array of young prospects. The Magic have secured a guaranteed lottery pick from the Timberwolves for next year, coupled with their own second-round pick and an acquired second-round selection, positioning them favorably for a significant impact in the 2014 draft. On the opposing side, the Grizzlies starters take to the court. The backcourt duo of Mike Conley and Tony Allen is undeniably formidable in terms of defensive prowess, with Allen particularly renowned as the Kobe stopper, showcasing exceptional defensive skills. In the paint, the formidable pairing of Marc Gasol and Zach Randolph stand as stalwart competitors, having rendered countless interior opponents submissive. While James Johnson at small forward may not possess the requisite caliber, he epitomizes the archetype of a player whose defense supersedes his offense. It is evident that, in terms of defense, the Grizzlies are thoroughly armed to the teeth. With both centers positioned at the midcourt, the jump ball commences. Vucevic triumphs over Gasol, directing the ball into Dellavedova's hands. Dellavedova swiftly advances past half-court, subsequently passing it to Chu Feng. Bang! On the three-point line, Chu Feng held the ball, facing his opponent. The tenacious Tony Allen had already closed in, applying relentless pressure on him. One must acknowledge the prowess of Tony Allen's defense. He effectively thwarted Chu Feng's habitual driving lanes. The only path left for Chu Feng to penetrate was with his less proficient left hand. Such seasoned veterans excel in their defensive strategies. Nevertheless, Chu Feng remained composed, seizing the moment to pass the ball to the oncoming Afflalo on the opposite side. Without hesitation, Afflalo took a steady shot from beyond the arc. However, much to their dismay, the ball clanged off the rim, failing to find its mark. While Chu Feng's ability to execute a quick ball transfer became increasingly reliable, his teammates still needed to enhance their skill in capitalizing on opportunities. Afflalo's missed shot elicited a sense of regret from the commentators on the sidelines. In this opportunity, Chu Feng encountered a perfect moment, but his failure to score can only be attributed to the shortcomings of Afflalo. The rebound was securely captured by Pau Gasol, who subsequently passed it to Mike Conley. Conley is not the type of player to rush. He executed a pick-and-roll with Zach Randolph, then feigned a shot before deftly passing to Randolph, who powered through Giannis Antetokounmpo for a successful finish. 2-0, the Grizzlies scored first. As the Magic initiated their offense, Chu Feng found himself momentarily unable to counter Tony Allen's tenacious defense. The pick-and-roll opportunities were left for teammates moving without the ball. Once again, Afflalo found himself open, and Chu Feng delivered the pass. However, Afflalo's three-point attempt failed to find its mark. In the battle for the rebound, Vucevic was encircled by Randolph and Gasol, unable to secure his position for the board, which was retained by the Grizzlies. Conley showed no intent to hasten the play. He methodically advanced to half-court, opting to engage in another pick-and-roll with Randolph, taking advantage of a lapse in the defense to successfully execute a mid-range jumper. Giannis Antetokounmpo struggled against Randolph on the defensive end. Although the basket was scored by Conley, the commentators astutely noted the underlying defensive issue. Despite Antetokounmpo's height and wingspan advantage, he was at a significant disadvantage in terms of strength. This weakness was evident not only on defense, but also on offense. as Chu Feng delivered the ball to him. Antetokounmpo attempted to power through Randolph, but his forced hook shot veered off wildly. Gasol secured the ball and quickly passed it to Conley. The Grizzlies are not incapable of executing fast breaks. Indeed, Conley accelerated the play, leading to a swift and effective dunk by James Johnson. 6-0. The Grizzlies showcased a flawless start on their home court. The Orlando Magic must devise a strategy to alter the current predicament, as they appeared somewhat out of sync today. The Magic's initial 0-4-3 performance raised concerns among the commentators. Could it be that they were rendered helpless against the Grizzlies' defense? Chu, we need to score, came the call as Antetokounmpo passed by Chu Feng after taking the baseline ball. You take it from here. The Magic players struggled with their shooting touch today. But in Antetokounmpo's eyes, the game had only just begun. Up to this point, Chu Feng had yet to activate his offensive mode. Dellavedova brought the ball across half-court and entrusted it to Chu Feng. Immediately, Antetokounmpo, displaying remarkable synergy, stepped up to set a screen for Chu Feng, who accelerated and, after shaking off Allen's defense with the pick, stepped forward and confidently hit a long two-pointer. 2-6, the Magic finally scored. However, the challenges before Chu Feng extended far beyond mere offensive concerns. While the Grizzlies may outwardly bear the label of a defensive powerhouse, their offensive prowess is indeed formidable. In the offensive phase, James Johnson deftly maneuvered to find an open position, and Conley delivered a timely pass. With a slight adjustment, James Johnson launched a three-pointer. The basketball arced gracefully through the air before swishing through the net. 9-2. The Grizzlies, having made all four of their initial attempts, effectively constrained the Magic to just 1 out of 4 on the defensive end while unleashing a torrent of offensive firepower. Chapter 109. This Magic team undeserving of Chu Feng. The Orlando Magic appeared woefully out of sync today. At the FedEx Forum in Memphis, the commentator observed as James Johnson and Conley exchanged celebratory high-fives, remarking, "They can only rely on Chu Feng to salvage the offense, while their defense utterly fails to apply pressure to their opponents." Indeed, they were up against the Memphis Grizzlies, a team that ranks below average in points scored across the league. Another commentator rifled through the statistics, however. At the onset of the game, the Magic allowed the Grizzlies to exhibit a remarkably efficient offensive performance. The Magic must enact some changes. Given their current state, it is hard to fathom how they managed to secure a remarkable 22-game winning streak. Simultaneously, Magic head coach Jacques Vaughn decisively called for a timeout from the sidelines. This rare preemptive timeout during their 22-game winning streak, taken before the opposing coach could react, underscored the dismal performance of the entire team. We must enhance our offensive stability. There is no need to rush our shots. As the players returned to the bench, Jacques Vaughn admonished Aflalo, "We have numerous three-point opportunities. There is no necessity to shoot in haste." In Vaughn's view, Aflalo's lackluster performance stemmed largely from being overly relaxed, leading to hasty shots. Giannis, do not engage Randolph in a physical confrontation. After addressing Aflalo, Jacques Vaughn continued to advise the Greek freak, his bulk provides a significant advantage in the paint. There is no need to confront him head-on. Your agility is your greatest asset against him. Think about how to leverage your strengths. Zach Randolph's size and strength are formidable assets at the power forward position, and at this moment, Giannis still lags in terms of weight and power. Attempting to match him strength for strength would be folly. Chu, prioritize scoring first. Having addressed the others, Jacques Vaughn ultimately entrusted the critical task to Chu Feng. We must secure a foundation for scoring, and you are that assurance. Chu Feng's scoring in each match serves as the cornerstone for the Magic's offensive rhythm. Only when Chu Feng performs effectively can the overall offense of the Magic function seamlessly. Following the timeout, upon his return, Chu Feng executed the first offensive play by successfully making a step-back three-pointer after navigating a screen set by Giannis Antetokounmpo, reducing the deficit to 4 points at 5-9. On the defensive end, Chu Feng switched onto James Johnson, soaring vertically to deliver a formidable block, redirecting the ball off a Grizzlies player, thus securing possession for the Magic. As the Magic initiated their offense, Dellavedova advanced the ball past half-court and transferred it to Giannis. Antetokounmpo then executed a handoff to Chu Feng, swiftly transitioning into a pick-and-roll. With a deft screen to create space, Chu Feng rose effortlessly, launching a three-point shot. Whoosh! The basketball traced an exquisite arc through the air before seamlessly finding its way through the net. 8-9. The Magic now trailed by a mere point. Chu Feng's performance was truly astonishing. In merely 1 minute, Chu Feng delivered an astonishing performance, contributing 6 points and a block, leaving the commentators astounded. Upon returning from the timeout, he completely dominated both ends of the court. This is his prowess, my friend. This is the essence of Chu Feng's gameplay. Another commentator, though equally exhilarated, remarked with a sense of anticipation. The reason the Orlando Magic have sustained a remarkable 22-game winning streak is precisely due to Chu Feng's relentless offensive and defensive display. Indeed, Chu Feng has adhered to the coach's directives, maintaining offensive vigor while also delivering remarkable defensive support. However, basketball is inherently a team sport. Although Chu Feng has managed to exploit a gap in the Grizzlies' defense, his teammates have struggled with their outside shooting today. As the first quarter concluded, Chu Feng alone contributed an impressive 22 points, while the rest of the Magic players combined for a mere 7 points. The score stood at 29-32, with the Magic trailing their opponents by 3 points at the end of the first quarter. If this defensive effort continues, victory may soon be within our grasp. During the intermission, Grizzlies head coach Dave Joerger fervently declared, "While we may be unable to contain Chu Feng, beyond him, they cannot withstand our onslaught." Chu Fu undoubtedly possesses the extraordinary ability to dominate both offensively and defensively, surpassing every player on the court. However, therein lies the Achilles heel of the Magic. Aside from Chu Fu, their most capable asset resides in the combination of their interior players. Yet today, Giannis was thoroughly contained by Randolph, while Vucevic was schooled by Gasol. The perimeter shooters, Dellavedova and Afflalo, struggled to find their rhythm beyond the arc, rendering the Magic incapable of executing their signature fluid offensive plays. Even when the bench was deployed to adjust the tempo, the Magic's rotation paled in comparison to that of the Grizzlies, a disparity that became increasingly apparent at the onset of the second quarter. In the latter half of the second period, Coach Jacques Vaughn was compelled to reintroduce Chu Fu in a desperate bid to revive their fortunes, yet the Grizzlies denied him any space to operate, employing a relentless double team. As the tide shifted, the Grizzlies gradually seized control of the game, concluding the second quarter with a commanding lead of 57-49, an 8-point advantage over the Magic. The third quarter unfolded in a manner reminiscent of the previous two, as the Grizzlies' impenetrable defense rendered the already unstable Magic team utterly beleaguered. In the latter stages of the fourth quarter, although Afflalo and Dellavedova regained their shooting touch, it was regrettably too late. Ultimately, amid the jubilant cheers of the home crowd, the Grizzlies triumphed with a score of 107-101, securing a 6-point victory while simultaneously ending the Magic's remarkable 22-game winning streak. I find myself at a loss for words. Perhaps the Magic were never as formidable as their reputation suggested. As the game concluded, Zach Randolph, who had amassed an impressive 22 points and 12 rebounds, expressed his exhilaration. "We defeated the top team in the East, the best in the league. Yet there are still many teams stronger than us, which is why I harbor doubts about the Magic. They are far from the powerhouse people envision." Randolph paused momentarily before adding, "Of course, Chu Fu is indeed exceptional. He has accomplished everything within his capabilities, but his supporting cast is lacking." Throughout the match, Chu Fu fought valiantly until the very end, yet despite scoring 47 points and securing 8 rebounds, he recorded a mere 4 assists, the lowest in recent games. This was not due to a lack of passing opportunities. On the contrary, his assist tally was the highest on the court. The apparent decline in Chu Feng's assist numbers is merely attributable to his teammates' inability to convert those opportunities into points. Chu Feng is undeniably exceptional. He is undoubtedly the best rookie of the year. Another key player for the Grizzlies, Marc Gasol, shared his perspective post-game, noting that the Magic's deficiencies are equally apparent, as their other players fall significantly short in comparison to Chu. This Magic team is unworthy of having Chu Feng. Chapter 110. What is the best destination for Chu Feng? With a remarkable tally of 47 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 assists, Chu Feng delivered an outstanding performance in Memphis. In terms of efficiency, on-court presence, and overall impact on the game, his performance can only be described as impeccable. Despite the unfortunate loss that ended their 22-game winning streak, it is widely acknowledged among most, including the Grizzlies' formidable duo, that the Magic's defeat had nothing to do with Chu Feng. Had the Magic's guards converted their open shots, victory would have been secured long ago. Indeed, Afflalo's three-point shooting was remarkably subpar. Had a player with an average NBA three-point proficiency been in his place, it would have been the Grizzlies facing defeat instead. Houston Rockets fans can rest easy, knowing they have retained their position as the third longest winning streak in history. Initially, fans criticized the performance of the remaining Magic players, as they indeed hindered Chu Feng's efforts. However, With the release of post-game interview footage, public sentiment swiftly shifted. It must be said, this Magic team is truly unworthy of Chu Feng. With such offensive capabilities, they dare to aspire for a championship? One cannot help but laugh at the absurdity of it. I wholeheartedly support Chu Feng's departure from the Orlando Magic. Despite his previous assertions of remaining there, I still urge him to leave in pursuit of a championship. Indeed, I concur with your suggestion. If Chu Feng seeks greater achievements, leaving Orlando is the first step towards his success. Many fans echoed the sentiments expressed by Gasol and Randolph in their post-game interviews. The limitations of this Magic team are glaringly evident, even with a lineup featuring Chu Feng, Vucevic, Giannis, and Dellavedova. They remain a far cry from championship contention. If Chu Feng genuinely aspires to seize the championship, he must undoubtedly part ways with the Magic and seek a more formidable roster. Numerous fans have articulated their visions of the team that would best suit him, advocating for a move to the Miami Heat. Given the modest nature of Chu Feng's contract, the Heat could potentially acquire him while maintaining their trio of superstars. Such a development would undoubtedly herald the grand finale for the NBA. I personally support Chu Feng's collaboration with Paul and Griffin at the Clippers, where they could undoubtedly make a significant impact. Since he would already be in Los Angeles, why not consider the Lakers? The combination of Kobe and Chu Feng, coupled with the Lakers' historical propensity for bold trades, would introduce a thrilling unpredictability to the Western Conference. Alternatively, joining the Thunder could help fill the void left by Harden's departure, forming a new iteration of the Thunder's famed quartet, which would certainly be captivating. The imagination of fans in the United States is remarkably rich. Their speculations have even prompted the Magic's upper management to convene urgently. They are keen to avoid a repeat of the events surrounding Shaquille O'Neal or Dwight Howard. Ultimately, the executives have decided that a conversation with Chu Feng is necessary. If circumstances dictate, they may consider trading him in accordance with his wishes to bolster the team. Alternatively, they could leverage Chu Feng's insights as a free agent to sign additional players of a caliber akin to Drazen Petrovic. We do not require reinforcements, at least not for this season. However, upon receiving news regarding Rob, Chu Feng promptly declined the trade proposal, asserting that our primary objective this season is not the championship. The Spurs, as the eventual champions, displayed an astonishing level of prowess, epitomizing team basketball in the finals, where their ball movement elicited gasps of admiration. The Heat's trio had no answer against the Spurs, and Chu Feng does not believe that the Magic could adequately strengthen themselves to challenge such a team. Conversely, he perceives considerable potential in next season's Warriors. After all, Steph Curry has yet to enter his peak form, and their path to victory has involved a significant degree of fortuity. Should a series stretch to 7 games, the possibility of claiming the championship remains viable. Our objective for this season is solely to return to the playoffs and gain valuable postseason experience. As Chu Feng observed Rob's perplexed expression, he continued, both Giannis and Dellavedova require further development. Our focus should be on prudent growth rather than reckless indulgence. After conversing with Rob, Chu Feng took a moment to send a text to Giannis, urging him to enhance his strength training, particularly emphasizing the crucial aspect of muscle gain. While Antetokounmpo's physical attributes are already impressive, he slightly lacks in core strength and weight. In an era where the three-point shot is becoming increasingly prevalent, transforming Giannis into a dominant force in the paint, defying the prevailing trend, would yield remarkable results. Giannis welcomed this notion with enthusiasm. Rather than lingering on the perimeter shooting threes, the young Greek preferred the visceral satisfaction of direct confrontation. Having arranged matters with Giannis, Chu Feng then texted Dellavedova, reminding him to intensify his three-point shooting practice. Without this, the roster's options for three-point scoring in critical moments would be limited to just Afflalo and himself. Afflalo is not a central figure in Chu Feng's future plans, and he would primarily be responsible for driving to the basket and orchestrating the offense. Thus, it is imperative that Dellavedova, a key rotational player in Chu Feng's envisioned future, possesses a reliable three-point shooting ability. In Chu Feng's aspirations, Dellavedova is destined to become a 3 and D player at the point guard position. Naturally, Dellavedova heeded Chu Feng's advice, and given his diligent nature, Chu Feng felt reassured in this regard. After concluding all arrangements, Chu Feng departed from the Amway Center and returned to his residence in Orlando. With all the Magic's games completed before Christmas, he finally found the time to rest and also indulge in the annual NBA Christmas Showcase. However, it was somewhat disappointing that this year's Christmas games lacked the usual excitement. The Chicago Bulls faced off against the Brooklyn Nets, and without Rose, The Bulls seemed somewhat at a disadvantage against the Nets, making the encounter nearly soporific for Chu Feng. In the second matchup, the Thunder's dynamic duo easily triumphed over the Anthony-less Knicks. The Heat's trio also dispatched the Lakers, who were missing Kobe, with little effort. The earlier Christmas games suffered from injuries, diminishing their appeal, but the final match between the Los Angeles Clippers and the Golden State Warriors captivated Chu Feng, compelling him to watch intently until the end. Chapter 111, the commencement of a 5-game road trip. Logically, the earlier Christmas matchups should have been the most anticipated games on Christmas Day. The Bulls versus the Nets featured a showdown between Rose and Butler against the new quintet of the Nets. The Thunder faced the Knicks, with Anthony clashing against the duo of Durant and Westbrook. The Heat against the Lakers was even more compelling, showcasing the three superstars against Kobe Bryant. Each matchup promised significant intrigue. However, injuries dulled their brilliance. In contrast, the contest between the Clippers and the Warriors, largely unaffected by injuries, presented an exhilarating display of full rosters battling it out. In addition, with Paul and Griffin continuing to exhibit remarkable performances, Curry of the Warriors gradually revealed his extraordinary prowess, leading to a contest that extended until the very end before a victor emerged. Stephen Curry delivered a double-double performance, guiding his team to a 105-103 victory over the Clippers, who had 4 players scoring in double digits, thus avenging an earlier defeat in the season. Following the match, Clippers core player Paul expressed in an interview that both he and the team eagerly anticipated a playoff showdown with the Warriors. Paul repeatedly emphasized that Curry would become a player brimming with creativity and challenge in the future of the point guard position. After watching the entire game and the post-match interview, Chu Feng couldn't help but commend Paul's overarching perspective. The future of Curry and the Warriors, as Paul remarked, is indeed filled with creativity and soaring potential. Contemplating this, Chu Feng gradually regained his composure. In the upcoming season and the years to follow, could he and the Orlando Magic truly triumph over the progressively formidable Warriors, who have even welcomed Kevin Durant into their ranks? This question remains unanswered, leaving everything to the passage of time. On December 28th, the Magic faced their first game after Christmas, marking the beginning of a 5-game road trip. Including the game prior to Christmas in Memphis, it constituted a 6-game road stretch. However, the Christmas holiday prompted the coaching staff to consolidate the post-Christmas schedule. Before the game, the media predominantly focused their interviews on Chu Feng, especially given his flawless performance in the last match at the Memphis Grizzlies' home, despite the team suffering a defeat. "I don't believe that game signifies anything. It was merely an ordinary contest," he stated. However, the media, anticipating Chu Feng's grievances, received a calm response akin to a gentle breeze. "We had countless opportunities to seize victory, but opportunities must be grasped, and we did not capitalize on these winning chances. That is all." When asked if he would consider leaving the Magic for another team, Chu Feng's reply astonished the reporters. "I never believe the Magic's future is devoid of championship potential. The outcomes of the next few seasons are unpredictable." With that, Chu Feng displayed a smile laden with profound meaning. "I can even assert that the 2 teams competing in next season's finals will be entirely different from the teams in the finals of the previous 4 seasons." Having concluded his statement, Chu Feng ended the interview and turned to continue his pre-match warm-up. His words piqued the interest of all basketball enthusiasts in the United States. The upcoming season, specifically the 2014 to 2015 season, follows the previous 4 seasons, 2013 to 2014, 2012 to 2013, 2011 to 2012, and 2010 to 2011. In these 4 seasons, with the exception of the current season, which has yet to determine its final teams, the championship contenders of the preceding 3 seasons were the Miami Heat, San Antonio Spurs, Oklahoma City Thunder, and Dallas Mavericks. The implication of Chu Feng's statement is that these 4 teams will not reach the finals next season. The Heat indeed have a possibility, especially considering LeBron's uncertain future after this season. The Mavericks are almost out of the finals picture, given that their veteran player is aging. However, the exclusion of the Spurs and Thunder from the finals contention by Chu Feng has left many fans astonished. Is there a team in the West that could potentially defeat both the Spurs and the Thunder next season? This seems improbable unless Chu Feng were to join the Clippers or the Rockets. Yet, he has clearly expressed his intention to remain with Orlando. If he were to switch to the Clippers or the Rockets, it would be a contradiction to his previous statements. Therefore, I believe he is merely jesting, as the Spurs and Thunder will continue to dominate the Western Conference in succession. Fans generally perceive that Chu Feng is using this as an illustration to highlight the unpredictability of the championship. Otherwise, if the NBA's outcomes were predetermined each year, it would lose its allure. Returning to the game, the Magic faced the Pistons in Detroit during their first match of a 5-game road trip against a former conqueror. Pistons head coach Maurice Cheeks had a strategy in mind for this match. Having just suffered a defeat in Memphis, they had analyzed the game's footage, and he confidently stated, "You all know what to do today. We will execute the tactics we practiced yesterday to defeat the Magic." The Pistons coaching staff had spent several days studying the Magic's loss to the Grizzlies, concluding that the most straightforward and effective way to overcome the Magic was to encourage Chu Feng to pass the ball more. Opportunities could be created for the Magic's perimeter shooters, but if their shooting form was lacking, it would be challenging to establish a fluid offensive rhythm. Nevertheless, the Pistons coaching staff overlooked the formidable overall defensive capabilities of the Grizzlies and overestimated their own defensive prowess. Under the Pistons' almost laissez-faire defense, Afflalo made 4 3-point shots in the first quarter. Giannis, no longer facing the seasoned Randolph, thrived against the formidable Drummond, frequently executing stealthy incursions to the rim. In the game, Chu Feng managed to take only 13 shots, scoring a mere 23 points, marking his season's lowest. However, he effortlessly guided his team to victory in their first game of a 5-game road trip, concluding the match with a decisive 116-96 victory over the Detroit Pistons, who appeared diminutive in comparison. The commentator on the sidelines wore a smile, noting that the end of their 22-game winning streak did not affect this young team's performance. This was fortuitous, as maintaining their peak form would render their upcoming match against Miami all the more anticipated. Chapter 112. The three Titans converge on Chu Feng. We had underestimated the complexity of the game. In Detroit, the renowned Palace of Auburn Hills, Pistons head coach Maurice Cheeks expressed his frustration. The Orlando Magic had just lost to Memphis, and they had meticulously studied the video of that defeat, analyzing the reasons for their loss. However, it was evident that today's Magic bore little resemblance to the team that had faltered last week. Chu Feng played with remarkable ease, and his teammates displayed a more stable ability to seize opportunities, leading me to believe they were poised for another winning streak. Upon hearing that the Magic's upcoming schedule included consecutive road games against the Heat and the Spurs, Cheeks quickly revised his earlier statement. Perhaps he should reconsider, as the Magic might be facing a losing streak instead. Cheeks' perspective was not isolated, as many shared his concerns. Despite the Magic's effortless victory today, they were no longer the invincible force they had once been. The Memphis Grizzlies had imparted a lesson to all teams in the league on how to defend against the Magic's offense. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the forthcoming back-to-back road games for the Magic would be against last season's finals contenders, both of whom were in formidable form this season. The Miami Heat, currently ranked third in the East, right behind the Magic and the Pacers, were on a 4-game winning streak, eagerly awaiting the Magic's challenge at home. Meanwhile, the San Antonio Spurs were excelling, holding the best record in the West and second overall in the league. Their near-perfect team performance consistently earning them the top spot in the NBA's power rankings. Significantly, the matchup against the Spurs would occur immediately after the Magic faced the Heat. While the Spurs would be well-rested, I believe this schedule poses considerable challenges for the Magic, making it highly probable that they could lose both games. If they were to falter in these two matches, the gap between the Pacers and the Magic would narrow, potentially allowing for a reversal in standings before February. The Pacers, currently sitting second in the East with an equally formidable record of 22 wins and 4 losses, seem somewhat distant from the Magic, but should the latter suffer back-to-back defeats, that gap could shrink to merely a single game. In this contest, we are not destined to lose. On December 30th in Miami's American Airlines Arena, during the pregame warm-up, the Orlando Magic's head coach, Jacques Vaughn, fervently rallied his players, declaring that the Miami Heat are not as formidable as they seem, and that our record even surpasses theirs. When facing opponents of such caliber, Vaughn believes that strategy pales in comparison to the importance of momentum. If the Heat can shatter our morale, even the most effective tactics will yield an imbalanced outcome. I have a great admiration for Chu Feng. His playing style resonates deeply with my preferences. Conversely, during a pre-match interview, the Heat's cornerstone, LeBron James, expressed his keen interest in Chu Feng. He consistently manages to execute challenging shots or adeptly finds open teammates, delivering timely passes. These attributes mirror my own. With a smile, James remarked, if the opportunity arises to collaborate with him, I believe it would be an extraordinarily enjoyable experience. Though his words carried a hint of jest, they were imbued with sincerity. As Chu Feng led the Magic to an impressive 5-game winning streak, James had already begun to take note of this promising young talent. continuously urging the Heat's management to pursue a trade for him. The Heat were the first team in the league to reach out to the Magic, proposing a package of draft picks along with any player on their roster, excluding James, in exchange for Chu Feng. They even offered to absorb the Magic's unfavorable contracts to create salary cap space. However, the response was disheartening, as the Magic's upper management swiftly placed Chu Feng on their trade blacklist. This unexpected turn left the Heat's management astonished and filled James with regret. Last season, facing the Spurs, the Heat found themselves teetering on the brink of oblivion, had it not been for Leonard's missed free throws in the final moments, or Ray Allen's miraculous three-pointer. The championship would have belonged to the Spurs. This season, the Spurs appear even more formidable, and James does not believe the current Heat can seize a championship from them. However, acquiring Chu Feng would alter the dynamics entirely. Chu Feng's organizational prowess is not inferior to that of James, and having him orchestrate the Heat's offense would undoubtedly liberate James to the fullest extent. Unfortunately, such a scenario remains merely a figment of imagination. Following James's remarks expressing interest in Chu Feng, he enthusiastically immersed himself in warm-up activities. Soon after, the pre-game warm-up concluded, and both team starters took to the court. For the Heat, the lineup remained largely unchanged, featuring Chalmers, Dwayne Wade, Shawn Marion, Chris Bosh, and LeBron James. On the Magic's side, there were no alterations either, with Dellavedova, Afflalo, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Vucevic, and Chu Feng maintaining their positions. As the game commenced with the jump ball, Vucevic triumphed over Bosh, directing the ball into Dellavedova's hands. Dellavedova advanced past half-court, surveyed the opposing defense, and decisively passed the ball to Chu Feng. Before Badier could close in, Chu Feng made a swift start, effortlessly evading the aging defender and penetrating the paint. Inside, James and Bosh swiftly converged to fortify their defense, while Wade, seizing the moment, crept closer to obstruct Chu Feng's south-passing lane. Oh, what a spectacular scene we witnessed right from the game's onset. The dynamics on the court shifted dramatically, igniting excitement in the commentator, who was still introducing the players. The Heat's trio is encircling Chu Feng. No sooner had the commentator finished his words than Chu Feng propelled himself forward, executing a spin to evade Bosh, before launching himself into the air. Boom. Almost simultaneously, James and Wade leaped in an attempt to block Chu Feng's shot. At this critical juncture, Chu Feng curled his body mid-air, executing a deft move to switch hands for a layup. Whoosh. The ball glided past James and Wade's fingertips, gracefully tumbling into the net. Chapter 113, A Duel with James. Oh, what an exquisite basket. In Miami's American Airlines Arena. The commentator leapt from his seat in excitement. Chu Feng remarkably scored amidst the defense of Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, and LeBron James. This is utterly astonishing. Chu Feng's basket reveals to everyone what true talent looks like. Another commentator chimed in, equally astonished. His gliding distance in the air was remarkable. The hang time was visibly impressive, and his core strength is undoubtedly among the league's elite. Many fans on site were awestruck by this layup. Some even perceived in Chu Feng the shadow of a former rival. This moment echoed the brilliance of Derrick Rose in 2011. In the stands, Heat fans gazed at Chu Feng as if they were witnessing the furious MVP who battled the trio in the playoffs, the Windy City Rose. However, Chu Feng's physical prowess exceeds that of Rose, and he appears to have greater durability at this juncture. As the game transitioned to defense, the Heat launched their attack. Chalmers carried the ball past half-court before handing it to James. Upon glancing at his defender, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and aware of the Greek Freak's long reach, James bulldozed his way into the paint, executing a smooth turnaround layup. Despite the intimidating visual impact of Antetokounmpo's lengthy arms, he appeared somewhat inexperienced against peak James. The disparity in strength was palpable. Giannis, having conceded 2 points to James, felt quite displeased, much like his encounters with Randolph and Memphis. Antetokounmpo failed to contain his opponent this time, suffering a significant setback in strength. He defended admirably. Had it been anyone else, that play would have resulted in a thunderous dunk. Chu Feng, perceiving no issue, gently patted Giannis Antetokounmpo's shoulder, offering words of solace. Giannis, there is no need for you to blame yourself. That individual is none other than LeBron James. LeBron James, a two-time Finals MVP, the true sovereign of the Eastern Conference. The foremost figure in the league, a presence worthy of being ranked among the top 10, if not the top 5, in history. Had the rookie Giannis been able to effectively defend against peak LeBron, the Magic would have had a formidable chance at contending for the championship this year. Yet, the reality remains that peak LeBron is nearly impervious to opposition throughout the league. The game continued as the Magic initiated their offense, with Dellavedova advancing the ball past half-court and delivering it into Chu Feng's hands. With a deft hand signal, Chu Feng called for Giannis to set a screen, then deftly maneuvered beyond the three-point line, unleashing a cold arrow. Whoosh! The basketball traced a flawless arc through the air, swiftly penetrating the net. 5-2. The Magic secured a three-point lead. However, the Heat remained unfazed by this three-pointer. Upon returning to the offensive end, LeBron James, just a step beyond the three-point line, rose up and took the shot. Once known for his lackluster mid-range shooting, James, since joining the Heat, seemed to have rediscovered a long-lost shooting prowess, significantly enhancing his outside shooting skills. This long-range three-pointer grazed the rim before gracefully settling into the net. 5-5. The score was tied once more. It appeared that LeBron James had matched up against Chu Feng. The commentators, observing the two team stars igniting their offensive firepower, became instantly intrigued. The connection between James and Chu Feng is noteworthy. Both were first overall picks, and Chu Feng's performance in the first half of the season led many to speculate that he might surpass James, potentially becoming the best first overall pick of the first 2 decades of the 21st century. Furthermore, in the NBA's Eastern Conference Player of the Week voting, Chu Feng consistently outperformed James this season, and without a doubt, he claimed the Player of the Month award. Many have remarked on James' perceived decline in dominance in the East this year, yet he remained indifferent to such rumors. Perhaps today would be the moment for James to physically respond to these assertions. As the commentators analyzed the game, Chu Feng quickly advanced the ball up court, utilizing a teammate's screen to deliver another piercing three-pointer. 8-5. Turning back, James remained steadfast just outside the three-point line, executing a long-range shot with precision. 8-8. The teams were once again tied. After making the shot, James even shrugged toward Chu Feng on the opposite side. The unspoken bravado was undeniably potent. As the Magic initiated their offense, Dellavedova brought the ball past half-court before delivering it to Chu Feng, who, without hesitation, circled to the three-point arc. In that instant, the fans held their breath, for after Giannis set the screen, Chu Feng found himself lacking the space to shoot. The one who obstructed Chu Feng's shooting opportunity was none other than LeBron James, who had swiftly switched onto him. This marked the first direct confrontation between the two cores of the game. The scene prompted the commentators to straighten up. This season, James has exhibited a blend of offense and defense, effectively stifling numerous offensive players on the perimeter. Indeed, the dimensions of James' presence are monumental. Most perimeter players find themselves completely eclipsed by him. Another commentator added, coupled with James' immense strength and leaping ability, whether for a pull-up or a quick stop and pop, he can disrupt or even block shots in an instant. In other words, LeBron James this season is the ultimate anomaly in the league's perimeter offense and defense. Under the watchful gaze of thousands of eyes, Chu Feng observed James, who was adopting a low center of gravity for defense. He then glanced at the timer. With only 10 seconds remaining on the 24-second clock, he sprang into action. Bang! As Chu Feng took his first step, he swiftly pivoted to the other side, then executed a between-the-legs pullback. Just as he seemed poised to widen the gap between himself and James, the latter, with his remarkable physical coordination, closed in once more. However, Chu Feng's maneuvers were far from over. While pulling back, he retreated another step, creating a significant distance between himself and James. Without any adjustment, he launched a three-point jump shot, given that he was already entangled with James beyond the three-point line. This retreat effectively mirrored the distance of James's previous 2 three-point attempts, both a step beyond the arc. Although James reacted swiftly to contest the shot, the basketball traced a beautiful arc and swished through the net. Ding! Simultaneously, a familiar and long-missed sound echoed in Chu Feng's mind, detected that the host has consecutively made 3 three-point shots, activating the Sharpshooter skill. Chapter 114. The 8th three-point shot. Hearing this familiar yet long-absent system notification, Chu Feng exhaled deeply. When facing opponents of the caliber of the Heat's Big Three, it would be exceedingly difficult not to activate the Sharpshooter skill early on. Fortunately, that previous long-range three-point shot had found its mark. With the Sharpshooter skill now activated, Chu Feng felt confident in continuing to match James shot for shot. His spectacular three-pointer, executed with such confidence, left James in his wake. On the sidelines, the commentators praised Chu Feng's self-assured shot. Chu Feng often does not exhibit the demeanor of a rookie. He possesses unwavering confidence in every attempt. Indeed, confidence is an essential trait for any successful player. Despite the formidable challenges ahead, one must charge forth without hesitation. Another commentator expressed similar admiration for Chu Feng. Evidently, that is precisely what Chu Feng is doing. With a score of 11-8, Chu Feng propelled the Magic ahead of the Heat by 3 points, marking a personal scoring comparison between him and James for the quarter. As the Heat initiated their offense, James opted not to take a 3-point shot this time. Instead, he barreled into the paint, attempting a forceful layup. Duong. The basketball ricocheted off the right side of the rim and failed to score, yet the referee on the sidelines blew his whistle. LeBron James drew a defensive foul from Giannis Antetokounmpo, earning 2 free throws. Observing the referee's gestures, the commentator remarked, "It is evident that Giannis is at a loss against James. He is at a significant disadvantage in terms of strength. Ever since he bulked up to play the 4 position, James's weight and power have ranked among the highest in the NBA. Giannis Antetokounmpo, being a rookie newly entering the league, understandably struggles to contain him." As the commentator spoke, James stepped to the free throw line and made both attempts, accumulating 10 points in the quarter. In the first half of the opening quarter, the game unfolded as a thrilling duel between Chu Feng and James, the activated sharpshooter. Chu Feng demonstrated an astonishing accuracy in both three-pointers and mid-range shots, amassing an impressive 21 points by the time his remarkable shooting streak came to an end. On the other hand, James of the Heat was equally formidable, scoring 18 points within the same period. After this intense exchange, both Chu Feng and James transitioned into playmaking roles. Dwayne Wade, known as Flash, began to exert his influence on the offensive end, repeatedly challenging Afflalo with aggressive drives that left the Magic's defense in disarray. In desperation, Dellavedova was tasked with guarding Wade. It must be noted that Dellavedova had some success against the aging Wade, yet Wade's efficiency waned, allowing Chris Bosh several opportunities for mid-range shots. The first quarter concluded with Bosh hitting a buzzer beater, bringing the score to 35-32, with the Miami Heat leading the Magic by 3 points. James recorded 18 points, 5 assists, and 5 rebounds in this quarter, nearly achieving a triple-double, while Wade scored 8 points and Bosh added 7. Collectively, the trio amassed 33 points in just 1 quarter. Conversely, Chu Feng contributed 24 points and 3 assists for the Magic, matching James in terms of individual performance. However, the most significant disparity between the two teams lay in their rotation. The advantage of the Heat's big three became increasingly evident in the first half of the second quarter. Coach Spoelstra was able to afford James a reprieve, allowing Wade and Bosh to lead the team temporarily, before substituting them out for James to take control in the latter half. In contrast, the Magic's starting 5 required rest simultaneously, resulting in a widening gap in the score as the second quarter progressed. Midway through the second quarter, Magic coach Jacques Vaughn was compelled to reintroduce the starting trio of Chu Feng, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Vucevic. Meanwhile, Wade, Bosh, and Rashard Lewis were replaced on the Heat side. LeBron James re-entered the game, leading the bench unit. With the score at 53-44, the Miami Heat held a 9-point advantage as James returned to the court. This posed a significant challenge for the Magic. Once James stepped back onto the floor, closing the gap became increasingly difficult. With the Heat's big three set to return in the third quarter, the game's conclusion seemed imminent. According to the commentators, if the Magic could not rectify their deficit before the third quarter, the contest appeared all but decided. The Magic initiated their offense, with Evan Fournier bringing the ball past half-court and passing it to Chu Feng. With the ball in hand, Chu Feng glanced at the defender Badier, then gracefully maneuvered to the right side beyond the three-point line. Suddenly, he elevated and took the shot. Duong. Unfortunately, his attempt at a jump shot from beyond the arc did not find its mark. Fortunately, the towering Giannis leaped high to secure the rebound and promptly passed the ball back to Chu Feng. With a swift motion, Chu Feng released a three-point shot without any adjustment, and at last, it found the mark. The score stood at 47-53. Maintaining our rhythm, we successfully completed this play. Despite Chu Feng's successful three-pointer, James, having crossed the half-court, raised his arm to signal his teammates to remain composed. Subsequently, James confidently penetrated the paint, effortlessly scoring 2 points. Quick, let us resume play. James easily netted another 2 points, while Chu Feng remained unfazed, signaling Giannis to swiftly inbound the ball, initiating a rapid advance. With a sudden surge of speed, Chu Feng caught the Miami players off guard in their defensive efforts. Seizing the moment when the opponents were unprepared, he delivered yet another three-pointer, piercing through the net with precision. The score now stands at 50-55, narrowing the gap to 5 points. Chu Feng has now recorded his 8th three-pointer of the match. The terrifying efficiency of Chu Feng's three-point shooting compelled the commentator on the sidelines to peruse the technical statistics at hand. Could it be that he aims to rival LeBron's reliable two-point shots with his three-pointers? Just as he articulated his conjecture, the commentator swiftly dismissed the thought. LeBron's two-point shots have reached an unparalleled level of mastery this season. Entering the paint virtually guarantees a score, although Chu Feng's three-point shooting is indeed formidable. With an impressive 8 out of 12 attempts in the first half, the consistency of his three-pointers cannot compare to that of two-point shots. It is, quite frankly, a folly to rely on the unpredictability of three-point shooting to contend with the reliability of two-point scoring. Chapter 115, The Pinnacle of Personal Heroism. The second quarter of the game between the Heat and the Magic concluded with the mutual contributions of James and Chu Feng in a breathtaking display. Chu Feng once again contributed 15 points in a single quarter, culminating the first half with an impressive total of 39 points, accompanied by 5 assists. Meanwhile, LeBron James concluded the half with an almost triple-double performance, amassing 25 points, 7 assists, and 8 rebounds. The Magic managed to narrow the gap, trailing by a mere 2 points at 67-69. This match has proven to be nothing short of exhilarating. During the halftime break, the commentator, glancing at the technical statistics, expressed his excitement, proclaiming, "We may be witnessing one of the most thrilling games of the season's first half." Whether it is James' halftime tally of 25 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists, Wade's impressive 18 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, or Chu Feng's remarkable 39 points and 5 assists. The tightly contested score between the Magic and the Heat has left the commentator in sheer ecstasy. Thus far, no other NBA regular season game has showcased such a high caliber of competition. On one hand, whenever James and Wade display such a dominant performance in the first half, the game is virtually secured, with the point differential typically extending beyond 15. However, today, the Heat only held a slender 2-point lead at halftime. On the other hand, with James and Wade in full force, it becomes exceedingly rare for opposing players to simultaneously deliver explosive performances. The explosive performance of Chu Feng elevated the intensity of this match to unprecedented heights. Unfortunately, his teammates fell short, offering him scant assistance. Not only did the commentators find the game exhilarating, but numerous fans across the M Nation's online platforms also expressed their excitement. It was precisely due to the lackluster performance of Chu Feng's teammates that we witnessed his relentless determination. I believe he may very well shatter his personal scoring record. Indeed, this is the epitome of pure basketball. Chu Feng's display was nothing short of spectacular. His performance inevitably evokes thoughts of what might transpire if he were to be traded to the Heat to join the formidable trio. The imagery is too enchanting to behold. Unlike LeBron James, who seeks support, Chu Feng exemplified individualism to its fullest extent during this match. While James opts for collaboration, Chu Feng chooses to single-handedly confront the triumvirate. This is the quintessence of true individual heroism. In the second half, appropriate defensive strategies must be employed against Chu Feng. He cannot be allowed to score with such ease any longer. During halftime, in the home team's locker room, Heat coach Spoelstra circled Chu Feng's jersey number 7 on the tactical board. "Wade, stay vigilant to Chu Feng's movements. The moment he breaches Battier's defense, be prepared to assist. Battier, should you find yourself unable to contain Chu Feng, switch defenses and allow James to take on the challenge." Despite controlling the game, the trio's performance failed to widen the score gap, much to Spoelstra's dissatisfaction. He resolved to approach the third quarter with the urgency befitting a championship final, determined to secure the victory outright. James concurred with this course of action. The explosive performance of Chu Feng instilled a sense of foreboding in LeBron James. As the saying goes, the longer the night, the more dreams arise. Thus, it is prudent to conclude the match swiftly against such an unpredictable adversary. As the halftime concluded and the third quarter commenced, both teams returned to the court, with the Heat's triumvirate also making their reappearance. In a display of aggression, James seized the ball and advanced past half court. Utilizing a screen set by a teammate, he confronted Nikola Vucevic, who had switched onto him, driving powerfully into the paint for a one-arm dunk. Upon landing, James refrained from celebrating, immediately transitioning to defense and fixing his gaze upon Chu Feng. Although Coach Spoelstra had instructed that James should only defend Chu Feng once Battier was unable to contain him, James opted to take on the primary defensive role against Chu Feng right from the start of the third quarter. It appeared that the Miami Heat aimed to eliminate any suspense from the game at this juncture, as James positioned himself beside Chu Feng. The commentators expressed their dismay. They have tasked LeBron James with defending Chu Feng. This was undoubtedly unfavorable news for the Magic. Another commentator echoed this sentiment, lamenting, "Chu is currently the only viable scoring option for the Magic. If he is shadowed by James, Orlando may find themselves in a scoring drought." While the Magic faced the prospect of such a drought, the Heat, boasting James, Wade, and Bosh, would not. This back-and-forth exchange would inevitably widen the gap in scoring between the two teams. Panic gripped Dellavedova as he crossed half-court. His instinctive choice was to pass the ball to Vucevic, who was positioned inside, rather than to Chu Feng. Yet, Vucevic's shooting touch was lackluster that day. After attempting a few plays against Bosh, he ultimately opted to return the ball to Chu Feng. Bang! Chu Feng deftly received his teammate's pass, while LeBron James, with his robust physique, advanced closely. Although the physical confrontation posed by LeBron made Chu Feng somewhat uneasy, he instinctively reverted to his initial strategy, just as he had when facing LeBron for the first time in this match, executing a swift change of direction before accelerating to breach LeBron's defense. LeBron, momentarily caught off guard, allowed Chu Feng to gain a slight advantage in space. Nevertheless, LeBron remained composed, even if Chu Feng managed to penetrate the paint for a layup. LeBron's formidable shot-blocking prowess would undoubtedly thwart his attempt. Thus, LeBron's sole objective was to closely trail Chu Feng, ensuring he did not lose him entirely. In the midst of the game, Chu Feng exhibited no intention of passing the ball. James relentlessly pursued him, prompting Chu Feng to accelerate and charge directly into the paint. Simultaneously, Bosh, in a valiant effort to provide support, raised his arms and stood firm, compelling Chu Feng to attempt a layup. The moment he did so, the opportunistic James was poised to unleash his signature block, sending the ball soaring into the stands. The Miami Heat fans were all too familiar with this scenario, rising collectively in anticipation of a grand block from James, ready to erupt in cheers. As the thousands of spectators at the American Airlines Arena stood with bated breath, Chu Feng faced the towering Bosh, propelling himself into the air with all his might. In that very instant, James also leaped beside him, extending his right arm to deliver the anticipated block. However, the airborne Chu Feng exhibited no signs of a layup. Instead, with a single hand gripping the ball as if it were a flame, he soared over Bosh, deftly maneuvering past James's outstretched arm and forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop. A resounding thud echoed through the arena as Chris Bosh, caught in the crossfire, collapsed to the floor. The referee, standing courtside, promptly blew his whistle, signaling a blocking foul against Bosh, while Chu Feng's emphatic dunk over Bosh was deemed valid, granting him an additional free throw opportunity. Chapter 116, Racing Against the Flash. Oh, in Miami's American Airlines Arena, the Heat fans erupted in astonishment. Just moments ago, before their very eyes, Chu Feng not only evaded James's towering block but also sent Bosh, one of the Heat's formidable trio, tumbling to the ground with a thunderous dunk. More crucially, the referee on the sidelines had ruled Bosh's foul as a blocking infraction. With a 2-point basket and an additional free throw, Chu Feng seemed to have springs attached to his feet. Mere seconds later, many Heat fans at the sidelines regained their composure, and the stands erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. I could hardly believe my eyes. It appeared as though Chu Feng soared through the air for a considerable distance before executing a breathtaking dunk over Chris Bosh. You are absolutely right. I too feel as if my vision has betrayed me. How could this be? He leapt higher than LeBron James. My goodness, I have never witnessed anyone leap higher than James. The Heat fans were utterly beside themselves. They had certainly seen players take to the skies before. Earlier, the peak of Dwayne Wade showcased his ability to suspend himself in midair, contemplating how to maneuver the ball. Likewise, LeBron, having transitioned from the Cavaliers to the Heat, is a master of aerial artistry. Yet today, before these seasoned Heat fans, Chu Feng delivered a dunk that left them all in profound disbelief. This moment was not merely a simple 2-1. Bosh, who found himself on the receiving end of Chu Feng's dunk, appeared to be in visible pain as he stood up and took a few steps toward the sidelines, ultimately opting to be substituted and proceed to the locker room for a medical evaluation. Chu Feng's actions were a powerful blow to the Heat's defensive morale. Bosh's fall and subsequent retreat to the locker room left the commentators utterly astonished. The force exerted by Chu Feng in that recent slam was indeed astonishing. With a swift motion, the architect of this entire sequence, Chu Feng, calmly stepped up to the free throw line and effortlessly sank the additional shot. The score stood at 70-71, with the Magic trailing by a mere point. As the Heat initiated their offense, LeBron James dribbled past half-court, substituting for Bosh. Anderson, the Birdman, executed a commendable screen. However, due to a decline in his individual offensive capabilities, the Magic focused their defensive efforts squarely on James following the pick. With no other options, James reluctantly passed the ball to the other side to the Flash, Dwayne Wade. Whoosh. Yet, James had evidently underestimated the wingspan of the Greek freak guarding him. The rookie from Greece extended his long arms, intercepting James's cross-court pass mid-air with remarkable reach. Securing the steal, the Greek freak chose not to push the fast break himself, but instead delivered the ball into the hands of Chu Feng on the opposite side. Bang! As Chu Feng seized the ball and launched into action, Wade, who was unable to receive the pass, initiated his own movement almost simultaneously. The Flash sprinted at full speed to defend against Chu Feng, making it uncertain whether the Magic's fast break would materialize. With Giannis effectively blocked by LeBron on the opposite side, the fast break opportunity for the Magic now rested solely on Chu Feng's shoulders. Wade, having returned swiftly on defense, set the stage for a thrilling contest of speed between him and Chu Feng. Just as Heat fans widely regard LeBron as the most athletic player in the league, they similarly acknowledge Wade's remarkable off-ball sprinting speed as one of the elite in the NBA. After all, he is the Flash. Yet today, Chu Feng, who has already challenged the perceptions of Heat fans, once again reshaped their viewpoints. As Chu Feng maneuvered the ball for a rapid counterattack, Dwayne Wade, trailing behind, exerted all his effort to defend, yet the gap between them not only failed to diminish but visibly widened. In an attempt to conserve his energy, Wade ultimately relinquished the chase, watching helplessly as Chu Feng surged into the paint, executing a turnaround dunk. The score stood at 72-71. As the Magic took the lead at the onset of the third quarter, the Heat fans along the sidelines fell into a profound silence once more. Although Wade's speed and explosiveness had significantly waned this season due to age and injuries, witnessing Chu Feng outpace the Flash by such a margin was astonishingly unexpected. Upon completing his dunk, Chu Feng exhaled deeply, relieved that the veteran's age and injuries had hampered his performance. Otherwise, that play might not have been so effortlessly executed. More importantly, this encounter with the Flash allowed Chu Feng to fully comprehend the caliber of his own speed at full throttle. Competing against the Heat offered the dual benefit of not only going head-to-head with LeBron James, but also challenging the legendary Flash. While Wade may have been at a disadvantage in terms of speed, he was determined to reclaim his ground offensively, effortlessly sinking a mid-range jumper over Chu Feng. The score oscillated to 73-72 as both teams exchanged leads. In a swift counterattack, Chu Feng transformed the initial phase of the third quarter into a straightforward affair, with Wade intent on reclaiming his ground against Chu Feng. The first half of the third quarter devolved into a one-on-one duel between the Flash and Chu Feng. Interestingly, neither could effectively defend against the other, due to an unspecified injury to Bosh. Spoelstra, exercising caution, substituted both Wade and James for a breather with just over 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter. On the Magic's side, Jacques Vaughn also opted to bench Chu Feng and Giannis Antetokounmpo early, as both teams prepared for combat in the latter half of the third quarter. The commentators sensed an invisible tension. Perhaps the fourth quarter would erupt into a tumultuous clash. Meanwhile, the Heat fans took advantage of the break to use the restroom and relax, although the thrilling nature of the game made many reluctant to leave their seats. The final 4 minutes of the third quarter concluded amidst a flurry of missed shots from both teams, with the score standing at 89-88. The Miami Heat leading by a single point as they entered the fourth quarter. 3 minutes into the fourth quarter, both teams continued to judiciously rest their starters. This changed when Chris Bosh emerged from the tunnel to a chorus of cheers, returning to the Heat bench and receiving medical clearance to play. Heat coach Spoelstra promptly called a timeout, and upon its conclusion, he made strategic substitutions. Bosh, Wade, and James returned to the court, indicating that Bosh's injury was not severe. The commentator noted the imminent return of key players, stating that the Magic would also reintroduce Chu Feng, Dellavedova, and Giannis Antetokounmpo, signaling that a decisive outcome was at hand. Following the timeout, both teams reassembled with their starting lineups. The Heat initiated their offense, with Chalmers bringing the ball past half-court before passing it to James, who then exploited the space to take on Antetokounmpo one-on-one. It must be noted that James's physical superiority rendered him a formidable force against Antetokounmpo, akin to a heavy tank barreling into the paint, culminating in a spectacular one-handed dunk. The referee's whistle pierced the air, calling a defensive foul on Antetokounmpo. James's dunk was deemed valid, and he would also take a free throw. The crowd erupted into chants of MVP. 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 The sheer visual impact of James's first possession after the timeout electrified the Miami fans, who fervently cheered for their star. Amidst the roaring applause, James stepped up to the free throw line, inhaled deeply, and executed a familiar shooting motion, yet the ball failed to find its mark. The rebound was secured by Vucevic, who swiftly passed it to Dellavedova. Dellavedova then transferred the ball to Chu Feng. With the ball in hand, Chu Feng launched directly from the midcourt, traversing the distance to the three-point line in merely 2 strides. Amidst the exuberant cheers of the Miami Heat fans, he stepped just inside the free throw line and executed a soaring tomahawk dunk. Positioned in the paint, Sean Battier, who had just steadied himself to impede Chu Feng's advance, was momentarily blinded as the number 7 of the Orlando Magic drew near with alarming speed. Bang! In the next instant, Chu Feng's gliding dunk sent Battier sprawling. The ball forcefully thrust into the basket. Beep! Concurrently, the familiar sound of the referee's whistle echoed as the lead official sprinted to the forefront, signaling emphatically. Chu Feng's fast break and dunk over Sean Battier counted for 2 points, with an additional free throw to follow. Observing the referee's gesture, the commentator at the sidelines paused for a brief moment before exclaiming, "He and LeBron both executed a dunk with a free throw. They are facing off once more." Regardless, that dunk was nothing short of terrifying. Chu Feng nearly soared over Battier's head. Another commentator diverted attention away from the referee's call, emphasizing Chu Feng's astonishing athleticism. Indeed, it had been assumed that LeBron was the only bug on the court today, yet the Orlando Magic harbored their own bug. This match was a showdown between 2 extraordinary talents. However, one aspect in which Chu Feng outshone LeBron was his impeccable free throw shooting. With the score at 96-96, Chu Feng's successful free throw leveled the playing field. That point marked his 56th in the game, just a single basket shy of his career high. The contest was far from over. Should Chu Feng maintain his rhythm, he could very well emerge as the first player this season to surpass 60 points. Furthermore, he would be the first rookie from the class of 2013 to achieve such a milestone, in stark contrast to Chu Feng's pursuit of 60 points. LeBron James had already posted a near triple-double with 39 points, 11 rebounds, and 9 assists. Returning to the offensive end, LeBron attracted defensive attention, executing a no-look pass to Battier, who calmly sank a three-pointer. The score shifted to 99-96, while LeBron completed his triple-double with 39 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists. Adding to this, Dwayne Wade contributed 28 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists, and Chris Bosh had accumulated 19 points by the end of the third quarter, showcasing the trio's nearly flawless performance. Yet, the point gap remained within a manageable range, preventing an insurmountable lead. As the Magic initiated their offense, Chu Feng circled beyond the three-point arc to receive the ball, surveying the defensive array before distributing it to the right side to Afflalo. Afflalo launched a three-pointer, but it veered slightly off course. Seizing the opportunity, Giannis Antetokounmpo soared to secure the rebound, leaping again to successfully complete the putback. With that rebound, Giannis had amassed 10 boards, delivering a commendable performance with 19 points and 10 rebounds. 98-99, the margin has once again narrowed to a single point. Both teams engage in a relentless exchange, refusing to yield on the offensive front, with each possession being meticulously executed down to the final 10 seconds before launching an attack. This is truly a contest befitting the conference finals. The palpable tension in the arena leaves the commentators somewhat breathless should these two teams indeed meet in the Eastern Conference Finals. I believe it would require 6 games to determine a victor. No, I'm convinced they would battle through 7 games. Another commentator, while observing the players' performances on the court, emphasizes such a thrilling showdown warrants a full 7 games. The players exhibit their utmost prowess, while the two coaches on the sidelines strategically call timeouts to devise tactics and plan defensive strategies, engaging in a battle of wits. As the fourth quarter enters its final 3 minutes, the Heat momentarily lead the Magic by 1 point, 107-106. LeBron James manages the clock, initiating his move in the last 5 seconds, penetrating the paint to draw a foul. Standing at the free throw line, James once again earns the MVP chance from the crowd. After sinking the first free throw, he has already amassed an impressive 44 points, along with 12 rebounds and 11 assists. However, regrettably, he fails to convert the second attempt. James' free throw percentage has often been inconsistent throughout his career, frequently resulting in situations of 2 for 0 or 1 out of 2. The rebound is securely claimed by Giannis, who then swiftly passes the ball to Chu Feng. Chu Feng remained unhurried in his offensive strategy, patiently awaiting the positioning of both teams' players. Seizing the opportune moment, He deftly passed the ball to the unmarked Dellavedova, who made a slight adjustment before launching a three-point shot. Whoosh! The basketball traced a perfect arc in the air before swishing through the net. 109, 108. In the final moments of the fourth quarter, the Orlando Magic reclaimed the lead. Beep. Dellavedova's successful three-pointer prompted Heat coach Spoelstra to immediately call for a timeout. Create space, he instructed. On the Heat bench, LeBron James wiped the sweat from his brow while directing his teammates, "Now, give me the ball." Chapter 118, The Greek Freak Foul-Out. For LeBron James. In such a stalemate, the burden of securing victory in the closing moments invariably falls upon him. Tactical arrangements and strategies boil down to a singular directive: pass the ball to James. Although Spoelstra had other considerations, this strategy had already yielded 2 championship titles. Employing it during the regular season was undoubtedly a sound decision. Whether James opts for solo brilliance or facilitates his teammates, he unfailingly identifies the optimal solution in any given scenario. As the timeout concluded, the players returned to the court. James took the initiative, advancing the ball into the half-court. Outside the three-point line, he paused momentarily to wipe his right hand before delivering the ball to Wade on the right flank. The Flash confronted Chu Feng, swiftly executing a first step. Just as he found himself unable to contain Chu Feng too faced an insurmountable challenge against Wade's elusive attack. However, this time, Wade did not choose to drive to the basket alone. As he penetrated the lane, he lofted the ball high toward the opposite side of the hoop. Bang! Almost simultaneously, James, having shaken off the Greek Freak with a screen from Bosch, soared from the right side, controlling the ball with one hand and emphatically dunking it with both hands. The connection between James and Wade was unexpected in the game's waning moments. Their long-awaited alley-oop collaboration sent the commentators into a frenzy. That screen from Chris Bosch was crucial. But the window for the alley-oop was fleeting. It was the years of synergy between Wade and James that made this pivotal dunk possible. James's stamina and physical prowess were truly astonishing. In such a tense contest, he still possessed the energy to execute such a remarkable alley-oop. Another commentator extolled James, declaring, "He is simply superhuman." 110, 109, the Heat surged ahead by a single point. Focus on defense, do not grant them scoring opportunities. Yet, after his scoring feat, James showed no sign of complacency. Instead, he shouted reminders to his teammates, "Keep an eye on your defensive assignments. Leave Chu Feng to me." With that declaration, James took the lead and approached Chu Feng. In the final moments of the match, the Miami Heat's cornerstone stepped forward, engaging in a one-on-one defense against the Magic's offensive linchpin. Dellavedova was momentarily intimidated by James's presence, promptly passing the ball to the towering Antetokounmpo, who was backed against Battier in the post. The Greek Freak's height and wingspan should have given him the advantage, making this the ideal matchup for the Magic. However, Battier's defensive prowess proved to be exceptionally seasoned. As Antetokounmpo turned to attempt a layup, the basketball was swatted away mid-flight by Battier. Fortunately, Aflalo's quick reflexes allowed him to redirect the ball to the opposite side. And Chu Feng, seizing the moment, secured the ball firmly in his grasp before James could intervene. At this juncture, the ownership of the possession remained uncertain, and James reached out towards the basketball. Beep. As Chu Feng and James simultaneously seized the ball, the referee at the sidelines promptly blew the whistle. A jump ball. Observing the referee's signal, the two commentators dared not utter a word. With just 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining in the match, the allocation of possession this time could significantly influence the course of the game. Many Miami Heat fans let out a sigh of relief. James's recent alley-oop indicated that his stamina had not been severely compromised. Coupled with his inherent height advantage, the possession from this jump ball should rightfully belong to the Heat. If the Heat can capitalize on this opportunity to score again, victory would likely remain in Miami. On the court, both James and Chu Feng exhaled simultaneously as the referee tossed the ball high into the air. Thud. The two competitors reacted swiftly, leaping with almost identical timing. Yet, in the eyes of the steadfast Heat fans, Chu Feng appeared to strike the descending basketball and direct it into Giannis's hands just moments before James. Upon landing, Chu Feng seamlessly retreated beyond the three-point line. Giannis, without hesitation, passed the ball to Chu Feng and positioned himself to set a screen. Whoosh. With a slight adjustment, Chu Feng swiftly released a three-point shot. The basketball soared through the air, drawing gasps from the spectators, brushed the front of the rim, and obediently fell through the net. 62 points. Following the successful three-pointer, Chu Feng had secured his personal best of 62 points in a single game. The score was now revised to 112-110. As the commentator perused the technical statistics, Chu Feng became the first player this season to score over 60 points. Additionally, he was the first rookie from the 2013 draft class to achieve this milestone, with 62 points marking his highest single-game score in his professional career. Another commentator gradually regained his composure, noting, however, that the game was not yet over, and it remained uncertain whether Chu Feng would expand upon this record. Meanwhile, James, who had been outperformed by Chu Feng and had seen him sink a critical three-pointer, expressed his frustration with an exclamation. It had been quite some time since he had felt such pressure from a rookie. Returning to the offensive end, James charged into the paint once again, drawing a defensive foul from Giannis Antetokounmpo. Not only did he earn 2 free throw opportunities, but he also forced Antetokounmpo to accumulate 6 fouls, thus leaving the game. This crucial offensive moment now hinged on James's free throw performance. Although he had caused Antetokounmpo to foul out, his own free throw shooting was rather inconsistent today. Swish. The first shot found its mark, but the second was overpowered, clattering off the rim. Vucevic leaped to secure the rebound and promptly passed it to Chu Feng. As Chu Feng passed the ball to Dellavedova, he swiftly sprinted towards the front court. Dellavedova confidently advanced, glancing at the gestures of the head coach on the sidelines, decisively slowing down to consume time. With just 40 seconds remaining, Dellavedova returned the ball to Chu Feng. The thunderous roar of the Miami Heat fans erupted, attempting to disrupt Chu Feng's focus. However, the cacophony had no effect on his clear judgment. As James maneuvered to defend against him, Chu Feng ignited into full speed, executing a crossover dribble followed by a half-spin. While drawing the Heat's defensive attention, he deftly flicked the ball to Vucevic in the paint. With Bosch constantly prepared to assist in guarding Chu Feng, Vucevic found himself momentarily unmarked. In those fleeting seconds of space, Chu Feng, armed with keen court vision, seized the opportunity to deliver a precise pass. With a resounding thud, Vucevic skillfully cradled the ball, bent his knees, and leapt powerfully to the rim. Chapter 119. I will guard James. The Orlando Magic led the Heat by 3 points, 114-111, with just 32 seconds left in the game. The Heat's head coach Spoelstra immediately called for a timeout, recognizing the disadvantageous position they found themselves in. Although the Magic were without Antetokounmpo, Chu Feng was acutely aware of his responsibilities. The commentator at the Amway Center could barely contain his enthusiasm for Chu Feng. He just discovered the only passing lane, assisting Vucevic for an easy score. That pass was crucial. Indeed, had Chu Feng opted for a solo attempt, the outcome would have been drastically different. Another analyst remarked. Chris Bosh was fully prepared for a defensive rotation. If Chu Feng had continued attacking the paint, he would have been trapped between James and Bosh. Chu Feng understood the choices he needed to make, his vision expansive as he capitalized on the opportunity. It wasn't just the commentators who were captivated by Chu Feng's composure in the final moments. The Magic's bench was in a frenzy. "Chu, how did you see me?" exclaimed Vucevic, who was the first to rush over and high-five Chu Feng after his dunk had halted the Heat's momentum. "Honestly, I didn't expect to receive the ball." His words were sincere. As Chu Feng was about to shake off James's defense, Vucevic had prepared himself for a rebound. Ultimately, Chu Feng discovered the opening and delivered the ball, allowing Vucevic to secure a pivotal score. "Chu, you were incredibly calm." Giannis Antetokounmpo joined Chu Feng, bumping chests with him. "We actually have a chance to defeat LeBron James." When the Greek freak fouled out due to 6 fouls, guilt enveloped him. He feared that his departure would lead to the team's downfall. If this is indeed the case, then Giannis may bear a heavy burden of self-reproach for quite some time. However, at a crucial moment, Chu Feng stepped forward to stabilize the situation. "Let us celebrate only after the conclusion of the match." While his players exuberantly celebrated, Magic head coach Jacques Vaughn restrained his inner excitement. "Let us first secure our defense against the Heat's next play." He prepared to match up against LeBron. Just as Vaughn was about to continue outlining defensive strategies, Chu Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and declared, "Dellavedova will guard Dwayne Wade, and Vucevic should step out to defend Bosh." Pointing to the team's backup power forward, Mark Hill, he added, "You will protect the boards inside. That is your assignment." "Chu, you intend to guard LeBron?" Vaughn was taken aback by Chu Feng's suggestion. He was well aware that LeBron was the focal point of the Heat's offense following the timeout and had planned to implement a double team against him. Nonetheless, Chu Feng was certainly not among the candidates assigned to defend LeBron. Guarding LeBron would undoubtedly demand an immense expenditure of energy. And as the core of the Magic's offensive strategy, it would be a grave misstep to have him expend his strength on defense. Just follow my lead on defense, and we shall emerge victorious. Chu Feng refrained from further elaboration. Having conveyed the strategy, he took a sip of water, wiped the sweat from his brow, and promptly rose to return to the court. The atmosphere on the Miami Heat bench was charged with intensity. As the timeout concluded, the expressions of the Heat players were notably grave. Sean Battier executed an inbound pass, and Dwayne Wade maneuvered to receive the ball as the clock approached the final 30 seconds. As Chu Feng drew closer to James, Bosch's pick-and-roll unfolded seamlessly. Upon its conclusion, Bosch elegantly retreated to the three-point line. However, Vucevic promptly shadowed him, denying Bosch any opportunity for an open shot. Wade was left with no choice but to pass the ball back to James. Navigating around the pick, Chu Feng advanced swiftly, arms outstretched, closely contesting the defense. This marked the first time throughout the match that Chu Feng would engage in a one-on-one defense against James. The commentators held their breath, pondering whether this pivotal matchup would determine the outcome of the game. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Heat fans, for James was the unequivocal leader of the team, the hero of the city. Defeating Chu Feng was the task befitting a hero. The remaining Heat players spread out, allowing James to run down the clock to the final 20 seconds before decisively launching into action. The Heat's strategy was evidently to allow James to score a quick 2 points, then commit a foul to send the Magic to the free throw line. James's acceleration prompted the commentators to swiftly decipher the Heat's tactical arrangement. This was a common strategy in a scoring chase. Spoelstra had even contemplated having James draw a foul to execute a 2-1 play. With unwavering determination, James charged through Chu Feng's defense. Yet the latter's equally tenacious physicality caused James's layup to veer off course ever so slightly. The referee, ever vigilant, blew the whistle, confirming that James had indeed drawn a foul from Chu Feng's defense. However, the crucial layup slipped off the rim. Oh no, James's pivotal layup had missed. And even standing at the free throw line, the Heat fans were filled with disappointment when James made the first free throw but missed the second, with Vucevic securing the rebound. The atmosphere of regret intensified. Damn, even James himself expressed frustration. He hadn't anticipated such inconsistency in his free throws today. Vucevic quickly passed the ball to Chu Feng, who, like a flash, committed a foul. With just 12 seconds remaining in the game, Chu Feng approached the free throw line. Similar to James, Chu Feng made one of his 2 attempts, but missed the second, allowing Vucevic to snatch another rebound. Bosch hastily fouled, sending Vucevic to the line, where he made both free throws, altering the score to 117-112, with the Magic leading by 5 points. Only 8 seconds remained for the Heat, and they had no timeouts left. James seized the ball and sprinted down the court, launching an ambitious three-pointer from beyond the arc. The ball soared gracefully through the air, but due to the distance, it struck the front of the rim and bounced away. The rebound fell once more into the hands of a Magic player, prompting the Heat to abandon the idea of fouling, awaiting the final buzzer to signal the end of the game. 117-112, the Orlando Magic triumphed over the 2-time defending champions, the Miami Heat, thus securing their own consecutive victory while halting the Heat's winning streak. Chapter 120. There could be more, but it is unnecessary. It is utterly difficult for me to comprehend that the Miami Heat, despite dominating the game, succumbed to defeat. For the majority of the match, they held the lead, only to squander it in the final moments. The Miami Heat must engage in profound introspection regarding their missteps. However, first and foremost, we must commend the Orlando Magic, a youthful team, for their triumph over the defending champions. As the game concluded, the 2 commentators at the sidelines fervently analyzed the match at an astonishing pace. Yet, even while they celebrated the Magic's victory, many Heat fans could not come to terms with their team's loss. After all, their core leader, LeBron James, delivered a staggering performance with 46 points, 12 rebounds, and 11 assists, while the second-in-command, the soul of the team, Dwayne Wade, contributed 31 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists. Chris Bosh, too, made his mark with a double-double, scoring 20 points and grabbing 13 rebounds. Collectively, the 3 superstars amassed an impressive 97 points, 32 rebounds, and 19 assists. Yet this was insufficient to avert the bitter outcome of defeat. I cannot accept this, even though the finality of loss was apparent. The fans at the sidelines roared in discontent. The 3 superstars delivered performances that were nearly otherworldly. They showcased the most exhilarating game of the season, yet we still lost. This cannot be real. I cannot fathom how we let this slip away." The home crowd lamented in despair, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous. The conclusion of this match was indeed beyond my expectations. Meanwhile, Heat coach Eric Spoelstra, interviewed at the sidelines, appeared somewhat bewildered. "We had Giannis Antetokounmpo foul out in the closing moments, and we possessed an undeniable advantage for victory, yet none of it translated into a win. The opposing team performed with greater excellence. Victory belongs to the superior team." He acknowledged his missed free throws, stating, "I will dedicate extra practice to free throws after today." LeBron James, who scored an extraordinary triple-double with 46 points, spoke in a somber tone during his interview. "The game was thrilling, and we both exhibited remarkable performances. But the outcome is somewhat disappointing. I look forward to our next encounter in Orlando. It will undoubtedly be captivating." To be frank, James felt a heavy burden of responsibility for the game. His repeated failures at the free throw line cost the Heat numerous points, preventing them from widening the gap or gaining momentum at crucial moments. When asked about Chu Feng's performance today, LeBron first rubbed his nose and then smiled. "He was quite impressive, truly remarkable. Perhaps we shall become rivals in the conference finals. One can never tell. Of course, if we meet in the playoffs, I will undoubtedly emerge as the final victor." Having uttered these words, James concluded his post-match interview, removed his jersey, and made his way into the players' tunnel. Following today's game, his desire to acquire Chu Feng through a trade became increasingly fervent. At certain moments, he even contemplated that if the Heat failed to secure Chu Feng, it would not be inconceivable for him to join the Magic after the season's end. After all, the combination of James and Wade had already established itself as a perennial contender for the finals, culminating in back-to-back championships. Chu Feng differs significantly from the peak version of Dwayne Wade, even exhibiting a slight superiority in his shooting prowess, and he remains youthful, with his prime yet to arrive. Should he form a partnership with Chu Feng, LeBron James believes his championship tally could indeed see an enhancement. However, this notion merely lingers in James's mind. Upon returning to the locker room, he promptly collaborates with the coaching staff to reflect on the reasons behind the team's defeat. Meanwhile, various media outlets in the United States had already prepared for the post-game press conference. As the Magic's head coach, Jacques Vaughn, made his entrance, the spotlight collectively focused on the entrance. Shortly thereafter, amidst the clamoring, Chu Feng, clad in casual attire, leisurely made his way into the venue, taking his seat and adjusting his microphone. Today, Chu Feng scored an impressive 64 points, not only setting a new career high for a single game, but also leading his team to victory against the defending champions. He undoubtedly became the focal point of the post-game interviews, a distinction he rightly earned. "Chu Feng, how does it feel to have triumphed over the defending champions?" inquired the first reporter from ESPN, eager to pose the question. "By defeating the reigning champions, do we consider ourselves champions?" At the outset, Chu Feng posed a rhetorical question that sent the audience into fits of laughter. As the mirth gradually subsided, he continued, "The Heat have not been on an unbroken winning streak until today. They have suffered numerous defeats this season. This match is merely one among many losses, and nothing distinguishes it from the rest." It must be acknowledged that Chu Feng possesses remarkable emotional intelligence. With his opening remark, he not only elicited hearty laughter from the crowd, but also bestowed significant respect upon the Heat, while subtly showcasing his own prowess. The Heat have faced numerous adversaries. Thus, vanquishing them is hardly a monumental achievement. So what does it feel like to score 64 points and become the record holder for the highest single-game score this season? A reporter from TNT eagerly interjected with the subsequent question. "Many believe you have ascended to the ranks of the league's elite scorers. Why is that not the case?" Chu Feng is decidedly unpretentious regarding this topic. "While I have not focused solely on scoring, as I am always attentive to my teammates seeking better opportunities, my scoring ability undoubtedly ranks among the elite in the league. 64 points do not represent my ceiling. If I so desired, I could surpass that total." With a casual wave of his hand, Chu Feng remarked, "I could score more, but it is unnecessary." "Is that so?" The NT reporter pressed further. "Chu, perhaps you will find yourself among the top 3 scorers in the league this season? Only the top 3? After securing the victory, Chu Feng was in high spirits. "My aim is to become the season's leading scorer." Chapter 121. The conditions for team victory. The prospect of being the leading scorer of the season prompted reporters present at the interview to hurriedly draft their articles and submit them to their respective editors. Although Chu Feng's current average points per game is indeed the highest in the league, it is worth noting that the season has only progressed a quarter of the way. For a rookie to boast about becoming the season's scoring champion seems rather premature and overly confident. Nonetheless, becoming the scoring champion is merely a secondary concern. My primary focus remains on achieving victory for the team. After a moment of bravado, Chu Feng stated nonchalantly, if the condition for our victory is 60 points, I will score 60. If it is 70, I will score 70. That is simply how it is. What does confidence mean? Chu Feng epitomized this notion perfectly. In a confident interview, the 2013 rookie suggested that scoring 70 points is merely a stroll in the park. Certain media outlets in America promptly highlighted his post-game comments, placing them prominently on their front pages. It must be said that this wave of sensational headlines, coupled with embellished descriptions of Chu Feng's interview, left many fans astonished. Is Chu not being a tad too arrogant? While he did indeed score 64 points, achieving a higher score in the final moments of the game appears quite challenging. I concur. 64 points is already impressive. Among the current players in the league, few have career highs surpassing Chu Feng's achievement. Yet 70 points clearly exists in an entirely different realm. Indeed, even within the annals of NBA history, the number of players who have scored 70 points is exceedingly limited. Throughout the long history of the NBA, countless players have tallied high scores, with many surpassing 40, 50, or even 60 points in a single game. However, only 5 players in the entire history of the NBA have reached the monumental milestone of 70 points or more. They are the legendary David Thompson, Admiral David Robinson, Elgin Baylor, the great Wilt Chamberlain, and the only active player to have done so, the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant. The scarcity of players who have scored 70 points, combined with the high caliber of those who have achieved this feat, underscores the immense difficulty of reaching such a remarkable milestone. The remarks made by Chu Feng have undoubtedly led many fans to label him as arrogant. Yet, numerous supporters have expressed their unwavering allegiance to him. Before Chu Feng entered the NBA, who could have foreseen that he would not only make it to the league but also be selected as the first overall pick? Prior to his scoring of over 30 points, who could have predicted that he would achieve such a feat in a single game? Before he consistently tallied over 40 points in consecutive matches, who could have imagined a player from our nation could accomplish this? And before he astonishingly scored 64 points and led his team to victory against the formidable trio of the Miami Heat, who could have envisioned that a Chinese first-round pick would guide a lottery team to triumph over the reigning champions? The answer is, no one knew. Thus, when Chu Feng asserts that he can contribute over 70 points in a single game, why should this be deemed unattainable? A lengthy analytical post on the M Nation Basketball Forum has captured the attention of American fans, beginning with a series of rhetorical questions that gradually calmed their restless spirits. Just as the poster had eloquently articulated, Chu Feng has accomplished many feats previously deemed impossible by fans in M country. And this latest achievement of scoring 70 points is yet another testament to that. Subsequently, the poster analyzed Chu Feng's shooting efficiency thus far this season, comparing it with several other top scorers in the league. The conclusion drawn was that Chu Feng is indeed the most efficient and consistently decisive player of this season. If there were to be a vote for the strongest scorer of the season, Chu Feng would undoubtedly receive unanimous support from me. Scoring 70 points does not seem an unattainable feat for the season's top scorer. This post is well-reasoned and convincing, leading many fans to shift their perspectives and begin anticipating that Chu Feng might shatter the 64-point scoring record, achieving the monumental 70 points in either the coming seasons or even this one. Meanwhile, at the center of this discussion, Chu Feng finds himself aboard a private jet, traveling from Miami to San Antonio, appearing somewhat fatigued, despite the bravado he displayed during post-game interviews. The dual fatigue, both mental and physical, from intense concentration is not something the average person can withstand. After all, Chu Feng has just challenged the Heat's triumvirate, scoring the highest of the game with 64 points. The exhaustion is palpable. However, the time he has to rest is merely the brief duration aboard the plane. Upon landing in San Antonio, Chu Feng slowly opens his eyes, as numerous media representatives from various outlets have been awaiting his arrival at the airport, capturing his descent with a flurry of close-up shots. For the young Magic team, this may be the most challenging match of the season. The official broadcaster of today's Magic game, TNT, promptly organized a pre-game analysis session. Charles Barkley pointed towards the Magic players disembarking from the plane and remarked with a serious tone, "They just triumphed over the defending champions yesterday, and only hours later they must face the same champions from last June. The San Antonio Spurs are not to be underestimated." Beside Barkley, Shaquille O'Neal wore a knowing expression. If the Magic, currently leading the Eastern Conference, rely on Chu Feng's near-heroic individualism. Their opponents today, the Spurs, have maintained their position at the top of the Western Conference through their exceptional team-oriented play. To put it simply, today's matchup between the Magic and Spurs is a contest between individual brilliance and collective strength. The Spurs' team-oriented approach has reached its zenith, and they enjoyed a full day of rest prior to this game, entering in peak condition. In contrast, the individual heroics of Chu Feng and the Magic have not yet reached their apex, and crucially, they are facing a back-to-back challenge with virtually no time to recuperate. The official analysis from the NT regarding the Orlando Magic's first back-to-back game of the season has been brought forth. At least prior to that match, the Magic transitioned into the second game following a significant victory, and Chu Feng's energy was scarcely depleted. However, upon arriving in San Antonio today, it was evident from the footage of Chu Feng disembarking the plane that he was not in optimal condition. Chapter 122. The Pinnacle Spurs. I do not intend to take advantage of others' misfortunes, yet it is abundantly clear that the Orlando Magic today are not performing at their best. In San Antonio, at the AT Center, the venerable Spurs coach Greg Popovich, while urging his players to warm up before the game, remarked during an interview with a hint of indifference, winning against such an opponent does not signify much. I believe the next encounter between the two teams will be far more significant. In the eyes of the esteemed coach, today's Magic, who have come to San Antonio, cannot be compared to the team that achieved a remarkable 22-game winning streak, or even the one that triumphed over the Heat. The reason is simple. Based on the pregame warm-up, Chu Feng's performance appeared rather average. I hold a deep admiration for Chu Feng. He possesses the relentless spirit characteristic of seasoned athletes. When discussing Chu Feng, Popovich's tone noticeably elevated. If given the opportunity, I would certainly like to have a conversation with him. I hope he shares an interest in discussions about fine wine. It is evident that the coach's final comment was made in jest, yet his preceding statement was sincere. A player like Chu Feng, who burst onto the scene with peak performances, reminds Popovich of another he encountered over a decade ago, Tim Duncan, the cornerstone of the Spurs for 18 years. A prodigy who entered the league at his zenith and maintained that peak for an astonishing 18 years. In the eyes of the venerable coach Popovich, Chu Feng bears a striking resemblance to Duncan. However, such observations would only surface post-game, as Popovich, after concluding the pre-game interviews, took a moment to articulate the defensive strategies to his players. The first player he highlighted was none other than the one he held in high esteem, Chu Feng. Kawhi, I'll leave him to you. Be wary of his right-hand defense, Popovich reminded as he approached the defensive cornerstone, Leonard, urging him to force Chu Feng to initiate attacks from his left side, the weakest area of his offensive arsenal. Green, remain vigilant for switches. Chu may struggle against Kawhi's defense, and he is likely to call for screens. After advising Leonard, Popovich positioned himself beside Danny Green, emphasizing, do not allow him an easy three-point shot. Should he dare to penetrate the paint, we have TD waiting for him. TD, of course, is the abbreviation for Tim Duncan, the core of the Spurs' interior defense and a paragon of fundamental basketball. In Popovich's defensive framework, Leonard and Green constitute the formidable perimeter defense, while the backbone remains the versatile and stalwart Duncan. Popovich deemed this defensive arrangement sufficient against the Magic. Although Giannis Antetokounmpo appeared to be a formidable opponent, Popovich deemed him somewhat inexperienced. The key to securing victory, in his view, lay in neutralizing Chu Feng, rendering the game nearly a foregone conclusion. Moreover, he believed that even a fully fit Chu Feng would struggle against such stringent defensive schemes. Not to mention, the Chu Feng arriving at the AT Center was far from his prime. Even before the game commenced, it felt as though the outcome had already been determined. On the other side, after a brief session of stretching exercises, Chu Feng spent most of his time on the bench, conserving energy. This was the third game of a 5-game road trip, and the second of back-to-back contests against the reigning champions, the Spurs, a team epitomizing the pinnacle of team basketball. Admittedly, they posed a considerable challenge. Yet, despite the slim odds, Chu Feng resolved to give it a shot. After all, Kawhi Leonard was a player of defensive prowess, and Chu Feng was eager to gauge his performance against such elite defenders. As pre-game warm-ups swiftly concluded, both teams took to the court. The Spurs maintained their unchanged lineup: Splitter, Tim Duncan, Kawhi Leonard, Danny Green, and Tony Parker. On the bench sat the formidable Manu Ginobili, the Demon Sword. The Spurs were enjoying a stellar season, boasting an impressive record of 22 wins and 4 losses, leading the Western Conference. The commentators seized the opportunity to highlight the Spurs' aspirations for the season, which were evidently focused on reclaiming the championship title they had lost the previous year. As the announcer's voice resonated, the Magic's starting players made their grand entrance. Vucevic, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Afflalo, Dellavedova, and Chu Feng took to the court. In stark contrast to the Spurs, whose spirits were soaring, the Magic players bore the visible marks of fatigue from their recent grueling battle. This was unmistakable from the very outset, as the tip-off saw a splitter triumph over Vucevic, granting the Spurs the first opportunity to attack. The swift Frenchman, Parker, executed a seamless pick-and-roll with Duncan, subsequently shifting the ball to Leonard. Kawhi, with impeccable timing, passed to the rolling Duncan, who in turn found Green on the perimeter, who had managed to create a moment of space. At that instant, the still untransformed Danny Green adjusted slightly and released a three-pointer that found its mark. 3-0. The Spurs took the lead. This quintessential Spurs offense, characterized by fluid and practical ball movement, afforded Green the ideal opportunity to score from beyond the arc. The Spurs team offense this season has been nothing short of spectacular, with each player exhibiting a commendable spirit of sharing. Moreover, their bench boasts the presence of Ginobili and Diaw, two players renowned for their passing prowess. The two commentators extolled the virtues of the Spurs offense, but their defense was equally remarkable. As the Magic initiated their offense, Dellavedova dribbled past half-court, poised to pass to Chu Feng. Suddenly, with a thundering crash, a pair of merciless hands reached out, intercepting the pass and snatching the ball. The deadly embrace. Kawhi Leonard, with his impressive wingspan and formidable grip, executed a steal of the ball meant for Chu Feng. The Spurs then launched a counterattack, with Tony Parker showcasing his signature spin move, adding another 2 points. The Spurs, playing at home, demonstrated exceptional prowess on both ends of the court. From the opening moments, it appeared that the back-to-back fatigued Magic struggled to keep pace with their opponents. Despite having the towering Duncan and Splitter in the paint, the Spurs maintained a brisk tempo, even exhibiting a certain swiftness. In contrast, apart from Chu Feng and the Greek Freak, Dellavedova and Afflalo appeared considerably slower, with Vucevic moving sluggishly. Although Chu Feng managed to hit a tough mid-range jumper following a pick-and-roll with Antetokounmpo, the return saw Danny Green once again capitalize on the Spurs' patient ball movement, sinking another three-pointer. Chapter 123. What is the true core? 8-2. The San Antonio Spurs unleashed their signature offensive onslaught right from the start of the first quarter. This is the Spurs we know so well, employing this tactical approach to triumph over one team after another this season. The announcer on the sidelines, evidently a Spurs enthusiast, remarked on the sheer beauty of their teamwork, stating how difficult it is to find another team that shares the ball with such harmony. The situation is quite troublesome for the Magic, as they have completely fallen into the rhythm of the Spurs. The Spurs' tempo revolves around collective ball sharing, swift ball movement, and the pursuit of optimal scoring opportunities, culminating in a decisive strike. Their overall pace of both offense and defense is remarkably rapid, should their opponents experience a scoring drought for even a brief period. The Spurs seize the opportunity to unleash a scoring spree, effectively widening the point gap. This is the terrifying aspect of the Spurs. Their offensive efficiency ranks among the highest of all teams in recent seasons. Moreover, while maintaining such offensive prowess, the Spurs' overall defense is astonishingly formidable. The first quarter was entirely under the Spurs' control, as they amassed 36 points while restricting the Magic to a mere 24 points. In just one quarter, the Spurs established a 12-point lead over the Magic on their home court. Although Chu Feng scored 16 points in just 8 minutes during a single quarter, his teammates appeared to be struggling to recover from the back-to-back games, displaying a dismal performance. The Magic had encountered such circumstances before. Earlier in the season, they faced Michael Jordan's Charlotte Bobcats in a back-to-back challenge. In that match, the Bobcats initially seized control, leading their fans to believe that victory was assured. However, Chu Feng's exceptional play revitalized the Magic, leading to a continued winning streak. Yet, their opponents in that game were the Bobcats, a team languishing at the bottom of the Eastern Conference. Today, however, they faced the formidable San Antonio Spurs, who boasted the best record in the West and the third best in the league. The challenge of turning the tide was evidently daunting. During the intermission, Magic head coach Jacques Vaughn recognized the grim prospects of the match and opted to allow Chu Feng and Giannis Antetokounmpo, among other starters, to rest longer in the second quarter, conserving their energy for a potential comeback. To Vaughn's surprise, the Spurs bench players exhibited equally fierce intensity, with the likes of Manu Ginobili, the French magician Boris Diaw, and sharpshooter Marco Bellinelli collectively overwhelming the Magic's rotation. The Spurs opened the second quarter with a devastating 9-0 scoring run, extending their lead to a staggering 21 points. In desperation, Vaughn called for a timeout and sent Chu Feng alongside Giannis onto the court. While Chu Feng's presence slightly alleviated the Magic's offensive stagnation, the defense remained vulnerable, as the Spurs' prowess rendered the Magic's efforts futile. The San Antonio Spurs delivered a masterclass in strength to the young Orlando Magic players. Despite Chu Feng's relentless efforts on the offensive end, the deficit stubbornly lingered at 18 points, prompting the commentators to lament that it was not a matter of Chu Feng's inadequacy, but rather the Spurs' overwhelming strength. Indeed, Chu Feng had done all within his power. Yet in the face of such a disparity in overall strength, an individual's exertion was evidently insufficient. Another commentator praised Chu Feng's performance, yet the more he excelled, the more it highlighted the fragility of his teammates. Ultimately, the Orlando Magic once again clocked out by the third quarter, but this time, they were the ones trailing. The match concluded amidst the jubilant cheers of Spurs fans, with San Antonio triumphing over the visiting Orlando Magic by a score of 114-100, halting their opponent's two-game winning streak while handing the Magic their second loss of the season. I do not perceive this as a complete game. The Orlando Magic were clearly not at their best. Despite delivering the Magic their second defeat of the season, Spurs player Tony Parker remained remarkably composed in his post-game interview, stating that, as Coach Popovich had indicated before the game, their focus would solely be on the next encounter with Orlando. Today can merely be regarded as a warm-up preceding the match. Kawhi Leonard, similarly interviewed, wore an expression devoid of emotion. We failed to execute many of our strategies. The game has already concluded, and today was not a remarkable performance. We have completely lost our rhythm, and the back-to-back games have taken a significant toll. On the other side, Magic head coach Jacques Vaughn, with his head bowed, remarked, "We struggled to triumph over the defending champions yesterday. And today we face a formidable opponent that could potentially be this season's ultimate champion. Such a schedule is exceedingly challenging for us. The schedule is not an excuse. A loss is a loss. We will thoroughly reflect on the team's shortcomings and strive to conquer our adversary in the next encounter." Several key players from both teams, interviewed, asserted that this match cannot be deemed a proper confrontation. After all, the Magic, following their victory over the Heat, had little respite before facing a fully energized Spurs team. This scheduling indeed presents a daunting challenge. I shall not seek any justification. The defeat in this match rests upon my shoulders. However, unlike others who shift blame onto the schedule, the last to be interviewed, Chu Feng, accepted full accountability. I stagnated on the offensive front, and my defensive performance was subpar. Today, I did not showcase my true capabilities. Had I done so, the outcome would have been entirely different. A true champion does not attribute defeat to any external factors. Chu Feng recognizes that the loss stems from his own shortcomings. If the team falters, how can I, as a core member, fail to shoulder responsibility? What kind of leader am I? What does it mean to be a core player? The remarks made by Chu Feng garnered him a multitude of supporters across the digital landscape of the United States. His charisma is undeniable. I can even perceive the essence of Kobe Bryant in his demeanor. What defines a true leader, a genuine core player, and an authentic superstar? Chu Feng epitomizes all these qualities. This is precisely what a genuine superstar ought to embody. He bravely shoulders the burden of defeat. It is his audacious spirit that captivates me profoundly. In chapter 124, titled The Fiery Giannis, no one dares to cast blame on Chu Feng, for that would be a foolish endeavor. During the T&NT Nightly Symposium, the renowned Charles Barkley waved his hand, stating, "He has fulfilled all the responsibilities of a core player. Indeed, he is a force to be reckoned with on the offensive end and exerts every effort defensively. He even willingly accepts responsibility post-game, a behavior reminiscent of Kobe or Jordan." Shaquille O'Neal spoke highly of Chu Feng, exclaiming, "You know, my friend, Chu Feng is merely a rookie, yet he is already drawing comparisons to legends like Kobe or Jordan in my heart. This is the truth, even among current stars. Many fall short of Chu Feng's achievements." Kenny Smith added, "Let's not forget, he has been battling back-to-back and has just scored a season high to lead his team to victory over the formidable Miami Heat. Losing to the Spurs, especially in such a passive manner, hardly warrants criticism. Instead, it is his teammates who ought to reflect. Or perhaps the management of the Orlando Magic should contemplate the style of team they wish to construct around Chu Feng, at least within the current roster. Many players may depart during the summer. I do not believe this lineup has the potential to clinch a championship." Barkley candidly stated, "The reality is, The Magic's choices are limited to either trading for reinforcements or allowing Chu Feng to join a championship contending team willing to invest in him. No one wishes to squander their prime years, nor would anyone want to witness a promising young talent squandered on a team devoid of hope. Especially for someone like Charles Barkley, a legendary player who was once young and exceptionally gifted yet ended his career without a championship. He is acutely aware of the agonizing proximity to glory that remains eternally out of reach. Thus, Barkley fervently hopes not to witness another young talent tread the same path. Fortunately, Chu Feng's career has only just commenced. There is still ample time for greatness. The discourse surrounding the T and NT symposium has also been met with support across the U.S. internet as they reiterated familiar themes. Once again becoming a trending topic online, should Chu Feng indeed consider transferring teams? Such a spectacle certainly does not promise a lasting abode for him. On January 3rd, in Portland at the Moda Center, during a pre-game interview, when questioned about this matter, Chu Feng plainly stated that he had no comment. He remarked that he had encountered similar inquiries countless times, and his response would remain unwavering. Facing the camera with a serious demeanor, Chu Feng insisted, "Please remember, it is forever. I believe you media personnel are truly seeking trivial matters." After finishing the interview, the young magician Chu Feng was met with an outburst from his fellow compatriot, Giannis Antetokounmpo, directed at the journalists. Chu Feng has reiterated countless times that he will not abandon Orlando. He is committed to leading this team to the ultimate championship. Yet, you persistently bombard him with the same question. Is there something amiss with your reasoning? Chu Fu regarded these media inquiries with a dismissive attitude, allowing them to flow in one ear and out the other. However, for the ever-present Giannis, who is constantly inundated with such questions, his patience has reached its breaking point. Chu Fu has answered this question countless times, yet some continue to inquire, will this never end? The reporters, intimidated by the agitated Giannis, hastily concluded today's pre-game interview. Chu Fu. These journalists are truly lacking in intellect. As the reporters slowly retreated, Giannis could not help but express his disdain. Fortunately, they are not pursuing me with questions, or my mind would have surely exploded. There is no need to take their words seriously. Chu Fu found the irritable remarks made about Giannis quite amusing. The more you take them seriously, the more they will escalate their antics, thus it is unnecessary. I do not possess your ability to remain composed, Giannis replied with a smile. His straightforward nature mirrors his style on the court. If he can dunk, he will certainly dunk, and if he can execute a powerful slam, he will undoubtedly do so. The term irritable brother hardly encapsulates the essence of his character. Chu Feng also smiled, genuinely fond of the temperamental Giannis Antetokounmpo. As the pre-game festivities concluded, the starting players took to the court, following their game against the Spurs. The Magic's 5-game road trip approached its penultimate match, facing off against the Portland Trail Blazers. Much like the Orlando Magic, the Blazers had selected a phenomenal guard in the previous season. At the Moda Center, the sideline commentator had done their homework. Damian Lillard, a rookie last season, had averaged 20 points per game, earning him the coveted title of Rookie of the Year in his inaugural season. His performance was commendable, yet it paled in comparison to that of Chu Feng. Indeed, Lillard's competitive spirit would never permit him to fall short of others. Another commentator added, thus the indirect or direct confrontation between Lillard and Chu Feng today would undoubtedly be captivating. Not only the commentators, but the entire crowd believed today would witness a marquee battle between Chu Feng and Lillard. Soon, the starting lineups were ready. For the Trailblazers, Damian Lillard, Wesley Matthews, Nicholas Batum, LaMarcus Aldridge, and Robin Lopez. Meanwhile, the Magic featured Matthew Dellavedova, Aaron Aflalo, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Nikola Vucevic, and Chu Feng. On paper, the Trailblazers boasted a superior lineup compared to the Magic. However, considering that without Chu Feng, the Magic's roster would likely lean towards the lottery picks, the sideline commentator felt a sense of relief. Despite the apparent advantage, the Blazers' opening strategy remained cautious. Robin Lopez won the jump ball, and Lillard brought the ball past half court, feeding it to Aldridge, who was positioned with his back to the basket at the free throw line. Aldridge had honed his mid-range shooting to perfection this season. Backing down against Giannis, he turned and shot a fadeaway. Aldridge was undoubtedly among the top 5 power forwards in the league offensively this season. Just as the commentator prepared to seize the opportunity to extol Aldridge's impending 2 points, the words had scarcely left their lips before Giannis, defending Aldridge, bent his knees and leapt with fervor. His fingertips grazed the shot at an almost impossible height, altering Aldridge's mid-range attempt, which ricocheted off the rim. The rebound was secured by Vuevi, who glanced up the court and decisively launched a long pass akin to a quarterback-esque throw. Ahead, Chu Feng, having anticipated the counterattack, deftly caught the long pass, quickly distancing himself from the recovering Matthews, and executed a powerful one-handed slam dunk. The Orlando Magic commenced with tremendous vigor. In the city of Portland, at the Moda Center, the commentators were astounded by Chu Feng's spectacular one-arm dunk that opened the game. It was evident that the team had not been affected in the slightest by their previous loss. This exemplifies the attitude that a championship-contending team should possess. A single defeat is inconsequential. Another commentator praised the transformation of the Magic, noting that the Portland Trail Blazers would face a formidable challenge on their home turf today. This season, the Blazers, at a glance, possess considerable strength. Damian Lillard has steadily progressed, building on his impressive rookie year to average 22 points this season. Wesley Matthews, while average in defensive capability, has become increasingly reliable in his shooting. Nicholas Batum stands as the defensive linchpin on the perimeter, his offensive contributions fluctuating. LaMarcus Aldridge is undoubtedly the offensive cornerstone of this Blazers squad, his mid-range isolation plays proving troublesome for power forwards across the league. Robin Lopez epitomizes the rim-protecting center, demonstrating prowess in pre-game antics with opposing mascots. In essence, the Blazers' strategy hinges on Aldridge overpowering his counterpart, Lillard capitalizing on scoring opportunities, Matthews seeking shooting space, Batum neutralizing the opponent's offensive focal point, and Lopez safeguarding the rim. With this approach, the Blazers have achieved an impressive record of 21 wins and 6 losses, placing them fourth in the Western Conference. However, today, their strategy faltered dramatically. Aldridge found himself at a disadvantage against Giannis Antetokounmpo, struggling to cope with the Greek Freak's height and wingspan, which severely disrupted his trademark mid-range jump shot. Lillard's offensive performance in his second season has shown only slight improvement, and he appeared ill-equipped to handle Dellavedova's tenacious defense. The critical issue lay in the Blazers' defensive efforts. Neither Matthews nor Batum could adequately contain Chu Feng's influence. In the first quarter, the Magic seized control of the game, finishing the period with a 29-22 lead over the Blazers. Chu Feng displayed remarkable efficiency, contributing 12 points and 5 assists in just 8 minutes of play. The Magic's offense flowed seamlessly under his orchestrations, contrasting sharply with the Blazers, whose attacks often stalled. This discrepancy can be attributed to Lillard's organizing abilities. While Chu Feng possesses a broader court vision, Lillard functions more as a scoring guard than a playmaking one. Nevertheless, despite Lillard's scoring prowess, he still trails behind Chu Feng in terms of scoring efficiency, not to mention the latter's exceptional court awareness enhanced by his precise guidance. The Magic gradually solidified their advantage in the second quarter, extending their lead to double digits by halftime. The fans of the Trail Blazers were evidently displeased, feeling suffocated by their team's performance, and the noise along the sidelines grew considerably louder compared to the beginning of the game. However, the clamor from the spectators proved futile in altering the outcome. The third quarter mirrored the preceding two, with the Trail Blazers trailing the Magic by a substantial 14 points at its conclusion. As the fourth quarter unfolded, the gap between the two teams only widened, culminating in the Magic's resounding victory on the road with a score of 117-100, marking their third win in a 5-game away stretch. Throughout the match, Chu Feng exerted minimal effort, with his solitary highlight being a fast break dunk at the start, his most vigorous scoring moment of the entire game. Following the match, the media that approached Chu Feng for an interview whimsically labeled his performance as one of health preservation. Health preservation? How could that possibly be? Chu Feng responded negatively to this viewpoint. As I have previously stated, the effort I exert in securing a victory is proportional to the challenge presented. Clearly, today's match was relatively effortless, which is why I appeared to adopt a more reserved approach. However, I assure you, there was no lack of diligence on my part. Despite Chu Feng's assertions, online commentary from fans largely suggests that he was, in fact, holding back during the game, reflecting on his previous explosive performances against the Heat and the Spurs, where he single-handedly faced the entire opposing team. Today's encounter with the Trail Blazers saw him subtly achieving a commendable 29 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists without drawing much attention. This is an entirely different narrative. Chu Feng has evidently ascended to the echelon of elite stars within the league. He can seemingly remain inconspicuous throughout the game, only to reveal staggering statistics akin to a near triple-double post-game. The last player who evoked such sentiments in me was LeBron James. Chu Feng has indeed begun to embody some of James's essence, merely embodying a fraction of James's prowess. My friend, Chu Feng has definitively triumphed over LeBron James. Undoubtedly. Had it not been for the back-to-back matchups, I believe Chu Feng leading the Magic to victory against the Spurs would not have been an implausible feat. The online sentiment surrounding Chu Feng is increasingly favorable, though he seems relatively indifferent to it. After all, the following early morning, the NBA is set to announce the Player of the Month awards, which piques Chu Feng's interest far more than these accolades, regardless of the fans' exuberant praise. It is ultimately these official recognitions that truly determine a player's caliber. However, the NBA's intentions appear to be more calculated. Prior to the routine announcement of the Player of the Month award, they released another piece of news that captured the fans' attention. On January 4th, in the early hours, the NBA's official website issued a press release. The results of the second round of voting for the starting lineup of the 2013-14 NBA New Orleans All-Star Weekend were unveiled. Unlike the first round, this time the NBA seemed to have learned from previous criticism. They not only disclosed the voting results but also attached a downloadable document titled, Complete Voting Results for the Second Round. Chapter 126, The Rookie Voting King? When the results of the first round of All-Star voting were announced, the NBA faced scrutiny from fans worldwide, ultimately conceding to statistical discrepancies in their back-end data, and publicly revealed the voting situation. Thus, this time, the NBA took the initiative to disclose the complete voting statistics alongside the announcement of the second round, leaving no room for doubts regarding the integrity of their vote counts. Indeed, only a handful of fans have truly downloaded the official supplementary documents. After all, the plethora of usernames contained within those files can be quite overwhelming, and dedicating time to study them is a sheer waste. Since the NBA has bravely chosen to disclose back-end information, one can be assured that the ticket counts this time are undoubtedly accurate. Fans might as well directly observe the voting results for the second round. First and foremost, let us examine the voting outcomes from the Western Conference. In the frontcourt, the indomitable Kevin Durant, who has entered a formidable phase this season, amassed an impressive 875,600 votes, securing the highest count among Western frontcourt players, and ranking third overall in the league. Following closely behind Durant are Dwight Howard of the Rockets and Blake Griffin of the Clippers. Yet the disparity in their vote counts is quite significant. Turning our attention to the backcourt, although Kobe has unfortunately sustained an injury that has sidelined him for the season, he still commands the highest vote count among Western backcourt players, with 786,800 votes. This remarkable tally places him second among all backcourt players in the league. The players trailing him are Chris Paul and the prodigious Stephen Curry. Upon reviewing the Western Conference results, fans scroll down to find the Eastern Conference voting data, which is succinctly categorized into three tiers. LeBron James garnered an astounding 920,000 votes, securing his position as the leading frontcourt player in the East and second overall in the entire league. He stands alone in the top tier, while the first tier is occupied by another player. As fans reach this point, a sense of anticipation begins to swell within them. Although they are aware of who is likely to emerge as the frontrunner, the exact vote count remains an enigma. Whether he can shatter the record for the highest All-Star vote total hinges entirely on the second round of voting. Soon, the cumulative vote leader for the second round emerges before the fans. Unsurprisingly, it is the Orlando guard, Chu Feng, who had maintained a commanding lead since the first round. While this outcome was expected, the sheer magnitude of Chu Feng's vote count left fans astounded, a staggering 2,017,800 votes. With merely 2 rounds of voting, Chu Feng has already surpassed the remarkable milestone of 2 million votes, now standing just 1 million votes away from becoming the all-time voting champion in NBA history. He still has 2 full rounds left to accumulate votes, providing him ample opportunity to shatter this record. I am convinced that Chu Feng has not only secured the title of this season's All-Star voting leader, but has also firmly established himself as a contender for the historic voting champion title in the NBA. His ascendance to this position was entirely within my expectations, yet the magnitude of his vote count is truly astonishing. Indeed, he achieved a tally that previous season champions could not attain, and he did so in just 2 rounds. All of this seems so extraordinarily fitting. He is undeniably the voting king of this season, despite some reluctance from certain individuals to acknowledge it. The rookie Chu Feng has already risen to a status comparable to the top 20 players in the league. Chu Feng ranks among the top 20 in the league, which many fans perceive as a rather conservative placement. The majority of supporters believe that Chu Feng unquestionably deserves a position within the top 10 this season. Chu Feng was indeed somewhat astonished by his vote count, as many fans have remarked. A tally of 2 million votes would have surpassed that of the ultimate vote leader in numerous previous seasons. Moreover, This season marks Chu Feng's debut as a rookie. For a rookie to emerge as the top vote-getter is a rare feat, and to ascend as the all-time All-Star vote leader is truly an unprecedented miracle. Fans across the globe are marveling at Chu Feng's astounding ability to garner All-Star votes. The NBA officially released another bombshell. The monthly awards for December of the 2013-14 NBA season were announced. The NBA first unveiled the Eastern Conference's Rookie of the Month. Over in the West, without a doubt, the Kings rookie Victor Oladipo claimed the award. While Oladipo has shown increasing stability in a formidable lineup alongside Cousins, Rudy Gay, and Isaiah Thomas, the Kings' performance has been less than stellar, currently languishing at the bottom of the Western standings. Nonetheless, this did not detract from Oladipo securing his second Western Rookie of the Month award. In stark contrast to the West certainty, the Eastern Rookie of the Month was a foregone conclusion, leading his team to only 2 losses in the month. Chu Feng continued to reign as the Eastern Rookie of the Month. The once promising Michael Carter-Williams has now faded into obscurity in comparison to Chu Feng. His accomplishments seem like mere ripples in a vast ocean, hardly deserving of attention. Some fans even jested that Oladipo should be grateful for the division of the Rookie of the Month award into East and West. Otherwise, it would solely be monopolized by Chu Feng. Nevertheless, even with Oladipo claiming 2 Western Rookie of the Month awards, fans firmly believe that the title of Best Rookie this season belongs exclusively to Chu Feng. After the Rookie of the Month announcement, the declaration of the Player of the Month further electrified the fans. In the West, Kevin Durant, stepping up in the absence of Westbrook, led his team to a remarkable 14 wins and 3 losses, earning the Player of the Month honor. Throughout December, Durant averaged 29, 4 points, 9, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists, firmly securing the second position in the West for the Thunder, thus rightfully receiving the Western Player of the Month award. This also marks Durant's second Western Player of the Month award this season, achieving back-to-back honors, just as Durant secured his consecutive Player of the Month title in the West. The same was true for the Eastern Conference's Player of the Month award, which was likewise claimed in succession. The Orlando Magic's rookie, Chu Feng, was once again honored as the Eastern Player of the Month for the second consecutive month. Chapter 127, the contest between Chu Feng and Durant. With yet another monthly accolade, has the Orlando Magic's rookie prodigy ascended to become the finest player in the East? Outshining LeBron James and Paul George, Chu Feng has clinched the Eastern Player of the Month award for 2 months running. Rookie of the Month, Player of the Month. And the second-round All-Star vote leader in the NBA, has Chu Feng now established himself among the top 5 players in the entire league? ESPN, TNT, Fox Sports, and various media outlets have reported the news of Chu Feng being named the Eastern Conference Player of the Month for the second consecutive time, with a myriad of headlines. Consequently, the announcement of Kevin Durant's consecutive selection as the Western Conference Player of the Month was merely mentioned in passing at the end of the articles. I perceive this as an unjust treatment towards me. The media's focus has predominantly centered on Chu Feng, leaving Durant, who has delivered explosive performances this season, feeling quite displeased. Before the Thunder's game against the Clippers, Durant candidly expressed during a pre-game interview, "I have also secured the Western Conference Player of the Month award. The competition in the West is equally fierce. However, no one has paid me much attention, as all eyes are fixated on this rookie." At this point, Durant chose to refrain from further comments. Nevertheless, it is evident that this top 2 small forward in the league is quite dissatisfied with both the media's choices and Chu Feng himself. Durant's discontent has spurred many fans online to take sides. Some support Chu Feng, arguing that he, as a rookie, has exhibited top-tier performance deserving of our attention. Others retort, "Hey, buddy, Chu Feng is merely a rookie whose style has yet to be deciphered. If he wishes to compete in the league like Durant for many years, he will likely be thoroughly analyzed and revert to his original form. Even if he does revert, it will still be as a rookie who has consecutively triumphed over Paul George and LeBron James to earn the Player of the Month title. KD has similarly outperformed James Harden and Chris Paul to be named the Western Conference Player of the Month for 2 consecutive months. Thus, Chu Feng's accomplishments are not particularly extraordinary. The ongoing debate surrounding Chu Feng and Durant has polarized fans into factions, each staunchly defending their respective positions, unable to convince the other. The discourse has even expanded from Player of the Month to Player of the Week and further to All-Star voting scenarios. Some have even compared Durant's rookie season statistics with those of Chu Feng. Frankly, Durant's rookie performance pales in comparison to Chu Feng's current prowess. But what does that matter? We are comparing this season's peak Durant. It is inherently unreasonable to juxtapose with rookie statistics from years past. Should we then wait for Chu Feng to reach his peak? At that time, KD will still not be a match for him. Think again. Chu Feng is already at his peak, as many rookies experience a decline shortly after their debut. The heated arguments between the two camps have compelled numerous authoritative media outlets to convene expert discussions to compare the strengths and weaknesses of Chu Feng and Durant. Chu Feng himself found the analyses of these experts quite intriguing. After all, the basketball experts in M-Country are often regarded as the most unreliable voices in the realm of basketball. Viewing their statements as mere jest can indeed alleviate some of the mental fatigue. After perusing various analytical articles online, Chu Feng's focus remained steadfast on the upcoming game. The Orlando Magic were set to face their final away game in a 5-game road trip, the Golden State Warriors at the Oracle Arena in Oakland, California. This marked the conclusion of the Magic's 6 consecutive away games, after which they would return to Orlando to relish the experience of home court advantage once more. In Oakland, at the Oracle Arena, an ABC commentator chuckled, acknowledging that this match would not be an easy feat for the Magic prior to their return home. Indeed, the Warriors were in formidable form this season, having recently triumphed decisively over the Washington Wizards, who boasted the talents of John Wall and Bradley Beal. Another commentator glanced at the schedule. The impressive duo of Klay Thompson and Stephen Curry, young sharpshooters, left a lasting impression. In their previous encounter with the Wizards, Curry and Thompson utterly dominated the offensive and defensive ends against Wall and Beal, leading to a resounding 16-point victory, underscoring the Warriors' current momentum. However, Chu Feng was rather indifferent to the Warriors' performance this season. After all, Curry had yet to enter his transcendent mode, and Thompson had not evolved to the level of radiance. Most crucially, Steve Kerr had not yet assumed his role, and the Warriors' truly formidable tactical system, known as Death Lineup, remained merely a concept in Kerr's mind. Yet to be actualized, attention needed to be directed towards the opponent's perimeter shooting. Prior to the game, Magic head coach Jacques Vaughn was outlining defensive strategies. The three-point shooting of Stephen Curry and Thompson was the primary reason the Warriors had managed to remain within the top 5 in the Western Conference this season. Despite this assertion, Vaughn felt a lingering uncertainty. He had reviewed game footage with his players, and Curry's three-point shooting this season was undeniably intimidating. If one were to draw a comparison, Curry's shooting style bore a striking resemblance to Chu Feng's. Reflecting on how Chu Feng's three-pointers had led the Magic to victory over numerous formidable adversaries, Vaughn recognized that defending against Curry's shots would be no simple task. Moreover, they had to contend with Thompson as well. The keyword shooter left Vaughn feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The strategy was to double-team the ball handler and force Curry to pass. However, just as Vaughn struggled to articulate further defensive arrangements, the ever-stretching Chu Feng calmly interjected, "Della, focus on sticking with Curry. Whether he has the ball or not. Aim to wear him down. Aflalo, be ready to double-team Curry, encouraging him to pass more and shoot less. Thompson entrusted me with the defensive assignment. If the opposing starting small forward is Iguodala, we might opt to leave him unguarded on the perimeter. This season, Iguodala has exhibited a notable decline in his outside shooting. He has increasingly focused on penetrating the paint to distribute the ball or orchestrate the team's offense, while also taking on the responsibility of defending the opponent's offensive linchpin. Consequently, Chu Feng decisively chose to direct his teammates to concentrate their defensive efforts on Curry. Chapter 128. Chu Feng's tactical arrangement. Is double-teaming Curry a viable strategy? Jacques Vaughn expressed his reservations regarding Chu Feng's decision. If we double-team Curry and leave Iguodala open, won't that present an opportunity for Curry to pass to his teammates for an uncontested shot? Merely examining Iguodala's statistics, Vaughn did not consider him a player who could be disregarded. Coach, do not be deceived by his shooting percentage. It can be quite misleading. Chu Feng's explanation of this matter is quite patient. Andre Iguodala's mid-range shooting ability has noticeably declined this season. Pay attention to his average attempts per game. After transitioning from the Nuggets to the Warriors this season, Iguodala's average mid-range attempts have dwindled to a mere 2.3 in a team like the Warriors, which places great emphasis on three-point shooting. Iguodala's average three-point attempts are only 1.7. In stark contrast, he takes 2.5 shots within the 3-second area, highlighting the scarcity of his mid-range attempts. This suggests that Iguodala is not the offensive linchpin for the Warriors, and furthermore, it indicates a significant drop in his shooting performance this season. Otherwise, in a team that champions offense like the Warriors, even if Iguodala is not the focal point of the attack, his number of attempts would not be so minimal. Even with such a limited number of attempts, Iguodala's shooting percentage is not particularly impressive, thus leaving him unguarded is undoubtedly a sound strategy. Chu Feng steadfastly adhered to his convictions. The tactical system designed to defend against the Warriors had already been validated during the finals when the Cavaliers clinched the championship. It is noteworthy that, during that series, Tyronn Lue not only double-teamed Curry but also opted to leave the more offensively capable Harrison Barnes unguarded. Consequently, the Cavaliers emerged victorious, securing the ultimate championship title. Thus, when confronted with the yet-to-awaken Warriors, double-teaming Curry while leaving Iguodala open was indeed an astute choice. Jacques Vaughn found Chu Feng's rationale compelling and proceeded to reiterate his defensive strategy. The pregame warm-up swiftly concluded, and the starting lineups took to the court. The Magic retained their familiar lineup: Dellavedova, Afflalo, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Vucevic, and Chu Feng. The Warriors, on the other hand, featured Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Andre Iguodala, David Lee, and Bogut. Prior to the match, the Australian Dellavedova took a moment to greet his compatriot, the Warriors center Bogut. Soon after, the centers positioned themselves at midcourt, and the referee tossed the ball high into the air. Vucevic was the first to tap the ball into Dellavedova's hands. Dellavedova carried the ball past half-court, passing it to Chu Feng, who immediately created space. Chu Feng was not in a hurry to launch an attack. He carefully observed his teammates' positioning before delivering the ball into the hands of Giannis Antetokounmpo in the paint, facing the defensive David Lee. Giannis took a couple of steps while holding the ball and leapt for a powerful dunk within the 3-second area. Although he failed to convert the dunk, he successfully drew a defensive foul from David Lee. This was precisely the offensive strategy that Chu Feng had outlined for Giannis prior to the game. David Lee, being an offensively inclined forward, had sluggish defensive footwork, and with Giannis's physicality and athletic prowess, overpowering him on the offensive end was entirely feasible. If they could consistently draw fouls from David Lee, thereby reducing his playing time, the Warriors would find themselves in a precarious situation throughout the match. However, while Giannis excelled at drawing fouls, his free throw performance fell short of expectations. He made the first attempt but missed the second, allowing Andrew Bogut to secure the rebound. The Australian center promptly passed the ball to the fast-breaking Stephen Curry. Curry, seizing the moment, accelerated with determination, initiating a three-man fast break alongside Andre Iguodala and Klay Thompson. The Magic's defense responded swiftly, and just as Curry positioned himself beyond the three-point line, Aaron Afflalo and Matthew Dellavedova swiftly converged from both sides to trap him. To everyone's astonishment, the Magic opted for a double team on Curry so early in the game. The commentators on the sidelines were left astounded. It was merely the first minute of the match, and they had already chosen to double team. Curry, too, appeared momentarily bewildered. It was rare for him to face such pressure at this juncture of the game. In fact, he had never encountered a double team right from the start of a match. Nonetheless, the prodigious talent that is Curry quickly devised a plan to pass the ball to an open teammate. However, Thompson was closely guarded by Chu Feng, leaving Curry with no choice but to pass to Iguodala. Bam! Iguodala, with composure, held the ball outside the three-point line, and to everyone's surprise, he found himself entirely unguarded. Afflalo, who had been part of the double team on Curry, failed to return to defend Iguodala in time. And the retreating Giannis Antetokounmpo also neglected to assist Iguodala. The unfolding situation left another commentator exclaiming in disbelief. The Magic chose to double team Curry and left Iguodala wide open? Iguodala, feeling a twinge of anxiety, recognized that according to the conventional strategy, the Magic's help defense should have been in place by now. He should have driven into the lane and looked to pass back to the moving Curry for a three-point play. Yet, the Magic seemed to disregard him entirely. Their strategy was utterly failing. With no other option, Iguodala reluctantly opted to take the three-point shot. Not taking the open shot would only serve to validate the opposing strategy. Duanji. However, even with the open shot, Iguodala was unable to convert. The rebound was securely claimed by Giannis. Antetokounmpo swiftly passed the ball to Chu Feng, who, with determination, accelerated forward. With a full-speed launch, Chu Feng had already completely shaken off Thompson, who was trailing him, at the midline, surging into the unguarded 3-second zone and soaring for a two-handed dunk. The score was 3-0, with the Magic taking the lead. As the play transitioned, the Warriors initiated their offense. Curry brought the ball past half-court, but before he could approach the three-point line, the Magic's double team had already arrived like a shadow. Simultaneously, the unmarked Iguodala was also in the equation. Curry opted to leap and pass the ball to Iggy, who hesitated momentarily, made a slight adjustment, and took another three-point shot. Whoosh! The basketball soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc, yet it veered not toward the hoop, but rather out of bounds. A complete air ball. Incredibly, Iguodala, faced with virtually no defensive pressure, had prepared thoroughly for the shot, yet still managed to produce an air ball. The commentator at the Oracle Arena was left bewildered. Counting this shot, Iguodala had now missed 2 consecutive three-pointers, which was far from good news for the Warriors. The commentators were no fools. They could clearly discern the Magic's defensive strategy today. They were focusing on double-teaming Curry to render him ineffective, allowing Chu Feng to single-cover Thompson while leaving Iguodala open. If Iguodala could respond from beyond the arc, then the Magic's tactical deployment would be deemed a complete failure. Yet Iguodala truly validated the saying, when given an opportunity, you falter. The ball went out of bounds, granting possession to the Magic, and as Iguodala retreated, he wore a face of regret. Stay relaxed. When the opportunity arises, I will still pass it to you. Nevertheless, the team atmosphere among the Warriors remained positive, especially with Curry, who patted Iggy's back. Be bold in your shot. You will hit it eventually. Curry was an optimist, although he showcased exceptional individual talent. He often prioritized his teammates. At that moment, Iguodala's mindset appeared to be faltering, and he took the initiative to comfort him. Iggy's heart warmed at the gesture. And on the next play, the Magic's offense was again led by Giannis, who found an opportunity for a swift layup. Back on the offensive end, Curry faced another double team but still managed to pass the ball to Iguodala. Without hesitation, Iguodala carefully adjusted for a three-pointer and leaped to shoot. Duanji. Unfortunately, while his shooting form was impeccable, the sound of iron echoed even more resoundingly. The rebound was secured by Vucevic, and the Magic launched a fast break. Giannis once again received a long bounce pass from Chu Feng, soaring to attempt a dunk over David Lee. Although he failed to complete the dunk, the referee immediately called a blocking foul on the fallen David Lee. The Orlando Magic's counterattack was simply too swift. The commentator by the sidelines was astonished by the Magic's lightning-fast counterattack. Chu Feng's ball-handling speed is undoubtedly of elite caliber among shooting guards. The Magic are currently playing smoothly, while the Golden State Warriors find themselves in discomfort. David Lee, having incurred 2 fouls within the first 2.5 minutes, must exit the court early to avoid falling into foul trouble. Another commentator added that their offensive issues remain unresolved, with Iguodala struggling significantly with the shooting. The Warriors, playing on their home court, seem to have their tactical system thoroughly deciphered by the Magic, as they are consistently pressed down by their opponents. The Warriors need to make adjustments in personnel and tactics, but can they accomplish this? At the outset of the match, it is evident that the tactical disparity between the two teams is considerable, and in the duel between the coaches, the Orlando Magic clearly hold the upper hand. The commentators, of course, remain unaware that the strategy of double-teaming Curry, leaving Iguodala open, and allowing Giannis to overpower David Lee was conceived by Chu Feng. They only realize that if this strategy were orchestrated by Jacques Vaughn, then Warriors head coach Mark Jackson has already suffered a tactical defeat. As Giannis makes his first free throw, Mark Jackson, as the commentator predicted, substitutes David Lee for Spites. Observing the players entering the game, Chu Feng took some interest in the young Draymond Green, who was at the end of the Warriors bench handing a towel to David Lee. At this moment, Green was far from being an indispensable figure in the future Warriors' death lineup. He was merely a role player on the bench. Mark Jackson's conservative approach to player usage makes it difficult for Green to earn opportunities to showcase his skills. Talent is often squandered in such a manner. Had it not been for Kerr's appointment and David Lee's injury, Green might never have risen to prominence. Contemplating this, Chu Feng's thoughts began to stir. At the free throw line, Giannis confidently sunk his additional free throw, helping the Magic maintain their advantage. Turning back to the game, Thompson executed a pick and roll with Iguodala, successfully scoring 2 points under the basket and helping the Warriors break their scoring drought. However, the issues plaguing the Warriors this match remain unresolved. At the end of the first quarter, the Magic led the Warriors by a significant margin of 28-19. Although at the start of the second quarter, the duo of David Lee and Curry unleashed a fluent offensive wave that cut the deficit to just 2 points. The return of the Magic starters brought defensive pressure, causing the Warriors' offensive firepower to diminish instantly. Ultimately, under the Magic's commanding lead throughout the game, the Golden State Warriors decisively announced their abandonment of the match with just over 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter. The Magic, demonstrating a remarkable synergy, opted to substitute their entire starting lineup. Seated on the bench, Chu Feng remained vigilant, closely observing Draymond Green, who finally seized a brief opportunity to play during garbage time. It must be noted that the current Green exhibits a noticeable disparity compared to his future selves, his ball handling, defensive prowess, and three-point shooting are not particularly distinguished at this juncture. Nonetheless, Chu Feng harbors certain thoughts about Green, fully aware of the formidable nature of the death lineup. A fact that this season fan comprehends deeply. This season's Magic may falter, but should they manage to assemble a comparable small ball lineup next season, their combat effectiveness would undoubtedly soar. Giannis Antetokounmpo could serve as the center or forward in this quintet, with Green emerging as his optimal partner. More crucially, Green has not captured the attention of the Warriors management this season, rendering his trade value exceedingly low. With the addition of a few draft picks, he might just be acquired. However, such considerations are matters for after the game. Chu Feng's current desire is to conclude this 5-game road trip and return to his residence in Orlando for a restful slumber. Eventually, as Chu Feng hoped, the contest between the Magic and the Warriors reached its conclusion, with the Magic triumphing 107-97, thus wrapping up their 5-game expedition with significant advantage. The team would thoroughly analyze the issues they encountered during the match post-game. Following the game, Mark Jackson, faced with inquiries from multiple media outlets regarding the suffocating defense employed by the Magic, appeared visibly perturbed. We did not anticipate that our opponents would come so well prepared and effective. However, we will address this. It is not a major issue. After delivering these remarks, Mark Jackson concluded the interview and promptly returned to the home team's locker room. While he appeared calm outwardly, internally he was in disarray. It is worth noting that the Warriors' upper management has long harbored dissatisfaction with Jackson, and this game has further illuminated significant issues regarding his coaching and the team's restructuring. Should these problems remain unresolved, it is conceivable that Mark Jackson could face dismissal at season's end. If one disregards Green's minor antics, I believe he is quite a commendable player. I invite esteemed readers to share their thoughts in the comments section. Chapter 130, The Vanguard of Trends. Mark Jackson felt a deep sense of unease. Although players like Curry and Thompson frequently vocalized their support for him, every NBA team ultimately belongs to its owner. The power dynamics are firmly in the hands of the upper management, regardless of player endorsements for a coach. A decision from the executives to terminate can still lead to a coach's departure. Indeed, the anxiety that Mark Jackson harbored was not unfounded. For shortly after the conclusion of the game between the Warriors and the Magic, a collective assembly was convened in the Warriors' front office. At the onset of the meeting, General Manager Bob Myers presented a highlight reel of the game, meticulously outlining the entirety of the Warriors' defeat. "Does anyone have anything to say?" he inquired, pausing the footage on a moment depicting Chu Feng calmly sipping water on the bench. "Today, we lost this match decisively on our home court." Following Myers' statement, the Warriors executives exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The highlight reel showcased the Warriors being utterly outplayed, leaving the executives uncertain of how to respond. Could they openly admit to being outmatched? That would surely risk immediate dismissal from Myers. On paper, our team boasts superior talent. However, tactically, we were thoroughly outmaneuvered. Amidst the palpable silence, Jerry West, the esteemed NBA legend and a member of the Warriors Executive Committee, spoke leisurely. "We lost this game due to coaching. I propose we consider a change in leadership at season's end." Change in leadership? It seems rather rash to dismiss Mark Jackson, who played a pivotal role in discovering talents like Curry and Thompson. Indeed, we are a burgeoning team, and a hasty coaching change may not be prudent. West remarks, however, ignited dissent among the previously silent executives. It is widely acknowledged that this iteration of the Warriors is largely a product of Mark Jackson's vision. To terminate a coach who has so meticulously crafted the Warriors' framework seems ill-advised. Did you all closely observe the game footage? Before West could elaborate further, Bob Myers interjected. Orlando's defensive strategy was exceedingly clear, and Mark Jackson had no countermeasures in place. Therefore, I support Jerry West's proposal. We must seek a coach who is better suited for our team. Myers, evidently not one to dither, recognized the glaring issues at hand and advocated for a more direct approach to resolving them. "I already have a promising candidate in mind," continued West. "Steve Kerr would be the ideal head coach for us. Beyond coaching, I believe we should begin to construct a roster capable of contending with the Orlando Magic." After addressing the team's most pressing issues, Jerry West gestured towards the paused image of Chu Feng. "If we could trade for Chu Feng, this dilemma would be swiftly resolved. However, that is improbable, as the Magic are unlikely to part with him. We must prepare ourselves. The Orlando Magic are poised to emerge as a formidable force in the league." The elder's remarks set the executives present abuzz with hushed whispers. Whether it concerns a change in leadership or the notion of the Orlando Magic as a hypothetical adversary, These maneuvers were unexpected by the high-ranking officials. However, who was Jerry West? He is the mastermind behind the creation of the formidable Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant duo. The architect of the Los Angeles Lakers' triumphant three-peat. To heed his counsel is to tread on a path assured of success. Could the Orlando Magic indeed become our most formidable rival in the future? Yet, even Bob Myers harbored doubts regarding the Elder's assertion. Surely, no team in the Eastern Conference could vanquish LeBron James? However, just days prior, LeBron had succumbed to this very Magic team. Jerry West remains steadfast in his conviction. Chu Feng is destined to be the preeminent figure in the league, perhaps in a mere few years. LeBron may no longer be his match. The Elder even discerned the echoes of that once 18-year-old high school prodigy in Chu Feng. Yet he refrained from voicing this thought. For the 18-year-old Kobe paled in comparison to the prowess exhibited by the rookie Chu Feng. The Warriors' executive meeting persisted, but their objectives had become abundantly clear. Once the meeting concluded, Bob Myers promptly reached out to the Warriors' owner to relay the particulars of their discussion, to which the owner consented, affirming that all arrangements would align with the Elder Jerry West's directives. Meanwhile, upon finally returning to Orlando, Chu Feng disembarked from the plane, promptly retreating to his residence for a well-deserved slumber. The following midday, he groggily opened his eyes, and after a refreshing wash, arranged to meet with the team's head coach at the Amway Center. The Magic's general manager, Rob, had been eagerly awaiting their arrival in the executive office. Chu, have you identified any promising players? Rob gestured for Chu Feng to take a seat before continuing. As long as we possess sufficient assets, feel free to propose anything. I am interested in acquiring Draymond Green, the backup forward from the Golden State Warriors. Chu Feng took a sip of water and continued. He will be our starting center for the next season. Draymond Green? Rob inquired, looking utterly perplexed. Despite the fact that the Magic had faced the Warriors just yesterday, Rob had no recollection of this bench player from the Warriors. However, this was something Chu Feng had anticipated, given that Green's performance had been rather lackluster as of late. I remember him. He entered during garbage time yesterday, committed 2 turnovers, and failed to score, he noted. Jacques Vaughn, on the other hand, had a slight recollection of Green, recalling the comical nature of his 2 long passes that went awry during the final moments of the game against the Warriors. Had his targets been either me or Giannis, those would have transformed into 2 splendid fast breaks. Chu Feng also had some impressions of Green's 2 mistakes. Just imagine if Green were our center upon securing the rebound. He wouldn't need to pass the ball to initiate the fast break. He would be the one to ignite the offensive surge himself. At this point, Chu Feng deliberately paused, allowing Rob and Jacques Vaughn a moment to absorb his words, before continuing. The future trajectory of the NBA is undoubtedly one of extreme pace. We shall be the pioneers of this evolving trend in the league. Chapter 131, A Battle of Wits with the Logo, Pioneers of the League's Trend. The words of Chu Feng resonated deeply within the hearts of Jacques Vaughn and Rob. The prevailing trends within the league remained elusive, even to them. Yet, they were not naive. In the illustrious era of the 4 legendary centers, the position of center dominated the landscape, leading every team in the league to amass formidable interior players. After all, those who commanded the paint would conquer all. However, as the prominence of centers began to wane, teams like the Heat, with their increasingly blue-collar approach to interior play, heralded a shift. The pace of NBA games gradually quickened, signaling a diminishing tactical role for centers and hinting at the emergence of fast-paced offense as a potential new norm. In essence, Chu Feng's analysis of the league's dynamics was undoubtedly astute. The sole question that lingered was whether a single player like Green could truly transform the Magic from a traditional team into a vanguard of this new trend. Is such a notion genuinely feasible? Clearly, Green alone could not catalyze this transformation. Chu Feng seemed to discern the concerns of the team's head coach and general manager. Without Green, it is exceedingly challenging to navigate this system. Consider the transformation that Kerr achieved with the Warriors, evolving them into an extraordinarily offensive small ball lineup. While Draymond Green may not be the pivotal element, he is undeniably indispensable. He is the most fitting interior player within the small ball configuration, capable of shooting 3-pointers, defending, ball handling, and orchestrating plays. He takes on all the gritty tasks. Aside from his occasional antics and sharp tongue, Green exemplifies a versatile player. To put it simply, he is the kind of athlete that opponents find exceedingly irksome, yet is cherished by his teammates. Perhaps Chu Feng may not require Green's presence in the Magic, yet should he join, it would undoubtedly be the most advantageous decision. Thus, have you commenced the construction of the tactical framework for the upcoming season? Rob, with his astute intellect, recognizes that this season is not the one for the Magic to exert their full force. Chu Feng's current actions are merely preparatory for the forthcoming season's endeavors. Indeed, Green and Giannis will serve as the linchpins of the team's interior for next season, while I will orchestrate the offense and execute pinpoint strikes. And Della will be responsible for neutralizing the opposing team's key perimeter players. Given the decision to make a significant push next season, Chu Feng openly shares his comprehensive vision. Vucevic and Aflalo can emerge as exceptional bench players, ensuring that both our starters and rotation maintain a competitive edge. In Chu Feng's perspective, a formidable championship-contending team should never experience the imbalance of strong starters and weak substitutes. Hence, sustaining the strength of the rotation is equally crucial. However, you have only articulated the roles of 4 starters for the future. The starting lineup comprises 5 players. Jacques Vaughn inquired, with Vucevic and Aflalo on the bench, who will occupy the 5th starting position. There is no need for concern regarding this matter. I certainly have a candidate in mind, though this individual is currently not within the league. In response to the inquiry from the team's head coach, Chu Feng casually remarked, "Let us not forget the draft pick we acquired from the Timberwolves. That will be our starting 5th player." The 2013 draft class is generally known for its late bloomers. Yet the subsequent 2014 draft is widely regarded as a veritable cornucopia of talent. Chu Feng expressed immense satisfaction with the team's decision to engage in a draft pick trade with the Timberwolves at the season's onset. Otherwise, he would have suggested acquiring a first-round pick for the following year. The rationale was straightforward. He had identified a rookie candidate remarkably suited to the team's lineup for the next season, and securing him was imperative. After concluding his discussions with Rob and Jacques Vaughn, Chu Feng returned to his residence and indulged in a restorative slumber, as the relentless string of away games had significantly deepened his fatigue. Meanwhile, the intellectual duel between Magic General Manager Rob and Warriors General Manager Bob Myers commenced in earnest. Although the contest was ostensibly between Rob and Bob Myers, it essentially represented a strategic clash between Chu Feng and the venerable Jerry West. On the Warriors' side, Draymond Green, relegated to the periphery in Mark Jackson's system, hardly saw any playing time. Yet, Bob Myers was far from naive. The Magic's trades this season had been nothing short of masterstrokes. Consider the deal that brought Chris Middleton in exchange for Giannis Antetokounmpo, or the signing of Dellavedova alongside the first-round pick traded for the Timberwolves selection. These moves had confounded all experts. Now that the Magic specifically sought to acquire Green, it was evident that there was something about him that piqued their interest. However, the crucial issue lay in the Warriors' inability to recognize these particular traits in Green. Mark Jackson had even expressed dissatisfaction to the team's upper management regarding Green's frequent forays across half-court. Consequently, Bob Myers found himself somewhat perplexed and turned to the team's basketball consultant, Jerry West, for insight. Jerry West, renowned for his role in crafting the famed OK combination, responded directly to Myers' concerns. If the Magic were willing to part with 2 draft picks in exchange for Green, they should not acquiesce. A first-round pick coupled with a second-round pick for a player earning an annual salary of $880,000 certainly reeked of ulterior motives. Jerry West would not permit the team to consent to such a transaction. He suggested rejecting the offer involving 2 draft picks, but indicated that they could proceed with a trade involving only the first-round pick from the next 15 years. As Chu Feng yawned while answering Rob's call, he remarked that the Warriors' proposal merely sought to gauge Green's standing in their estimation. They must not reveal their urgent need for him. Thus, he instructed Rob to respond accordingly. In the realm of trades, the party wielding control invariably reaps the greatest rewards. For Chu Feng, Green was indispensable, and he firmly believed that the Warriors were entirely oblivious to Green's true value. To put it more plainly, the initiative in this transaction rested firmly in the hands of Chu Feng and the Magic. Consequently, there was no reason for Chu Feng to feel anxious. The Warriors would undoubtedly be more pressed than he was. Rob obediently conveyed a message to Bob Myers, stating that they would only consider adding a first-round pick from 2015. If that was unacceptable, then the negotiation would conclude here. Chapter 132. Chu Feng, MVP. The conclusion of the trade? Jerry West stared at Bob Myers' computer screen, momentarily lost in thought. Logically, since the Magic had explicitly indicated their desire to trade for Green, they should agree to these terms. After all, the Magic had been remarkably astute in their draft choices this season, and Green was undeniably a crucial player for them, even with the addition of 2 draft picks. It seemed inconsequential. More importantly, the Magic had agreed to provide a first-round pick, while the second-round pick had been withheld. This move unequivocally indicated that the Magic did not feel an urgent need for green. They were merely testing the waters. Could it be that we have overestimated their interest? Did the Magic not value green as highly as we thought? Bob Myers ventured his hypothesis. Perhaps they were not as discerning in their assessments as they believed. Was it all merely a gamble? Without a clear understanding of the other party's intentions, it would be unwise to act rashly. Jerry West chose to remain composed, recognizing the need to refrain from hasty decisions. Since the other side had indicated their disagreement, it would be prudent to suspend the trade for now, awaiting a response before the deadline. Even though the Magic had put forth a trade request for green, suggesting that he certainly possessed some merit, Jerry West could not discern what advantages green truly held. Draymond Green evoked a sense of uncertainty. He lacked the speed for a small forward position, yet his height was insufficient for a power forward role, leaving little opportunity for him to showcase his abilities. Bob Myers was tempted to readily accept the Magic's trade proposal. After all, the Warriors had an all-star caliber player in David Lee at the power forward position, complemented by Spites on the bench, providing a competent rotation. Trading Green for an expiring contract plus a first-round pick would undoubtedly be a lucrative deal. Delaying the trade could risk the Magic retracting their offer of a first-round pick altogether. There was no need for haste. It was the Magic who had initiated the trade proposal, and they could afford to wait. Jerry West is decidedly more seasoned than Myers. If the Magic do not approach us regarding this trade before the deadline, we shall take the initiative to reach out to them. After articulating this, the elder instructed Myers to respond to Rob, as he had suggested. A trade on hold? Rob felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that the Warriors were dissatisfied with his proposal? The mere thought of the roster for next season that Chu Feng had devised made Rob believe that green was indispensable. If the Warriors were to reject the trade, wouldn't that spell the end of everything? It seemed they aimed to engage us in a war of attrition. Chu Feng answered Rob's call with an air of calmness. With over a month remaining until the transaction deadline, he believed they could afford to take their time with the negotiations. In his view, if the Magic could retrieve a first-round pick for green, it would already be a considerable loss for them. The Warriors, however, were seeking to demand an exorbitant price, something he found utterly unacceptable. When it came to prolonged battles, Chu Feng was confident in his endurance. Although Rob was anxious, he found solace in Chu Feng's assurance and promptly sent an okay to Myers, momentarily concluding their discussions. Who was the general manager of the Magic? This time, it was the Warriors who found themselves somewhat bewildered. Jerry West reviewed the records of their negotiations with the Magic and could not help but express his admiration. This individual possessed remarkable skill, continuously probing while deftly sidestepping the traps I had laid. Frankly, I even suspect the Magic have enlisted a basketball consultant. Jerry West chuckled softly. No wonder the Orlando Magic had experienced a rapid ascent this season. It must be the work of this enigmatic figure behind the scenes. It seemed that the future of the league would not solely revolve around the rivalry between the Warriors and the Magic, nor just the contest between Chu Feng and Curry, but also the intense confrontation with that mysterious strategist of the Magic. Of course, if the old gentleman realized that he was sparring with Chu Feng himself, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. The proposal to trade green was temporarily shelved, as Chu Feng redirected his focus to the upcoming home game following a series of away matches. On January 7th, at the Amway Center in Orlando. Before the game even began, fans outside the arena had created a veritable bottleneck at the entrance. We want to see Chu Feng. I arrived first. I should be allowed to enter and watch Chu Feng. No cutting in line. I am a season ticket holder for the Magic this season, so I should go in first. The number of season ticket holders had seemingly inflated dramatically. I've already purchased my season tickets for next year. The enthusiasm of the Orlando Magic fans was palpable, with many engaged in spirited debates fueled by their passion for the team. Finally, when the arena opened its doors, it was filled to capacity, and the players entered to begin their warm-ups. The announcer inside the Amway Center wiped his brow in relief. When we entered the arena earlier, we nearly got lost in the sea of fans. After all, this team had recorded the best start in franchise history this season, having only lost one game during a string of 5 consecutive away matches, and that was in a back-to-back scenario. Another commentator, evidently a fan of the Magic, remarked, honestly, I believe they might embark on a new winning streak today. They have already secured 2 consecutive victories, having triumphed over the Trailblazers and then bested the Warriors. The Magic concluded their 5-game road trip with 2 consecutive wins. If they could clinch victory in their first game back at home today, it would mark a triumphant 3-game winning streak. The prospect of igniting another series of victories seemed entirely within reach. Indeed, Chu Feng did not disappoint the commentators. Facing the back-to-back Boston Celtics at home, the Magic seized absolute control of the game from the very first minute. The Green Team's objective for this season is merely to familiarize their young coach, Brad Stevens, with the nuances of NBA coaching, rendering the outcome of this match inconsequential. Stevens decisively substituted his starters after merely 2 minutes into the fourth quarter, signaling a concession of the game. The Magic effortlessly returned to their home court, triumphing with a resounding score of 121-99, providing the fans with a remarkable 22-point advantage. After the game, as Chu Feng stood before the cameras, preparing for an interview, the entire Amway Center erupted into thunderous applause. Chu Feng, MVP. Chu Feng, MVP. Chu Feng, MVP. In Chapter 133, the duel of dual draft picks. At the Amway Center in Orlando, amidst the cheers of thousands of fans, Chu Feng gracefully waved his hand towards the audience. His intention was to ask the fans to quiet down, yet they interpreted it as an encouragement for even more fervent cheers. The enthusiasm of the crowd was uncontainable. "Chu, you are the sovereign of this arena." A reporter, seizing this delightful moment, initiated the interview. "How does it feel to be back at home?" "It feels wonderful to return home, especially since we have played 6 consecutive games away from Orlando," Chu Feng remarked, gesturing towards the fervent fans cheering in the background. "Behold these passionate supporters. This is what home court feels like, brimming with enthusiasm." As Chu Feng articulated, the disparity between home and away games in the NBA is profoundly apparent. Some players can deliver all-star caliber performances on their home turf, yet once they step into the away arena, their energy wanes. Similarly, certain teams may struggle with their away records, only to exhibit a remarkable resurgence upon returning to their home ground. Many renowned NBA fortresses have been established in this manner. After concluding their first game back on home soil, Chu Feng and the Magic were granted a rare 2-day respite, with their next match looming 3 days ahead. However, Chu Feng and his teammates did not succumb to idleness. The day following their contest against the Celtics, Chu Feng arrived early at the Amway Center and placed a call to Giannis. "From this moment forth, I shall oversee your strength training. You must gain weight and enhance your core strength." When a groggy Giannis eventually made his way to the Amway Center, Chu Feng guided him upstairs to the team's training facility. Head coach Jacques Vaughn and trainer Marquez were engaged in hushed conversation, but upon noticing Giannis and Chu Feng's arrival, they concluded their discussion and approached the two young men. "Chu Feng, I still harbor some doubts regarding your choices," Vaughn began, directly voicing his concerns. "According to your assertions, the future trajectory of the league leans towards small ball and fast-paced offense, where the three-point shot serves as a pivotal instrument for altering tempo. Yet, you are not advocating for Giannis to enhance his three-point shooting. Instead, you are urging him to gain weight and bolster his core strength. Does that not contradict the future trend?" Vaughn had already acknowledged Chu Feng's vision for future development. Yet he contended that if they were to construct a system akin to that of a small ball bombardment, it was essential for every starter to possess three-point shooting capability. Only with the three-point shot can they effectively create space on the court and accelerate the pace of play. More crucially, given Giannis's physique, should he master the three-point shot, he could become the next Kevin Durant. There is no necessity for that. What Giannis requires at this juncture is merely weight and strength. Chu Feng provided the head coach with a remarkably candid response. In the future league, three-point shooters will be abundant, and even many centers will venture beyond the arc. This will create a vast expanse in the paint, a stage for Giannis to showcase his prowess. As long as he possesses an overwhelming physique, we will have a second insurmountable offensive threat. In Chu Feng's vision, there is no need for Giannis to transform into Durant. Rather, he aspires for Giannis to evolve into a larger, more formidable version of LeBron James. "Chu, who is our first indomitable offensive point?" Giannis posed this rather peculiar question, contemplating who the initial focal point would be if he were to become the second. However, his inquiry was met with the others' incredulous gazes. In an instant, Antetokounmpo grasped the answer. Who else could it be but Chu Feng, the Magic's first unstoppable offensive asset? After their conversation, Giannis joined the team's trainer to embark on his weightlifting journey. This rigorous regimen deepened his admiration for Chu Feng, as he discovered that Chu's overall training volume was astonishingly double his own. Faced with the reality that someone more accomplished was working harder, what excuse remained for him not to strive for excellence? As training intensified, Giannis even invited Dellavedova to join in on weight training, though Chu Feng had other tasks in mind for him. "Starting today, before each team practice, we will engage in 10 one-on-one drills," pulling Dellavedova onto the court. Chu casually picked up a basketball and positioned himself at midcourt. I will be the one to attack. Your sole responsibility is defense. If you successfully defend, retreat to the three-point line and take a quick shot without any alternative offensive options. Dellavedova's defensive skills needed refinement, and Chu Feng's offense required honing as well. Thus, this exchange of offense and defense would serve a dual purpose. They might even improve Dellavedova's three-point shooting in the process. A trifecta of benefits, indeed. Observing the orderly progression of the three pivotal players for the team's future, Jacques Vaughn privately conversed with General Manager Rob. Selecting Chu Feng is tantamount to choosing a promising future. He embodies the archetype of a cornerstone player, akin to Tim Duncan. Prepare for a maximum salary slot. Rob seemed to be addressing Vaughn while also speaking to himself. Once his rookie contract concludes, we will extend a maximum offer to him without hesitation. On January 12th, the NBA officially announced the third round of voting results for the New Orleans All-Star Game. Chu Feng's vote count remains firmly in the lead, with a staggering total of 683 for 100 ballots. This not only resolves the suspense surrounding the voting champion, but also brings him ever closer to the historic voting record in NBA history. As the final round of voting approaches, the question of whether Chu Feng can indeed break this record captivates the attention of all. In addition to the announcement of the third-round voting results, the NBA's official website has revealed the rosters for the remaining events of the All-Star Game. Among these, the player list for the All-Star Rookie Challenge has sparked considerable excitement among fans. This year, the Rookie Challenge has undergone modifications, allowing second-year players from both the Eastern and Western conferences to form mixed teams, which adds an intriguing element to the rosters. Fans are particularly thrilled not only by the separation of the magical duo, Chu Feng and Giannis Antetokounmpo, but also by the pairing of Chu Feng with the first overall pick of the 2012 draft, Anthony Davis. In this rookie showcase, the anticipation surrounding who will emerge as the MVP is palpable. Since the 2012 season, the NBA All-Star Rookie Challenge has seen a restructuring. Originally, the format pitted first-year players against second-year players. However, over the years, NBA executives noted that this format lacked excitement, resulting in significantly lower ticket sales compared to the subsequent days of the All-Star festivities. Recognizing that the Rookie Challenge was not particularly thrilling, the NBA leadership faced challenges with poor ticket sales. Fortunately, in 2012, David Stern revamped the Rookie Challenge's team selection process. Each year, the rookie roster still comprises first-year and second-year players, but the players are mixed up, with two retired NBA legends simulating the NBA draft system to select players. For the 2011-12 and 2012-13 All-Star Rookie Challenges, the legends were the fierce rivals Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal, whereas this year, the selection process has transitioned to Chris Webber and Grant Hill. The NBA also publicly shared the selection process of Hill and Webber via recorded video. Grant Hill, having secured the first selection, has the privilege of choosing a top pick. Faced with the multitude of rookies from the past two seasons, Hill decisively states, "I choose Chu Feng." This selection requires no contemplation. With his inaugural selection, Hill confidently claims the 2013 first overall pick, Chu Feng, asserting that none of the other names on the list can rival his excellence. Consequently, he declares, "I must select Giannis Antetokounmpo. He cannot be on the same team as Chu Feng." Webber's